Take Cover, The Agency Files, Book 7. Written by Shatona Havig. Narrated by Krista Del Sorbo. 1. Nothing ever goes right at a wedding. Teal, green, and purple hair shone in the glow of the golden hour as Flynn Dortman, bouquet in hand, strolled down an impossibly short aisle, her ivory gown tickling the grass as she passed. At least, it tickled the blades she didn't crush with her sandals. The camera, hidden in Mortimer Doyle's boutonniere, caught the bright smile, the wink at her guy, the pride radiating from Marco Mendina. If only she hadn't looked at Morgan. If only she'd insisted on having that stupid gown hemmed. Down she went, flat on her face. Mark sprang forward to catch her and missed. Morgan, trying to be the gallant hero, tripped over Mark and landed on top of her. Reactions from the few guests present split between total horror and butt-gusting laughter. All a perfect example of what had gone wrong with the agency. Tink, tink, tink. Helen Franklin watched, a sneer on her lips. She knew the moment it formed. Didn't care. Tried to finish the job. If this didn't prove it, nothing did. Tink. A staccato ping, her favorite ringtone, sent fingers scrambling. Yes? It's a no. Had everything ready to prove you could return, and they just caught a shipment along the I-95 corridor, and now all attention is on you. Speculation is that they're yours. The next tink ended in a jumble of jingles before the keyring hurled across the room and slammed into the wall. Keep me updated. With one eye still watching the laughing chaos at the wedding, Helen sent a text. How many cartons lost? The reply came back far too late and much too quick. All. This time, the laptop sailed through the window. Helen rose, retrieved her keys, walked back to her chair, and began thinking, the keys flipping back and forth on that ring. Tink, tink, tink. 2. October 7th, present day, Grosse Pointe Shores, Michigan. Lake St. Clair's choppy waves mirrored Smith Abingdon's mood. Wind sweeping down from the north buffeted the surface of the lake as it fought to blow him from his balcony, as if he'd be moved by something as ineffective as wind. He gripped the railing, feeling unsettled, restless. A slow smile formed, and he didn't even try to stop it. In seconds, he'd pulled his phone from his pocket and tapped the contact. Paolo, I need a distraction. What do you have for me? As seconds passed without an answer, Smith gripped the phone tighter, waiting. His jaw clenched, despite every effort to stay relaxed. Another blast of cold wind sent him back inside, and then he heard it, the clattering of fingers on a keyboard. I just got something this morning. Hadn't had a chance to check it out yet, but it might be just what you're looking for. The vein over Smith's eyebrow twitched. Always a good sign. And how long for verification? 2 days, maybe 3. Need to get someone in the house, but... That pause. The way Paolo made those pauses before revealing a new plan, more attractive than any woman at any time, in any way. And Smith liked his women. Remember the Kunstmuseum heist in 2012? With his phone on speaker, Smith relaxed into his desk chair and pulled his water flask toward him. They got the Picasso, a couple of Monets, a Matisse. It took a moment before he remembered more. Wasn't there a Gauguin in that auto-portrait thing by Dehaene? Yeah, well, I think we found the Gauguin. Not too far from you either. That guy who bought the bishop's mansion has it. One of my cleaners insists it has to be the Gauguin. Anything else there worth checking out? This time, Smith could hear the guy smile. He's known to own a few good pieces, newer art that sells well, worth having for future value increases, but nothing like the Gauguin. Get me the intel. Rising, Smith turned his attention to his favorite art piece, in a way. Another missing painting, this one from the Paris heist of 2010. He'd acquired Olive Tree near L'Estaca 2 years earlier while at a party in the Maldives. Standing on a terrace overlooking the water, he discovered whose party it was and left through a side door. That's when he'd gotten turned around in the maze of a villa there. Then he'd seen it, on display as bold as a card counter with a scorecard. Brock's Olive Tree. Never had he risked an impulse theft before. He'd probably never do it again. But in 20 minutes, he'd left, making sure the cameras caught it, sneaked back in, disarmed those cameras, and jammed the Wi-Fi. 5 minutes after that, with the painting inside a plastic cooler from just outside the kitchen, he slipped through the east gardens and dropped it over the fence. With one last look at his beautiful collection, Smith slid the mahogany wall panels shut. Did he ever feel bad for the people whose artwork now hung on his walls? A couple of them, sure. Not Olive Tree, though. A sick, twisted human like Helen Franklin deserved what she got. 3 weeks later. Nothing about Gauguin's Femme du Vent, une fenêtre ouverte appealed to him. The composition, the execution, and the history, the only value came with acquiring and selling as far as Smith was concerned. And since there was no way Gervais Farage had acquired them honestly, the game came without a moment's pause. He'd have his diversion, and Martin Westcott would enjoy possessing a treasure only a true art aficionado could appreciate. A double win, triple if you counted sticking it to Farage, the weasel. Smith snatched up his phone and tapped a contact. Celine, why didn't I know that Gervais Farage bought the Bishop Mansion? Silence. How he missed the days of clattering fingers on keyboards. Only a few people still used old-school things. At best, he got the slight rustle of laptop keys, digital versions of leaves being swept along the sidewalk by the breeze. That's Franklin's shtick. Get over it. I don't see anything. I have him on a crawl, and nothing came through. Property records for him and all known shell companies show nothing. Are you sure? Got it from Paolo. Any reason I should doubt him? That got her attention. I'll call you back in 15. Get me the blueprints and anything you can find on the security system. Also, any regular services. Hungry for some takeaway? Celine's British accent had faded considerably over the years, but now and then it came out strong, usually when speaking of something as British as takeaway. And at those times, he almost regretted not pursuing her while he had the chance. Something like that. While I have you, I received a call from Lucien DeVos. He wants 200 AR-15s, but he'll take AK-47s if we can't get the 15s quickly. Interesting. It wasn't a high-dollar request, but DeVos was a good customer. It paid to keep men like him happy. Set up a drop 20 miles due north from Dupin. 72 hours. Have Franco bring him around from Porto. We have that cash in school. 47s, but they're closer. She knew what he'd say to that, and also knew he'd blast her if she didn't make the suggestion. So, not bothering to hide his amusement, Smith informed his analyst that if their client wanted 15s, he'd get 15s. And let it slip that we have a shipment of stingers on their way to Europe. He'll want them. A risk. Give too much information and customers sometimes got greedy, even good ones like DeVos. An idea shifted. Imply they are close then. He'll assume also in Depon. If he sends out feelers, we'll know, and we can send Interpol to the rendezvous. He won't thank you. Maybe not, but Celine would have an adventure. She liked cat and mouse games. Also, Gambon is looking for someone to deal with the liquidation. Interesting. When and where? NYC, on Friday. He'd handle that one himself. Give me the details and get Brock on standby. I'll handle it myself unless that's the best date for the Bishop Mansion. 100K. 150. Too short notice. Cayman 4. Celine assured him it was as good as done and disconnected. This promised to be a profitable week. Even if he had to hold off on the Gauguin for a few weeks, he'd just ensured an easy 350K. If DeVos wanted the stingers, that had just put his profit at $3 million. Easy. He'd want them all, but Smith would let him have maybe 5 at most. An alarm sounded. Quiet, but persistent in the fake hearing aids he wore at all times while at home. A drill? Most likely. For half a second he considered ignoring it. And that kind of recklessness is what got men like him killed. With one push of a button, his parquet flooring began lowering. They still needed to get that faster. But within 23 seconds, Smith Abingdon sat comfortably in his office chair in his subterranean safe room, while an identical desk and computer, full of bogus files, rose up to fill the empty space. And now he waited. October 9th through 10th, Erie, Pennsylvania and NYC. The Motel 6 in Erie had fabulous reviews. Pulling up in his 2004 RAV, Smith decided it worked for him. As long as the place was as clean as the reviews promised, he'd be fine. He'd order Domino's, though no way would he eat it. All a part of the persona. Meanwhile, his mountain house freeze-dried fettuccine Alfredo would at least offer something less greasy. And his breakfast skillet in the morning? Perfect. Or it would be, once he had an orange and a banana on the road. He'd arrive in NYC by 1:30 at the latest. Then to stalk his prey. His Barat Emrad sat nestled in what looked like a trombone hardshell case. Looks so deceiving. His cache of knives, hidden in the bottom of the toolbox he kept strapped next to the wheel well in the back. The cyanide pill he kept in a small Tylenol bottle. So I like options. What's wrong with that? Of course, a couple of teenagers got the room next to his. Must be homecoming. When he'd been in school, only the most daring guys got a hotel room for prom. Homecoming was totally first or second base territory. Obviously not these days. And why not on a Friday night? He checked to be sure he hadn't messed up the dates. And in that moment, Smith decided he'd officially gone middle age. He'd resisted that moniker, but if he'd gotten to the point where he wanted to tell kids to hold off on things, to savor youth without desensitizing themselves to... Wincing at a fresh round of grotesque sounds, Smith banged on the paper-thin wall and shouted that he'd call the police if they didn't pipe down. And someone needs to tell them to quit trying to learn sex from porn. You could tell the ones who did. Such skewed ideas of what things looked and sounded like. Right there, his irritation turned to sorrow. Innocence seems so pathetic at 16 or 18. When did I begin valuing it again? By sunrise, he'd gotten a patchy 6 hours of sleep. Once the police had arrived and sent the kids packing. Only the girl's false ID had made that happen. Who knew Pennsylvania allowed as much as a 4-year age gap for consent for kids 13 to 15 and almost no limitations over 16? One thing was for sure. If he ever had kids, and he would not, he'd most definitely never raise them in Pennsylvania. The place was a predator's dream. For all his faults, Smith Abingdon would liquidate a predator free of charge, happily. His PI called him just before he hit the George Washington Bridge with good news. "Sending photos now. He'll be at the meeting in the executive boardroom at the plaza at 2 o'clock. Silence grew oppressive before the guy said, "His chauffeur is known for being late. He'll be out front for a good 3 to 5 minutes after the end of the meeting, most likely." "He doesn't wait to be paged?" "Nope. Old school. I expect him to exit onto 5th Avenue. Walking north up 5th puts your back to most cameras." The guy knew what was going down. Great. He'd have to take out a good PI, too. "For the record, I won't be available if you need to find him again. I'm moving to Costa Rica, I think. Maybe Belize. Visiting a few places before I decide." Translation: I am not a threat. "I have a dossier on you." He didn't. "Don't make me use it." "Won't. Thank you for your business." As much as he wanted to let the guy go, Smith knew better. "Call at 4 o'clock in case I need him found again." Once more, the heavy silence tried to smother him. Then the PI cleared his throat. "I'll know if I'm needed." And the phone disconnected. Smith called Celine. "That NYC PI, a threat?" "None. I've got enough on him that he'd throw himself off the George Washington Bridge before he squealed." "Funny you should say that. I'm almost across it. And he knows what's up." "Figured he would. Jerry's a smart one." Celine cleared her throat. What was going on? "Also, turns out that Farage is leaving late tonight or early in the morning for Paris." Now that was news that thrilled his soul. "Perfect. Get everything set up in the strong room. I'm flying home." After some debate with Celine, Smith decided his best shot would be to enter the hotel after taking out the target. Celine agreed. "Do you have your hoodie?" Yes, he did. And a golfer's cap. And a burner phone to call 911. "All set. Julie around?" "She's waiting for the okay." "Get her to the hotel. She needs to make a scene the moment I call for help." That earned him more silence. "You sure you don't want a Bluetooth?" Of course he wanted one, but a random guy shuffling past wouldn't have something like that. Small things could kill a kill. "Can't do it. Get Julie there." "She's on her way. Says you owe her." Of course he did, and she'd get paid. "I'll leave cash in the first dumpster west of the South Central Park entrance." He stared at the floor. 7-Eleven bag. She'd better be fast. "Where are you parking?" Celine was right. That was a better option. "West Street Garage. I'll let you know my space number when I get there." At 1:50, Smith stopped to tie his shoes. His dusty, mud-encrusted shoes. A scan of the area showed only one man exiting and stepping into a limo. He patted his pockets, swore, and marched back around the corner. At 1:57, he rounded the corner again. No target. Great. This time, he had to keep walking. Just as he passed the entrance, a trio came out, talking, arguing really, as if the meeting had still continued. One hurried to a waiting limo, another dragged away from his target, reluctant to leave. The guy caught sight of Smith and frowned. "Do I know you?" Though ready to bolt, Smith shuffled forward, his hands in his hoodie pockets, knife at the ready. Cold air bit through him. Good thing this wasn't July, or his gloves would stand out like a bikini in December. The target pulled out a cigarette and patted his pockets for a lighter. Before he could extract it, Smith passed, thrusting a knife into the guy's chest and twisting. Hard. dead center. Shock. Why did criminal victims always have that arrogant, stunned expression? If someone finally got him, it wouldn't be a shock. Not at all. 3 steps passed. He turned as if just registering something. "Hey, buddy, you okay?" Maybe he'd laid on the New York accent a little thick, but he'd committed now. Spewing as many panicked curses as he thought he could get away with, Smith made a show of fumbling with his phone, hands shaking. Impressive acting, if I do say so myself. The doorman moved toward him. Exactly what Smith needed. Just as he neared, 911 responded. "Yeah, this guy on 5th has a knife in his chest. Like a knife. There's blood everywhere. Right in front of the Plaza Hotel. He's gurgling. I think I'm gonna be sick." Thrusting the phone into the doorman's hand, he bolted for the steps. "I'll get help. And puke. But then I'll get help. Do something." Inside, his task became easy. Men's room. Turn hoodie inside out and remove the hood. Straighten his lapels. Pull on flat cap and wipe mud and dust from his shoes. He left the room with a slow, easy stride, phone in hand. "Yeah, meet you at the Modern. Yeah, wasted meeting." A young woman demanded to see the manager about her reservation. "I have tickets for the Halloween thing and everything." It took him until he reached the entrance to the garage to catch on. "The Plaza Las Vegas, huh?" That move prompted him to pull out a couple $100 more. She'd earned it. Next stop, LaGuardia. 3. October 10th. The Rourke, Rockland. Focused on threat assessments, Mark didn't look up when his office door opened. "Just put it on the table there. I'm about." His peripheral vision caught brown hair, not Flynn. Mark grabbed for the gun strapped to the underside of his desk even as he looked up. Gun trained on the intruder, he faltered. Something familiar. No, very familiar. Most. "Flynn Dortman, what have you done to your hair?"
"Can you put that down? If you kill my baby, Morgie will take you down. I've been teaching him how."
"You've been... do what?" He'd deal with that one later. Another word demanded an audience. "Your baby?" Okay, so he couldn't help a grin. Flynn with a baby? Closest thing he'd ever have to being a grandpa. Unless his wife wore him down. She must not. Before Flynn could answer, Liv plowed into his office, waving her iPad.
"David has credible intel that a joint task between FBI, Homeland, and I..."
She stopped cold, staring.
"Flynn?"
She slid her gaze toward Mark and froze again. The whole scene played out like a TV show standoff. Flynn with her papers and brown hair, Liv with her iPad and bugged-out eyes, and Mark trying to figure out what just happened in his life. Flynn found her voice first.
"So, do I have to call Morgie?"
"What? Call... what for?" "I don't know. Do you?" He pointed first to her belly, but when he pointed to her hair, he saw it. The gun. Still in his hand. That... unacceptable. "Sorry." Sliding it back into the holster under his desk, usually easier than chewing gum. This time he fumbled and nearly dropped it. Liv didn't respond, just stood there, clutching that stupid tablet as if her life depended on it, her eyes riveted on his chest, his something. "Liv?" In a move he'd never seen from her, Flynn led Liv to the couch and retrieved a bottle of water for her.
"There. It's just the gun, Mark. She'd be like zonesies in a minute."
"Zonesies?" That was a new one. His crazy office despot had just upped the ante on her wacky slang. As if she could read his mind, probably read his confused expression, Flynn sighed and flopped down next to Liv.
In the zone?
Now that was his Flynn. You don't plan on dyeing your words vanilla, do you?
Dyeing my word? Oh, that's totes amazified.
She hopped up and did bizarre moves he could only describe as a Highland fling married the floss and had a baby dance. Mid-hip swing, with one arm over her head, Flynn flopped back down on that couch again and said,
I found a fun new word. It's real slang from the 20s.
What's with the floppiness? Since asking might bring on something hormonal and dangerous, Mark went with, What word is that?
Spifflicated. Isn't it ossified? There is one, problem with it, but I'll find out how to make it work.
Asking? Not his brightest move, but Mark did. What's that? Yep, the way she lit up proved she'd wanted to be asked.
No one here drinks. It's a word for drunk.
No joke, the woman flung out her bottom lip in a pout and whined.
I can't even get spiffsies and use it on myself now that I'm all knockers.
Liv, obviously somewhat recovered from the sight of Mark's gun, choked out, Knockers? In tandem with Flynn, Mark said, Knocked up. Something shifted in Liv's expression. The confused but triggered expression morphed into pained and excited, a combination Mark couldn't comprehend. With a flick of her hand, her long, straight hair flipped over one shoulder and she shifted in place.
You're pregnant? Yappers. 12 weeks and counting.
Liv's next question prompted an internal, at least Mark hoped it was, wince.
Does Claire know? Not unless she's watching cameras or something.
Now Liv winced. Okay, that was odd. Just what did she know? And even more importantly, did he need to know it? Worse still, could he guess? Because if he could... I'm sure she'll be as thrilled for you as I am. This time, Mark rose and moved to hug his favorite employee. You feeling all right?
Yappers. Doc says I'm probably not going to do the puke stirs if I haven't started yet.
This time, she grinned.
And there's only about a month left before I'd be done anyway, so at least it'll be short if it starts.
That's a lot of talk about morning sickness, all with only one Flynn speak. You're nervous. While Liv asked about doctors, scans, and cravings, Mark ordered flowers. She'd like them. Another glance at the mousy brown hair, still a bit spiky but curling around the edges in places, prompted him to call for a courier to drop off a gift card at the florist's. She'd need new clothes, and according to the website, the bump offered modern alternatives to frumpy maternity wear.
Going to be a stay-at-home dad? He'll still run his Twitch stream, work on his games, and everything.
That answered one half-panicked question. At least he wouldn't lose his best employee over this. Flynn was just the kind of woman who might decide she wanted to be home with her kid, not to miss a moment. And who could begrudge that? You could begrudge even as you applaud it. Those are not mutually exclusive. When Liv mentioned risk assessments and Flynn countered with the need for wheelchair accessibility, Mark realized they'd already launched into Flynn's reason for being there. Great. Now he had to get them to start over. Without knocking, Liv powered into Mark's office, catching him and his wife in a blockbuster-worthy kiss. And one more reason she loved him, the guy didn't tear away. Sure, he probably tamed that kiss a bit after her untimely entrance, but he didn't remove his attention until he was good and ready. Respect. It took a good 3 seconds to realize she should back out of the room, but just as she began to close the door, he stopped her. "Stay, Liv. Claire is done curling my toes."
Hey, that's my line.
"Beat you to it." A lot of men would send their wives off to go shopping or visit the spa. Not Mark. Another thing she loved about that guy. She'd ask about it someday, but Liv suspected he'd say, "I didn't marry her to spend less time with her." An awkward, for her anyway, silence tried to form, so Liv broke it.
How is it that you guys do all the cheesy, schmaltzy things that should gross out the world without any of the cheese or schmaltz?
"I'm impressed someone your age knows the word schmaltz." Mark grinned. "That Jewish grandmother?"
She's only Jewish when she wants to be. That's how my dad puts it.
Liv decided to just launch into her purpose.
I've solved our coordinator problem.
Not adding, "I think," took more out of her than it should. If Mark didn't like it, he could take his admonitions to speak with confidence and stick them up his nose, or some other orifice. With his fingers laced through Claire's, Mark led his wife to the sofa and seated himself. But when Claire plopped down beside him, she took over.
What do you have for us? I love how united you guys are, even after a year and a half.
Determined not to get sidetracked into wishful thinking, Liv pulled out her iPad and passed it to Claire. If she asked, she got. Simple as that. "Emmy?" Mark frowned. "We need her to vet walk-ins."
No, we don't.
Liv swallowed hard and plowed on.
She's been raving about Aubrey's instincts for nearly 3 years, and we aren't even taking walk-ins most of the time, so let's put Emmy to work on coordination. She doesn't need vetting. She's already good at arranging meetings with the letter agencies anyway, so she has already demonstrated her skills. This means we don't have to vet. Did I mention we don't have to vet anyone for either job? No new employees we might have to worry about.
Claire and Mark exchanged some sort of silent communication, but still said nothing.
Do we have to pretend that Helen isn't coming back? And when she does, we'll have to let Doyle go?
We let him go, and he's dead. And that right there is what she loved and hated most about Mark. A guy could betray him and nearly kill another agent. At least she hoped it had been a deliberate botched attempt, and Mark would still try to keep the guy alive. He'd protect a criminal until the appropriate authorities could get to him rather than see some other criminal kill him, or her.
He'd protect Helen from someone, at least until Homeland got her. Whoa.
"I don't think I want to know what revelation Liv thinks she's had," Mark began. "But I'll ask. What new idea do you have for us?"
Not for you, for me.
Explaining brought a smile to Claire's lips and a frown to Mark's. "Do you see that as a weakness?" Both women protested, Claire's most vehement until she clamped her mouth shut.
He'll say I'm biased. You tell him.
Well, here went nothing. And maybe everything.
It takes strength of character, a good character, whether strong or weak even, to be willing to protect someone who has or would be willing to hurt you. Anyone can protect a good guy. It takes a good guy to protect someone who doesn't deserve it. It's what makes the agency unique.
Very rarely will anyone die for a righteous man, though for a good man, someone might possibly dare to die. It sounded like something from the Bible, but who said anything about dying? Before she could ask, Claire leaned forward, a smile on her face.
Trade out die for protect. We see a parallel between what you said and something Jesus said, that's all.
One thing Liv had to give Mark and Claire. Okay, Keith had been the same as well. They knew how to live their faith without shoving it onto others. Maybe if more people were like that, more people like her would want to know more. Maybe. Mark noticed her discomfort and continued the Emmy discussion as if nothing had happened.
Why do we need a new coordinator? What is wrong with Flynn?
Her skills are wasted on figuring out what agent should be where. She needs to be working more with David and Camden.
There, Mark nearly shut her down.
The team trusts her. If she says go, they go. We can't replace that.
Having already predicted that response, Liv spoke up.
No, we can't. What we can do is replace all the planning, research, and cost-risk analysis that she does. We can replace the dossier creation, all that.
A way to show the difference presented itself, and Liv ran with it.
If Emmy is arranging for a substitute to fill in for a science teacher and paying his bills while he's being protected, Flynn can be combing the social media and accounts of the other teachers at the school to determine who might be connected. She has a point.
Claire shot Mark a look that he could obviously decipher, but Liv sure couldn't.
Why not ask Emmy what she thinks? If she thinks Aubrey can handle it, maybe she can tag team with Aubrey for a bit. As Liv said, we don't have that many walk-ins right now anyway.
As if he'd come up with the idea himself, Mark nodded.
Agreed. Get on that, Liv.
By the time she'd gotten done fuming and made it to the door, Mark added,
Good work, Liv.
Okay, so maybe he wasn't a jerk. Maybe she was just PMSing or some other misogynistic thing some jerk would say if he could read her thoughts.
I need a Pepsi.
4. Tuesday, October 14th, Detroit, Michigan. Bypassing the security system? Easy. Well, it wasn't as difficult as it should have been. Avoiding the in-home security team? Not too bad. Much easier after Smith managed to add a couple of sedatives to the guy's coffee. Irony like that became a sort of poetry. Finding the location of the painting, reasonably simple, and a failure all in one. The painting was not there. He'd jumped the gun with this one, hadn't researched the backup services. No way would a guy like Gervais Farage have an outside security service. Companies could be subpoenaed by the police. But did he have more than the system and the guards? A secondary trigger that went straight to his phone? Based on his surveillance, Smith had exactly 14 minutes left to find the painting and get out of there. Assuming the other guard hadn't eaten sushi that had gone off. One could hope. Maybe his niece provided the catering tonight. Yardley had a special recipe for off sushi. The upstairs hallway, perfectly dark for proper preservation from UV lights, went on for miles. Okay, it just seemed like it did. Smith jogged down it, glancing through each door as he passed, one eye out for anything that looked like the Gauguin. There were several he could have taken, but not knowing if they'd been stolen or purchased stopped him. Did he mind stealing? Nope. From a known thief? Double nope. But a purchased painting had proof of ownership. One did not risk that theft being reported. Small-time art heist 101. 10 feet from the end of the hallway, Smith came to an abrupt stop. His watch said 11.5 minutes. The painting on the wall said, "This is a weird way to display paintings." One look behind him proved it wasn't a one-off. Every painting on that hallway stuck out away from the wall. Closer inspection showed a shadow box behind each one. Why? Narrowing the hallway only made it easier for someone to bump into it. Shadows shifted as he reached for the frame next to him, one of those up-and-comings Paolo had mentioned. It stuck fast to the box. Smith ran a bead of light from his micro-flashlight along the back of the frame. Command strips. The guy actually used command strips. With a twisty yank, the frame separated from the wall. Beneath it, a Degas. It had to be, but it was one he'd never heard of. Smith snapped a photo of it and replaced the painting. If it were real, he'd be back. Everyone had his weakness. Smith's? Degas. Every time. With the size of the Gauguin in mind, Smith raced back down the hallway, twisting off frame after frame of anything that might fit. His vibrated alarm told him he had 5 minutes left. 4. 2. With only 2 potentials to go, he ripped the next frame from the wall and nearly shoved it right back on. Frozen, just centimeters away, he lowered the nondescript O'Keeffe wannabe and stared. The Gauguin. He'd know that ridiculous red cap anywhere. Once more, he ran that bead of light around the frame, but found no wires. He took a deep, cleansing breath and lifted. This one had been hung traditionally, in a gaudy gold leaf frame. Gervais needed to leave framing to someone with better taste, or he needed to fire his decorator. A clink somewhere hinted that he'd taken too long. A glance at his watch showed seconds left. The other guard was a minute early. Smith whispered a few choice words as he set down the painting and replaced the other. No time to remove the painting from its tacky prison walls. In his peripheral vision, something shifted. His pulse hit the accelerator while Smith darted into the nearest room, some sort of office, too girly for Gervais. The guard passed a moment later, and Smith heard the unmistakable order to check the Bridger. He cracked open the door and heard, "Weight trip alerted me." Several more choice words, each filthier than the last, screamed themselves at the top of their voices. In his mind, of course, Smith was no fool, or at least not that kind of fool. Because there was only one solution, one he hated. The guy was just doing his job. Still, he pulled the heavy baton flashlight from his, no guy his age should ever wear, leggings pocket. Maybe Gervais would give the guy a few days off to recuperate from his impending concussion. After propping up the painting against the desk opposite the door, Smith hid behind said door and waited. The guy would check each room. He'd have to. Seeing the painting would give Smith the second or two he needed. With a bad taste in his mouth, he weighed the flashlight, testing the moves needed to take down the guard. His other hand worked zip ties free from his pocket. His specially designed ties didn't allow for easy breakouts, important at a time like this. The guard could do it, but it would take enough time that Smith would be long gone before it happened. Come on, come on. With everything in place, waiting only allowed for reinforcements to arrive. Hearing the slight snick of a door latch over the pounding of his heart, proof he wasn't as unnerved as he ought to be. Disappointment followed. Excitement at the potential of being caught. He'd gotten soft. Great. As expected, the guard passed just inside the door, staring. Smith raised his hand and brought down the flashlight, shifting at the last second as the guard turned to face him. Too late. He slammed the flashlight against the woman's temple. This time, his enraged curses filled the air, and he didn't care who heard. Call him a sexist pig, but taking out a woman by force? Unacceptable. Well, there were a few women he wouldn't mind giving a non-life-threatening beating, in the right circumstances. An innocent guard? Just to make himself feel better, he swore again before retrieving a throw pillow to put under the woman's head. Instead of her hands, he zipped her ankles together. Sorry about that. Get yourself seen. A low moan hinted he might have pulled the blow enough to save her from a serious concussion. Painting in hand, he bolted. Down the hall and the stairs, through a couple of large rooms to a smaller hall leading to the kitchen. A sound behind him spurred him onward. At the back door, Smith hesitated. Bolting outside? Stupid. Someone could be waiting. He ought to know. A mudroom offered exactly what he needed. A broom and a dustpan. Unexpected? Sure. In a house like this, he'd expect an all-floor vacuum and a whisk broom and pan. But he'd take it. With the painting propped against a chair, he opened the French doors in the breakfast nook and stuck out the broom. Nothing happened. He reached for the painting and took another step out. Nothing. This time, he pulled in the broom and thrust it right back out. Still nothing. Time to book it. He'd made it halfway around the pool before he heard a shout. The painting acted like a sail in the late-night wind. Seriously, this had to be the most unprofessional job he'd ever done. Even that thing in the Maldives had been more polished. How he knew more than one person gave chase? Instinct. That's how. He dashed behind the multicar, probably carriages at one time, garage, and threw the painting over the wire fence. Seriously, Gervais needed better protection than that. If he damaged it, well, it could go to a thrift store somewhere. Vaulting wire fences proved harder than he'd expected. Smith scrambled over, the toe of his shoe getting caught in the wire. He landed in a heap, his face not connecting with the canvas by millimeters. If there were a God, he'd just been saved from his own folly. Then again, if there were a God worth recognition, the guy wouldn't be saving a thief, even from stealing from a thief. He'd come to that conclusion by the time he hit the corner. The back of the van flew open. Amy grabbed the painting while Smith flung himself inside. The tires protested as Anthony peeled away from the curb. 2 streets later, they pulled into the garage of an Airbnb and the door closed behind them. All in a night's work. When Anthony opened the back of the van to let them out, Smith grinned at him. As he turned to offer Amy a hand, his throat closed. He'd also laid out a woman who had better be just fine, or Gervais would pay.
You can take the gentleman out of the South and take away the gentleman, too, but you can't take the South from him.
The Rorick, Rockland. Reclining in her Burberry chair, feet propped on her real-deal Scandinavian desk, Mark was such a bougie guy. Flynn snapped.
Morgy Doherty's, I'm not going all ultrified. Period.
She shot Emmy an apologetic look before adding,
I have to go. Loves and puppies and hearts.
Emmy Chen gave her that look, the one people gave Flynn when they didn't know if they should be amused or scared.
Scared? Always be scared. So much more coolio than the amuse-balls. So, you're up on all things Kim Park family, right?
Last I knew, they were going on a cruise. Emmy sat perfectly poised and relaxed. Both at the same time, wow, in an armchair near a flickering gas fireplace. Considering a cruise with tainted crossover products had an explosion a few weeks later, I suspect they were on it and were sent into hiding.
Exactimification. So, we don't know where they are. After that, we got a few things Shin was working on for us, but through enough diversions that I'm not supposed to be able to trace it.
The woman crossed one leg over the other as if it proved something. But you have?
No.
Flynn eyed her for a moment before moving to the chair opposite.
But I could have. I managed the first 3 or 4 so easily that I know if I ever need to, I can find out where they were on a particular date.
Cheeks flaming, Flynn could have cursed, but she'd given it up for Lent. Or Keith, really. But she always said for Lent.
Because it totes makes more sense, even in August or October.
So why do I need an update on the Park family?
Just so you know where we stand. Now.
She cranked up the gas on the fireplace for just a bit more heat and kicked off her shoes.
The weapon Alex made for us is next level. Like totes TV stuffsies. Small guns, rice-sized pellets that pierce and release immediately. It even releases a gas bubble on contact or something. Oh, and it has some kind of controlled release. It's totes above my Padiant. Mark won't let me near it. Jerk. Emmy's nose wrinkled just the faintest bit.
I may regret asking, but Padiant?
Pay grade, like gradient? She sighed. Yeah, I didn't think it worked either. Whatevs. Now, he's working on...
The door opened and Camden McNeely poked his head in.
I did it, Flynn. Want to see? Did what?
He eyed Emmy, and when Flynn assured him she had been cleared, he rushed in. Remember you said that scientist guy was working on a way to incapacitate people who are not armed? Save on zip ties, maybe?
Yuppers.
Stand up. She hopped up and moved away from the chair.
Now what?
It would be better if you were coming at me or around the door or... That's all it took. Flynn bolted from the room and closed the door behind her. A moment later, she flung it open and entered, hand shaped like a gun and sweeping the room as if ready to take down anyone who got in her way. A moment later, she stumbled and crashed to the floor, taking out the entry table. That crash, impressive. Mark burst through the door just as Camden reached her.
Isn't it great? Sorry about that table. I didn't know you'd fall into that. No way! That's so amazing! Wow, I can't move at all. What is this sorceryness?
Made a new... Right then, Mark went all bossified on them.
You just knocked down a pregnant woman? Camden, unacceptable.
It would have been funnier if pain hadn't begun radiating up her arm.
Ow!
You're pregnant? Emmy topped it all off with, Do we need medical assistance? And what have I gotten myself into? How it happened, only Emmy and Camden might know. Well, and Markers, too. That was a good name for him. Markers. But still, 1 second she'd been staring at a swelling wrist and arm, and the next, Flynn found herself deposited on the sofa. While Mark reamed Camden, the kid looked ready to cry and like a soldier taking a verbal beating at the same time. Emmy dashed for ice and all the throw pillows. Give him a break, Markers. It took a moment to realize she hadn't actually said it.
Mark, enough. He didn't know, and I volunteered.
The hard, unyielding scowl Mark wore softened. His tone followed.
Sorry, Cam. She's right. I had no business yelling at you.
I hurt someone. You had every right.
Don't argue with your boss.
Despite every word being spoken with cold precision, Flynn saw the smile in his eyes. Did Camden have any clue how often Mark resisted adding son to those teachable or proud moments? Right. Sorry, Mark.
See? He didn't even say sir, so back off and get me a wrap.
But Camden bolted for the first aid cabinet before Mark could react. Instead, Mark sat beside her to examine her wrist.
Think we should see your doctor or Breckham?
That made no sense.
Why see my OB-GYN?
OB-GY.
He tried not to laugh, that was obvious. Flynn couldn't help herself.
Resistance is futile, Markers.
Belly-busting guffaws bellowed.
You can't mix universes like some sort of cosmic metaphor, Flynn.
When she tried to pop her hand on her hip, her wrist protested.
Ouchers. Whatevs. I'll mixify my universe-ness if I want to.
A moment later, she began tugging at the funky net and rope-like contraption.
I like this wrapper-trapper thingy.
Cam had arrived in time to hear that. Great. My hard work will forever be known as a wrapper-trapper.
Obvious.
Mark jostled her arm trying to wrap it, and she added,
Ouchers squared.
5. Thursday, October 16th, Lake St. Clair, Michigan. Nothing beat the feel of flying through the air. Unless you had the guts to do it without a helmet. Smith had those guts, but he also had responsibilities. Instead, he reveled in his probable last ride with an open-faced helmet. At New Baltimore, he took M29 and began his drive around the waterfront of Lake St. Clair. The gentle curves helped clear his mind and prepare him for the call he'd make once he reached Pearl Beach. He'd have to wait for Martin's gatekeepers to get approval for the call to go through, but Pearl Beach had a small cafe, almost a hole in the wall, with killer omelets. And the new owner was loyal. Smith always rewarded loyalty. The crisp air off the water almost numbed his nose and upper cheeks, but every nerve tingled, alive and invigorated. Sure, he missed winters down south when the snow and ice in Michigan seemed endless, but you didn't get this crispness in Augusta. There, you filled your lungs with air containing enough moisture to drown you during the simple act of breathing. At the cafe, Smith removed his helmet and smoothed down his hair before pulling out his phone and making the call.
Abingdon from Martin. Important, but not an emergency.
That one appendix would get him brownie points. People liked to know if they needed to interrupt something important or not. The entire Jeopardy thinking theme could have played 3 times before someone returned, not the same man who had answered.
Mr. Westcott will return your call in 5 minutes. He thanks you for your patience.
And true to his word, Smith's phone vibrated 4.5 minutes later.
Westcott here. What do you want, Smith?
Actually, he stepped back against the building to protect the phone from wind noise.
It's the other way around. I have something I think you'll want.
Despite Martin's obvious attempt to hide his interest, the merest hint of eagerness entered his tone.
I doubt it, but let's hear it.
Oh yes, this would be good.
Managed to acquire a stolen piece from a few years back. A Gauguin.
The silence that followed existed only on airwaves. Cars roared past, a dog barked somewhere, and the wind did its best to freeze Smith while he waited. Then Martin cleared his throat.
And which one would that be? Someone needs to create a new phrase to replace, like taking candy from a baby.
To Martin Westcott, Smith just said,
It's the femme du vent une fenêtre ouverte dit le fiancé. 1888, I believe.
Once more a heavy silence settled in, broken by a quiet,
And you say you have it?
As much as half a minute later.
I do. Your price. You are so predictable.
Something in Martin's tone prompted Smith to up his price. The guy might want to haggle.
120.
For a painting that cannot be sold on the open market?
For what may be the only remaining painting of the 7 stolen. Valuation of 5 of them was over $600,000, and that was 15 years ago.
In case Martin had further reservations, he added,
I have buyers who will pay more, and you know it, but you actually appreciate the art for itself. I respect that. Even if I don't get it.
How much time do I have? Now that was interesting. Never had Martin asked for time.
Depends on why you want it.
Got word that I might be served with a warrant. Can't have items of dubious repute on the premises. Now that Smith understood.
Of course, definitely. I'm happy to deposit it in a climate-controlled, secure location. Upon receipt of payment, I'll give you the code to the unit. You have 1 week to decide and send a deposit. You have 1 month to send the rest of the funds, or you forfeit the deposit and the price.
More of that silence. Unnerving. But finally, Martin agreed.
Give Les the account numbers. I'll drop $20K in there by the end of business tomorrow and send the rest once it's been shuffled through the right channels, not taking chances during this time.
Though he wanted to suggest that Martin sell his yacht to himself, telling someone else how to launder his own money might be one way to kill a guaranteed sale. Only an idiot would do that.
Great. When I see the balance in my account, I'll send the code and the location. Nice doing business. Forgot to ask where you acquired it.
A few hairs prickled on the back of Smith's neck. No one asked where a stolen painting had been acquired. Professional courtesy. Why would Martin, of all people, ask? Smith allowed his jaw to clench just for a moment before answering.
From someone who had no business having it in the first place.
He disconnected and stared at his phone. He always used pay-as-you-go flip phones without location trackers for things like this, but he hesitated anyway. It never hurt to be cautious. Without bothering to sigh, he disassembled the power and cellular capabilities and put the pieces in a Ziploc bag. He'd reassemble to send payment instructions. From Florida, he decided. A nice trip to see Mickey was in order.
Mickey Acosta, that is.
Friday, October 17th, Bean Station, Tennessee. Over the store's loudspeaker, a bored-sounding woman announced hot French bread right out of the ovens over in the bakery department. Garlic bread, 2 for $5. A steal. In the produce department, Dawn Traynor hesitated over a particularly fine bunch of collard greens and stiffened as a man she'd seen twice already paused by the onions and scrutinized several. Or at least, that's what he appeared to do. His head might be bowed, but she saw his gaze linger just past Dawn's left shoulder. Behind her, apples, oranges, pears. Dawn dropped the bunch of collard greens, swore, and bent to retrieve them. When she stood again, she saw it. A young woman, probably a college student, picking out various fruits. Definitely one of those smoothie makers. The kid even had Greek yogurt in her cart. 2 big tubs of baby spinach, too. What ever happened to real food that filled you up for a few hours? A quick glance back showed the guy still watching the young woman, even as he pulled a phone out and pretended to text someone. Instead, he took a picture. That's all it took. Take him down or get her out. What Dawn wanted warred with the smart choice. Then, a mental smile formed as she headed for the guy. Life was about compromise, right? Just as she reached him, Dawn sent a display of onions raining down on the floor at his feet, and he jumped back. "Oh, sorry. I'll get someone to come clean that up." But it served its purpose. All eyes were now on them, but fewer onions rolled the way she'd come. Dawn backed away and circumvented the area, taking the young woman with her as she passed. "Come with me." "What?" "Shh." The girl looked ready to scream, but Dawn, having worked out a few things, decided that screaming might be a good thing. "If you want to scream, that's great. Go for it. It'll scare him off." That stopped her, of course. Women were trained from birth to be accommodating and helpful, not to make waves. And it would get this girl a fate worse than death, as her granny would put it. That guy in produce has an accomplice, probably either near the front door or already by your car. Dawn turned down the paper goods aisle. There were funky door flaps leading to the back of the store at the other end of produce, but they needed to take the long route back so the guy wouldn't see them. Since the girl didn't respond, Dawn added, "I'm guessing at the front doors or he wouldn't have taken your picture." "My picture?" That seemed to wake up Miss Veggie. "Why would some creep take my picture?" "I think you answered your own question, don't you?"
Where are we going, and why should I go with you?
That question had been swirling in Dawn's mind since she decided to spill the onions.
"'Cause you don't have a choice. You come with me 'cause you're smart, or 'cause I make you. But no way is some creep getting another woman, not when I can stop it."
Even as this stupid kid kept walking beside her, she argued.
You can't make me.
"Try me, missy. You just try me."
Another set of flappy doors appeared by the meat counter, so Dawn steered the girl that way.
"Come on.
I don't think.
I can have you unconscious before you know what hits you. Just quit making this hard and go."
The girl actually listened and let Dawn shove her through those flappy doors. An employee tried to stop them, but Dawn put a stop to it.
"Look, there's a guy in the produce department,"
and spelled out the scenario.
"Call the police in case they hadn't left yet. They might try for someone else. I'm taking her out back, so at least she's safe."
She rattled off her phone number as they walked away.
"Tell the cops they can call me, but we're heading to the station."
We are?
Now the girl actually sounded pleased, maybe even grateful.
"You are such an idiot. We're gonna have words, but first I have to get us to my car."
No joke, the girl actually suggested that she hide behind a dumpster while Dawn went to get the car. It took Dawn much longer than it should have to realize what the girl had done. A smile formed.
"Good one."
What?
"You getting me to leave you so you can run off. Won't work. You can't get out front of your car for a good long time. Not safe."
Then she saw it, the girl's navy sweatshirt.
"Got a shirt under that thing?"
After an obvious mental fumble, the girl nodded. Dawn cheered up considerably.
"Great. Take it off."
She handed over her own Tennessee Volunteers hoodie.
"Put this on."
That earned her a protest.
For one thing, no human looks good in Tennessee orange. For another, I'll stand out like crazy. I mean, there's a reason people wear this color while hunting.
"Exactly. Now, let's go. I'm in the green Chevy Silverado just down from the buggy corral. It's not locked, so when we get close, you run if you feel the need."
Walking toward her truck as if nothing had happened was nearly the hardest thing she'd ever done. Nearly. Once inside, Dawn passed her phone over to the girl and said,
"Call Godfather's Pizza and tell whoever answers that Dawn Traynor needs to speak with Mark."
You, Dawn?
She nodded. After giving her a long look, the girl tapped the screen, replayed the message, said a couple of
uh-huhs,
and disconnected.
What would you have done if I'd refused to go?
"I'd go for the neck. Only way I guarantee I keep control."
Trying to get this kid to understand she didn't need to get anyone out of the store as much as needed to get the girl safe seemed wasted energy.
"Okay, gonna turn right up here. That's gonna take us beyond the police station, but then I'll come around from the other side so we can get into the parking lot without a left turn on that street. That's why it's not a straight shot."
Why are you telling me that?
Come on. This girl couldn't be for real.
"What would you have done if I hadn't told you and had passed Jefferson?"
Oh. Something snapped right then.
What do you expect? Some stranger just orders me out of the store and basically kidnaps me, and I'm supposed to process all this stuff? What am I doing in your truck?
"Good question, Princess. You're about 15 minutes too late."
Saying that wouldn't do any good.
"Getting to safety? Next time you might not be so lucky. Learn to take stock of what's around you."
It's called spatial awareness.
"I don't care if it's called spacey airiness. Do it. If I hadn't gotten you out of there, you'd likely be in a van headed to who knows where by now."
The girl sniffled, actually whimpered.
I'm Trinity."
Like the Holy One? That earned her a look. Trinity stared.
I think that's blasphemy or something. Besides, mine's spelled with 2 T's, 2 I's, and 2 E's.
Dawn decided she didn't even want to know how or why. Besides, they'd reached the parking lot at the police station.
Let's get in and make a statement. Hopefully that kid called him already. Hopefully they caught the creeps.
Her phone buzzed just as they reached the station door.
Hang on. Mark? Yeah, might have a situation. If you don't hear back from me in 15, call the Bean Station police.
Mark asked if that was in Tennessee.
Where else? Yeah, just be ready.
Something in what she'd said intrigued Trinity. What a name.
He your employee?
No, he's the guy who sent folks to save my life. Now, let's get in there and see what they say.
6. Saturday, October 18th, Detroit, Michigan. The air curtain blasted him as Smith approached the double doors leading outside. As if in direct competition, the wind off Lake St. Clair attacked him the moment he escaped that forced air barrage. For a man like Smith Abingdon, even visiting a hospital was worse than a root canal. At least the dentist gave you Novocaine. But he'd done his duty, visited a friend's mother, and at least Smith could assure that friend that he'd been there, had seen her, and had assured her that her son was on the way. Night had fallen while he'd teased Mrs. Hopkins about having the gall to evict a bladder. Bad jokes, but she'd smiled, and that's what mattered. Now outside, with no moon, even the lights in the parking lot felt dim as he strode toward his lucid gravity. Hair on the back of his neck stood at attention and warned him half a second too late. A bullet ripped through his shoulder and shattered the back window of the car beside him. Smith dropped and half crawled, half rolled under a jeep. With his shoulder on fire and the muscles useless, Smith fumbled for his phone and one-thumbed a distress call. That would get his assistants moving toward him while he figured out what to do. A guy would be coming. He'd have to know that he missed killing him anyway. The burning seared itself into his brain as well as into his nerves. How could he be so cold with his shoulder burning? But more important, who did this? Why? A buzz told him he'd gotten a reply. Anthony on the way. Good. Now, shaking with shock and pain, Smith attempted another one-thumbed text to Paolo. It was the only thing that didn't make sense.
Look into Gervais immediately. Where is he?
With that, he pocketed his phone again and concentrated on noises around him. The wind and the crunch of tires made listening for the approach of the shooter next to impossible. He couldn't stay there. He couldn't leave. Then he heard it. Footsteps stopping right next to the jeep. Great. Smith had one option, and he took it. He swung his legs out, fighting back a scream of pain, and knocked the guy to the ground. A shoe spun out on the asphalt. A high-heeled red shoe. Oops, he hadn't seen those feet before knocking the woman to the ground. He scooted out from under the vehicle, failing to stifle a roar of pain. While he dug for his billfold, he demanded her keys. At least the woman had some sense. She fumbled around beside her and held them up with shaking fingers. Smith climbed into the driver's seat, started the engine, and rolled down the window, dropping all his cash on the ground beside her. That got her screaming. But as he backed away, he stuck his head out the window and said,
You can pick up your vehicle at the 3rd Precinct on West Grand.
All screaming ceased. Great. She thought he was a cop. Didn't matter that he hadn't even pretended to be, much less said it. If she said something to the cops, they'd happily arrest him on any charge. The blood loss must have been greater than he expected. 3 lights down from hospital parking, Smith began to feel woozy. 4 lights away, he decided it wasn't safe to drive. Crashing wasn't an option. Now what? Only then did Smith realize he hadn't been watching to see if he'd been followed. Now he had to keep driving. He took the next left turn. Only one vehicle also took a left turn. He turned right into a small side street. The vehicle continued. Good so far. Smith managed a U-turn, not without a series of soothing and unhelpful epithets, before pulling back out again. After 2 right turns, he decided he might be in the clear. Lights glowed in a parking lot ahead. Smith passed it, pulled into a gas station just beyond, and parked at the pump. The car was nearly full, but he kept filling, his eyes watching every vehicle and person in the vicinity. No one paid him any attention. Alongside his burning shoulder and weak arm, Smith's head now pounded and began to swim. He should not keep driving. Once more, he thumbed out a text. "Where are you?" A reply followed immediately, just a couple of streets over. Good. "Close enough. Fellowship Baptist. Hurry." Smith arrived at the same time a pair of headlights turned into the parking lot and blinded him. This was it. Rescued or dead. Right now, no other option. A gray car pulled up alongside him at the same time his phone pinged. If he believed in God, he'd have thanked him and probably donated a bunch of money to a good cause somewhere. What do those people donate to? He didn't care. St. Jude's could always use funding, a donation that was religious, sort of, and practical. Perfect. As Smith crawled from the Jeep, he punched the lock button and handed the keys to Anthony. "Get me into the car and then home. You and Amy'll have to take this to the 3rd precinct and then pick up my gravity from the hospital." He closed his eyes only to pop them open as he roared in pain. Anthony had pressed a towel to his shoulder. "Sorry, but what happened?" Smith would have shrugged, but self-preservation prevailed. "Don't know. I got Paolo on it, though. It's gotta be Martin Westcott. It's the only thing that's been out of the ordinary, him asking where I got the Gauguin." "I think he'd just try to steal it rather than shoot you for it." Smith had zero doubt that Martin wouldn't bother. When it came to paintings, the guy spent like a kid on allowance day. Head spinning faster than a carnival gravitron, Smith fought to retain consciousness and the contents of his stomach. Losing blood had never been on his list of accomplishments. "Get Dr. Nain to the house immediately. I think I might pass out." Monday, October 20th, The Rourke, Rockland. "Go over it again." "Mark, I've been over it. I saw the guy stalking her. Saw her there and figured she just had her head stuck in a cow's butt. Poor cow. Thought, not if I can help it, and took her. Fool girl just followed like her meemaw had her by the ear or something."
Do people really do that? Drag someone by their ear? And do I really want to know the answer to that?
Claire brought each of them a bottle of water and plopped down beside Mark.
Okay, so you went to the store on an assignment, saw someone in trouble, ignored your assignment.
Claire, I didn't call her in to chew her out.
Both women stared at him and nearly asked the same question. Claire's,
"Didn't you?"
clashed with Dawn's.
You didn't?
He leaned forward, elbows on knees, still feeling as awkward as he had when she'd been shown into his office mid-cycle ride. Mark Cho, Mendina, did not conduct employee meetings in cycling shorts. Yet here he sat, doing his best to pretend he wasn't underdressed. Probably red as a beet, as Dawn would probably say.
I called you in because I see potential here. They just caught another big trafficking shipment along the I-95 corridor. Got word this morning that it was definitely linked to Helen Franklin.
The woman who took me as part of her takeover attempt? He might have kept his expressions neutral, but inside, every muscle winced.
The very same.
That prompted a blink. Since when did he ever say the very same? And you want me to what? Sit in a dark hole somewhere so Miss Helen can go noodling for me?
Didn't know they did noodling in Tennessee. That a North Carolina thing?
The woman's eye roll had "bless your heart" written all over it. Mississippi. Got cousins down that way, but you knew what I meant. The idea that had begun forming bloomed as he chugged half his water.
Here's the thing. We've gotten so many requests for help with the trafficking thing. I suspect that Helen's folks are sending people to us to overwhelm us, which hints she might be planning a return.
Claire pointed out that it had been 3 years.
And Doyle seems to have been squirrely the past couple of months.
Just how close do you gotta keep your enemies, Mark? That question Mark couldn't answer. Some information wasn't meant for agents. Mark just didn't know if this was one of those times or not. The simple truth hurt more than it helped. He couldn't answer because he didn't know.
Close enough.
Time to divert from the unknown to the known.
With Helen in play again, we need to bait her.
That got Dawn's attention. She inched to the edge of her seat and planted her palms on her knees. How?
Do you wiggle when you get near a hook?
Mark just hoped that made sense spoken aloud. If Dawn's slow grin meant anything, it did. You want me to bait Miss Helen?
Sort of. It's more than that. Harder, more dangerous.
To Claire he added,
Tell Flynn to send in Greg to cover for Dawn. Then we all need to start strategizing. I need David, Flynn, Liv, and you two in the conference room in 30 minutes.
Dawn stopped him before he rose. Greg needs to take in food. I never did get back to the store.
Tell Flynn.
The moment the door closed behind Dawn, Claire turned to him, her expression troubled.
Do you think this is safe?
No.
Mark rose, running his hands through his hair and wincing at the feeling of dried sweat and oil. Shower first.
But we can't help all the concerned parents looking for someone to protect their kids from a probable non-threat. For every 20 calls we get, not even one is likely to be a genuine concern. Meanwhile, the girl next door is.
Claire's sigh broke his heart. She thought this was why he resisted the idea of having a baby. That babies grow up and become people who are vulnerable, people who might need protection. She wasn't entirely wrong. She just couldn't seem to grasp the fact that he had enemies. She was already a target just being his wife. Any children would be exponentially at risk.
How do these parents even know about us? We're supposed to be semi-anonymous. And how do you know that the hypothetical girl next door is at risk?
He'd ignore the first question. Too complicated to get into when he needed a shower before this meeting.
These parents are looking at their kids' phones to see what's going on. Something looks off, and they assume some cartel is trying to kidnap their kid and sell her into some prostitution ring.
And they're not?
She didn't sound like she believed him. Good, because that was only part of the story.
Yes and no. Traffickers use one-on-one predatory methods, definitely. But most of these parents are dealing with sons and daughters who are actually engaging in inappropriate behavior with classmates or friends from social clubs or churches. That girl next door, the one no one is concerned about and should be, she's conversing with a single person grooming her for his or her own purposes.
When Claire began pushing back, he told her to follow him.
I need a shower.
Without missing another beat, Claire continued her disagreement.
I know how this works, Mark. Most victims are groomed by someone they know, or think they know. family members, for crying out, on Pete's sake."
That got him chuckling. He finished stripping off his stinky shirt and kissed her.
"I love the way you can't Flynn to save your life, but you try anyway. That one had a bit too much Dawn in it to work."
Once the spray attacked the dried-on sweat, Mark tried regrouping.
"I'm not saying that parents don't need to be concerned with traffickers using their kids' phones or laptops to gain access and trust. They absolutely do. But a father's best friend or even brother is more of a danger half the time."
Claire's voice sounded a bit muffled as she asked,
"So, what does this mean for Dawn? I know you. You're going to get her going after traffickers. That's not what we do."
Her last few words came through loud and clear again. She'd probably gotten him clothes.
"I've been following that I-95 corridor. Over the past 2 years, there's been an uptick in missing younger women and teens along it, 50 or so miles on either side."
And Bean's station is at least a couple 100 miles away, so that doesn't follow.
As Mark dried off, he tried to explain his plan.
"Dawn's experience could have been just some whacked-out guys trying to make a buck for drugs. Personal interest."
His stomach churned at the way he'd put that.
"Even helping an ex-boyfriend. We don't know yet, but it sent my thoughts in another direction. If Dawn can be put in charge of finding and preventing all she can."
Mark reached for his shirt and tried to hold Claire's gaze.
"Maybe it'll bring Helen out of hiding."
What makes you think that?
"Because I can't help but wonder if maybe she's behind this. Another game of hers."
7. Sunday, October 19th, Grosse Pointe Shores, Michigan. Pain seared through him when Smith awoke and tried to roll onto his bad shoulder. Great. Just what he needed. Okay, so he yelled out his discomfort and irritation. This brought his assistant, Anthony. The guy stood at his side with what Smith assumed was an air of concern because the idiot asked,
"How are you doing? Would you like to consider a more intelligent question?"
At least Anthony caught the joke and grinned.
"Sorry, you're right. But since I'm not intelligent enough to consider another question, how about you just let me know if you need anything?"
That Smith could concede.
"Glad to. Good to see you awake. And it looks like I'm alive. I wouldn't want to think that a shoulder graze could take me down. You can't. It was no graze. It took Dr. Nain forever to get that bullet out."
That didn't make sense. Didn't make sense at all. He knew the bullet had gone through the shoulder because it broke the window a second later. But when Smith tried to explain, Anthony began shaking his head.
"No, it didn't go through. The guy must have shot twice. So he missed twice. Someone not very experienced, maybe?"
Anthony's grin held a tinge of relief.
"You're back. Some of the stuff you said while you were out of it was a little crazy, but that sounds like you."
Great. Dr. Nain must have given him something strong. It's why Smith never agreed to anything but Tylenol or ibuprofen. He was known to say a lot of strange things on even something as light as Tylenol with codeine. One more reason for Smith's utter loathing of drugs. His attempt to sit up failed. His left arm was useless and his right weak. The linen sheets Amy had insisted he needed. Okay, they were comfortable. Twisted around him, effectively pinning him down. Without bothering to hide his begrudging attitude, Smith finally allowed Anthony to assist him. Awkward, but sometimes you just had to do stupid things. Once seated, propped up with pillows, Smith added,
Think it's got to be the buck. And if it is, that was a deliberate miss, both times."
"The buck? Who's that again?" In other words, I've never heard of him, but I want to sound like I'm so busy I can't take a moment to remember. Smith wriggled up against the headboard for more support.
Bargain basement assassin. Got his name because he's cheap but effective, as in the buck stops you dead right there. But who sent him?
Only one person would have, as far as Smith could tell.
Martin Westcott. This happens after I make contact? Not a coincidence. We need to find out why he's after me.
Why, can't it be that he wants a painting and doesn't want to pay for it?
It's not his style.
Even before Anthony said, "People change," Smith winced.
They change their actions. They don't change who they are. They just find better ways for their actions to reflect it.
Anthony wouldn't let it go. Maybe he got religion. That makes people change. This was way too easy.
Does religion turn them into killers?
Now Anthony laughed. Ever hear of the Inquisition? Okay, the guy had a point, but now they'd gotten off point.
Meanwhile, we need to look into Gervais, too. It's entirely possible that he figured out it was me, or perhaps Martin told him.
No. Anthony might have sounded uncertain, but his expression implied it wasn't possible. You were seen and photographed in a nightclub. How could it possibly be you? It was a good question. He rarely used his cousin as an alibi, but he had on the night he'd liberated the Gauguin from Gervais's collection. Clark, just a year and a half younger than Smith, was rather mundane, but he could almost be a body double. Sure, he might be a little flabbier, but no one would accuse him of being outright fat. Their eyes had slightly different colors as well. Smith's leaned to gray, while Clark's were definitely blue.
I'll start with Clark. We'll see if he noticed anyone odd.
His cousin's office manager insisted that Clark was too busy to chat. Smith informed her that Clark would want to take this call and suggested she let him make the decision. It worked every time. What her real name was, Smith didn't let himself remember. He chose to think of her as Millicent, and he would always think of her as Millicent. And Millicent always listened when he informed her to let Clark think for himself. Clark snatched up the phone. No, Smith couldn't hear it, couldn't see it, but he always knew when Clark dreaded answering and when he wanted to talk. So when he answered without even a hello, but instead said, "What's wrong?" Interesting. Smith asked the obvious question.
How do you know something's wrong? I think I've had someone following me.
There was a reason Smith only used Clark when absolutely necessary. This one. He didn't even bother to keep the sarcasm from his tone.
Oh, really? And you didn't think to tell me?
Clark snapped back.
What do you think all my texts are?
Even as they spoke, Smith flipped through his phone and found half a dozen.
Just saw them. I've been out of commission.
What is that supposed to mean? Well, here went nothing.
Someone shot me.
The silence that followed told Smith he hadn't overplayed it.
Do you think they were after you or me?
What did you do at the club?
That's just a thing. I didn't do anything. I saw the paparazzi.
Smith barely managed to restrain his mirth. Poor guy. He actually believed some local reporter counted as paparazzi.
They snapped a picture of me dancing with some woman. I bought her a drink, left a great tip with the bartender, and I left. And you weren't followed. Ask your driver, but I don't think so.
That answered a lot. At least Clark still paid attention and didn't overestimate his abilities.
And now you think you've been followed? Yeah, a lot. To work, from work, to Angie's volleyball game, to Outback for Rye's birthday dinner.
If Clark had mentioned seeing a white minivan twice in a week, Smith would have brushed it off. But this was a lot.
Same car every time?
That's just the thing. No, but they don't seem to be hiding that they're following either. What did you do? That was none of Clark's business and would only hurt him if anyone ever questioned him. He brushed aside the question, winced as he tried to get more comfortable, and started making plans even as he threw suggestions out there.
Sounds like you may be right. So, what do you suggest?
What do you mean? What do I suggest? This is your job. This is your craziness. Marla is now demanding that I stop doing this for you. Great. He had to say it, and Smith didn't like how it made him feel. After all, Clark was family. But he said it anyway.
So, does that mean Marla is ready to go to work to pay for college?
That was low, Smith.
And I didn't like saying it any more than you liked hearing it. But what did you expect from me?
I know. You've been good to us. So, what are we going to do?
I'll get back to you later today. Tell Millicent.
Debbie. Nothing doing.
Tell Millicent to put me straight through.
Will do. After a moment, Clark sighed and added, Hey, Smith, sorry about this. I thought I did everything exactly the way you taught me, but I must have messed up somewhere. He hadn't, and Smith knew it, but he couldn't say anything about that now, not until this mess had been dealt with, permanently.
We'll see. I'll let you know.
With that, he disconnected and allowed his head to flop back against the pillows. He needed a nap. Badly. The door opened and Amy stepped in, a manila envelope in her hands. I have a bad feeling about this, boss. Why she always insisted on calling him boss was a question he really didn't have time to think about, but it always resurfaced.
What is it?
Well, it's got your name on it, so I don't know. Okay, Amy was scared. She only got snappish when unnerved or downright terrified. So, what did that mean? Frankly, Smith wasn't sure he wanted to know.
Open it for me and pass me the contents. I don't have the strength to rip open a piece of paper. Over a stupid graze.
Not a graze. His assistants barked in almost military-like precision. A moment later, Amy passed him a picture of the Gauguin, one of his car at the hospital, and one of Smith exiting the building. All three were paper-clipped together with a note. Not paying 15 cents, much less 15 million, bring it back. Something about that didn't make sense. Smith stared, reread it, handed it over to Amy, who passed it to Anthony, who passed it back. Both of them stared at him. Anthony spoke up first.
What? It doesn't fit. Something's not right.
In classic Anthony style, he echoed Smith. Of course it's not right. Amy broke in, that snappishness quavering a bit. Gervais knows you stole it from him. How does he know it was you? All pieces of a puzzle he hadn't been trying to assemble fell into place just then.
And how does Gervais know the price I gave Martin?
His people exchanged nervous glances, and a second later, an explosion ripped through his home. Anthony leaped for the bed, pulled Smith out, and practically dragged him. Okay, no practically about it. Through the doors and toward the back entrance.
What was that?
Smith called back to Amy.
Where did that envelope come from?
Amy's quaver deepened as she said, It was on your vehicle when we went to pick it up.
When was that?
Last night. They'd gotten the note last night, but the explosion came today, after he'd regained consciousness.
Did you tell Dr. Nain I was conscious?
Anthony's yes drowned out Amy's no. The assembled puzzle pieces had created a false picture. It still wasn't correct, even if they did fit together nicely. The sun glowed low on the west side of the house, meaning he'd been out of it for nearly a day. And yet, someone had known he was conscious enough to be aware of that explosion.
Damage risk from whatever exploded?
Anthony called to the security office and spoke to the chief down there. He reported back that a package had been delivered by FedEx and Lamar now needed medical assistance.
Lost a hand, it sounds like. Burns on his face. Can't see right now.
I'll kill the... Another explosion at the back entrance drowned out his obscenities and sent them spinning down hallways, downstairs, through the basement, and out through the tunnels that led to one corner of the property. Exhaustion dripped from him. Some might call it sweat. Smith knew better. He needed his bed already. He needed his bed. But he couldn't take the time. He had to think.
Doesn't make sense.
Amy, panting behind them, at least she was tired too, said, "Why doesn't it make sense?" This time, Anthony answered,
"Because whoever did this brought the package to the car later. There are pictures, so they knew where I was, what I was doing, and that I have the painting. They came back to the gravity."
"So what does that mean?" For all of Amy's talents, she'd never be a mastermind. She couldn't think ahead. She could only execute.
"Well, thankfully."
Smith panted his way down the badly lit tunnel. "Gotta fix that."
"The shooter missed. On purpose."
"What? That doesn't even make sense. Because he didn't miss. He got your shoulder." Anthony took up the explanation when Smith sagged against him.
"Exactly."
"Okay." Amy pushed ahead of them as they neared the exit. "So what does it mean? Work with me here. I might need to know."
"It means that they didn't want him dead until they got their property back."
Smith sagged again, unable to go on. Amy tried to get under his other arm, but he barely bit back a scream.
"Just give me a minute."
She leaned around him and hissed to Anthony, "How do you know they want him dead at all?"
"If they just wanted the property, they would have shown up at the door."
That seemed to make sense to her. As she urged him forward, step by exhausting step, Amy talked through her thoughts. "Okay, so somehow Gervais knows how much you sold the painting to Martin for. How? They had to have talked for Martin to know where you got it. Maybe they were already in negotiations. Maybe..." She gasped, even as they reached the doors leading to a subterranean garage. "Okay, so..." She stopped. "Sorry, I just..." Smith, drenched in sweat, urged her to continue.
"I'll wait here while Anthony checks the garage. You keep talking. It's helping me focus away from the pain."
"Okay, well, here's the deal. The note makes it sound like it's Gervais because he says, 'Bring it back,' but you didn't talk to him, which means Martin did. So, if the painting belongs to Martin, then he already paid for it, bought it from Gervais, and you stole Martin's painting from Gervais before it could be delivered." She made a good point. Maybe she had the brains and they just hadn't been trained. That could be remedied. He liked that idea. Liked it a lot. The problem was, he couldn't put back the painting. Wasn't physically up to it. Besides, putting back the painting might trigger something. What, he just didn't know. Anthony picked up the baton as he returned with the all clear.
"Then there's this explosion. Someone wants you dead, but only after they get back that painting." To Amy, he said, "Let's go."
The metal doors at the back of the garage slid open as Amy and Anthony... How had he never noticed that their names started with the same initial, like some sort of mismatched twins? Pushed him through the garage and into the back of a van. They'd have to deal with the explosions later. 8. Monday, October 20th, Hart County, Kentucky. Unlike most of the farms along US 31E, this one boasted a long, tree-shrouded drive up a hill. Over that hill, a horse grazed in a pasture near a barn. Pastoral, simple, beautiful. Inside, an agent watched feed from cameras hidden among the trees leading up the lane to the farmhouse. Brian both loved and hated this location. It had all the privacy needed, and hiding among Amish farmers meant they could afford a little digital leeway. They even had Wi-Fi, labeled Yoder's Hotspot. Brian's co-agent, Greg, played Stratego with a man who should have had hard, cold eyes. Instead, he looked gentle, kind. His muscles bulged anywhere muscles could, his neck so thick that it almost seemed unnatural. Black, curly hair cropped close to his head hinted at a military influence, but hints can lie. The man's jaw, chiseled as it was, sat relaxed, his eyes keen but kind. Then he made his move. Greg growled. He'd lose. Brian knew the moment they started playing that he'd lose. Jabez Hunt was a whiz at two-person games. Oddly enough, he hadn't won a single game where all three of them played. They hadn't figured out why yet. With his flip phone, he hated these things, Brian tapped out a text message to Flynn. If their office manager hadn't gotten them some good news, he might just throw the thing. Update. A reply came back much faster than he'd expected. Agent is looking for him. Stay put. Now came the tough part. Did he question? Did he share knowing? It helped some people. It unnerved others, and Brian still hadn't figured out what kind of man Jabez really was. The man looked up, locked his gaze on Brian's, and said, What have you learned? Well, that answered the question. Your agent is looking for you. We knew that. And there he had to get, what did Karen call it? Pedantic. No, we assumed that, had every reason to assume it, and it would have been a shock if we hadn't proved it. Now we know, without a doubt, that he truly is looking for you. Greg, totally distracted from the game, now half rose. Do we move? With a single shake of his head, Brian said, Flynn says we stay. That seemed good enough for Greg. He lowered himself, shifted, and rose again. I gotta get a pillow. I don't know how these people do this. Sit on hard furniture. Why can't we have comfy chairs in here? How many times had Greg asked a question he knew the answer to? This time, Jabez responded, Keeping up appearances. Jabez shot a look Brian's way. Although why that matters when you've got monitors in here, I can't imagine. It was a risk, a dumb one, and he couldn't take it. But Brian so wanted to slide back the wall panel and show how panels slid out of the wall to cover it so perfectly that no one would ever know they were in there. Even the Amish farmhouse, with its excessively uncomfortable and no longer authentic furniture, had been brilliant. Mark had even considered creating a fake Amish family, someone who wanted out of the rat race, wanted to live a farm life, but had the skills to protect a client if necessary. He hadn't, and that gave Brian some comfort. He didn't think it would work unless they had a whole community. That would be an expensive proposition. Amish farmland? Crazy expensive. No one would want to shell out that much money. But a small fake Amish community would really be brilliant. Jabez waited for Greg to move, smiled, and immediately captured Greg's flag. I win. Both men leaned back in their chairs and shifted their attention back to Brian. The only proof that Greg's pride smarted from the loss was that Jabez finally asked the question both men wanted to know. How long do you think we'll be here? Until Flynn, David, and the analyst team manage to prove that your agent has been skimming. As soon as they do it, they can take him down. Once that happens, nice and publicly, and we get proof he hasn't prepaid an assassin, Chris would never. Brian stood, stretched, and stretched some more before moving to grab a can of Mountain Dew.
You think? Too cheap. He'd want proof before he handed over a dime. Good. I suppose Mark knows this?
Jabez nodded and Brian relaxed.
Well, we'll still be sure, but basically, once we have him and any would-be assassin hears that payment won't be forthcoming, you're free. I never thought this would be a problem. Maybe not, Brian muttered. But whenever money's involved, there's bound to be a problem.
The guy, with muscles that bulged bigger than a bodybuilder's, dropped to the floor to do a few one-armed push-ups. No warm-up.
When you say he's looking for me, what's he doing?
No warm-up, and he didn't even pant after a dozen. 13, 14. Forcing himself to stop counting, Brian flexed his own muscles and realized the guy had probably been warming up during the game.
Flynn didn't say, but if I were guessing, I would definitely say cyber. He's searching the internet, maybe sending people around to places that you're known to go. Otherwise, not much. That's good. You don't think he'll find us here. That's even better.
He switched arms.
Will we be here long, or will we move? They don't usually send us out here unless they think...
Jabez broke in.
No, when I spoke to Emmy, she said sometimes we move a lot. We only move around if staying is dangerous. If you're sure...
Oh, Brian was more than sure.
Your guy doesn't have the skills to track us down. He'd have to know you came to us, and he'd have to hire someone to track us here. There are just too many impossible variables. I don't think you need to be concerned.
While Greg muttered something about being concerned that his bones would harden in place on the miserable furniture, Jabez said,
Good. I don't like the idea of moving. I also don't like the idea of needing to be moved.
Brian turned his attention back to the monitors as a buggy clip-clopped past the drive without the slightest hesitation. No way would a threat come to them in a buggy. No way.
I understand that, but you do what you gotta do. Which is?
Brian watched the biggest squirrel he'd ever seen scurry up a tree on the far right monitor and then explained.
Well, we have to make sure you don't try to use a phone, that you haven't managed to hide one from us, that you don't mention how your friend thought coming to us was crazy. Like I told anyone, that's asking for this to fail. Exactly.
The guy caught on. He hopped up and stretched arms over his head.
No way. People do that. Oh yeah, people do that.
Brian's phone pinged. He stared at it. Greg rose when he didn't share.
What's wrong? Nothing. Flynn wants to know if we want Doyle. His last assignment is complete. The CEO is safe and ready for the feds to grab.
At the sight of Greg's pale face, he started to tap out a decided no, but Greg surprised him.
Yeah, send him. I'm exhausted. I didn't get a break between the last one and this. I need one long, solid night's sleep. Maybe 2, after a hard workout. I can help with that workout, Jabez interjected. But why do you look like this is the last guy you want to come?
Before Greg could get all religious on them, Brian said,
Because he is. But Mark trusts him to keep you alive, so if Greg is okay with it, we should do it. And for some reason, Mark trusts Doyle not to try to off Greg again.
He'd considered quitting when Doyle hadn't been fired, hadn't been handed over to the cops. Mark had talked him out of it. Their best former agent, Keith, had talked him out of it. Brian still thought it was a bunch of religious mumbo-jumbo woo-woo stuff.
Can I tell him?
The fact that Greg even asked showed how messed up he was at the thought of Doyle coming. Brian zipped the question to Flynn and got an immediate affirmative.
Yeah. Doyle was working for someone trying to buy out the agency. He tried to kill me, or... Greg scrubbed his palms over his stubbled jaw. He did a really good job of making it look like he did. Jabez's jaw tightened. Brian could see it even in his peripheral vision. He adjusted the stupid suspenders he wore and addressed their client. Are you bothered? We can say no. Brian did his best not to add a mental, please say no. The guy went to down a water bottle. He watched Greg, watched Brian, finally shrugged. If Greg's okay, I am. Will he have to wear those stupid outfits? Greg grinned. Yep. Still can't believe you don't have to. Brian muttered as he sent a text telling Flynn to send out Doyle. There have to be black Amish somewhere. Dunno, but I'm glad I get to be me, even if I am the only one of us with a religious name. That got both Brian's and Greg's attention. Greg spoke first. Religious? Islam? Nope, some guy in the Bible. Mom saw a book about it in her doctor's waiting room. Something about a prayer he prayed. But she liked the name, so Jabez I am. Cool. Brian hoped he didn't sound as annoyed as he felt, because in less than 5 seconds, Greg would start reaching for his stupid Bible. And there he went. Gotta find this guy. Can you Google that reference for me, Brian? The good thing about Doyle, he's not a religious nut. Monday, October 20th, Austin, Kentucky. Austin, Kentucky. Smith hadn't known it existed, but he had to admit it was pretty enough. Leaves changing color, more muted than up in Michigan, but still. The log home, a stunner. And it belonged to Amy. Of all the unexpected things to learn about her, this, nowhere near the list, much less the top. She'd gotten help with getting the walls up, but the rest she'd done herself, including the trusses and roof. Well, she'd had someone get the trusses onto the roof while she secured them, but the rest, electrical, all done, plumbing, all done, cabinetry, half done, bathrooms, 1 done, 2 in progress, walls and floors, and, if it hadn't been done yet, she'd get to it while she could. Best of all, she'd bought the land and put the deed in the name of her best friend for as long as she worked for him. Sorry, Smith, but I'm not risking losing this place, and you're a risk. No way would anyone trace him to this place. It even had Wi-Fi, in the friend's name. Score 1 for smart hiding. Smith had hopped on a VPN and deposited $4,000 into her account. She'd get that every other week for the next 6 months. Worth it if she'd let him stay like this. He also bought 3 beds, a large, handcrafted, rough wood dining table, stunning, and 3 ergonomic office chairs. Might not be pretty next to that table, but they'd get their work done in comfort. They'd all be delivered tomorrow. For tonight, air mattresses and pizza from someplace in Glasgow. Hopefully Anthony would get it there while still hot. One could dream. As the clock edged toward 9 o'clock, they stood around the makeshift kitchen counters, pizza, still hot, on flimsy paper plates, and discussed the situation. Someone had put a price out on him, that much was certain. But dead or alive? The hospital situation implied alive. No way had that been an accident. Unless... Anthony dropped his pizza into the box, brushed cornmeal from his fingertips, and took a swig of Coke. Yeah, the direction of the bullet suggests that the shooter might have been near the front entrance, right? That's what you said, anyway. Anthony's theory had been sound, but that would be a risky place for a shooter to take aim. Too visible. The door. The air curtain at those entrances. They blow inside and outside. If someone triggered the door, if the shooter triggered the door, then it could absolutely mess up the trajectory. Maybe our guy just played it as if amiss on purpose.
Amy objected, talking around her food without spewing a piece, without showing the contents of her mouth, and with perfect clarity. Who did that? And how did she learn? What about the bomb at the house? It only blew up the front.
No one, Smith insisted, would risk the painting. That was definitely a warning, and an attempt to flush me out. They expected the garage, didn't know about the tunnel.
Still nearly got us killed, Amy argued. If we'd been heading out front, we'd all be dead.
Who's behind it?
Anthony said around his pizza. Smith reminded himself not to look at Anthony until the guy had finished eating. Definitely didn't have Amy's skills. Disgusting.
Either Martin or Gervais. I suspect Martin. Gervais doesn't have the sort of cash you'd need to put a hit out like this.
So, you think Martin had already paid for the painting? No delivery yet? Amy shook her head. I don't buy it. Hiking himself up to sit on the counter, Anthony grabbed another slice even as he disagreed.
The best lies are mostly true, right? Well, what if the feds are looking into Martin Westcott? He'd pay for the painting and get Gervais Farage to keep it for him, possibly for an added fee, until the coast was clear. Then we steal it. As far as Westcott is concerned, we stole from him. He wants his painting back, plus revenge.
His gut told him that Anthony had nailed it. It all fit, and Martin would have hired the best. Someone with the skill to kill him, and someone else with retrieval skills. He winced.
You did drop the genuine pieces into the vault, right? Before we left?
Amy sighed. Yeah, I hit the button and made sure everything started moving the second we heard the explosion, in case of fire, if nothing else.
Good.
As if triggered by the mention of an explosion, a fireball erupted in the living dining room. Windows blew, sending glass shards flying at terrifying speeds. Smith landed on his back, staring up at the ceiling. 9. 1:03 a.m., Tuesday, October 21st, The Rourke, Rockland. The security alarm, the doorbell, and his phone all blasted at the same moment. Mark sat up, already reaching for the phone. Claire rolled over, growled, and muttered something about conceding that there were advantages to deciding against having children. We already have your clients and your agents. Maybe that's enough. At least that's what he thought she tried to say. Meanwhile, he'd already made it out his bedroom door and headed for the front door by the time he understood one word from Flynn's frantic babbling. Woke me up, Mark. Smith Abingdon. How Smith had gotten to her, he'd have to work out later, and fix. If Doyle...
Who does he want? So help me if Jabez's agent hired Abingdon.
Help, Markers. The guy wants help. Says someone is trying to offers him. Despite every effort to follow her, it didn't make sense.
Who made an offer to him? Wait.
His brain began working.
Is he saying that Helen is trying to buy him out too?
What Flynn actually said might be up for debate, but Mark felt certain it was on par with, Gah, Margay, tell him. I gotta pee. Again. Oh, and maybe puke. Considering he could now hear retching, he must be partially correct. Morgan coughed.
I didn't hear her conversation, so I could be mistranslating, but I think she says someone named Smith from Abingdon called and wants to hire you because someone is trying to kill him. She's really freaked out. Who is Mr. Smith? I'll get her to fill you in on what she can. Meanwhile, is she seriously vomiting at... He checked his Fitbit. Just after 1 in the morning? Isn't that taking morning sickness a bit far?
Yeah, it didn't matter right now, but it gave him time to think. Then someone began banging on the door again.
I'll call back.
Mark checked cameras, decided that David might be safe enough, and called security. Sure enough, they were just alerting him to David's impending arrival.
He said it was level 4, so we risked it. You said...
It's fine,
Mark assured the woman in the lab even as he opened the door.
We have a situation here and I need him. I think Flynn must have called.
David shook his head.
Other way around. Noticed a slight uptick in pings. Started monitoring and found that there were packets of pings. Speak some human dialect, please.
Mark smiled.
I'm barely following you.
Well, basically, it looked like a possible covert ping flood, where someone tries to bombard a firewall with pings to shut it down enough to create vulnerabilities. But I thought I saw patterns, so I ran it through a couple of packet decoders. Just hang with me, David insisted when Mark closed his eyes. Basically, I swear it was kind of Morse code, in pings. Not perfect because normal pings come through as well, so it fits, you know? Anyway.
It was Abingdon?
He nodded. The message, if it's real, and if I took out the right wrong pings, said, need #Rogue4, like the number. Smith. What did that mean? Sure, it pointed to Flynn, but how would Abingdon know that? Then again, how did any of their enemies discover what they shouldn't know? With their security, no one should get anywhere near close, but sometimes.
So you called Flynn?
To see if I should bring it up to you. She said yes. She was right, of course. Before Mark could say anything, Flynn's voice broke through.
Sorry, the pukers are so grossified. So, I talked to Smith.
Mark thought he heard Morgan say something about speaking in boring English.
Writers. So, he says someone is trying to kill him, and he wants to talk to you. In person, wherever you say.
That made no sense. He could show up with the feds.
Why would he do that?
Because his, assistant got kingdom comed.
After Morgan murmured something else, she added,
That's deaders.
In that moment, his living room faded from around him. His employees? Gone. Even his wife, who probably lay in bed straining to hear it all. And failing, definitely failing, nowhere. All he saw was an adorable playroom and a tiny girl with blonde pigtails, complete with pink tips, of course, playing with purple ponies and saying,
Get her up, Earth Cowboyskis.
Markers, did you hear?
What do I tell him? If he can't hide from someone, you going there isn't safe.
David agreed. It's probably a trap that he can insist isn't his. After all, he told you. Flynn protested in an off-key harmony with Mark. He decided to save them all the hassle of Flynn translations.
He told me to ensure I didn't walk into a potential ambush without protection.
A scowl told him David's opinion of that. Flynn agreed, however.
There has to be somewhere we can send him. Somewhere safe.
Get him on the Franklin line. I need to talk to him myself.
An hour later, Marty flew out to pick up Smith and another assistant while Kendra drove Mark to the airport. They'd meet in the flat, Kansas-like stretch of eastern Colorado. With half his available team surrounding the battered old farmhouse and Randy crop dusting with the helo to have eyes on the sky, they'd talk. As Kendra took the exit to the transportation hub, Mark called Will Rickwood of the West Coast Agency.
Meeting with Smith. It could be a setup, but I don't think so. Could use Henry and Paris if they're free. I want to pull Doyle for duty here, so tell Paris she'll have to wear a kappa and Henry will need to pack his suspenders.
Will laughed as if Mark were joking before the words seemed to register. Smith? Have you lost your mind?
Probably.
He couldn't help a grin despite the grim prospects ahead of him.
So, may I have them?
Dead air followed that question until Kendra shot up out of the tunnel again. His phone rang. Mark answered.
Well? That's up to them. Give 'em a call if you want.
Perfect. Now all Mark had to do was keep his people and Smith alive until the FBI got a hold of him. Because one thing was for certain. He'd stake his life. No, better yet, was staking his life on Smith telling the truth. Someone wanted Smith Abingdon dead. 4:22 p.m., Tuesday, October 21st, near Anton, Colorado. Last Chance, Colorado. The not-so-subtle warning in Mark's choice of location did not escape Smith. They had pulled into the United Methodist Church's parking lot and found themselves surrounded in seconds. He'd been ordered to put both hands out the window, open the door from the outside. Truthfully, he'd been treated with greater respect by police officers. But considering the half-dozen times people had been forced to pay Mark and his crew for protection from him, not unwarranted. Once out, he'd been handcuffed, zip-cuffed to be specific, and a ski mask put over his head. Backward, of course. Light filtered in, barely, but no silhouettes.
Just treat Amy well. She's been through an ordeal.
Stuff it, Smith.
Music to his ears. If she'd been panicked, Amy wouldn't have spoken at all.
I'm with her.
He knew that voice. While one man searched him, far too thoroughly for comfort, a woman ordered Amy to face the car. You'll have to be restrained as well. Sorry.
Didn't expect any less. Just keep us alive and I won't complain.
That's up to Mark. He knew that voice too. So, Doyle and Karen were here. Who else? Keith was playing dead again. Greg? Tyler? And did Mark know he had a traitor in his merry band of agents? He'd soon find out. The drive wasn't too bad, until they reached a rutted lane of some sort. Probably a farmyard drive. It usually was. Another chopper, though. That was interesting. When the stench of old dung hit his nostrils, Smith knew he'd been led into a barn. At least he hadn't lost all his instincts.
Anyone follow us? No.
The answer came from across the barn somewhere. Mark Cho, or Mendina, as he called himself these days. Most people didn't know he'd changed. Smith wouldn't say a word unless they kept this stupid ski mask on too long. And they would. He'd have to lead with that. Show what he knew. Might earn him a bit of respect. Trust wouldn't happen. Couldn't. And Smith wouldn't respect Mark for trusting him anyway. They led him down a short flight of stairs into a cool room. When a door shut behind them, the stench disappeared. A barn with a basement? Never heard of that, but what did he know about the price of bushels?
Do I address you as Cho or Mendina? And I don't know who your surgeon is, but he's brilliant.
It worked. Someone jerked the mask off Smith's head. Light blinded him for a moment. Hadn't been in total darkness long enough to be that startling, but the light was also a single bulb floodlight aimed right at him. A moment later, his hands had been cut free, but his legs were zipped to chair legs. Then someone, Smith didn't recognize him, left. Mark stepped forward, gun trained on him, and pulled out a chair.
Why are we here, Abingdon? Smith is fine. Again, I ask, do you prefer Mark Cho or Mendina? Mark.
The guy sat down and pushed a bottle of water toward Smith.
Food arrives in an hour. You have until then to make up my mind.
Better than he'd hoped for. Good. Very good. Without preamble, Smith spelled out the situation. Paolo's call, the NYC assassination, the heist, the offer, the gunshot. All of it. After letting Mark think on it for a good minute or two, he added,
Do you want my suspicions, or will they cloud things? Go ahead. Amy and I talked on the way to a computer lab at Rockland U.
Was that a blink or a twitch of the eyebrow? Something about RU or the computer lab caught Mark's interest. That was, well, not to slap it on the nose or anything, but interesting. Smith cracked open the water bottle and chugged a few gulps.
Sent the message to Flynn. Apparently, someone on your team figured it out. I just sent it over and over, hoping someone would see the ping pattern among other random ones. It worked. You did. Now, why?
That hurt. Mark was right. He'd gotten off topic.
I think it's Martin Westcott. Not only because I think he already bought the painting from Gervais, but also because it is more his style if we're right. We thought maybe Martin put out a first kill, first pay contract on me, though at first I assumed the buck. Not him. How can you be so sure?
For several long, miserable, felt like hours but were merely seconds. Mark just looked at him. Then he shrugged.
Buck's in a Mexican jail waiting for bribe funds. In cash. In person.
Smith couldn't help but smile.
Gotta say, Mark, you've got style. Well, then we figured out that it could be a threat rather than a miss. Can't kill me unless he gets the painting, but he doesn't know how to work with some of these people. Koval, the bishop, the liquidator, Granny. Granny? I don't know her.
This was good. Leverage. He could use it.
If he included Granny, it could explain the miss. In the miss versus hit scenario. She's good, the best really. But ever seen the Beverly Hillbillies?
Mark just blinked.
Yeah, well, she's about as much like that gal as you can be. Tiny little thing. Crack shot, but Anthony pointed out the air cushion at the hospital. It could mess up someone's trajectory. It's the only way she'd ever miss. Who found you at Amy's? Has to be Neo. He's the only one smart enough to have tracked her activity through her friend.
Smith swore. For a good 15 seconds, he let one filthy word drop after another. Mark just waited.
If Neil found Amy, he can find Clark. My cousin's family isn't safe. I need protection for them, too. Where do I wire funds?
Without a word, Mark passed a notepad and pen across the table. Smith looked at it, back at Mark, and back at the pad again. He wrote Clark's home and work addresses, as well as the kids' schools. After looking it over, Mark snapped a picture and sent it to someone. Probably Flynn.
Now, write a note so they know it's you. You can talk to them once they're safe. Can I know where they're going?
Mark shook his head.
No.
Once more, Smith relaxed.
Okay, so what do I do to convince you not to call the feds?
10. The place had been decorated in last-century tacky. All the things that half or more of America considered nostalgic took up wall space and floor space. The country sofa and love seat, the Archie Bunker chair with a permanent depression in the seat, a fake icebox for an end table. No, they'd bought a real antique, hadn't they? Mark remembered now. An old console turntable and radio combo took up the space under the low picture window. A mid-century modern coffee table managed to look like a thrift store reject in front of the brown and orange print upholstery. He wouldn't have minded having the thing in his own living room. Maybe the house on Lake Vienna. Here, not so much. The piece de resistance, however, had to be the drip painting of a suspension bridge ripped from a 70s interior decor magazine. Blues, greens, and black combined with the occasional sickly yellow to offend the artist's eye, as well as the interior designer's. With that sofa... Claire picked up just as Mark decided to give up.
Mark, where were you? I was getting worried.
Said I'd call once we had everything locked down.
But that was hours ago, and this is Smith Abingdon we're talking about. I got the deets from Flynn. Let me rephrase. Too much Flynn speak today. Flynn gave me the details about his threats to your clients.
Just hearing her voice dropped his blood pressure into a healthier zone.
I could use a hug right about now.
That bad?
Worse. I don't know how to do this Christian thing. I don't want to call the feds, Claire.
She sucked in air loudly enough for him to hear it states away.
You don't?
No, I want to pull the trigger.
Who knew honesty would hurt?
But you didn't. That's why you're the one God put in charge of this agency. And don't hate me for saying it, but it's also why you'd be an amazing father. You might want to strangle a disrespectful, rebellious kid, but you wouldn't do it.
Every bit of him ached to blast her for harping on the baby topic. The only thing that kept him from it was the fact that he'd wanted to let her have it for nagging about it the second time she mentioned it, nearly 2 months after the first. Hardly nagging.
Now's not the time, Claire.
I know, and I really wasn't trying to take advantage, promise. I just wanted you to hear it while I remembered it. Things like that are important.
A sigh followed.
But yeah, I could have written it down. So, what are you going to do about Abingdon?
If only he knew.
Times like this, I wish Jensen was still an option. Homeland's new secretary may talk a tough game, but he thinks it's cool that he's working with black ops.
But we're not.
We all know that, Claire, but people believe what they want to. He wants to think he's protecting a covert arm of Homeland by protesting loud and long about the evils of the agency.
Idiot.
Wish they'd appointed Dermot. At least she's competent.
Mark, you don't have to be responsible for this. This guy made his choices, and there are consequences for murder and guns and drugs and who knows what all. He's probably in with Helen Frey. No. Mark, if Helen Franklin is using this to get to you, I'll kill her myself.
That right there was the kind of thing that would wear down his logical resistance to having children.
We're watching it. Didn't want to worry you, but it's why I agreed to meet. If she's heading back into the country, and there are signs, I want to know it. If we can get him to slip up.
Do it then. I'm going to go pray or something. Probably pray while or something.
And the or something?
Think I'll go see Keith. Play with Rosalie. Get my baby fix before you get home.
After a moment of just being, no words necessary, she whispered,
Sorry, this really wasn't the time. I need to find better ways of doing things. Not done arguing, but it wasn't the time. I'll write it down next time. Love you.
And she'd actually managed to disconnect before the sob came. He knew it would, and he'd caused it. Again.
God, still need help with this one.
Round 2 in the barn bunker. That's what Smith had decided to call it, the barn bunker. Mark stepped in carrying a Coleman igloo in each hand. He set one in front of Smith before setting the other at his place. Someone Smith didn't recognize carried in water bottles and Smith's favorite, but rarely consumed, soda, Coke Zero, and left. Mark pulled his gun from his back holster before reaching into the igloo.
We have stew and fresh hot rolls. I can also bring salad. This is fine. Grateful, Cho.
Smith had decided on Cho. Mark might think it was just habit talking, but it would be a subtle reminder that he knew Mark Cho wasn't dead. From Mark's igloo, the guy brought out those weird picnic salt and pepper shakers. It took some fumbling, with one hand still holding his gun, but Mark managed to get the plastic off.
I've been told it's well seasoned except for the salt.
Once he'd gotten the stew extracted from his igloo, Smith unlatched the ceiling lid and grabbed a spoon. It only took one bite to know that a light sprinkle of salt would be perfect.
Really good as it is, but I agree. I'll add a pinch.
Between bites, Mark watched him. His thumb rubbed the pistol's frame, just above the trigger guard. Nervous habit or calming one? With a guy like Mark, it could be either. Smith waited until he'd eaten half the stew and half a buttered roll. Those rolls were seriously impressive. Then he toyed with a piece of meat in the container.
What can I give you to convince you not to turn me in to the feds?
He hesitated once more before adding,
Nothing will stick. You have to know that.
To Mark's credit, the guy didn't even hint at the possibility of him having recorded the whole thing and using that. They both knew his lawyers would get it thrown out. If he hadn't been confident of that, he'd never have shared anything remotely incriminating. Mark knew that as well.
I know. So why not get paid to do what you do all the time? I know you don't just protect people from people like me. You protect everyone.
So much more he could say, but Smith just took another bite, wondered when he'd last had a hearty stew, and let the words work their magic. They needed to settle in deep before he revealed something that would either make his future life easier or cause lifelong regret.
That I consider everyone would be more accurate, as I am considering your request, not that I intend to agree. I've lost 2 agents to you. No, you haven't.
Contradiction? Never a good way to win friends and influence people. But sometimes, truth that annoys or even hurts garners respect. Mark might be one of those people. As much as he wanted, no, needed, to see Mark's reaction, gauge it, Smith knew better. It was one thing to contradict, another entirely to dare. Now wasn't the time for truth and dares.
Aaron in 2017 and Hollister in 22. I'm not responsible.
This time Smith did meet Mark's gaze.
Yeah, I was after your clients, won't deny it. The moment I discovered they were under your protection, I backed off.
Here went nothing. If Mark didn't see the point, he'd be showing every hand he ever needed to play in the future.
Mark, I always back off if my targets are your clients. Those agents died by the Buck and Neo, respectively.
Smith shook his head and rubbed the itchy stubble on his jaw.
Still don't know how Buck managed to get to Aaron.
Mark finished the stew. Come to think of it, watching Mark Cho eating stew was even weirder than him eating it. Wiped his mouth and settled the empty container, spoon and napkin back in his igloo. Why 2 separate coolers? He'd have to work that out later, after he discovered if he'd been drugged. Probably that.
Why wouldn't you go after my people? You have no loyalty to me. No, I don't. And frankly, the fact that I respect you means nothing. I know this. But I also knew this day would come. When I found out who you were and what you did, I decided I'd never be guilty of causing your people to fail.
For just a moment, Smith thought he'd driven home his point, but Mark's entire expression slipped behind a facade of disinterest again. Time to offer up something of value.
You know you have a traitor in your ranks, right?
One foul word after another battled for first out of his mouth when Smith realized that he couldn't be sure if Mark had reacted to that. It might have been wishful thinking, probably was. Another word or 3 jockeyed up to the starting gate.
What makes you say that?
Odd response by someone who knew, but this was Mark from the agency. Maybe not so odd.
Oliver.
Something flickered this time, something that told Smith that Mark did know. Good.
Tell me about it. Who sent your agents with Oliver the day that they were all ambushed?
Mark didn't answer aloud, but Smith saw that he'd taken the point. He did, however, say,
And that means what? Who else knew where they were going? I'll bet you didn't. Only your agents and the one who sent them knew, right? So, who do you think told Helen Franklin where they'd be?
This time he saw the reaction. Mark couldn't hide it. Leaning back in the chair nearly got Smith a concussion. The moment he tried to rebalance himself, the chair toppled, still attached to his legs. This time, only a single word filled the room as his head connected with the floor.
I think I've heard enough of that. Keep your verbal refuse to yourself.
Even as he spoke, Mark helped Smith right himself in the chair.
Need to move? I can put you in shackles if you want to walk around a bit.
Curiosity prompted him to agree. Why not?
That'd be great.
Mark called in Tyler and handed over his gun.
Wound, and only if he threatens me. Think I'd prefer to sit if he's in charge. Why's that?
Mark had begun to construct zip-tie shackles, but he paused as he waited for Smith's response.
Considering he's your traitor, I don't trust him.
Tyler set the gun on the table and folded his arms over his chest.
Excuse me? You heard me.
Shackles complete, Mark picked up the gun and told Tyler to zip-tie Smith's arms behind his back.
Once that's done, attach the shackles and cut him from the chair.
To Smith he added,
Tyler is no traitor. Strike 2.
What was strike 1?
Mentioning Helen Franklin.
When Tyler started at the name, Smith knew Mark had underestimated the kid. Great. That kid could slice through to his femoral artery before Mark could stop him. Then again, Mark could shoot the kid. So, unless someone had paid Tyler to kill him... Smith managed to keep from shaking as the kid pulled his hands behind his back. He did not manage to stifle a groan.
What's wrong? Shot in the shoulder, remember?
Tyler froze and turned to Mark.
Can I put the wrists back to back instead of inside to inside? Harder to break out of, but more comfortable with an injury. Do it.
That was unexpected. The moment both legs were free of the chair, Smith rose and began pacing. The room was smaller than it had seemed, maybe 8 by 10. Without waiting to be told, Tyler moved the igloos and began fiddling with the table, something Smith hadn't really paid much attention to. Now he realized it would double for his bed. Great.
Does Amy have comfortable accommodations? She'll have a cot in the barn, or it can be brought in here, whichever you prefer.
Mark waited for just a moment before telling Tyler.
You can bring her in when we're done. They'll want to be together.
Smith thought of something.
Not if you're turning me in. Don't turn her in. She's just my assistant. I don't include her in my actual work.
When Mark told Tyler to forget about Amy for now, Smith had to fight to suppress a sigh. He hadn't convinced Mark of any of it, especially Tyler. Tyler pulled a rolled-up foam mattress from a hidden closet. Sheets, blanket, and pillow. In minutes, the bed was made and a bedside commode sat next to it. Revolting. Mark chuckled at the expression he must not have hidden fast enough.
Just call and we'll get you to a real bathroom. That's just in case of emergency.
Relieved, Smith lowered himself to the end of the table-turned bed and realized it wasn't too bad.
Impressive mattress.
In just a couple of minutes, Tyler retrieved the igloos and went for the door. He turned back and leveled a look on Smith.
I'm no traitor, and if you think accusing me of it will get you in with Mark, you're a fool.
Leaning against the hidden door, Mark held the gun in place and watched him. Smith passed, not liking how comfortable the guy looked with a Glock in hand.
Strange how a bit of bedding softens the whole room.
An inane thing to say? Sure, but he had to think. And if he didn't talk, Mark might leave.
It does. My wife says the same thing. She says I don't use enough fabric in my decor.
What kind of guy stands around a cell, what else could you call this place, talking about textiles and home decor?
And, by the way, you are wrong about Tyler.
A chill started at the base of his spine and ran straight to his heart.
You mean you know the traitor? So it's Doyle, not Tyler.
And that did it. Right there. The reaction he hadn't been sure of before, he was now.
Do you know who they're working for?
He tried out a few expletives and decided maybe he shouldn't speak them. No reason to antagonize Mark further. The guy did know, and he'd only said one thing that had been a clear reaction. Smith allowed himself one whispered expletive.
Franklin. It's Franklin, isn't it?
Mark pushed away from the wall and headed to the door.
We'll talk in the morning. Maybe.
No, they wouldn't. He'd be on his way to Gitmo or some equally unnerving place. Time for an ace in the hole he hadn't known he had.
I know where she is, you know. I've been to her place.
With one hand gripping the doorknob so hard it should have snapped off, Mark turned his head and stared into Smith's eyes.
Friends, are you? Nope. The moment I found out whose house I'd been invited to, I left, with a painting of hers in tow.
The guy just left. 20 minutes passed. Smith kept pacing. Not easy with the shuffle steps he could take in the stupid shackles, but he needed to wear himself out or he'd never sleep. And depending on who took him, he might not get a good rest for a very long time. A creak that hadn't existed before filled the room as Mark slowly opened the door again.
Where is she? Once my people confirm the probability, we'll talk.
Perspiration broke out all over him as wave upon wave of relief hit him. He needed one more thing first, though.
My cousin? The family is headed over to the West Coast. Oregon house. Good. They'll like it.
If the twitch around Mark's eye meant what he thought it did, that house would be on the market by morning. Great. Marla would kill him if they ended up at a primitive cabin.
Franklin's in the Maldives, Rafushi. It's listed as an undeveloped island, but it's not. She's got a villa there to rival the best in Monaco or Italy.
He wanted to tell Mark to get someone to get close enough for a Wi-Fi detector to test the area, check heat signatures, all the usual things. But if he wanted Mark to do something for him, he'd have to be careful not to tell the guy his job. No one likes that. 11. 1:54 a.m., Thursday, October 23rd, near Anton, Colorado. Blinding light jerked Smith from a dead sleep. For being in a smaller space than his closet, Mark had ensured comfort that rivaled some luxury hotels. Well, at least with regard to his mattress and linens. Now with that light, flashlight, turning his pupils to pinpricks, or so he imagined, Smith didn't care about minor things like mattresses. He wanted a double-barreled shotgun.
We're out of here.
Heart racing, Smith stood, winced, and managed to fight back the spinning that threatened to topple him. Moved too fast.
What's up?
When his eyes finally adjusted, Smith blinked at Tyler as the kid shoved his shoes at him.
Put 'em on. Let's go.
Even now, Tyler kept the lights off. Only the flashlight shining up at the ceiling gave the room any illumination. With his feet shoved into shoes he hadn't bothered to tie, Smith started forward. Tyler shook his head.
Do it right. If we run, you can't be falling all over yourself. Hurry.
Run. Interesting. Maybe not the feds, then. That could be good. The moment the door opened, cold air and the damp, musty scent of hay and old urine assaulted him. To be fair, urine was faint but definitely present. They stumbled out of the barn to be greeted by 1,000 stars and only a sliver of a moon. 4 dark sedans and 2 dark SUVs sat lined up in the farmyard. Tyler pushed Smith toward the nearest sedan. "Let's go." At the car, Tyler pointed to the driver's seat. "You drive." At the sight of Tyler's gun, Smith thought he understood. He pulled open the driver's door even as he asked, "Is Amy safe?" "She will be, once we get you guys out of here." "We?" The moment he turned the key in the ignition and the headlights shone, the entire landscape glowed ahead of them. One look in the side mirrors, ahead and behind, showed all the vehicles ready to go as well. "Which way?" "Right. Take a right at the end of the driveway." Though he expected the other cars to go left, they didn't. Instead, it alternated, one left, one right, one left. A mile down the road, one of the cars following Smith turned left. 4 miles away, the other turned right. Meanwhile, Smith kept driving, taking turns only when instructed. "Where are we going?" "Akron." Ohio wasn't exactly on his bucket list of places to see before he died. He'd seen plenty of it over the years. But if that's where Tyler wanted to take him, he'd go. For now. Meanwhile, he needed to develop a rapport. Fast. Why the move? "Hilo began sweeping 3 hours ago, mostly a mile north, but then we saw it heading our way. Got the vehicles out the moment it went east. It'll be back, so we want to be long gone. Akron isn't exactly an international hub, so we'll get you out that way." It was more than he'd expected. Better yet, Smith believed him. "So where are we going from there?" A car pulled to a stop sign on their right. When they went through, it turned to follow. Tyler said nothing for 1/10 of a mile or so. "Stay a mile or 2 under the speed limit. No less. Don't go over at all." "Avoiding the cops?" "Hoping you haven't managed to snag the only speed law follower in Colorado." He'd been going 55. Smith eased up to 54. The car paced them. Great. Down one more. Again, the car stayed behind without moving any closer. "Lights are awful bright in the rearview mirror. Think I can get away with one more?" "No." Tyler's hand wobbled a bit as he fiddled with something. A moment later he said, "The guy didn't use a signal before turning to follow us, right?" "Right." Just as Smith started to ask why, he realized. No blinker before meant they couldn't rely on habit. Then the guy weaved over the line and back. "He's either wanting to pass and is a coward, is drunk, or exhausted." Rolling his shoulders one at a time, Smith held the steering wheel tighter than necessary and dropped down to 52 miles per hour. Tyler ordered him to move it up again. But it had worked. The car behind them inched forward. "He's closer." "Speed it back up." "Don't you want to know?" Without answering, Tyler demanded he go a bit faster, and despite all his instincts, Smith complied. At exactly 55, Tyler rolled down the window. "You push me out, Mark will have you turned over to the FBI before you know what hit you." Then, as if something he did every day, Tyler leaned out the car window, holding on to the frame for dear life, and fired one round after another at the car behind them. Round 5 hit a tire. As he slid back into his seat, Tyler ordered him to floor it. The car behind swerved all over the place and then into what served as a ditch. "Turn right at the next stop sign." Just as Smith slowed, he saw the sign. Akron 5. Who knew Colorado had an Akron? Tyler didn't respond, nor had Smith expected him to. An occasional building whizzed past. Then he saw it. The sign for Colorado Plains Regional Airport. "You're taking me to an airport,
Near the place, you saw a random helicopter flying. Already checked up on it.
A black SUV pulled in ahead of them while one of the sedans flicked on lights and pulled in behind. In minutes, they had him at the terminal and out of the vehicle. Doyle led Amy inside while Mark took Smith.
We'll be in the air in 30, max.
Where to? At first, Smith felt confident they wouldn't tell him. Then Mark said,
Galveston Bay.
4:21 a.m., Friday, October 24th. Somewhere in the Maldives. Profits were up. How, with the most recent raid on her shipments, Helen Franklin didn't know. Some wouldn't care. Some were stupid. If you didn't know how your profits went up, you couldn't replicate the process. Simple business sense. She dove into her pool, surfaced, and began her laps. Half. 1. Half. 2. 3. 5. At 9.5, her phone rang. Helen flipped and struck out fast and hard for the other end and ordered Siri to answer it.
Yes. Raylene did it. She's in your Rockland house as we speak. Mark will know about that inside 24 hours. Probably inside 4.
She smiled. Raylene looked enough like her to ensure he'd get cocky. He'd look a fool when the DOJ informed him that his tip had been false.
Wish I could be there to see it, but looks like I have a doctor's appointment to make. The question shifted. Is there anything you need me to do? I'll have a bonus in your account before I leave. Good catch there.
She pulled herself from the water and grabbed the towel.
And yes, I've decided what I'll do. No, I won't tell anyone.
First up, a trip to South Korea. She'd have to get to Valana International Airport and get a flight to Incheon. Once done, she'd spend recovery time in Quebec. If she made it into Canada on her new passport, she'd be home free. That was one difference between her situation and Raylene's. Raylene wasn't working with both a forged passport and a new face. At least their forger had done well. After hoisting herself from the pool, Helen began toweling herself off on her way to the pool house. There, she stripped out of her suit and dumped it in the sink for housekeeping to rinse and dry flat for her. With the thin wrap doing its best to cover her, she strode to the French doors off the terrace. Through the south lounge, down the hall, past the missing braque. She still hadn't figured out who had stolen her olive tree near L'Estaque, but she would. And to her suite. A shower, a much too long hair routine. Why had her inspiration gone long and wavy instead of short and spiky? And an even longer wait for a video call from her surgeon of choice later. It was settled. Time to call Doyle. The man was still useful. She'd kept him around for the past 3 years, and he'd continued to give her valuable intel. Someday, she'd figure out why Mark kept him in the agency. And then Doyle could kill him. And she'd get to watch. Glorious day. Agitated, she grabbed a pad of sticky notes and began riffling the corners repeatedly as she waited for Doyle to pick up. He didn't. He'd return the call as soon as possible, but that wasn't always as soon as she'd like. Impatient, Helen strode from her office to her bedroom and retrieved her suitcases from the back of the closet. Time to pack. The view caught her eye as she rolled her largest suitcase past the balcony doors. That amazing water, the endless expanse of sky. And I won't miss it, not a bit. Won't miss the sanctimonious Sharia nonsense in Mali. Won't miss having to smuggle in bacon and vodka. Won't miss the sneers on the faces of the men who turn around and buy my goods when it suits them. They are as bad as hypocrites in the Bible Belt. She'd packed nearly everything when Helen realized that South Korea would be too cool for most of her clothing here. While she pondered, she ran her zipper back and forth across the inside pocket. Zip, 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 zip. Helen zipped the suitcase shut and shoved it back in her closet. The house help wouldn't bother taking most of it. They couldn't wear it. Still, she managed to find jeans and a couple of longer-sleeved shirts. Still thin, but something. In a country whose temperatures never dropped below 70 degrees, less was more as far as Helen was concerned. Airport shopping it is. Shanghai Pudong had a decent chance of having something at Dolce & Gabbana she could tolerate. She needed a coat at the very least. Why hadn't she brought one with her when she had escaped into Mexico? Her phone blared from her desk and Helen ran. Doyle. Where are you? Case in Colorado, heading to Galveston. It would be true. That was too easy to confirm. Good. Return is a go. We'll set up a meet with Mark. My new identity has ties with mafia-run racetracks. I'll see race fixing. Mark likes his animals. He'll want to prove I know what I'm talking about, and as far as he knows, Helen Franklin is terrified of horses. It was all a lie, but Doyle didn't need to know that. Not yet. Excellent. His short answers could only mean one thing. Someone could overhear. Well, they could mean that he was willing to risk her coming after him, but she doubted that. Doubted it very much. Meanwhile, should I send Larry to Galveston, flush you guys out toward Rockland? If he said yes, he'd be dead by sundown, his time. No, they wouldn't go. I'll see about getting us back there. Needs to be at least 3 days after. Silence hovered across the airwaves for longer than she liked. When he continued, Helen sat in her chair and let her fingernails click and clack over the keys. Time to buy her ticket to Incheon. After we settle in Galveston, Mark won't want to move any quicker than that. Too obvious. He cleared his throat and dropped his voice to a deep, low whisper. Called me out from being on another case to come in for this one. Not sure what's up. Right, well, I won't make it stateside until late next month anyway. I need you to get them to Rockland by then. It has to be Rockland. Will do. Those 2 words sealed it. She filled in the online form and calculated the time to get from her island to Male. Better eat my breakfast. I'll be glad to see the back of this place. Anything else? Since suggesting he update his will and pick out a coffin were out of the question, she settled for a slight amendment. Perhaps convince Mark to settle his affairs. Only after she'd disconnected did Helen realize that would have been a perfect moment to throw in an affected, malevolent laugh. Might as well have fun with Doyle before she replaced him and his boss. Next up, Keith. 12. 11:09 a.m., Wednesday, November 5th, The Rourke, Rockland. Jitters nearly undid him. After being sent home from Galveston to prepare a safe place for Smith at the Rourke, Doyle had expected to be met at the door by Homeland agents, or maybe Department of Justice. After all, he was in contact with a fugitive. Worse than that, a most wanted for murder, trafficking, and a whole lot more. Logic insisted that he had no business allowing a woman responsible for such heinous crimes to avoid recapture, much less receive intelligence regarding the operations of the agency. But if he told Mark what he knew... Told Mark. The guy knew. No doubt about that. What Doyle didn't know, and nervously suspected, was if Helen knew that Mark knew, one of his oldest and most trusted agents was a... no other word for it. Traitor. The doorman, Bert, had waved and smiled as usual. At least he didn't know. No way could he be that welcoming day after week after month. Not if he knew. Tyler, that guy knew. He'd known shortly after they got the guy who tried to kill Liv, Emmett Braum. The agency still didn't know his real name. They'd found a few aliases, and for all Doyle knew, Emmett wasn't the guy's real name either. Thoughts swirled in his mind as Doyle began in the basement and began a sweep. Sure, Helen knew where they were. Yes, she thought she had security codes to the building. No, they would not get her where she really wanted to go. He'd made it clear that he didn't have all access, and that most places changed on a daily, if not more often, basis. A lie, partly. Still, she'd believed him. Besides, the only way into the actual building forced people to go in the lobby where Bert was first line of defense. She just didn't know that. Helen thought the Rourke's doorman had just been cleared as safe and innocuous, not trained assassin. Though assassin might be a bit strong. After the run-in with Emmett, Mark sent Bert in for more training. Offensive rather than strictly defensive. Bert now knew how to identify a threat the moment it entered a room. Identify and eradicate by any means. After days of internal turmoil, he'd decided against telling Helen about Mark putting Smith Abingdon under protective custody. Even now, as he walked different routes to both empty apartments, that decision rankled. She'd believe he didn't know, for a time. But if she could place him at the Rourke at the same time or Smith in Galveston, death sentence, no doubt about it. It would be a death sentence. In the second apartment, trying to ignore that death sentence, Doyle compared wind patterns on that side of the building, windows that faced the apartment windows, exit strategies, and just how much of the interior's secret passages between floors and rooms he could utilize without compromising the building. After all, not only did Mark expect it, but when he took over, he didn't want the building compromised. He liked this place far better than the Mayflower building. He also didn't really want Mark dead. Why couldn't they just ensure that Mark stepped aside? The guy was too soft, no doubt about it. Even worse now that he'd gone religious. But he didn't deserve to die. Truth was, Doyle deserved to die. And probably would before this thing was over, but he'd go down fighting, because a dead Doyle meant others died. Others who could not, absolutely could not die, not while he breathed. Worst of all, Helen knew it. Eventually, Doyle chose the apartment on the second floor. Residents unconnected with the agency filled the first floor and most of the top 2 floors. A few blocks on each of the other floors, however, housed agents and agency offices. The second floor would be harder to breach, easier to escape, and also had access to the upstairs office. They'd probably want Smith up there whenever possible. He just didn't know why. Yet. When he stepped out, a woman eyed him. "Are you moving in?"
No, just making sure the cleaners did their job. We have guests arriving.
Guests? He'd have put the woman at about 40, but when she sneered at the word guests, the wrinkles around her eyes and mouth gave her away. 60 at the youngest. Wow.
Airbnb. The last guests complained that the towels hadn't been changed. Now we're taking pictures before every arrival to protect ourselves. He inched toward the elevator. Have a good day.
This is a residential building. We're not a hotel. Mark would have asked if there had been any problems with previous guests, given the woman a chance to air more complaints. Doyle wouldn't. He took a few steps back and really looked at her. Made her squirm.
That is kind of the whole premise of the Airbnb concept. People rent out actual homes and apartments rather than blocks of impersonal buildings.
As they create a miserable environment for the residents to live with.
And yet, Doyle retorted, you were unaware that there are several in this building. Obviously not the noise and community nuisance you expected. Good day.
I'll complain to the managing company. She bit back, following him all the way to the elevator. I won't let this rest. Time for the big guns.
Lady, go ahead. Who do you think owns that Airbnb, Yeah, you got it. The owner. So complain all you want.
Then I'll move.
When the elevator doors finally enclosed him in peace and solitude, Doyle muttered,
Don't let the door hit you on the way out.
Bert stopped him in the lobby.
Got a call from 202.
Already? Doyle shrugged.
She'll have to deal. Mr. Mendina won't like it.
Doyle never knew if Bert was that committed to Mark's new persona, or if he'd never known Mark as anything other than Marco Mendina.
Some things we can't help. My job is to ensure a safe place for our guests. Don't care about the rest. Some might argue that you don't care about that safe environment either.
Hiding the chill that swept through him with those words, probably a fail.
I know who you work for, Mr. Doyle. You'll be dead before you ever take charge of the agency.
After a pause, during which several of Doyle's nerves got frostbite, Bert added,
Try to hurt Mark or the others, and I'll kill you myself.
The guy didn't say, we'll keep this little chat between us, but the way he turned back to scanning monitors behind the desk said it for him. 3:22 p.m., Thursday, November 6th, The Rourke, Rockland. Smith had to admit, Mark had created a great place here at the Rourke. His office felt more like a family room, complete with a TV that doubled as a painting. It had already switched from Van Gogh's Cypresses to Monet's The Willows. Mark's taste, or a decorator's? And would the next one be another tree-inspired option? Brock's olive tree near L'Estaque, perhaps. Flynn burst through Mark's office door and announced,
Everything is all sortsies. They found Anthony's body in the ashes. There's this guy who's been missing for like 20 years, so I put Jeff's name on all of Anthony's medical and dental records and swapped out his social security numbers for Jeff's.
Cause of death?
She sighed and gave Mark an exasperated look before adding,
Unalived by the explosion, duh. That happened due to a faulty valve that nobody, including the inspector of the gadget, could have known about.
She turned to Amy, who'd been setting up her new phone.
Oh, and like the insuresies has processed and issued a check to a P.O. box. We'll forward that to whatever address you want so you can do the D2 deposits.
Smith thought he might be impressed, if he could figure out what on earth this gal had done. She'd gotten an insurance payout. That much he'd figured out, but the rest?
Okay, first off, what language are we speaking? What is sortsies? I'm having a hard time following this because I can't even figure that part out.
Flynn rolled her eyes. Mark just chuckled. His wife, Claire, seated on a sofa and flipping through a tablet, for what he didn't know, giggled. How Mark had decided to marry someone that much younger than him, Smith couldn't understand. And now? Giggles? Did Mark really like giggles?
That's Flynn speak for sorted.
Mark beamed at his assistant.
She has her own dialect. You'll get used to it.
Flynn rolled her eyes, and Smith assumed that was Flynn speak for, you are all a bunch of idiots. Hey, he was figuring this one out pretty quickly.
Ah.
Before he could ask further questions, the door opened, and the other woman, Liv, appeared, with Tyler in tow.
We have updates from Dawn, Doyle, Karen.
That got Smith's interest. Doyle was gone again. Something about filling in until other guests could give Brian backup. And Karen. Karen had always fascinated him. He missed a few words while trying to follow his own thoughts, but the tiny woman's next words recaptured his interest.
Something big is happening somewhere.
Smith had noticed that when relaxed, Mark was as conversational and personable as anyone could hope for. When focused, he spoke in telegrams, with as few words as possible. Grammar structure? Unnecessary. A bit like Smith's thought processes sometimes. He tried to follow the rabbit trails that commenced, but Smith had to admit he couldn't. Were they talking about themselves? Someone else? They seemed to keep their focus in place. He couldn't, but he listened. Eventually, pieces would fall together as long as he kept up with the conversation. Claire spoke up, and this time he didn't have to guess. He knew.
That has to be Helen.
The one name he hated above all other names. Give him Adolf, give him Jezebel, give him Judas. Mark might be rubbing off on him with all the biblical stuff.
Focus.
Give him any traitor or vile person in history before Helen. Overkill? Everyone should be allowed one semi-irrational hatred, right? Any parent who used that name had to be cruel. Then again, maybe the cruel parent was Helen's for giving her a perfectly acceptable, lovely even, name, for giving birth to the person who would ruin life for others. Yeah, he blamed her. She. A few choice words filled his mind, and once again, Smith berated himself. He had to pay attention. This was unacceptable. There was no excuse for being so distracted, and mental beration for being distractible only culminated in further distraction. Could it get any worse? He didn't want to know, but he assumed that absolutely yes, it could. The more Liz spoke, the more unnerved Smith became. He shuddered at some of the descriptions Liz gave. Even Claire winced.
So much for Helen can't be as bad as you make her out to be.
The woman was worse. Mark must have noticed Smith's reaction because he nodded. It took Smith off guard enough that he felt himself wince, and Claire caught it.
What's going on?
Smith considered not answering, but if they had any idea that Helen was less than pure evil, something he had no doubt of, they needed to be relieved of that erroneous notion. He shook his head and said,
I don't think y'all realize who you're dealing with.
Claire scowled at him.
I think I know better than you.
That earned Smith a few chuckles at his expense. Of course, he took it in stride. He had to. If he wanted them to listen to him, he couldn't react. Saying something, though, could be a problem. Smith didn't know how much they knew of Claire's involvement in Anastas's organization. What he did know chilled him. Not out of fear of her, but for her. Because Helen knew every inch of the operation. She'd been the true head all along, and Helen had no place for defectors. Claire being with Mark now? Smith sent a look Tyler's way before he made his decision. Helen would most definitely consider Claire a traitor. At the right time, she'd take Claire out. Another glance at Tyler prompted another thought.
And if Doyle isn't the traitor and you really are, she'll use you to do it, won't she? Smith.
He snapped out of his thoughts and met Mark's gaze. If he wanted them to take him seriously, if he wanted them to protect themselves, and he did, he didn't have a choice. He just hoped it wouldn't ruin a relatively young marriage. Here went nothing, and everything.
Don't know how you are involved in Anastas's organization.
Claire scowled at him.
Not very.
Great. She didn't know, if she was telling the truth, that is. Just what he needed. Smith ordered his body not to react.
Unfortunately, you clearly don't know, and that will get you killed.
Mark didn't shift. No facial muscles changed. In fact, anyone who didn't expect something would have assumed that Mark wasn't bothered in the least. And right there, for the first time, Smith understood how to read Mark Cho. It was his tell, if you would. Mark didn't show anything, even when most people would. Not optimal. Forget that. Terrible. Now what would he do? A few of the others protested as well, but Mark hushed them.
Let's see what our friend has to say.
Friend. That was an unexpected choice of words, and from a guy who never wasted them. Should he continue or soften the impact? There was no question, despite every desire to cushion blows, he had to tell. Bit by bit, Smith laid out the details of things he knew Claire had been involved with. The look on her face confirmed his suspicions. She'd been clueless to how much they'd used her. Tears sprang to her eyes, and she buried her face in her husband's shoulder. At least she had a heart. Smith had assumed she would. She was, after all, Mark's wife, and Mark, though potentially naive when it came to her, was no fool. Mark murmured something to her and she nodded.
But I didn't know.
Whatever he said was clearly meant to reassure her. Was her surname Cho? Mendina? Had she kept her maiden name? Smith brushed those thoughts aside. They were irrelevant for now. Instead, he focused on the moment.
It's important that you understand, he began. Helen's weakness is that she considers most people stupid. It's the only thing that might protect this agency.
The room erupted in a barrage of questions, and in that moment, Tyler moved to a chair nearer to the others, no longer standing apart from the group. No one paid much attention to him. Mark offered him a drink, and Claire smiled at him. Liv scowled. Clearly, Tyler wasn't supposed to interrupt by showing his existence. Did she know? Interesting. But even moving closer, the man, hardly more than a boy in Smith's estimation, remained mostly in the background, watching, listening. Something was off there. Something that felt like a confirmation. He'd have to tell Mark, and that could get him sent away if Mark reacted badly.
But he won't, right? Mark doesn't make emotional decisions. I'm still here, and he hates me.
Then again, Mark had chosen the word friend to describe him. What was with that? 13. Seething. Too mild a word for the grip anger had on him. Tyler Baird needed to get that grip and wrest it away before someone figured him out. As the meeting broke up, Doyle taking Smith back to his apartment, Tyler glared at Mark. What were they doing protecting a guy like Smith Abingdon? They were supposed to hand him over to the DOJ and be done with him. Claire whispered something to Mark before she rose to leave as well. Mark's expression showed, what? Frustration? What did he expect, marrying a woman 20 years younger than him? And he looked more like 30 years older these days. Those wrinkles. Smith popped his head back in the room to ask Amy something and stared at Tyler. Again. The guy had been focused on him for the last half hour. Creepy. Still, he had things to do. Yeah, like get out of here before Mark figures out things. He nearly knocked over the chair he'd been sitting in as he jumped up and bolted from the room. If he rammed his shoulder into Smith's injured one as he passed, well, accidents happened. Besides, it had to be healed by now, right? He passed Liv and David, pointedly not flirting, at Liv's desk in the office outside the living room connected to Mark's office. David mentioned something about confirming the Maldives connection. Great. He hadn't paid attention. Again. This would get him fired, and then he'd really be in a mess. He had to stay on his game, keep alert, notice everything. It was how to stop Mark's madness, find the weak spot and expose it. It might be the only way to keep the agents, and Claire, safe. That still rankled. Who did Mark think he was, stopping Claire from doing a job she loved so much just because he was too insecure in his masculinity to have a strong, independent wife? Meanwhile, he needed to know what the Maldives connection was, so he went to ask Flynn how she was doing. Always good to keep on Flynn's good side, but asking would make it possible to listen in on David and Liv. Or he could ask Flynn if it was true. She always acted like people didn't know anything. When he turned to Flynn, he saw her examining two of her Burberry bags sitting on her desk. Same colors, same plaid. One was more like diamonds, as if the factory had just turned the whole thing diagonally or something, but otherwise it was just the same. Flynn giggled.
Look at this. Mark and Claire both got me a nappy sacky.
What?
You know, nappies, diapers, a bag for them.
She stared at him, and he didn't respond fast enough. A huff preceded her.
A diaper bag?
Oh, right.
Over at Liv's desk, he felt sure he heard Liv say something about sending someone in to do reconnaissance at the villa. That's all he needed.
Who are they sending in to do the reconnaissance?
At Helen's place? I don't know yet. I think Liv and David are arguing it out.
Isn't that your purview?
It was, wasn't it? She laughed. Why, he couldn't imagine. This whole day had gotten weird.
No, it's Emmy's, but she's in San Francisco, so...
Saying "so what" would only get him smacked over the head with one or both of those nappy sackies, so Tyler offered to go make a taco truck run.
No, I want Chinese, like 50 egg rollers.
At his raised eyebrow, she sighed.
Fine. A huge thing of fried rice, some beef broccoli, and 5 eggers.
First egg rollers, and now eggers. He'd ask what she'd think of next, but he really didn't want to know.
Got it. Text me whatever anyone else wants.
Go to Walk and the Clock on Winston. I'll call in the order for you.
It was further away, but just picking up, totally worth it. Or, as Flynn would put it, totes worthies. 1:03 p.m., Friday, November 7th. When ready, Rockland. Getting permission to continue target practice at the range was, in Flynn's not-so-humble parlance, totes annoyified. She'd asked about lead bullets only to discover that they didn't use lead bullets at her gun range. They weren't allowed. State laws and regulations and such. When they discovered that her reason for asking had to do with pregnancy, things got complicated. They didn't want her in there. The noise was too much for the baby. It wasn't safe. The close quarters, the insurance, all the things. Frankly, it became a little ridiculous. Eventually, she discovered that it really came down to one simple truth. They didn't know what to do with her, so this was a great way to get rid of her. And Flynn Dortman wasn't having it. Standing in the showroom, giving quite the floor show to a few onlookers, the arguments began and ended, at the same time her lunch break did. But she won, and that made all the difference, because no one was going to take away her ability to protect herself and people she loved. Never again. Before the range instructor could show her how to add a sound suppressor to her Glock, well, theirs this week, who knew she needed her barrel threaded before she could add a Nielsen device that would help the Glock function properly? Before all that, Flynn sent Mark a text.
Appointment running long. Irritating difficulties. Back late. Sorries.
Then she began what she called training. It was fairly simple. Each week, Flynn arrived at the gun range, loaded 3 pistols, and began firing one after the other. That was the basics. In reality, it was a bit more complicated, because her firing, that was complicated. She spun, twirled, focused, unfocused. Flynn moved like she was auditioning to be a stunt double for The Matrix. It wasn't easy, and only she could tell that her baby bump had begun to bump. Morgan had looked at her like she'd lost her mind when she asked if he could see it. Apparently, that was negative, but she could. She could feel it in the way her pants didn't fit. She could feel it the way her body demanded that she go bra shopping, the absolute bane of her existence. If she ever got a hold of whoever decided that women needed to wear torso torture devices, she might go in prison afterward. What if she got the guts to throw expectation to the wind and burned them suckers? Well, that's what she wanted the most. But now wasn't the time to focus on antiquated double-barreled slingshots, as her grandma had once called them. Gran had burned hers in the 60s and never wore one again. If only. Shooting with the suppressor, different. She listened as the range instructor gave her a few pointers before stepping aside to watch as she recalibrated her hold, her aim, her balance. After a few more minutes and a reluctant all clear from him, she began training. Having just one gun this time? Not fun. She liked the practice in reloading on the fly, sure, but she missed the ease of grabbing the next gun and going gangbusters on her target. On her first round, she winged the target, barely catching him in the shoulder, and it infuriated her. There was absolutely no excuse for shoddy work. It was like leaving a back door in a program without meaning to. Unacceptable. Still, she rested for a moment. That hurt too, but she did because accuracy came with practice. If there's one thing her instructor had drilled into her, it was that. And she had to assume that she just needed more practice and accuracy now that Babykins had decided to make an appearance. Flynn stared at the gun in her hand and frowned. Babykins. No way. She needed something with more pizzazz than Babykins. Even her mother would say that. She needed something better. The Babynator? Nah. Babyosity? Double nope. Well, she didn't have to figure it out now. She could do that later. Now she needed to attempt her next round of practice. Round 2 was nearly always her best. The first one warmed her up, but Flynn remained fresh and alert through the second. This time, however, round 1 had been so dismal. Nerves nearly made her hand shake. Okay, no nearly about it. Her whole body shook. Unless that was low blood sugar caused by skipping lunch for shooting practice. Chicken nuggets on the way back to the office. And maybe fries. She hadn't had fries in 6 weeks. It wouldn't kill her just this once. Focus, Dortman. This isn't about food. It's about protection. She set down the gun, closed her eyes, and gave herself a few seconds to regroup. She wouldn't get that the next time some idiot decided to try to hurt one of her people, but she could have it now. After all, these things took time. She was learning a new skill, shooting while pregnant and shooting with a noise suppressor. This would take time, and she would take all the time it needed to ensure that she did it and did it well. Flynn might need to keep her people alive someday. Maybe even soon, especially with Helen on their radar again. Helen. She hadn't told Mark everything yet, and neither had Liv. They needed this in pieces, or they'd go to pieces. She'd learned that with the Doyle thing. But this would be okay. Everything would be okay, as long as she didn't scrimp on her training. She couldn't take that risk. Not now, not ever. Flynn managed to nail the next 5 shots perfectly, despite spinning to her left each time. Then, cocky Flynn arrived, guns spinning in her non-existent holster. She whirled the other way. Her head spun in a different direction, and she crashed to the ground. Gun pointed straight overhead, just as she'd been taught, and she didn't even shoot the ceiling. The range instructor about lost it. Actually, no about it. The guy yelled, demanded that she go home, that she not come back until the baby was born, and a bunch of other stupid things. Flynn ignored him, stood, got her bearings, and fired again. And again, and again. Not too bad, not great, but it would do. 1 down, 24-ish more weeks to go. She could do this, and she'd be ready. Because, again, nobody was getting her peepers. Absolutely nobody. By the time she removed her ear protection, removed the silencer, noise suppressor, whatever they wanted to call it, as far as she was concerned, compared to the normal noise, it was a silencer. And it was gone, baby. Yes! Anyway, by the time she did all that, 4 text messages had arrived from Mark. What's wrong? Flynn pushed her way out into a blasting cold wind, ignored that one, and moved to the next, mostly because there was nothing wrong. The next one said, "Do you need me to come?" That was sweet, but he couldn't learn to shoot for her. He couldn't help her improve her skills by himself. It wasn't possible. So no, she didn't need that. Didn't need it at all. But it was still sweet. She read the next one as she slid behind the steering wheel of her car. Would Prager's belly fit there? No time to think about that. She had a couple more texts to read. The next one prompted a giggle. "I'm calling out the Pinkertons. Or is that Pinkers?
if you don't respond right away."
Obviously she hadn't, and the next one, no joke, said,
"Pinker's engaged. Beware."
She knew it wasn't true, but it was sweet that he cared enough to tease while volunteering to help, however unnecessary. What else could she do but send back a quick message? "Explain when I return. All is well." Guilt prompted her to add, "Getting chicken nuggers. Want anything?" There. She'd done her duty. Time to get back and see what David had found out about that passport and the person in Helen's house. 14. 1:03 p.m. Sunday, November 9th. Mark and Claire's apartment. The Harbinger, Rockland. Since Claire was deep in conversation with Dawn in Tennessee, Mark answered the door when David appeared. Security and Flynn had both notified him of David's coming. He wanted Claire in on the meeting, but it sounded like Dawn needed resources, and Claire was good with that stuff. When the guy didn't even greet him, just barged in and began talking almost about it, mid-sentence, that said a lot.
"Finally verified it. Flynn said to get over here immediately." "Verified what?"
That Flynn had given David his address told Mark it was serious. That she hadn't come to meant it wasn't DEFCON 1 yet. From within a backpack that looked like it had been through a war zone, David pulled out a laptop and began connecting to... what? His hotspot? No way did he have Mark's Wi-Fi. Flynn didn't even have that.
"Okay, connecting."
Mark looked closer before pulling out a chair at the cafe dinette off the kitchen.
"Bring it in here. VPN?" "Yeah, this is... well, it's hard to get into this in the first place, but we do not want to be traced once we do. Took forever to find the back door, and we don't want to give away that we know it's there." "Care to tell me what we're looking at?"
Even as David's fingers flew over the keys, backspaced, flew again, and finally a smile formed. Must have gotten in. The guy explained.
"Do you remember when Camden came on? How he wanted to sit through different areas of the operation to get a feel for where he'd be most useful?" "Yeah, he told me that it made decisions easier because he could make connections that the analysts couldn't. They didn't have his experience."
A cold feeling swept through him. If David was about to tell him that Camden had been working for Helen all this time...
"Right, well..."
David switched to another window and began re-logging in there, too. Definitely dark web stuff here.
"He told me at the time that your setup was best, keeping most people compartmentalized so employees could only breach one area of the organization. Without knowing what happened in other areas, it would take even the most intuitive and brilliant person so long to make necessary connections that someone would catch on before it could happen."
Not knowing what else to say, Mark pulled out a chair and sat, eyes still riveted to the screen.
"Glad I hired him." "You should be. That guy will help you save lives, money, and other resources. Pretty much all resources, actually."
David kept typing, hunched over. Mark pulled out a chair and slid the laptop a couple of feet to the left. David slid in as if it had been his plan.
"Thanks, okay. So one thing..." "Got it."
After flipping back to the other screen, he sat back and all tension drained. The guy looked like a college student lounging on the bleachers before an afternoon practice or something.
"Well, Camden got me trawling through the CBSA, Canadian Border Services Agency, and I am an Instituto Nacional de Migración." "Right, Mexican. Also Maldives and London, though that one can be tricky to get in. Anyway, I run a search of about 50 names into their databases every time I go in, through different accounts I've managed to get into. Seriously, they need to enforce all the security training they do. What good is it to give people 24-character passwords and AES 256, inadequate as that is becoming, if you don't enforce people using it? Seriously, 3 people used their birth dates. Okay, one of them spelled it out with character substitutions, but I only tried on a whim for a few and managed to snag one. The geek talk began to make Mark's head pound. What did you find? David stopped mid-sentence and gave a shake. Leaning back in his chair, he gave Mark a good look. Oh, I get it. I started rambling. Okay, so this one came up yesterday. Yesterday? It's this important to come here now, but not to tell me yesterday? Pulowski, Flynn told me it wasn't possible, but look at the picture. He did look. And yeah, it looked like Erica. Mostly. An Erica who had been taking steroid shots, maybe. She looked a bit puffy. So you're telling me this now. Why? Because Flynn said to find out where Erica's flight originated. I did. Incheon. Okay, it was South Korea, but the connection still prompted him to clench a fist under the table to steady himself. Any chance you got into the KIS? South Korean immigration? Yeah. In the past 5 years, no Erica Pulowski has entered South Korea. I also compared it to Erica's passport. The numbers do not match. He no longer heard Claire's voice, and when he felt her arm slide around his neck as she came to stand behind him, Mark relaxed. She'd have interrupted if things were dire.
Why should numbers match? For what?
A passport with someone looking like Erica Pulowski and with her name came from Incheon to Quebec, Montreal, Trudeau. David turned the screen toward Claire. See?
She looks swollen. She came from Incheon?
Mark caught the implication. Okay, can you get a hold of Helen Franklin's passport photo and run it through the MIA database? See if it's been presented at Villana International.
MIA?
Claire actually snickered at that.
Really? What does it stand for?
Maldives Immigration Authority,
Mark and David said in unison. After pulling a chair around and close to Mark, Claire sat down hard, none of her usual grace and liveliness.
It'll be Helen, won't it?
Again, both men spoke at once.
Yup.
Well, that ties in with what Dawn overheard. She called for help. She needs bodies to save bodies, but the reason is...
Helen's returning.
This time only Mark spoke. Claire didn't bother to answer. Why should she? Rhetorical questions didn't need answers. 4:02 a.m., Tuesday, November 11th, Rafushi, Maldives. From his office in the Rourke, Camden watched the operation from the moment the Seamagin Aurora submersible left the yacht 10 miles out from Rafushi to the moment it surfaced and the divers exited. The two-woman team swam to shore and removed their snorkeling gear, wearing only their wetsuits and swim shoes as they moved up the beach and around to the back terrace.
Hope Smith's map is accurate, or I'll take up jiu-jitsu just to kick his... well, yeah.
The words came out muttered, but since only he was around to hear them, at least no one would start teasing him. Sound on the cams came through with perfect clarity. Breathing, footfalls, rustling palms and banyans, and who knew what else. The house was nearly completely dark. Only a faint light in a downstairs room showed against an inky black sky and the faint silhouette of a roofline. Where did that silhouette come from? The sky looked lightless. Near the large terrace, one of the operatives, they weren't agency agents anyway, whispered,
Okay, we're dry enough and we're going in. Shoes off and gripper socks on. You won't be able to hear us while we're in. All audio off, just in case.
That made no sense to him. Clearly these women didn't know how the camera worked. Oh well, he didn't need to hear, only to see. They approached the doors with a grace that he couldn't imagine a man accomplishing. So far, no sign of ground security going off. That was good. He hadn't seen them checking, but that didn't mean they weren't. Smith said he'd never been contacted about his theft at the party, and Helen wasn't that patient. She'd have sent someone after him long before he had the chance to run afoul of Westcott. Well, that's what they thought anyway. Camden wasn't so sure. He ached to hear the night sounds. Before they'd turned off audio, he'd heard night birds calling or rustling that he could imagine meant fruit bats flying overhead. Maybe lizards or geckos. He'd warned the reconnaissance team of saltwater crocodiles, but he didn't expect to see them. While he watched the floor, hoping to see a house lizard, the women slipped inside. Since they didn't race back out, Camden concluded that they hadn't set off a blaring alarm. Pinpricks of light preceded the one with the body cam as they dashed down hallways, stepping into and out of rooms with the grace of a cat on the prowl and the speed of one of those lizards. From what he could see, the place was empty. They finally reached what had to be Franklin's bedroom suite. The bed, empty. Office, empty. Step by step, they crept through, checking a closet bigger than his old apartment. His heart sank. Nothing looked like it was missing. No empty hangers, no gaps. Even the drawers looked like her, drawers were still there. Camden grinned to himself. Mom would like that. One of them found a safe and opened it. Didn't even have to punch in a code or move a dial, just opened it. The woman wearing the body cam held the contents up so the camera could pick it up. Papers and a passport for Inara Anasta. Camden pulled the file folder of pictures and info about Helen Franklin, including a copy of her passport. Same picture. Exactly the same. The woman pulled out more papers, including a birth certificate issued in Macedonia. Camden scribbled a note to check naming practices in Macedonia. He didn't like this. The woman without the body cam disappeared, while the other continued the search. When she left the bedroom, she closed the now empty safe. Just a few steps down the hall, she froze and ran. Hanging on to the rail for dear life, she jumped several steps at a time. The woman's back would look like a spiral staircase itself before she made it to the ground. Camden's throat went dry at the sight of a man with a pistol standing just at the bottom of the stairs. The woman literally leaped with both feet crashing into his legs. A flash showed, but considering the woman kept going, he decided she hadn't been hit. Without waiting for her partner, or taking time to put on those swim shoes, she ran across the terrace and dove into the shrubbery. Oleanders, maybe? Hibiscus? Frangipani? A shadow off to the left could be anyone, the other operative. He really needed a better word, or the security that had obviously been alerted. Silent alarm, I'll bet. At the water, the woman scooped up her snorkel and dove in. Camden saw nothing. Nothing at all until she popped up at the side of the submersible. A man helped her inside, and though they talked, he still heard nothing. Seconds ticked past. Minutes. Camden counted exactly 10 minutes before he watched them close the hatch and... they were submerging. Just leave the other woman there? Perspiration beaded on his upper lip where a mustache had tried to form until his mother had put a stop to that. 20, and his mother still dictated his facial hair decisions. Focus, Cam. 10 minutes later, the submersible surfaced again off a dock on the other side of the island. A dock that did not have the RIB they'd seen in a flyover. Interesting. It could mean anything from that being kept elsewhere and just out for the day last time, or... The submersible shifted position, moving northeast a bit, and then he saw it as the woman with the body cam moved toward the hatch. A swimmer in the water. He'd just started to turn off the recording when he saw the woman unzipping her wetsuit. Then she fished out a Ziploc bag with papers. Camden zipped a message to the reconnaissance team. We need those papers, not copies. Overnight, thank you. With that, he checked the time. 6:40. Surely Mark hadn't left yet. Confident that Mark would be there, he picked up the phone and called. Can I come in? You're going to want to see this. 15. 8:23 p.m. Wednesday, November 12th, Cookeville, Tennessee. Whatever noise they played in Cookeville's arcade and game room, Dawn was not a fan. It would make her job that much harder. Still, she wandered through, paused to look at Pac-Man, Space Invaders, and Centipede, listening in wherever groups had congregated. Complaints were gold, but most kids were just having fun or complaining about school assignments, normal teen stuff. Not that there were that many teens in there. Certainly not like she'd hoped. Considering the number of middle schoolers and moms escorting younger kids, it didn't surprise her. The minute something became cool for others, teens dropped it faster than yesterday's pop star. By the pool table, a cluster had crowded around, watching a match between two guys. A girl who looked like she'd just stepped out of a pageant gown and into a fashion catalog spread sighed.
Couldn't come. How come?
In case her adoring admirers had missed the first sigh, Miss Pageant Spread sighed again with the at the end. How did she even do that?
Grounded again? Seriously, she's such a simp. How does she get grounded so often?
Spidey senses, they were real. Dawn's tingled and spun as she inched closer, hoping for names. With names, she could troll TikTok and Snapchat until she found who she needed. Or she could send it all to Camden. That kid could find out almost anything in less than 5 minutes, and he didn't even have an account. Not one single personal social media account.
If her parents were all uptight like yours, I could see it, but they seem so chill.
Confirmation, or as good as. This girl was in trouble. She needed the girl's name. Thinking fast, she moved toward the group. Hey, y'all, any of you supposed to meet me here? My friend sent me to pick up something from McDonald's, but now her messages aren't coming through, so I don't know what the girl looks like or her name or anything. Miss Pageant eyed her.
Like what?
Not falling for that one. If you have to ask, you can't be her, can you? I've got the money. If you're just messing with me... A nerdy-looking girl, all fake for sure. No glasses and baggy shirt hid that face and body as well as she pretended to, hissed.
She wants drugs.
Weed, kid. It's just weed. Totally legal, in other states anyway. Anyone have any idea where my friend might have meant for me to go? She pulled out her phone and glared at it before sighing and shoving it back in her pocket. Look, her uncle is really sick with cancer. He needs the stuff to get by, but his doctor is this religious nut who won't prescribe, so we do what we have to do. But I have to find this girl. It was risky. Might not work even, but she had to try. Look, I overheard you say someone wasn't here. Got grounded? Any chance it could be her? Maybe you could call and ask if she was supposed to meet someone. I can't drive around all night, but my friend's down in Sparta, so she can't come up either.
Jess? You think Jess Hawker sells that stuff?
Miss Pageant wrinkled her nose.
No way.
As Dawn made a show of walking away, the girl added,
Hey, sorry about the guy with cancer. I'll have my church pray for him.
Thanks. Really, thanks. Dawn beat it for the door, and the moment she made it around the corner, she pulled out her phone to call Camden. Need an address for Jess. Might be Jessica or Jesselyn or any version of Jess you can imagine. Last name Hawker. Let me check for that name. A group of teens neared, one talking about how someone had turned him down for the winter dance. Her cousin says she's been acting all weird lately. Another guy said, Turning you down? Totally weird. The sarcasm could have burned holes in metal. Crazy? Of course, but she went for it. Jess Hawker turned you down? Go figure. Sure, she pretended to keep walking, but either the guy would sling back an insult or he'd confirm he'd been talking about someone else. What's it to you? Camden whistled. Okay, so you found someone, and I have an address for a Michael Hawker. Facebook confirms that Michael, of about the same age, has a daughter, Jessa. Let me see if I can get into the school computers. Even a couple of states away, she could hear his fingers burning up the keyboard. Seriously, the kid should have left plastic melting over the desk like a scoop of ice cream on an abandoned desert rock. Surprisingly decent encryption. Might take a few. Meanwhile, let me get you that address and I'll start looking into phone accounts with major service providers. Then get on the dark web and see if any IP addresses fit this area. Probably using a VPN, but sometimes more rural areas don't bother. I'll get on it and call you back. Texting the address now. The address was 5 miles out of town. Her Ranger was beyond empty. The light had been glowing for far too long. First gas, then confirmation that Jess Hawker might be someone's target. She replied to the text with one of her own. See who follows her on the socials. Her tank guzzled down the gallons faster than a man who'd just stumbled out of Death Valley being handed a garden hose. While it rehydrated, so to speak, she went inside for a Dr. Pepper and a Jack Link's teriyaki stick. Just outside the door, a guy muttered to his buddy, "Just lost another shipment." She pulled open the door, stepped in, and sagged at the sight of bottles of DP in an ice bucket with a 2 for sign above it. With one foot holding the door barely open, she strained to hear as she tried to slide out a bottle without making much noise. Total failure there. Whatever she'd missed, she'd have to miss. But then she heard it. Need to find product fast. She'll want to get them on the circuit fast. We're dead if we don't, so... Another man came in, and the guys walked away. Instinct told Dawn that they could work for Helen Franklin. That seemed impossible, but if they did... To follow these guys or to follow up on Jess. If she had a partner, there wouldn't be a question. That prompted another text. Also, need Karen, ASAP. Wednesday, November 12th, Cherryville, Missouri. The early morning light peeked in through the window as Keith Auburn rocked his 3-week-old baby. It didn't last. As if determined to keep the world dark and dreary, storm clouds that had threatened freezing rain moved to block all light and nearly succeeded in plunging them back into total darkness. Keith didn't mind. He had a baby to soothe, and Keith had discovered he liked these early morning trysts with his son just fine. Son. He'd never imagined being a guy who thrilled at the idea he had a son, but he was. When his daughter had been born just 1 year earlier, he'd been convinced nothing could come close to the awe and joy that she brought into his life. But her little brother had knocked that idea out of the park and ran all the bases before he'd soiled his first diaper. The stinker. Literally. Whatever idiot claimed that infant diapers didn't stink didn't know John Mark Auburn. His throat constricted at his son's name. He should be Augur like the rest of the men in their family. A good, honest, solid name. And Keith's choices had ruined that for him. Still, he'd be a fool to regret it. If he hadn't gone to work for the agency, he'd never have met Aunt Honey. And there would never have been 2 Auburn children because Keith would never have met Erica. Or would he? John Mark squirmed and scrunched up his face. With just his thumb, Keith smoothed the pucker between the baby's eyes and whispered, "Or would our father have given me a crazy desire for coffee sold by a woman who wouldn't even kill a cockroach?" He chuckled at that. Erica had definitely gotten past that quibble when they'd bought the old farmhouse near Honey and had to eradicate the mice from it. Erica could dispatch rodents faster than most people swatted flies, or thereabouts. A light across the room caught his attention. His phone glowed. A call. Odd. No one he knew would call this early unless it was an emergency. Keith eased himself out of Erica's rocking chair, padded within an inch of its life and looking nothing like his great-grandmother's, and crept across the floor to snatch it up. His stomach bottomed out. Mark. Keith rushed from the room, John Mark fussing at his nap being interrupted, and hurried downstairs as quickly as possible without scrambling the baby's brains in the process.
What's up? Hello to you. Don't, Mark. If this were a casual call, it would be taking place in a few hours, so what's up?
Never had he felt more woozy than the moment he heard the words, passport with Erica's name and picture, and entering Canada. His brain demanded that he admit it could be anyone, but his gut told him what his head refused to acknowledge.
Franklin? Has to be. And with her entering Canada from Incheon, plastic surgery capital of the world, no less.
He huffed.
Okay, but did she enter South Korea on Erica's name? Nope. We don't recognize the name her picture is associated with, but another passport with the name Inara Anasta was found in Maldives Tuesday morning their time. Anastas? No.
Mark tried to draw out the word, but it still sounded a bit clipped.
Anasta. Camden says it's Macedonian. That's how to say Anastas for females.
So much made sense if... Keith swallowed.
Brother or cousin? Father? Too close in age for that, right? Uncle? We're thinking brother, stepbrother, or cousin. Probably in that order.
Mark actually cleared his throat.
You know you have to take a vacation, right?
He knew, and he didn't like it. They'd moved to Cherryville to be near family. Okay, so Hani was only his fake sister from his first assignment, but they'd become like family, and it was good to have someone nearby who knew how to read signs that pointed to danger. But staying in the area put his family as well as hers at risk. Unacceptable.
Suggestions? She's coming for me, Keith. I can't even have a ghost of an idea where you'd be. Not safe. All I can and will say is that I recommend it be somewhere out of the country. We don't have a passport for John Mark yet. He's 3 weeks old. We haven't even gotten our official copies of the birth certificate and social security card yet. It'll be waiting at the St. Louis airport information counter by 6 o'clock. I already have the State Department on it.
With no time to spare, Keith settled John Mark on a blanket on the floor and hurried down into the basement for suitcases.
How? Even infants need a photo. Used the hospital one you sent. Flynn removed the stripes on the hospital blanket and the State Department accepted it. Not that they had much choice.
Only Mark. Keith hauled one suitcase behind him while he slid the other one up the basement steps by sheer shin power. Only when he'd gotten halfway up did he realize that his fear of breaking his phone if he grabbed both the phone and the suitcase handle was moot. He'd have to get a new phone anyway.
Hey, Mark, can you have new phones waiting there too? Already done. Also, cash and new Visa cards. We're sticking with your name. The work on your new identities was done in that workspace building in St. Louis, so you're safe there. No connection to us, and Flynn used VPNs as well. How is Flynn? Freaking out. She'll be better once she knows your flight is in the air.
Keith had started to ask about where they expected Franklin to enter the U.S. when Mark added,
She's also, I think today's word was pregified.
Keith grinned at that. Flynn pregnant. That would be brilliant.
All we need is you and Claire and... Not happening.
That didn't sound like Mark, and it sure didn't sound like Claire.
You do remember that my cousin had planned to be a pediatrician, right? She loves kids. Kids aren't safe for us. She knew that when she married me. Defensive much?
He'd have to tread lightly, both literally now that he'd reached the kitchen and figuratively.
Mark, who's in charge? We're still supposed to make sound decisions. I can't put an innocent child at risk. It's one thing for Claire to decide to risk her life, but I won't.
With no doubt that this was an ongoing argument between Mark and Claire, Keith lobbed his own grenade into the fracas.
I remembered the discussions you guys had. She went over every single one of them with me. You said you had reservations about it. You didn't say you decided against it. The way I read it, and that's through Claire's filter, so obviously how she did, you were bothered by the idea and needed reassurance, not that you were refusing to do it. She'll feel like she got a bait and switch. Not your business, Keith.
Keith set the phone on his kitchen island and gripped the edges of the counter. He took in a slow, cleansing breath, determined to keep his cool. Then he bellowed out,
Mark, you're family now. Family. Both spiritually and legally. So yeah, what happens with my cousins and my brother is my business. To an extent, anyway. Have kids. Don't. I don't care. But don't pretend that you don't know what I'm talking about. You owe her an apology at the least.
Erica appeared in his peripheral vision.
My wife needs an update. Talk to you later.
When she leaned against the dishwasher, Erica folded her arms over her chest. Where are we going? Keith ran his hands through his hair, pulling on the ends that hadn't ever been this long in his life.
Pick a country. Any country.
16. 9:21 p.m., Wednesday, November 12th. A cabin near Lake Vienna. The phone blip startled Karen out of a game of Go Fish. Grab your bags and get ready to dash for the car. She snapped out the words before flipping up the cell phone and tapping the button. Yeah? Tyra's headed in to take your place. Tell Greg to hang on her own. Just a minute. Karen waved them back. You're staying. I'm going. Once she saw their faces relax, Karen returned to the conversation. Okay, Emmy, got it. What do I do? Get to Cookeville, Tennessee. Dawn needs your help. She thinks Helen's headed back into the country, and that fits with some passport anomalies we found. You're on the lookout for someone using Erica Porowski's name and face, probably due to cosmetic surgery. Emmy knew how to get to the bare facts and get off the line. But she didn't have Flynn's heart. Just for her own personal comfort, Karen rephrased the words as she threw her backpack into the passenger seat of the Armada. You're on the look-sees for some fakeroo Erica with Barbie faces. Lousy Flynn speak, but it settled her nerves. She reversed into an arc and shot down the long drive to the highway. From there, east to Nashville and then to Cookeville. That was the one thing that newer recruits struggled with the most, the lack of GPS. They not only had to learn to read a map, they also had to memorize all major U.S. routes so they wouldn't need to stop and check a map until they were well on the way. When she stopped to refuel, she called Mark. What's up with Dawn?
She thinks something's going on in her area, so she wants help. Thinks a woman is best. And, woman or not, you're the best, so...
Don't placate me, Mark.
Not at all. Now, here's the deal.
He must have covered the receiver because all she heard was muffled, mumbled sounds for a moment. While he dealt with whoever and whatever he did, Karen washed the windshield and tried not to shiver. Should have put on a jacket. And the way the cold seeped into her bones, she probably shouldn't have bothered with the windshield. It would pour within 20 miles. Probably 10. Tops.
Sorry about that. I need you there, and not just because you're a woman. You know the agency. I need to know if giving Dawn this job is worth it, if we're making a difference. So, I need you to help, to protect, whatever Dawn needs. But I also need you to evaluate and help me decide.
Is it where you want to take the agency? The gas pump clicked off, so she holstered the nozzle, as her father had always put it, and started to open the door to leave. Water. She'd better grab some. Not that I think it's a bad idea, just trying to get a read for what I'm looking for. She'd made it to the cold cases lining the back wall of the tiny store before he responded.
Yeah, we have to make changes. I always wanted to be protection only. I don't do surveillance and undercover stuff like Rickwood or Yelland. Some of the Eastern European groups even infiltrate government agencies to know where and how to make things work for them.
By the time Karen had paid, she'd gotten a pretty good picture of Mark's new vision for the agency. By the time she'd climbed into her vehicle and started the engine, she wondered if Mark was growing the agency's needs or reacting to some perceived failure on his part. 9:32 p.m., Wednesday, November 12th, Cookeville, Tennessee. Alarm bells blared in Dawn's mind as she sat eating one tasteless nugget after another. It wasn't fair to call them tasteless. Even after dunking them in honey mustard until they dribbled all the way to her mouth, she didn't taste a thing. Her hearing had drowned out all other senses as she strained to listen to the phone conversation behind her. The girl murmured so low that any time someone laughed, coughed, or crinkled a wrapper, Dawn couldn't hear a thing. But she'd heard enough. Unless she'd invented something ridiculous, this girl was about to. Dawn swallowed hard and missed a couple more words after hearing,
"Of course I won't tell Mom."
Yeah, definitely not what she should be telling an adult in her life. That she spoke to an adult, Dawn had no doubt. The kid had slipped once and said, "Yes, sir," before correcting to Cody. Whoever Cody was knew how to play her. Dawn could practically hear the blush in the girl's tone.
"Can't I see you? She won't be home until almost 11.
While Dawn ordered her protesting side to shush so she could hear, the girl added,
"They should be in bed. They'd be fine. Or I could come home and we could watch something in the basement."
Whatever he answered, it wasn't what she wanted to hear. The girl actually said,
"I thought you said you wanted to be with me, but you—"
Again, he upset her, and Dawn couldn't take another word. She pulled out her camera app on her phone and held it up as if to take a picture through the window. But at the last second, she swiped up on the screen, snapped, and swiped again, muttering, "Stupid thing, stay put," just in case the girl noticed. The sniffles began just seconds later. Dawn got up to take her tray to the trash and pretended to notice her. She set it down and slid in the booth across from the girl. "Hey, you okay?" With fingers flicking too slow to keep up with falling tears, the girl hiccuped and nodded.
"I will be, men."
"Don't I know it? Mine nearly killed me when I found out he was making illegals fight like dogs for some sick gambling ring. Barely got out alive, but he'll be in prison for the rest of his life. Too many of his fighters died for him to get out before serving all those life sentences." She babbled like an idiot for several seconds before saying, "What's your guy doing? If you say the cheer squad, I'll help you beat him up." That got the girl to giggle.
"Nah, he's not some kid playing around."
Age doesn't determine if someone's a kid. She couldn't say it and keep the girl talking, so Dawn shifted a bit. "I'm Dawn."
"Hillary."
The girl misread Dawn's raised eyebrow and said,
"Yeah, my mom wanted me to be a strong, powerful woman like Hillary Clinton. Now she says I just better not end up offing people who annoy me. I think she thinks it's funny, but even my stepdad doesn't laugh."
Was it her imagination, or did the girl's tone change with stepdad? Probably just her way of acknowledging that she could have picked a stronger woman, someone with real strength, you know?
"Yeah, well, I'm glad she didn't name me after her. Deanne Mills, Brenner, isn't strong. She's desperate. Always going from guy to guy. Won't be long before my stepdad isn't good enough for her, and he's the best she's ever brought home."
Hillary's words cranked up the volume on those alarm bells. "Good guy, huh? That's nice. Lots of stepdads and mom boyfriends are creeps."
"Yeah, she can attract 'em, but keeping 'em isn't so easy. Her last husband lasted a month after the wedding. He caught her making out with one of the other nurses on her shift and bailed."
Hillary's voice turned wistful.
"He was nice to me, too. Said he wished he could take me with him, but the law doesn't allow that."
"Good thing. And this new one's all right? Doesn't make you uncomfortable or anything?" The fact that Hillary didn't even hesitate to answer said a lot. The girl screamed for attention, and she'd get it any way she could, even spilling her guts to a total stranger. What said more was the telltale pinkness to her cheeks.
No, he's great. He comes home from work and makes dinner so she can get ready for work. He helps us with our homework, not that I need help anymore, and gets the little kids in bed.
If he's not putting you to bed yet, it ain't 'cause he don't want to.
The thought made her want to gag, but Dawn knew it was true as sure as she knew that Hillary would be furious if she figured out that Dawn suspected anything.
That's great.
God forgive her for the lie. Do your little sisters like him too?
Brothers, don't have a sister. Always wanted one, but Cody and Mom say they've got enough with the three of us. Well, that's what Cody says when Mom's around. He told me he always wanted to hold his own baby.
If she'd had a gun with her, Dawn would follow the girl home right now and blow away any chance of the guy fathering children. Everything shifted as the girl managed to dry up her tears.
Mom doesn't treat him right. She gets mad at him for every little thing, but he does everything for her. Cleans the house. Well, I try to clean as much as I can, so he doesn't have to.
I bet you do.
And cooks most of the meals. He's really a good cook. I can't cook anything, but he's teaching me when the little kids aren't around to distract him.
Bet he'd teach you a great golf swing if you ever wanted to learn. How she'd get the girl to admit a crush on the stepdad, Dawn had no clue, not even a hint of one. One wrong word and the girl would bolt. Still, she knew the girl's probable last name and how to find the parents. At least that was a start.
Sounds like your mom picked a winner.
She did. He's amazing.
Hillary leaned close and whispered,
He says.
Then she stopped herself.
I don't know why I'm telling you this. I don't even know you.
Sometimes talking with people you don't know is easier. They're safe, you know. Kind of like a priest. They don't know you or anyone you know, so you can say things that you wouldn't say to people who might use it against you. I get it. Dawn hated that she had to add, but I get why you wouldn't want to share personal things with a stranger. It's okay. The girl drew a long drink through her straw before sitting a bit more upright and smiling.
Well, it's not like you know where I live or anything, and I'm not 5. I won't take candy or go off with you when you ask me to help you find your cat.
Only thing cats is good for is killing barn mice. Dawn shot Hillary what she hoped was an apologetic grin. Not much of a cat person. Too sneaky. And they like to destroy things to show how much better they think they are than you.
But the purr.
Okay, the girl had her on that one. All right, fine. Purrs are far better than dog slobber or snores. That earned her a giggle, and that giggle unlocked a wealth of information. Hillary was 15, a good student, and planning to go to UT, go Vols, to study nuclear engineering.
I really love science and math stuff. When I found out I could go to Knoxville and get a good degree, I decided those stupid Hunter orange shirts were worth it. Barely.
Thrillin'. Glad to know our nuclear programs will be run by young women without a relational brain cell in their heads. It wasn't fair, but Dawn was getting impatient. She needed to convince this girl to stay away from this stepfather before any hope of a college degree got swallowed up in baby formula and diapers. Patience won out, however. Just as Dawn decided it would be easier to find the stepdad and put the fear of eunuchs in him, Hillary sighed.
He loves me, you know.
I'm sure he does. It's nice when a stepdad treats other people's kids like they're his own. Playing the dumb game, harder than she'd ever imagined.
No, I mean, he wants to be with me. When I turn 18, he's going to leave Mom and come with me to Knoxville. So even if I get a scholarship, I won't have to pay room and board.
You'll pay with your uterus. Trust me, girl. Dawn could not say that. To give her time to think, she pulled her milkshake off the abandoned tray. Soupy and growing warm, it was gross, but she could at least use it for a moment to collect her thoughts into something the girl might listen to.
Hillary,
You're going to tell me that he's just using me. Well, he won't. Says he won't even kiss me until I'm 18 because it ain't right. So he's not.
The words flew from her lips before she could stop them. So he's just using your mom, not you?
What?
A scowl formed and Hillary stood.
You have no right to say that.
She snatched up her purse and made for the door. Dawn bolted after her. Hillary, wait up. Listen. At the edge of the parking lot, Dawn saw a bicycle chained to a lamppost. Look, you know what's going on there better than I do. The girl's response would have gotten Dawn's mouth washed out with Granny's soap. Homemade nasty stuff.
Don't know why I bothered. No one understands him.
Just let me say one thing and I'll walk away. I have no reason not to be on your side here, okay? With a jerk of the handlebars, the girl dragged the bike onto the asphalt, but she paused.
Fine. What?
Not kissing someone? Not having sex with them, sure. That's good for the someone. But talking to someone other than the woman he made vows to about how he wants that later? That's cheating. And if he'll cheat on your mom, even just in what he says he wants later when it won't get him thrown in jail, he'll cheat on you once he's gotten whatever he's waiting for. Maybe not right away, but he's already proven he will. Just think about that. And resisting every instinct she had to throw the girl in the truck and drive her to the hospital for a talking to with Mom, Dawn turned away, walked slow but sure toward that truck. She'd nearly reached the tailgate when she heard footfalls behind her.
Wait, Dawn, wait.
Only once she'd reached her door handle did Dawn turn to look back.
I think you're wrong. He knows Mom's gonna leave him, like she leaves every guy. My dad, her other boyfriends, my other stepdad, but...
How's your relationship with your dad?
Good. He's great. Except he doesn't like Cody. He admits he probably won't like any guy Mom picks, so it probably means he shouldn't like himself.
Not doing something to shut it down now nearly became her undoing. But Dawn reminded herself that Crossville was small. She'd find Deanne Mills Brenner at the hospital if she had to. Not spooking the kid might be best in the long run, though. Talk to your dad about it. You don't even have to tell him who it is. Just tell him an older man who's talking about divorce is waiting for you to come of age. See what he says.
That makes it sound nasty.
Dawn just looked at her. A look of pure hatred wiped out Hillary's former confusion. She jumped on her bike and rode off, calling Dawn words that would have gotten Dawn more than a bar of soap in her mouth. Yikes. I'm that person now. In my day...
17.
11:02 a.m. Thursday, November 13th. The Rourke. Liv Todd, over the baby stuff, escaped the office where Claire and Flynn debated best practices for birthing and hurried down 2 flights of stairs, out into the hall, down the elevator, and into the basement sanctuary of analysts and other computer geeks. And to think she'd hated the idea when they'd first moved to the Rourke. Timothy waved her over, showed her a report he'd just compiled, and grinned when she said she'd take it up to Emmy.
We need to get right on this one.
That's what I thought.
Down the hall and to the right, David's office was a computer showroom of hardware and tech gear. Honestly, Liv didn't know what half of it did.
Preserve me from epidurals and Bradley and his methods. What have you got to get me past Flynn's desk and into Mark's office?
Though his chair slowly turned toward her, David kept his fingers flying across the keyboard and didn't remove his gaze from the screen until the obvious tap on enter. But when he looked at her, every bit of focus pinned her to the wall. Hey, great timing. I was just about to call you down. David's dark eyebrows drew together in a way that made him look downright menacing. Wait, did you say epidural? Who's having surgery? She didn't even get to reply before he added, And who is Bradley? We don't have a Bradley here. Liv pulled out the extra chair he'd dragged in for her and plopped down.
Claire and Flynn are geeking out on baby stuff. Apparently, if you don't give your kid enough breast milk, he'll basically die. And if you have an epidural, you'll miss the first 24 hours of a kid's life due to a terrible headache. Oh, and whatever you do, follow Mr. Bradley's plan perfectly, and you won't need stitches where no needle should ever be given access.
Liv closed her eyes.
And I forgot who I was talking to. Sorry.
Then she scowled.
Changed my mind. More men should have to hear about the things women go through, so I'm all for it now. Do you want to know what an episiotomy is?
I know, thank you. My sister had a nasty one thanks to an archaic doctor who believes the human body hasn't evolved enough to allow birth without it, despite thousands upon thousands of years of evidence to the contrary. The urge to cross her ankles might not make sense, but Liv did it anyway. Isn't it kind of early to be talking about birth stuff? Mira spent all her time at this juncture talking about the superfoods she needed, the preg aerobics, the antenatal yoga she had to do every day. Oh, and names. She was obsessed with names. Every time I saw her, and I mean every time, she'd greet me with,
"What do you think of Amal? Inara. Oh, better tell her to nix that one. Soraya? Yosef?"
It got old, fast. But at least she didn't bless me with hours of talk about mucus plugs and colostrum until she was at least 7 months.
It's enough to make me thank God, and there probably isn't even one to thank.
Mark thinks so. So does Keith. And now Greg. Actually, this place is hopping with converts lately. Have you noticed? Right then is when Liv realized that she didn't know what David believed. He could be Muslim for all she knew, and she just insulted him.
Hope I didn't offend.
No, I'm more ambivalent than even agnostic. I just don't care, but I might if I had a child. So, if that's the case, why wouldn't I care now? He had a good point. The difference between them was that she, on the other hand, didn't care at all if her kid went to Sunday school or Hebrew school or Muslim school. What did Muslims call their religious training for little kids? She didn't know.
Off topic, Todd.
But you didn't come down here to discuss theology or the lack of it, so do I show you first or do you show me? He frowned. That didn't come out right. Don't report me to HR. At least the giggle that escaped brought a smile to his face instead of rolled eyes. But come on, who wouldn't giggle? He wouldn't, that's who.
Again, focus, Todd. Mine's just Timothy's analysis of the high school football coach and the steroid pushers. We've got to extract him.
This time, David looked downright irritated. I told Mark to get the guy out of there. Drug stuff is so high collar, especially when dealing with college scouts. You can't risk it. She agreed and had told Mark so, but their newest agent recruits hadn't finalized their operational evals yet. Mark made sense despite the frustration.
Hopefully we'll get those evals covered. Meanwhile, what do you have for us? Did you find Helen?
No, but I'm watching Border Patrol through Canada to be sure she doesn't cross over without us knowing. I've been splitting my time between raids on traffickers. You wouldn't believe how many scales are open these days. Truckers are bypassing them and getting nabbed that way. Anyway, he leaned back, head slung in his interlaced hands, a slow smile forming. Good to see you, Liv. I don't get many friendly faces down here. Usually they're ticked to see me.
Just ask him to grab nachos with you after work. It's that simple.
Might be that simple, but she wouldn't do it. The last time she'd asked, he'd genuinely looked frustrated to have to decline. His parents' anniversary party, and he had to fly to Fresno for it. He'd told her to ask again, and she'd stammered something about him letting her know when he had time. He'd never said a word.
Always glad to see you, especially when you don't ask if my ovaries are screaming.
This time she'd gone too far.
Oh, That sounded so normal in my head.
So no one actually... She couldn't help it.
No, Mari in accounting did. 3 days ago. Said every time she hears Flynn trying out names for the baby, not baby names, but monikers for baby instead of things like Junior Muffin or Peanut, hers scream at her for just one more. And weren't mine going bonkers?
I want to say something about biological impossibilities, but that's probably misogynistic and packed with male privilege or something like that.
Well, I'm with you on it anyway. The whole thing is mad. And if Claire gets her way, she'll be joining the ranks. What on earth is wrong with these people?
She pinched the bridge of her nose.
Anyway, what have you found?
He pulled her chair closer to him. Liv tried not to take it personally and peered at the screen as she willed other organs to behave themselves as well, predominantly her heart.
I finally found some chatter regarding the hit on Smith. Took a while, but I know where some of those assassins are and that he was right on the granny one. Well, probably. She's not chatting, but the others all say that a few things make it her hit and that she missed on purpose because the client, that's probably Westcott, wants Smith alive until he gets back his property. David turned the monitor toward her and leaned in, his shoulders brushing her.
Olivian Todd, you should not be that aware of a stupid shoulder, thank you very much.
Right here, see?
His pen tapped the monitor.
This one, I think, is Neo, and he says that Homeland knows where Smith is and can't get him. They're guessing agency involvement.
That's not good.
David turned to meet her gaze. The guy was hot. No other word for it. She swallowed hard. Not good, but also they're guessing why the government wants him. As hard as she tried to focus, Liv couldn't quite do it.
Yeah?
The guy's thumb brushed the corner of her lips.
Got a bit of... looks like Cheeto there.
He smiled at her embarrassment.
You should have brought me a bag. You owe me now.
I always pay my debts. Back on track, Todd. Why does the government want him?
Whatever David had been thinking about wasn't his cyber hunt. Ugh. She'd distracted him in all the worst ways. Snapping out of it, he leaned back and slung his head in his hands again. Trafficking. They think he's working with Helen Franklin. 3:23 p.m. Thursday, November 13th. Cookeville, Tennessee.
If I see Hillary, I'm gonna tell you to scat.
Sitting in Dawn's truck in the Hardee's parking lot, Karen watched the fierce intensity radiating from Dawn. Too bad it didn't generate heat. She was freezing. Why don't I go inside, grab a sandwich? Listen, you stay out here and watch. I'll stop for directions in a bit. If you take off, I'll just walk over to the arcade place.
That's about 3 miles.
Dawn's tone dripped with, silly city girl. It'll be nice to warm up. Karen climbed out but hesitated before shutting the door. I'm good at my job, Dawn. Don't underestimate me. That earned her a harumph and a sigh. Look, I asked for you 'cause you're a woman, partly. Mostly 'cause from what I can tell, you're the best around there. Oh, here comes a group. Get. She actually said get instead of get. Sometimes Dawn's accent came through at twice the intensity as expected, a sort of verbal moonshine. She'd knock you just as flat if you criticized the recipe for Uncle Jeb's fine spirits, or whatever they called it in this corner of the country. A kid nearly bowled her over as she reached for the door handle to the restaurant. In an area where most kids still apologized for rudeness, he just kept going. Inside, she heard laughter. Great. More bullying. Told him not to send her that picture. The whole school knows what sort of equipment he carries now. Heart sinking, stomach churning, Karen instantly thanked a God she didn't believe in that she hadn't been born 20 years earlier.
Being a kid today could be so cool, but instead we get cyberbullying, sextortion, and all the rest of the social carnage that comes in the wake of so-called technological advances. A glance out the window showed Dawn exiting the truck. At first, she assumed Hillary had arrived, but then she saw them. The boy who had just fled and a guy talking out near the dumpster corral. The moment the guy saw Dawn headed his way, he took off for a truck. Karen watched to see which direction the guy would head, and then moved to position herself to see the license plate and get a good description. She needed a good phone for stuff like this. Flip phones just didn't work as naturally. She'd have to tell Mark. Repeating make, model, license plate, and the man's description in her mind as she jogged back to Dawn's truck for paper and a pen, Karen wondered if her gut was right on him. He had to be targeting a hurt kid. The boy's Uncle Jim wouldn't have taken off like that at the sight of a strange woman headed their way. Of course, Karen ended up scrawling the information over 3 receipts with a half-dried-out Sharpie. No way would writing with Sharpie on napkins be legible. Then she snapped a photo of all 3 receipts and sent them to Flynn. Need info on this truck, ASAP. The reply came back before Dawn had finished talking to the kid. Marlon Guthrie, 42, convicted sex offender, sexual assault against a minor. No contact order. Notify law enforcement immediately. Karen made the call. 2:40 p.m., Thursday, November 13th, Stansted, Quebec. She stood there, purse slung over one shoulder, shivering and watching. Down the road, a white sport SUV sat parked, also watching. For her, or normal? Helen didn't know, and her text to find out hadn't been seen yet. Well, she had the passport and had an entrance into Canada on record, so she should be good. Still, 200 yards away, a car waited for her. She couldn't see it yet, but she knew it was there, taunting her. Her thumb clicked the carabiner open, shut, open, shut. Then she saw her. Raylene. Time to go. Ignoring the brisk wind trying to push through her coat, Helen strode to what was once the emergency exit of the Haskell Free Library and Opera House, a building that straddled the border of Canada and the United States. Stupid U.S. citizen and immigration services and their posturing. Like making Canadians enter from the Canadian side meant they couldn't walk out the other side if someone wasn't looking. Which is exactly what she'd do. The children's area had a few kids playing with toys. Some woman led a tour past as she browsed shelves, and then a perfect distraction happened without her even having to orchestrate it. What one kid did to another she couldn't see, but ear-piercing screeches sent several people moving toward the children's area, and Helen made sure a few people heard her speak into a phone that wasn't on. Yeah, I'm leaving. Too loud. Bratty kids. I'll come back when they've left or something. Overkill? Probably. But if something went down, it couldn't hurt to try. She clicked the carabiner. Open. Shut. 50 feet to the car now. Open. Shut. 40. Open. Shut. Open. Shut. Hey, come back here! Every muscle tightened as she kept striding toward that car. Open, shut. Open, shut. Come on, I said I was sorry. The tension in her shoulders relaxed first. Not her. Open, shut. As promised, the car door remained unlocked. Helen jerked up the handle and flung her purse in the passenger seat before sliding behind the steering wheel. The ignition fob lay in the console tray. She punched the start button, and the engine turned over. Reverse, and... Pounding on her window prompted her to slam on the brakes. Her vocal cords may not have activated, but her brain echoed with unsquealed squeals.
A man in a brown uniform yelled at her to stop. Go, stop. She rolled down her window just as she realized that government uniforms don't have stitched patches with a guy's name on them. Bernard yelled at her.
My wife's dog is under your car. Give me a second so you don't kill him.
Sure. It took a moment for her to remember to add, Is he okay? I didn't see anything.
Probably.
He'd already calmed down.
Didn't mean to yell. Sorry.
That stereotypical Canadian so-ori, as he called for Gonzo, the tiniest terrier she'd ever seen, ran straight out in front of her car, bolting across the parking area as if his life depended on escape. The idiot, Bernard, raced after him.
Great way to get him to run in front of another car.
But Helen didn't wait to find out more. She backed out of the space and inched past cars, ready to slam on the brakes. The last thing she needed was someone calling the cops because she'd made pancake puppies for lunch without a license.
Dark, Helen, even for you.
That thought prompted a smile that grew into a grin as she tapped her Maps app and listened to the robotic voice. Realistic? Yeah, right. Direct her toward I-91 South. Rockland was only 16 hours away, if she stuck to the speed limit. First, she'd take out Erica Pawlowski. Then, she'd take over the agency. 18. 10:27 a.m. Friday, November 14th. The Rourke, Rockland. His phone screen showed movement, and he couldn't check on it. No, Bert the doorman of the Rourke was incapacitated in his tiny restroom and unable to escape. Then he saw her. Amy Osselton headed toward the elevators with a man Bert didn't recognize. Still watching the screen, he pulled out the walkie-talkie. Hopefully, Flynn wouldn't get blasted with evidence of his position, so to speak.
Flynn, incoming.
Yeah, it was overly dramatic, but she liked that kind of thing.
What up, Bert?
Amy Osselton is in the elevator.
He swiped to get another camera.
Getting off at the second floor. She's with a man, but I can't tell who's leading whom. It almost...
He zoomed in and tried to read body language or her expression in profile.
I can't be certain, but it almost looks like she's being compelled to go with him.
A huff preceded a call to Doyle with the news. Then she came back to bark out.
And how did this creepazoid get past you?
I'm kind of trapped in the restroom. Something...
Poor Flynn got blasted with proof of his intestinal troubles. Bert disconnected and groaned. He'd been so sure he didn't need backup to watch screens, but of course his body had to revolt the one time it mattered. That prompted a pause, a scowl, a sigh. No way was this an accident, but would his wife or his boss kill him first? A notification sent him swiping right twice. Mark had bought the best cameras on the market. No jerky, grainy footage for him. The screen showed Tyler flying down the stairs 2 and 3 at a time, and twice jumping the corner. The second time, Tyler slammed into the wall, and it slowed him down enough that he didn't try that again. The guilt that settled into Bert's gut when he chuckled at it could just deal with itself. He had more important things to do, like switch to the next ding of a notification. That one showed Mark exploding out the door at the opposite end of the hall Tyler would emerge into. A swipe back revealed Tyler's entrance. If those two men kept racing and didn't slow down, they'd do a cartoon-style full-body collision in the middle of the hallway. Bert was so caught up in the drama playing out before him that he forgot to return to the front desk with its larger screens. Instead, he flicked, swiped, and zoomed with the finesse of a tween playing whatever games those kids played these days, all while seated in a cubicle that's only redeeming quality was the relative safety from whatever would be going down. That would definitely get him out of the doghouse and onto the couch now. the men converged on the door to Smith Abingdon's apartment. Second-floor apartment, the Rourke. The soft snick of a latch tore Smith's attention away from the spreadsheets he'd spent the morning perusing. Amy entered the office, followed by an agent he hadn't met yet.
Hey, Amy.
The look on Amy's face told it all. Smith dropped to the floor just as the telltale burpy snap of a gun with a suppressor sounded. Deja vu could get deported for all he cared. Smith's shoulder erupted in fire as another bullet seared through it. The spread of warmth in his back told him this one had made it all the way through. Screaming and swearing, he rolled left, hoping the guy would shoot right.
Smith, down. A bit late, buckaroo.
Chaos erupted around him, but Smith couldn't see it. This pain was worse than before. Already he saw dark spots trying to black out his sight. He had to avoid another hit, but how? The room receded slowly, as if creeping away before it got caught in the crossfire. Somewhere, someone screamed. Someone else said something about watchers, and, just as he gave up fighting, he thought he heard Mark shout,
Agent, down.
Second-floor apartment, the Rourke. Doyle shut off the shower and grabbed a towel. Steam filled the room, blocking the mirror and, of course, his reflection, though he avoided mirrors as much as possible these days. Weird but true. The one advantage to being at the Rourke was the luxury of time to dry off well. On assignment, a guy had to force his clothes over a still damp body whenever he found time for a shower. Stinky agent versus that kind of vulnerability equals a no-win situation. Life over olfactory comfort, though, every time. Just as he pulled on fresh boxers and reached for his t-shirt, the intercom blasted.
Intruder incoming. Amy hostage. Repeat. Danger incoming. Agents en route.
Flynn sounded too normal for this to be anything but serious. He grabbed his Glock and the 3D printed launcher loaded with one of Camden's body wrap gizmos and twisted the doorknob. Taking down an intruder in his boxers? Oh, joy. The sound of a suppressed shot reached him just as he eased open the door enough to look out.
Smith, down!
The moment he called it, he saw Smith and the red stain on the back of the guy's shirt. He shot the wrap gizmo first. No way would he call that thing a wrapper-trapper. A bullet splintered the door jamb just seconds after he stepped to the other side. Close one. Shouts from outside prompted him to take a peek, hoping the guy had been distracted enough to tear his gaze away from the door for half a second. Nope. Another shot got the door beside his head, inches away. Doyle jumped to the other side, firing as he went. The guy was down, and the bullet went wide. Bad call. Someone could have entered.
Door's free,
he shouted before diving in front of Smith and firing once more. 3 more shots blasted one after the other as Doyle covered Smith's body, the guy unmoving, with his own. If that guy died because he'd taken a shower, if he'd killed the jerk in his boxers, Karen would never let him live it down.
The only mercy is that she's not here to see this.
The digitized sound of a camera clicking told him that mercy didn't exist.
I'll kill you here and now, Flynn, unless I see you delete that and empty your trash.
Second-floor apartment, the Rourke.
Smith, down!
Fury tore through Flynn as she raced after Mark and Tyler. Both men paused on either side of the doorway, guns drawn. She reached into her back holster. Good thing she'd started practicing with that before the Bumpmeister began growing, and pulled out her weapon. Gunshots fired seconds before Doyle called, "Door's free!" Mark and Tyler burst through with one more shot ringing out. Flynn jumped behind them, gun drawn. Okay, she had it facing up out of habit. Still, one wrong twitch and it was going down, just like whatever creeper decided to mess with her peepers. She wrinkled her nose.
Listen, Beanie Babes, you're messing with my vocab vibes.
That's when she saw Amy. Lying face down, the woman didn't move, didn't speak. No! Mark whirled to face her, but Flynn dodged around him. A door banged in the hallway, and even as Flynn fumbled for a pulse and fought the urge to puke, fought and lost, a woman's voice reached her.
Going to call the owner. I told that guy that this was a bad idea. Now we've got wild parties.
Whatever else she said cut off as someone with sense shut the door. That should have been her, but she kept fumbling for a pulse. Mark knelt beside her. Is she...
I can't find it, Markers.
A sob ripped through her.
Stupid hormoners. I want a word or two with your God.
Have at it, but later. Let me see.
But she couldn't. Flynn kept trying. Wrist, neck, even the nose. That got her something.
I can't feel the pulse, but I know I felt a breath under her nose. I know I did.
He pulled her back, and when she protested, he told her to hush. She'd get him for that later. When he sank back on his heels, obviously relieved, Flynn decided to forgive him. This time.
She okay, bossy?
No, but she's alive. We've got to figure out how to get her to Breckham.
In that moment, Flynn leaned back on her hands, and her right one slipped out from under her, landing her in a pile of vomit she'd forgotten about. What was left of her lunch evacuated the premises.
Grossified.
Doyle, wearing only a pair of boxers, lifted her up and carried her to the bathroom.
Take a shower. I'll get Liv up here with clean clothes.
Flynn only sobbed. Sobbed, but obeyed. She'd figure out how to deal with that craziness later. It may have been the fastest shower of her life, but when Liv arrived with the spare leggings and t-shirt she kept at work for emergencies, she waited with a towel wrapped around her and straining to hear every word.
What's going on out there?
Liv just stood outside the mostly shut door and gave a play-by-play worthy of a sportcaster.
Well, Amy and the intruder are down. Amy is still unconscious. Smith is sitting up and looking ready to kill himself. He's worried about Amy, of course. Doyle's trying to get proof of who the guy is, but Smith says it's someone called Neo, and the guy is here for him. Demands to know how the guy found him and is trying to blame it on both Tyler and Doyle. Since when is Tyler not loyal? Since never. I'll kill Smith myself if he says that again.
Still pulling down the shirt, Flynn burst through the bathroom door and raced back to the living room.
Stop right there, you jerk. Just because you're all fine with killing peeps doesn't mean everyone's like you. Tyler wouldn't let anyone get near your sorry Budinsky because that's his jobbers. Even Doyle would, protect your sorry cheekers.
Smith blinked at her. Of all the things he could have said, asking, "Cheekers?" seemed to be the least helpful. A chorus of "Cheeks!" followed. Flynn couldn't help but smile, pride welling in her.
Totes puffy heart, you guys.
A glance at Doyle cut her. The guy looked gutted. She moved closer to him.
You got the guy, Doy. You got him. Smith and Amy are alive. That's because of you.
He just looked at her. Liv moved close and whispered,
I think it was the even Doyle, Flynn. He might deserve it, but it's got to sting.
Get Amy an ambulance, Mark.
Smith looked and sounded ready to kill.
This isn't team-building time.
Can we do that?
Liv looked first at Mark and then at Flynn.
Won't we get a lot of questions?
Better questions than a dead person. Get her help.
Wheelchair down to the elevator and... While Mark and Tyler tried to work out logistics, Liv turned to Flynn.
Just call Dr. Breckham and tell him to come here. I'll meet him in the garage. He doesn't have to know we operate from here. For all he knows, this was a safe house.
First, Flynn stared. Then, after throwing her arms around Liv, she snatched up the secure landline and punched in the number.
Need you at the Rourke. Stat. Possible on-site surgery.
Once she dropped the handset into the cradle, Flynn shouted,
Stop! The Docksters is coming, so let's get this mess cleaned up.
Mark turned, stared, and visibly relaxed.
Level 3 bonus, today.
Even as she moved toward the closet holding the cleaning wipes, Flynn said,
Coolio, that just started Beanie Babe's college fund.
19. 11:53 a.m., Friday, November 14th, Nashville, Tennessee. Even on a Friday morning in November, tourists and locals mingled along the sidewalks of 12 South. Dawn and Karen pretended to shop as they followed two girls from Cookville on a quest to find some vintage guitar store. The shorter girl whined about how long they'd been walking, 5 whole minutes, but the other was on a mission.
I've got to get that guitar before they sell it. Why can't we just drive?
The answer evaded Dawn's hearing, but apparently Karen had heard. The woman rolled her eyes. Dawn nudged her. Why? She's convinced her boyfriend will find a way to check her GPS and know where they went exactly. If she were the girl's friend, Dawn would have been just as ticked. However, she had to give the girl kudos for being aware of things like GPS tracking. Most kids ignored that possibility. Maybe you ain't as Barbie-headed as you look.
Gracie, I just checked. That store is in the Gulch, not 12 South. It's almost 3 miles. The woman I talked to said to park where we did, so just stop whining or go get a coffee. I'll do this on my own.
Dawn slid her gaze sideways to Karen. The chances of this being anything but two girls skipping school to buy a gift for a boyfriend had been slim. But since they had nothing else to do until kids got out of school, they'd wrapped up their breakfast biscuit sandwiches, hopped in Karen's Armada, and took off for Music City, USA. When the friend stormed off across the street, nearly causing an accident, and disappeared into a coffee shop, Gracie hesitated. She tapped out something on her phone, waited, tapped more, huffed, and took off. Do I go with you or stay with her? That's what Dawn liked about Karen. The woman had all kinds of experience and seniority, but she followed orders if someone else knew something she didn't. Made it easier to listen when Karen disagreed, too. Stay with me for now. Oh, wait. If we're going to the Gulch, maybe you should go ahead of us. Have the car there? Without a word, Karen took off, calling back. Meet you there. Forgot my phone. When a fake agency had prevented her abduction, or probable death, Dawn had expected a ransom or something. Playing along got her enough information that, when the real agency arrived, she'd relaxed. Oh, sure, she'd pretended not to be impressed. A woman needs to have options, needs to know what's going on as well. With her husband's trial looming, Mark had become a bit squirrely, so being given this assignment hadn't made sense. He tended to want to protect, but now he'd sent her out to do this? She liked it, sure, but... Gracie turned, and when Dawn came around the corner, she saw the girl leaning against the building, staring at her phone as if it held the answer to life's questions. She had news for the girl. It didn't. About a block down, Dawn stepped into a boutique offering the sorts of clothes her husband liked, and she most certainly didn't. A sequined monstrosity, probably the height of classy fashion, hung near the window, and Dawn examined it. Well, she held it up to the side, twisted the mannequin, all the things she assumed you did to help you decide to part with. A glance at the price tag made her swallow hard. $300 for a stupid dress? Can I help you? The woman had a bless-your-heart voice. It could be as sincere as anything, or drip with disdain, and you'd never know which unless you knew her well. Just trying to decide if this is perfect or a bit more bling than I can pull off. Dawn kept an eye out for Gracie walking by, and when it didn't happen, she pulled out her phone. Can you take a picture for me? I'll see what my guy thinks. Mark, forget him. Claire would kill her if she knew she'd just called Mark her guy.
Of course. Would you like to try it on to give the full treatment?
When she realized she'd begun shaking her head a bit too vehemently, Dawn tried to force embarrassment. Sorry, I just don't want to spoil the effect. It's a fine line, you know. Maybe. The woman guided her a bit behind the mannequin. Just stick your head over her shoulder so he can see how amazing that color looks on you. The woman didn't sound like she was from this side of the country. Probably some gal from California or Arizona. Didn't make it in Hollywood, so working your way to the country stage now. Just as the woman handed back her phone, Dawn thought she saw Gracie's fur-ruffed hoodie pass by the window. Who put fur on a hoodie's hood anyway? She sent the picture to Flynn, stood back, examined it, and then pretended to startle at a reply to her text. Acting would never be part of her skill set, but Dawn decided she pulled off a decent indignation as she shoved her phone back in her pocket and made for the door. Thanks anyway. He said to try something more understated. Said it's too much for me. She ignored the woman's soothing, encouraging contradictions until she had the door open. That's nice of you, but I'm thinking maybe I'm too much for him. Think it's time to find a new guy. Thanks anyway. Gracie was several stores ahead by the time Dawn got going. Perfect. She pulled out the phone and told Siri to send a text. Tell Mark that dress is not too much for me, that I'm too much for him and we're over. Hopefully he'll get the joke. After confirming that's what she wanted sent, Dawn zipped up her jacket a bit higher and kept going. By now, Karen should be at the guitar store. They only had another 30 minutes of walking, assuming Gracie didn't need to rest her pampered toes before they arrived. Then what? A simple guitar sale, or... Because that was the real problem. This could absolutely be exactly what the girl thought it was. Meeting up to sell a guitar at a vintage guitar store? Smart move on the seller's part. Otherwise, she could be held up and left without money or guitar. But something still smelled like summertime, day-old possum roadkill to her. The third eatery she passed and noticed hinted that maybe she should have eaten more of that sausage biscuit. Once they got this girl out of there, or the girl got herself out, she'd get Karen to run her through the Sonic. Good ice and a double bacon cheeseburger. Yum. She'd balance it all out with beans and fried okra tomorrow. Cornbread, too. Had those pintos soaking at that very moment. They passed the Edge Hill branch of the library and turned right on Edge Hill Avenue. That's when another call came through. While Dawn prayed it was Gracie's friend, the girl stopped in the middle of the sidewalk to answer. She passed the girl. Had to, or risk being noticed. Passed a school and stopped at a tree, leaning against it and staring at her phone. Leaned for far too long. Come on, girl. A woman in her 40s, and dressed about as nondescriptly as you could, stepped out of a van carrying a guitar case. Acoustic, light as a feather. One of those old cardboard versions, sure, but it still looked empty. Especially the way it bobbed and wove with every step. If it had a guitar in it, that couldn't happen. Not that easily. Her senses went on high alert. Dawn tapped Karen's number and barked out, "Rose Park on Edge Hill, now! This looks bad, real bad." With Karen on the way, Dawn had to choose. Go to the van and wait there, or intercept before the woman ever got near the girl. The van made sense, but... Well, it was on her way. She'd stop and see if anyone else was in it. Then she'd book it to where Gracie thought she'd buy a gift for a boyfriend she probably wouldn't speak to by New Year's. Kids these days. As stupid as they'd been when she was a kid. Some things never changed. At the van, Her hair prickled and her skin crawled. Two guys sat yammering about needing more product, and that deja vu thing returned. Were these more shipments, or the same ones? Why did they need so many people anyway? The answer came and chilled her to the bone. Big Boss is back in the country, expects product and revenue, and we ain't got it. I've got James crawling the interwebs figuring out who's grooming. Once we get this one, we'll start snatching at meetups. The groomer will get the blame and we'll get the merchandise.
Smart thinking.
I'll say, that was my plan. Before she could call for police help, it occurred to her that the closer Gracie got to the van, the more danger she was in. 3 against 1, maybe 2 if Karen got here in time. Well, if Karen got here, they'd be set. Karen knew what she was doing. Dawn just knew how to take out a coon digging in the trash cans or a bear who refused to leave the deer hanging from a tree alone. Well, she'd protected Granny's still once, but the guy hadn't actually been there for it. He wanted to collect authentic Appalachian songs and stories for an anthology. Of course he did. Fool. Gracie crossed the grass on a short cut to the parking lot. At the same time, Karen pulled in and blocked the exit. Good move there. Dawn called out, "Hey, can you tell me how far it is to the library?" The girl drowned out the woman with a, "I just passed it back that way before I turned onto this street. It's not far," and jerked her thumb behind her. The woman approached, speaking under her breath. What? Then she saw it. A Bluetooth. Not knowing what else to do, Dawn yelled, "Gracie, run!" Like the idiot she obviously was, Gracie stood still and stared. "How do you know my name?" "Get out of here! I'll meet you at the coffee shop where your friend is. Just go!" The way the woman tossed the guitar case and reached for a gun told her that case was empty and she needed to move. Fast. She dove behind what she assumed was some sort of electrical enclosure, and just in time. Shots rang out. Squealing tires hinted the guys in the van might be on their way. A skidding crunch confirmed it. And Gracie? The girl just stood stock still, head thrown back like a toddler, screaming her head off. It was probably all in Dawn's head, but she would swear there was something about that stupid guitar in her wails. 11:11 a.m., Friday, November 14th, The Rourke, Rockland. A call came in from Greg, insisting he move Jabez, just as Dr. Breckham arrived and Emmy removed his blindfold. "I'm sorry for the inconvenience, sir. It's for your protection as well as ours."
"I understand, Miss Chen, but thank you for your consideration."
He didn't have to be asked which patient to see first. He dropped to the floor beside Amy and asked for more light. The apartment blazed in seconds.
"Can I get the blinds open, please? I need more light." "Sorry, Breckham, can't do it."
Mark wanted to. Save a life or save dozens. Who cared when one needed him at this moment? He thrust the phone at Emmy and insisted she deal with Greg.
"I'm not just saving hers, I'm saving all of ours. You can't know where you are. So I'll get whatever you need to do your job. Anything, even if it's get her downstairs and into a van."
The man rose and surveyed the room.
"Island in the kitchen. What do you have to slide under her?" "Door or ironing board? We have both available."
What about this shelf, Markers?
Flynn began removing objects from the longest shelf in the room.
We slide it along her spine and head, and everyone holds some, body part up until she's on that island.
The woman eyed Dr. Breckham.
Will that work?
"Let's try it. Maybe get 2 shelves and some duct tape."
Amid the crude assembly of a stretcher, Smith demanded to know if Amy would be all right. Breckham didn't even flinch or pause in his examination of a wound in Amy's side.
"I can't give a definitive answer, but I can tell you that distracting me won't help keep her alive."
Smith accepted that with better grace than Mark might have expected. The guy managed to get himself upright and didn't scream when Doyle, still in boxers, knelt to keep pressure on the front and back of the wound.
Don't like knowing you're a traitor, Doyle, assuming you are, but I do appreciate you helping.
At least that's what Mark thought the guy said. For all he knew, his imagination had filled in gaps that didn't even exist. When he saw Flynn squatting low to help slide the shelf under Amy, he snapped out of it. This wasn't time for rumination.
I'll do that, Flynn. You see what else Dr. Breckham needs.
No, Emmy can do that. I'm calling Detective Farina. We've got a dead guy here. He'll know what to do.
Not one Flynnified word. The woman was terrified, as she should be.
I need my mobile rad from the van.
He shone a light on Amy's wound as he clarified.
Light gray box, about the size of a toolbox. Tall handle with black foam corners.
Flynn bolted for the door.
I'll get it while I talk to Farina.
Looks like a through and through.
Dr. Breckham cut off Mark.
I need my POCUS too. Drawer in my kit there. Bottom, right-hand side, about the size.
But Mark had it before the guy could continue. As he passed it over, he asked,
Now what? Tell me what you see on our guy over there.
It didn't take long. Lots of blood, a hole in front and back, and Smith, conscious, was able to answer questions. The doctor didn't hesitate to ask,
Can you find the bullet?
Only after they'd finally located it buried in the drywall did Mark realize what the guy was doing.
Found it. Good distraction. You didn't need to see this. We've got to get her into surgery. It's nicked her liver and she's bleeding internally. Don't need the mobile rad. I need her in an ambulance now.
Mark sent the text even as Doyle ordered Smith to hold his own towel for a second.
Let me get pants on.
The guy was back, stepping into sweats before Mark could object.
Let's get them both. No.
Mark and Doyle turned to Dr. Breckham, waiting. He didn't even look their way.
Mark will take Amy in the ambulance to Freeman. It has to be Freeman. I'll have a surgeon waiting. He'll deal with everything for us. Meanwhile, I'll stay here and see to Mr. Smith? Just Smith. Right. As soon as he's settled, we'll head...
No! Every person in the room shouted it at once. All but Breckham, of course. He shrugged.
Then I'll head over to deal with the paperwork and such. I'll need to speak to your detective once he's processed whatever he has to process.
Mark didn't have time to argue. First, he got Flynn on her way back.
Just leave the rad thing on the floor. We'll get it as we pass.
Once she arrived, he returned the gun she'd pulled before entering and told her to watch the door.
Neighbor protocol, period.
But
we do not want to shoot some nosy neighbor. We're in enough trouble. If it's not a cup of salt, they don't enter, period.
He eyed the comfortable way she held that Glock.
We'll discuss this later.
As he strode from the apartment and down the hallway, he pulled up his contacts. He needed Keith. Now. A few choice words he hadn't spoken in ages formed just as he entered the elevator. Keith wasn't in the country and shouldn't be anywhere near them. Great. A flick through his contacts. Futile. He knew who he needed to call. A thumb hovered over Spencer Kane's name. If he called, the guy would come. After all, they'd kept his wife safe a couple of years back. Well, she hadn't been a wife yet, but they'd married far quicker than he'd expected. It took Mark 2 floors to decide that Spencer would help because of who he was, rather than out of expectation or gratitude. And he'd done the guy a disservice for thinking otherwise. 3 rings in, his wife answered the phone.
hello, Mark. Great to hear from you. Gibbs is trying to break his other leg fixing that window again. I told him to let me do it. I mean, I'm the success story on that one too, but no. He thinks pregnant women should sit around and knit something.
It might have been Mark's imagination, not likely, but he would have sworn she'd added,
I wonder if you could shoot knitting needles from a bow, in a muttered undertone.
A clatter, a screech, and a scene ripped from a Grinch's take on Clement Moore's poem, and the man himself took the phone.
What's up?
Well, direct worked for him. The elevator dinged on the ground floor, and Beryl's words clicked at the same moment.
Beryl's pregnant?
6 months. Isn't it great? We were getting nervous after a year and nothing, but before we even had a chance to discuss looking in to see if there was a problem, we got 2 pink lines. And why pink? Why not blue or green? As if Mark would know.
I imagine it depends on the company. Beryl chose the pink ones. We've got a veritable baby boom. First Keith, again, then Flynn. Well, actually, you're next. And, well, you get it. 3 of you.
Your turn next? The moment the guy asked, he backtracked. Sorry, none of my business. And it's not why you called. Mark started for the ambulance, saw them working with Amy, and informed them that he'd follow. It took off with sirens wailing even as Mark jogged for his car. Spencer added again.
What's up? Helen's back, posing as Erica with a forged passport. They've captured a lot of her shipments, and we think she's hired an assassin, Neo, to infiltrate the agency. He just tried to take out a client.
At least the guy didn't pretend not to know what he needed.
So you want me back?
Relief rippled over him in gentle waves. Everything would be all right.
Until we get her, yes.
Only the sounds of feet crunching on snow and the rattle-clatter of the ladder answered Mark. He reached his car, climbed in, and started the ignition. Then Spencer said,
Sorry, Mark. I can't risk my life when I have a baby to raise now. I just can't do it.
20. 12:59 p.m., Friday, November 14th, Nashville, Tennessee. The first ramming of the Armada produced a crunch that did its best to rattle Karen's teeth. Blood pooled in her mouth, a sure sign she'd bitten her cheek or tongue. But before she could try to reverse, the van had already peeled backward and then plowed into her again, this time shoving her vehicle several feet sideways and into a pole. Karen saw the stunned expression on the driver's face. He thought he'd push her over and escape past her. Learn physics, you jerk! Though she did manage to reverse, the van came for her once more, and this time with an arm stuck out, gun firing. If only she'd ducked in time. Blood didn't trickle. It poured. Somewhere, someone screamed. Probably that girl. Tires squealed again. Karen braced herself for another impact, but it never came. Then, full understanding slammed into her. I'm shot. In the head. Alive? Conscious? Cold air blasted her as someone jerked open the rear passenger door. Karen, you okay? Where'd they get you? Got the ambulance on the way. Gracie's fine. Those last 2 words were all Karen needed. Gracie was fine. She didn't know if she could actually speak, but she had to try. It took far more effort than it should for her to whisper, "Stop, Helen." At least she hoped she'd whispered it. For all she knew. Sirens in the distance grew nearer every second. Cold air. Why doesn't it hurt more? 12:47 p.m., Friday, November 14th, Freeman Hospital, Rockland. Like an expectant father in a 50s sitcom, Mark paced the waiting area, his eyes on his phone, his mind whirling. Smith would be okay. No need for further medical assistance. Good news there. Claire ran the office while Flynn and Smith gave Farina all the information he needed to process the scene with as little interference as possible. Not going to be easy. Another ping came through from Claire.
Farina says to stay put. He's nearly done here. His guys are processing. Woman in 209 is moving. She blames the riffraff coming in with the Airbnb app for destroying her safe space.
Good. He'd buy her out and sell for triple what she wanted to just the right person.
Offer her $275K cash to be out by January 5th.
She'll take it.
A doctor entered and Mark's attention shifted to her, but she moved to the corner where a guy lay sprawled out in a chair, mouth slack, sleeping. Another reply came before he could refocus and find some scathing reply that he'd never say to the woman, to anyone but Claire. She understood.
I can hear you now.
Good.
Scathing it wasn't. True, however. Mark continued pacing after sending back a request to let him know when Farina left. He'd go get a couple of coffees so the guy would have something hot when he arrived. 5 minutes. 10. 20. Where was the message? Had he sent? Another check showed the little thumbs up as clear as day. So what was going on? At 3 minutes past 1, a call came through. Not text. Call. Dawn.
Hell.
Karen shot. Ambulance en route. She's conscious, but...
The woman's voice dropped to a near whisper.
Mark, it's in her head. She's trying to speak. I think she thinks she is, but the lips only move. Looked it up before I called. They'll take her to TriStar Skyline Medical Center. You gotta get there.
On my way.
The moment he said it, Mark's phone pinged. He knew without looking it would be Flynn or Claire telling him Farina had left. What else could it be?
I'll call once I have an ETA. And Dawn?
Yes, sir?
Don't leave her alone.
I won't.
With Greg still on Jabez detail, Mark had to call Marty in. Their new pilot recruit wasn't ready for this. Hearing Marty's hesitation when he asked proved it. Sorry, Mark, I just don't think she's ready. I'll go. It's Karen. I should be there. That would be everyone's opinion.
Okay, is Harbinger or Southward closer to Freeman Hospital?
Harbinger. Good choice, too, because you can grab a bag. If she's bad, you might need to be there for a few days. Claire flying with you?
No, she'll drive up once I get an update.
It would give him a vehicle without the inconvenience of going to rent one or having one delivered. Then again... Before he could finish that thought, Marty spoke, and a car door slamming cut off the first words. Think that's a good idea? If Franklin's coming for us, Claire will be on the radar. If Doyle tells her about this... Doyle. This was it. Time to see if the guy had reconsidered any of his priorities.
You're right. She's safer at the Rourke. I'll send Doyle with it. Just the way he responds to coming could give a lot away.
Still think you're playing a fool's game, Mark. But if I ever blow it big time, I want you on my side.
Make you a deal, Marty.
He waited for the guy's questioning before adding,
Don't blow it, and you won't find out if I've run out of patience for this kind of garbage.
A few chuckles followed. Roger that. Entering traffic. Gotta go. Dead air filled his ear. At the information desk, Mark left his travel phone as Amy's emergency contact information.
We have another family emergency in Nashville, potentially fatal, so I'm heading over. I want to know the minute we have news on Amy. We're all worried.
Then he wrote down Farina's information.
This detective is coming in to talk to me about Amy's injuries. I have to go, but if you'd give him that number as well as what I've told you, I'd appreciate it.
We're not a message service.
No, but I'm sure the police would appreciate your cooperation.
He left to protests of, that's not how this works, and sent a text informing Claire to notify Farina. This woman wouldn't tell the guy a thing. Oh well, it had been worth a try. He added onto that text.
Also, make a note for me to cultivate more contacts at Freeman. This can't happen again.
The drive to his old apartment gave him time to think, to plan, to pray.
All right, sir. I don't know enough about what happened to Karen to know if Helen's behind that or not, but I have to assume she's behind Smith. I don't think Westcott would risk killing Smith until he got back the painting. We need to send someone in to get it, right? Perhaps to return it to Westcott for Smith? Doyle could do that, maybe. It would be nice if we could get Spencer to go with him, being in the same state and all, but either way, is that what I should do? Don't have my Bible here to look for answers, so I'm going to have to trust my gut. Don't let it fail me, sir. My people are counting on you, even if they don't know it.
He went on to ask for safety for Erica and Claire, healing for Amy and Karen, and justice for Helen. A persistent nudge that he'd avoided for weeks, if not months, prompted him to add a begrudging,
"And please use this threat against Erica and Karen to show Claire why children just aren't a good idea for us. I hate disappointing her, but to put her through the pain that would likely come."
A car cut him off, and Mark slammed on his brakes just in time. Another car blared behind him, likely missing him by the proverbial hair. That's when Mark realized he hadn't been paying attention.
Wish I had Kendra back at times like this.
The woman had killer instincts for what wasn't quite right, but she'd met someone and just last week moved across the pond to marry a farmer in the Welsh uplands. A farmer. He needed another driver, but he hadn't had time to look. Clients kept his employees busy. Keeping strong connections with those in leadership kept him from having enough time with his wife, much less time to seek out someone he could trust with his life.
"Sir, it's too much sometimes. But if I'm not here to help, who will be? Who will help the Ericas and the Lucys? Who will keep the battered mothers safe from their dirty cop husbands and the elderly widows out of the clutches of drug lords? The police are overworked. This country needs agencies like mine. Like yours. But if Helen pulls off a takeover, it could be worse than having no agency at all."
The gut he'd promised to follow twisted into knots only God could unravel, and he seemed to be busy elsewhere at the moment. As Mark neared the Harbinger, he told his travel phone to call Camden.
"Give me your best scenario for what would happen if I just closed the agency."
1:47 p.m., Friday, November 14th, The Armitage, Michigan. Gibbs's wife hadn't spoken to him since he'd ended his call with Mark. Not that he had any doubt as to her opinions of things. She'd been muttering them since he'd disconnected nearly half an hour ago. Delightful little gems about how he now owned a perfectly good, unused goon box, and the agency needed his skills with it. Not risking permanent blindness, Gibbs refrained from physically rolling his eyes, but his brain imagined a few solid rolls. Beryl knew, though. How did she always know? "Stop rolling your eyes." Time to deal with it.
"Beryl, you don't understand why yet. We'll talk about it, but right now, I do need to fix this window."
That's when his phone rang again. She shot him a look. He knew that look. "Don't disappoint me," it said. "I'll never forgive you," it said. Okay, it was a rather eloquent look that said an awful lot for such a short whip of the head in his direction. Still, Gibbs answered the call ready to say, absolutely not. Without preamble, Mark's tone, terse and crackling with tension, filled his ear.
"Spencer, I'm sorry to do this, but I wonder if we can't come up with a compromise. Karen's been shot. It's bad. I'm on my way to Nashville. I'm down agents, and I need this guy safe. He has contacts that can get me Helen."
It might have been cruel, but he had to say it.
"Mark, you're selling out for what? Personal revenge?" "I protect anyone who needs it, regardless of what I think of them, regardless of what side of the law they live on. You know that."
The sound of a deep inhale reached him before Mark said,
"Look, Spencer, would you do something else for me? Instead of coming back, can you get to Grosse Pointe Shores and do a retrieval? There should be no risk to you whatsoever. There would be no risk to your wife. And if you had any doubts, you could always send her to your parents.
This was too easy. Gibbs didn't trust it.
You want me to retrieve what, exactly?
The silence that hovered between them before Mark said,
A Gauguin.
Sent shivers through him.
Why do I feel like you're going to tell me that this Gauguin is hot?
Mark answered in one word.
Sizzling.
Great. The wind whipped through his unzipped jacket. This time his stupidity caused the shiver. That and his new reality. He had to do it. There was no option. It might appease his wife, and definitely would be safer, especially if he sent her to his parents while he was gone. Yes, this could work.
Yeah, I suppose.
Not exactly his most gracious response, but it was a start.
What do I do with this thing once I retrieve it? You will deliver it with a verbal apology from Smith Abingdon.
Not hardly.
Mark, are you trying to get me killed?
Gibbs grabbed the ladder and hauled it toward the shed. This wasn't the time to worry about a screen that they wouldn't even be using for at least another 4 months.
No, I'm trying to stop assaults on my people. I don't think it'll work, but Smith agrees that if the painting belongs to our guy, he wants our guy to have it. He stole it from someone who had someone else's property.
Who is our guy?
Martin Westcott.
Gibbs didn't know him. He knew Abingdon. Everyone knew Abingdon. Then Mark said words that chilled him all the way to the bone.
Look, Spencer, Helen or Westcott managed to get Neo into the Rourke. You...
Neo? Perspiration beaded on his forehead. You didn't mess with Neo.
Yeah, Neo's dead. Doyle got him, right in the room we had Smith sequestered in. Doyle? You still have Doyle working for you?
If Mark's ire could sizzle through airwaves and zap him, it did. Right there.
Spencer, you have to know that I do what I do because it's the best choice in the moment and for long term.
Time to give in.
All right, I'll do it.
No one said it had to be gracefully, right?
I'm gonna need specs.
Mark didn't seem to have noticed. So, as Gibbs wrestled the ladder onto the shed wall, Mark began laying it out.
Here are 2 ways we can do this. I'll give you the option you won't like first, and then I'll give you the other.
Might as well save them both time.
You want to send Abingdon to me, and if I just happen to protect him while you're off trying to salvage what's left of your agency...
He stopped himself.
I'm sorry, Mark. That was uncalled for. I understand, Spencer. I do. You're angry, and you should be, but yes, it would help. The primary reason, however, is that he knows how to get around the obstacles you'll have to get past.
How's that?
Because it's in his place.
Eyes closed, Gibbs frowned. Against every instinct and his better judgment, he realized that he was about to agree to work with one of the country's, no, better yet, one of the world's most notorious criminals. And he'd be a father soon. What a great story to tell his son someday.
Yeah, I worked with a great agency who protected people from criminals and similar threats. Oh, and we protected some of those criminals too.
Proud moment incoming. Shoving aside the inner sarcastic naysayer trying to convince him to be reasonable, Gibbs relented.
All right, how do I meet with him?
The relief in Mark's voice when he said,
I'll send you details. And thank you.
Told Gibbs far more than Mark meant to. Of that, there was no doubt. Time to go appease the wife and pack a bag. 21. 4:30 p.m., Friday, November 14th, Rockland. A horn blared outside in anything but harmony with the milk steamer. Reaching into her purse, she pulled out the new wallet and unzipped it, ready to pay for her order, the one she hadn't made yet. Just a quick zip-zip. Just one. That's all she needed. The man in front of her stepped aside, his wait beginning, and the barista smiled at her.
Oh, wow! Erica! I heard you grew your hair out, but wow! So good to see you.
All that work memorizing employee names and faces, and here Jordan stood with a name tag affixed to the shop's t-shirt uniform. Helen coughed before saying, "Great to see you. Guess I'd better stick to tea and honey instead of my usual. Still sound like a goat married a frog." The young woman laughed.
It's not too bad. Still, you got us that great ginger tea. Want me to add honey and lemon for you, or?
Please, thank you. Because I'm not going to do more than sip at the nasty stuff anyway. Time to test out her ruse. So, who all is left around here? Anilla? Marianne? Josh?
Nah, just Gabe and me. He's in nights now that he's back at RU.
Jordan scowled at her.
I blame you for him going back. We need him during the day. These newbies are great, but they aren't him, you know?
She gave an acne-crusted kid an elbow.
No offense.
Taking all the offense I can get if it gets me a vape break. Jordan wrinkled her nose in tandem with Helen's.
Have you seen what those things do to your lungs?
To Helen's disgust and amusement both, the kid just shrugged. Have you seen what sugar does to your brain, your pancreas, your...
Fine, whatever.
Jordan looked past Helen to help someone who just walked in, and that was that. Sure, the girl asked about where she was living. That had been a disappointment. So far, Doyle hadn't found out, and neither had Helen's cyber team. Finding out from an ex-coworker had been a long shot, but she'd hoped. We were out at that Hearthland place for a while, but we want a bigger place, so we're looking down in the Louisville area and up by Chicago. Finding just the right thing is harder than we expected. There, bait nestled into the trap. Just one sniff and... nothing. Not a single twitch of the nose, even. Jordan made sympathetic sounds as she handed back change and thanked the guy for a tip. She even commented on wishing she could move west, Arizona or Nevada.
Somewhere warmer, you know?
Helen did know. What she couldn't do was recommend the Maldives. When would Erica have ever been there? Still, near constant weather temperatures in the 70s? Perfection. When the newbie forked over her tea, disgusting, Helen gave a wave and said she'd be back before she left town, had an appointment with her financial advisor. Well, that was only partly true. Say hi to Gabe for me. Jordan waved and said she looked great.
Love what you did with your hair. Really softens your features.
Softening her features. Hair. Interesting. She hadn't thought of that, but it made sense. People would assume any facial differences were due to the hair. And for the first time, she was glad that her bone structure had most closely resembled Erica's. Looking at that woman's face every day, not her preference. She'd hoped for an agent, but Helen Franklin was taller than Corey and couldn't darken her skin enough to be Karen. With a wave and a "God bless," she exited the cafe and dumped the tea into the first trash can she passed. Her stomach rolled as a homeless guy dove in after it. Idiots. At another coffee shop, Brood Awakenings. Could the world get more ridiculous with their shop names? Helen ordered an Americano, left a hefty tip, and went to the corner of the busy place to ponder why the difference in customer numbers and text Doyle. Again. The guy wasn't answering. Though not necessarily a problem, it could be, especially since he knew she'd returned. But avoiding her? She'd make sure he died the slowest of painful and mortifying deaths if she found out he'd avoided her. A thumbnail tapped her blank phone screen while she waited for a response to her latest. Then, something clicked. Helen jumped up, her ire spewing a few scalding words as she bolted for the door, ignoring the waterfall of coffee she'd produced. Down the street, around the corner, through a side street, and down the back alley. There, the blonde hair swirled in the wind. The black puffer jacket might protect her from the cold, but that was all. Helen didn't try to be quiet, didn't hesitate. She strode toward the girl, even as she pulled her gun from her purse, aimed, called out to her. Jordan turned, still talking, and screamed as Helen fired. The phone clattered to the ground, and even as Helen fired a second shot to ensure no hope of survival, she scooped it up and memorized the number before saying, "Clever. Flynn, is it? Not clever enough, though," and disconnected. As she walked away, Helen allowed herself one mental recrimination. Gabe. Say hi to Gabe. There was no Gabe. 4:42 p.m., Friday, November 14th, I-69, near Markle, Indiana. She'll be all right. She has to be. The words rolled over and over him as they shot northward to Spencer's castle in the forest. Spencer. Now that the guy had retired, would he want to be Spencer or his usual Gibbs? If Helen texted him one more time, he'd throw the phone out the window. Of course he wouldn't, but Doyle wanted to think he would. His other phone buzzed just as Smith snapped, "Just answer the thing." Well, it had included a mild epithet, but he'd accustomed himself to leaving those out, for Karen's sake. The woman hadn't exactly adapted Keith's and Mark's no-swearing policy, but she had become sensitive to hearing it, even complained about that. Flynn didn't even say "highsies" or whatever she'd come up with next. She burst into a verbal download the moment he said, "Hey."
Jordan from the coffee shop called. Helen was there, looking like a softer version of Erica. That's how she put it, softer. While we were talking, Helen, it had to be, right? Shot her. She's dead, Doyle. Your boss killed an innocent girl because she made a mistake. I hope you're happy.
Each word was a harder punch to the gut. The last ones took the wind out of him. Smith barked to speed up or pull over. Flynn continued berating him.
And Karen's in surgery. Bullet went through part of her brain, Doyle. Karen's brain. What were you thinking?
He heard a huff, a huge intake of air, and the slowest exhale he'd ever heard.
Mark says to hand off Smith and get back to Nashville. He needs you.
One more deep breath filled his ear and tore his heart.
Don't hurt my markers, Doyle. I will hunt you down. I will kill you, and I've got the skills to do it now. Oh, and you're meeting at Flying J near Lansing now. Spencer doesn't want you near his place. Can't blame him.
With that, the call disconnected. A few seconds later, Smith ordered him to the side of the road, and to his disgust, Doyle obeyed. They swapped seats, and Smith took off again, heading straight for Fort Wayne and then up toward Lansing. Doyle shook. "What's going on?" He couldn't answer, not all of it, but he gave some info. "Lost a potential client before we could verify the threat." Totally a lie, but it would have to do. "And Karen definitely took a bullet to the head." Smith shot him a look, one that hinted the guy knew more than he should. Doyle stopped him. "Don't say a word.
I have a weapon, and I'll use it. You're a sorry piece of humanity, and I have no qualms about ridding society of your presence." That earned him a laugh, one that, much to his disgust, made him want to cry. The guy was right. He'd never do it, but he dreamed of it now. Would keep dreaming for longer than he'd ever admit. "What's the news on Amy?" "She didn't give any. If there'd been bad news, she'd have told me. Probably in recovery by now. Then there'll be 2 to 5 days in the hospital if it's minor, or more if it hit other organs Breckham couldn't see." He just hoped that was still true. Medical protocol seemed to change faster than he could keep up with. Only road noise followed that. Smith led them through Fort Wayne without a word, but on the other side he said, "How do I get money to Breckham for his work?" "Mark'll take care of it." "I'm talking bonus, a gratuity. I know Mark will pass along any fees, but I want to thank him. He was great." That Doyle could respect. "Get it to Mark. Again, he'll take care of it." Barren fields surrounding a farmhouse whizzed past as they sped northward. Strange how everything that looked so green and alive 1 month could look like desolation just a couple of months later. A few snow flurries danced in the air and splattered against the windshield, but they wouldn't stick. Good thing. As soon as he delivered Smith, Doyle shot the guy a sidelong glance. Or, rather, Smith delivered himself to Spencer. He needed to get to Nashville. He was counting on Spencer refusing to have him along. He'd even pray for that if it would do any good. "Fine. God, if you're a thing, I'm asking. Not for me, for Karen. I need to get there. So, how about Spencer does this with your help or whatever, and I can get out of there? Deal?" The universe must be gaslighting him or something, because Doyle felt, rather than heard, a solid deal. When they stopped in Marshall for a bathroom break, leg stretch, and a square burger from Wendy's, Smith complaining about it being junk all the way, Doyle took back the keys. They'd meet up with Spencer in less than an hour now. From there, Smith could lead the way to his place up by Detroit while Doyle retreated to Nashville. Another 8 hours. He'd shave off at least an hour by going 80 or more most of the way. That time of night with good weather, easy. The Flying J just outside Lansing teemed with big rigs, but parked out by the entrance sat a silver SUV. Suburban it looked like. "That's him." Smith just grunted. Then he seemed to get his bearings. "Can we trust him?" "I'd trust him with my life, even if I know he'd rather kill me than help me." It was true, much as he hated to admit it. "Good enough for me. I may operate outside the law, but I don't betray my people." Rage boiled over. Doyle had his Glock trained on Smith in seconds. "Get out." "Touchy." Karen forgotten for a moment, Doyle spewed enough filth to clog a sewer and finished with, "Have no idea what you're talking about." But then something shifted in Smith. He stood, door open, staring back at Doyle. No, staring through Doyle. His features relaxed. His piercing gaze softened. A sigh escaped. "I see. That's tough." In that moment, Doyle allowed himself 10 seconds of vulnerability. "Thanks. No one hates me more than I hate myself, but sometimes you have to do the awful to prevent the horrific. I get it. Let's go." Spencer Kane stepped from his SUV, a gun in his coat pocket. He didn't hide it, didn't pretend to like being there. He scowled at Smith. "Doyle, get him in the back seat and secure him. I knew this was a bad idea." The guy had a point. Smith should have been restrained, but things weren't normal. Too bad he didn't have time to explain that.
Smith, on the other hand, walked to the back seat, climbed in, and offered his ankles.
Go easy on him, Mr. Kane.
He shot Doyle a look before adding,
Don't like the guy, don't like what I've heard of what he's done, but I trust him with my life.
After another look at Doyle, he added,
And I'd probably trust him with the agency, though I wouldn't have said that yesterday.
As Doyle secured the guy's wrists, Spencer inserted a water bottle and opened a packet of beef jerky in the console cup holders.
Glad you've bonded. Let's go. I want to get home.
Doyle stood there, watching as the Suburban pulled away and toward the on-ramp. Once he couldn't see it anymore, he bolted for his CRV. Nashville or bust. 22. 12:02 a.m., Saturday, November 15th, Nashville, Tennessee. How doctors managed to walk into a waiting area after hours of delicate surgery without looking like they'd just finished a battle, Mark would never know. Surely, some did, but this guy walked in with the confidence of someone about to begin. And that's when it hit him. Karen was all right. No way would even the most detached person approach without at least a bit of something.
Mr. Mendina? Yes, how's Karen? She'll be in recovery for a bit, and then they'll move her to the neuro ICU.
Despite how the man looked, he had to be tired, so Mark asked the obvious question.
Prognosis? That she was speaking when the EMTs arrived is in her favor. Putting it simply, the bullet didn't do any of the things that always produce permanent impairment. That isn't to say she might not have lingering effects, but with physical and occupational therapy, she should make a good recovery. However, all brain injuries are unpredictable. In other words, we don't know, but we're hopeful enough to pass on a bit of it. When can I see her? Come back in the morning. They'll spend tonight settling her. Visiting times will be short as it is.
The only way he'd make his point would be to act, so Mark shook the guy's hand and seated himself again, stretching out his legs and folding his arms.
Get some sleep, sir, and thank you for taking good care of our Karen.
At the door, the surgeon turned back, gave him a look, and walked back over.
Can't promise anything, but I'll ask her nurse to come in with an update at shift change before she leaves. She's busy, she'll be tired, and it's probable that she'll forget, but I'll ask. Thank you.
Mark just smiled and closed his eyes. 30 seconds later, a peek showed the man gone, so he pulled out his phone and called Flynn.
She's out of surgery. So far, so good.
He'd hoped she'd sound groggy enough to prove she'd been sleeping. Instead, dejection dripped over each word as she yawned and said, "Does she come here or go to her aunt in Memphis?"
To us. We need to see how it affects her before we send her off.
Oh. Flynn's tone grew quieter. What do I tell Dawn? That hurt. But they'd stopped the abduction. Aside from Karen's recovery, that's what mattered most.
That's what I wanted to ask you. Bring in Henry and Paris to help Dawn, or bring in Corey?
The woman sucked in air. I bet Dawn could handle Corey. We've got a photo that's a bit unnerving. Remember that Whitsec case we were monitoring 6 months ago? Mark's mouth went dry.
Yes.
One of the analysts saw a news clip with her in it, in the background. Sure, she could be visiting San Francisco on business, but you know Gravinsky is going to check it out.
And they're close. Send them in. Send Will the usual fee. I'll call in Corey.
Just as he would have disconnected, she added, "Oh, and Beryl called. She's like Soups Stokes that you called Gibbs. Do you know how, totes annoyified it is when she says Gibbs?
Anywaysers, she thinks Gibbs needed this and hopes you'll send him out on, more operations. Her words.
I'll give her a call in the morning. Thanks, Flynn. Now, go home and snuggle with Morgan. Come in after a full 8 hours. You're sleeping for 2, you know.
She started to protest, but that reminder seemed to work.
Right. Text if you have news. Call if you need me. I'm out of here.
A glance at the time showed nearly 1:15 midnight. Too late to call, but he didn't have a choice. His phone pinged. A number. It had to be a new one for Corey. A moment later, another ping.
Corey's new digis.
He'd been worried about her when Flynn had left off her slang, but with the barrel bit and now Corey, one corner of his world was settling back into place again. Corey picked up on the third ring.
Yeah? Mark here. I need you.
How she responded to that would tell him everything he needed to know. I can be out of here in 15. Where? And what do I do? I've kept up my training. Mark rose and began stretching muscles as he spoke.
Good. You need to get to Cookville. I'll have you meet up with Dawn at the Super 8.
Super 8 in Cookville. Got it. Anything I need to know before I head out?
Dawn might be in a foul mood. She's got an unusual assignment. I'll let her tell you, but Karen was her partner.
He let that sink in. Eventually, Corey asked the obvious question. Was?
Got shot today, in the head. I'm at the hospital with her. So far, so good. Now, get going. Same banking info?
Yes.
Flynn will deposit an advance in the morning. Keep yourself and Dawn safe. I'm trusting you.
Her next words kicked him in the gut. Won't let you down again, Mark. With that done, he made one final call. Dawn answered before he even heard it ring on his side.
How is she?
Out of surgery. Doctor seems as optimistic as he can let himself be. Got another agent coming your way. We've got a lot going down, and we need you to do all you can to thwart Helen.
I've been thinking, Mark, what if this isn't her? What if we're risking your people for some other idiot?
Kids are still being protected. That matters. But I don't think so. Too much going on. I'll explain later. You need sleep. Corey will probably be there by 6 or 7. She'll meet you in the lobby. Flynn will let you know when she's there. Just keep up the good work.
After disconnecting, Mark finished his stretches and arranged himself in the miserable chairs once again. Sleep. 10:42 p.m., Friday, November 14th, Grosse Pointe Shores, Michigan. They'd been sitting 1,000 feet from the back corner of his property for the past 40 minutes. His shoulder throbbed, and he suspected it had seeped through the bandage, but Smith was determined not to ask for painkillers. Not until time to sleep. He needed his senses alert. Where is that entrance again? The one Spencer Kane had been unwilling to drive into no matter how many times Smith insisted no one knew of it. The one that had allowed him to escape nearly a month ago.
Sure you don't want me to lead you to it? You're in no condition to run through sleet for this. I'll do recon and come back for you. If I didn't need you to get us past your setup, you wouldn't come in at all.
As if to drive home the point, a fresh blast of sleet hit the side of his window.
Got it. Just remember to hold the third digit for a count of 3 before continuing. I've got it.
Spencer pulled his hood up over his head and reached for the door handle.
Keys are in the ignition. Anything spooks you at all, get out of here. In fact, get up here to be ready.
After a moment, he added,
Well, I'll cut you loose first.
The aside told Smith more than Spencer intended. The guy was out of practice. Still, he seemed to have good instincts. As if doing its part to protect his property from intruders, the sleet blasted harder, even more furious than ever, and the wait began. The house hadn't burned in the explosion. This much he'd learned from Celine at Amy's now flattened and charred abode. It gave him pause, though, thinking of that. Was there any realistic chance that Celine would sell him out to Neo? No, she hadn't known where they were going, or even that Amy was with him. Another blast of sleet splattered against the window, and with it, the temperature dropped 50 degrees. At least it felt like it. He shivered, pulled his coat closer around him, and winced. Not taking the painkillers had been wise, but that didn't mean that he didn't want them, crave them. That thought brought Smith up short. Could he have become addicted that quickly? That Dr. Breckham had insisted on heavy-duty stuff while he worked and for 12 hours afterward. Surely, even the most sensitive person couldn't become addicted that quickly. Maybe he'd ask for ibuprofen instead. He'd grab it while inside the house. As if confirmation of that idea, Spencer jerked open the driver's door.
Get into the passenger seat.
Why hadn't the guy bought an SUV with a bench seat? With his shoulder all mangled, no way could he climb over. So Smith sprinted around the front, nearly took a dive on the slick road, and managed to stifle a screech when his shoulder protested. Once settled into place, Spencer inched forward.
It's just as you said. As far as I can tell, no one has found the keypad or tried to pry anything open. You'll have to tell me, though. And yeah, keypad works.
When he didn't respond, Spencer shot a look his way.
You all right? It's catching up with me. I'm not a young guy anymore. Got shot, moved after a hack job bullet extraction, blown up, moved around, shot again. I'm feeling it.
Spencer just grunted and pulled up as close to the entrance as possible.
All right, let's get out. You going to key in your code, or am I?
Smith sucked in air and shoved open the door, his shoulder protesting with every move. Examining the keypad didn't give much away, but he thought it looked as it should. He keyed it in and stumbled forward. A glance down showed a tree root he hadn't noticed before.
I'll ask Amy about that. Don't remember it being there, but that doesn't mean anything. I was a bit out of it, and Anthony is the one who kept up the entrance and exit. This, I just don't know. Wondered if you'd say something or not even notice. That you did makes me feel a bit better, not gonna lie.
The same code worked for the first 2 bends in the tunnel. He'd designed it that way to give a sense of confidence. It also ensured any intruder was closer to his security team by that point, and that the team had time to get to the exit as well. Of course, his security team didn't know that was an exit. So far, no one had ever tried to breach that way, but Smith wasn't arrogant enough to assume it would never happen. After all, Neo had breached Mark's place, and that guy had security measures no one knew about. They reached the dead end, and Spencer growled.
Smith, what are you doing? Illusion.
This had been his favorite obstacle. It looked like someone had hacked away at granite. A couple of rough pieces jutted out farther as if handholds. Under one was a crevice that held another keypad with another code, all done by touch. Get it wrong. Sticking his hand under there gave him the willies. Who knew what critter would get in and make himself at home in there? He swallowed, ignored a grunt and a demand from Spencer, and reached up under it. You had to aim your hand high so you didn't accidentally touch keys. Once there, he traced around the edges to get his bearings and typed in that code. Off to the left, a panel slid aside, not where it was expected.
In. We have 30 seconds.
They rushed in and watched the door slide shut behind them. Darkness. Spencer shuffled, but Smith stopped him.
No light. We wait. 3 minutes. Then the door will open. Why? Gives my people time to get here if somehow someone gets through those other checkpoints. Few people will stand in darkness, not knowing what else could be in here.
This time, Spencer grunted his approval before asking,
What's a ballpark value of the contents of your house? 20 million, easily.
It was triple that, but some things the guy didn't need to know.
No wonder you've got Indiana Jones going on in here.
Regret and pain kicked his gut as Smith said,
Anthony used to say we'd created an Alias meets Raiders of the Lost Ark when he saw the system. Never saw Alias, but I used to play I was Indiana Jones all the time as a kid. Loved those movies. Wore out our VHS and our DVD.
His chuckle had an eerie quality to it in the darkness, but Spencer added,
I can't even imagine the craziness Beryl would infuse into a game of Raiders. You should have seen her go all home alone on the people who chased her to my house. You're kidding.
That chuckle sounded comfortable now.
She rigged water bottles over doors, pot catapults. I have a conservatory. You name it. Seriously, I was upstairs, stuck in bed with a broken leg and praying she wouldn't get the idea to make manure bombs to throw at them. Instead, she learned to make cherry bombs after it was all over. Really?
It sounded bizarre, but before Spencer could share more, the door slid open and the light blinded them.
Sorry, forgot to tell you to keep your eyes closed and open slowly.
Even as he spoke, he moved to the kitchen and a cabinet next to the fridge. Sliding a panel open, he keyed in his personal code that would signal to his security that all was well.
It's a good backup effect, I suppose.
Spencer had his gun out now.
Who do you expect to be in the house? No one. Security team is in their room monitoring. They'll see me, but I've keyed in my personal code, so unless I trigger one of my many panic buttons, they'll keep watch over the perimeter to ensure our safety inside.
Showing anyone his setup, not ideal. Smith didn't have much choice, though. Returning the Gauguin was his best shot at not getting shot again.
Don't suppose I can convince you to let me blindfold you? Not the slightest chance.
Though Smith wanted to believe it had been worth a shot, he knew better. Instead, he led Spencer to his office, hit the button that no one would expect, and waited for the room to reset to normal. Few people would know the differences between the two rooms, but if Spencer Kane knew his job, he'd find it. As the real office settled into place, Smith went to work on the panels of his gallery wall. Behind a good watercolor he actually liked but had only a modest market value, he pulled out the Gauguin.
Gervais has a good setup, but it's a bit more obvious. All paintings in the one wide hallway are shadow boxes over other paintings. If I hadn't been running, I might have missed it.
He sighed.
Wish I had now. How was I to know he'd gotten it for Westcott? Not taking what doesn't belong to you rarely gets you shot, Abingdon. Maybe consider that next time.
Though every bit of him wanted to argue about the adrenaline rush that came with scoping out a new place, outwitting a system, sticking it to someone he thought deserved it, the ever-increasing and never-relenting pain in his shoulder hinted he might want to keep his thoughts to himself. Just as he decided that, Spencer noticed.
Hey, that tree-looking thing. It's smaller than the one in the other room. That's how you know you're in the real office. Only a few select people know that. What is it?
As Smith headed down the hall with the painting, he said,
Curtis Sherry, mid-century modern tree. Never heard of him.
In the back corner of his house, he pulled out sheets of cardboard and began constructing a box while Spencer examined the painting.
All this for that? It's not even interesting. Even some modernist squiggles have visual interest. I never liked it myself, Smith admitted. I acquired it simply for the challenge and because I knew Martin would like it. If I'd known he'd already owned it, I wouldn't have bothered. Mark says you claim that you quit hunting people he'd taken on as clients. That true?
Answering truthfully would likely get him nowhere, but he did it anyway.
It's true. I knew this day would come. I wanted to be able to answer that question honestly, even if I'm the only one who believed me.
The box stood ready, and Smith's arm burned. As if it weren't enough, his head threatened to swim every time he moved a little too quickly.
I knew he'd help. He helps anyone. I just expected to be turned over to Homeland or FBI by now. But you know where Helen is.
Not quite true, but he could work with it.
More like, I know how to get her to show herself. She's arrogant. Always assumes the other person is too stupid to be a threat. It's her one weakness, and I know how to exploit it.
Spencer, still with gun in hand, took the painting from him and told him to lead the way.
I'll let you figure out why that isn't reassuring. Meanwhile, we're out of here. Let's get this thing returned.
23. 3:32 a.m., Saturday, November 15th, Nashville, Tennessee. Bleary-eyed and jittery from far too much coffee and an energy drink, he'd kill himself with those before Helen could get to him, Doyle went through the security process at the emergency room entrance to TriStar and once cleared, strode down the hallway. According to the website map, he'd make a left and be at critical care in no time. That was a pile of the foulest excrement he'd ever heard. No time. There was no time. So this was too much time. It said the critical care unit waiting room was at the end of... There was the sign. And to the left, yes, a restroom. He needed it in more ways than one. Less than 2 minutes after entering, he exited, face washed, hair combed, rumpled clothes looking less like a guy who'd spent all day in a car and more like someone concerned about his friend. Mark rose as he entered. In a whisper, out of consideration for a woman sleeping stretched out on 3 chairs, looked miserable, Mark asked what he was doing there.
Why didn't you stay to help Spencer?
He didn't want me there, and we've got to talk. The guy scrubbed his face, looking far too haggard. In this moment, Mark Cho Mendina had never looked more like the age he pretended to be.
Let's take it outside. We can't be overheard.
They jog-walked back up the hallways and out the door. Doyle pointed to the CRV. It's probably still warm. If his hands would quit shaking, maybe his voice would. Doubtful, but Doyle clung to hope. How did you explain to your boss why you'd betrayed everything he stood for? Where to begin? The moment the doors shut, Mark took that problem from him.
I think it's time you tell me how much Helen knows of our current operations.
Not as much as she thinks. I haven't told her about Smith. She'd go ballistic if she found out I kept that from her, but she'd double down on us if she knew. I thought it would buy us time. Even as he spoke, something didn't make sense. Mark caught it before he did. He punched the start button on the engine, and warm air hit their feet before saying,
But if Helen doesn't know we have Smith, how'd she know to send Neo?
She couldn't have. He must have traced us some other way. But she knows how to teach me a lesson. Doyle dropped air quotes with finesse that even Flynn would have applauded. And she did. She got Karen. A part of him hoped Mark would read the subtext, and he wouldn't have to go into the whole story. The guy's silhouette even hinted he had. But Mark didn't let Doyle off that easily. No surprise there.
I'm waiting, Mortimer. I think you owe me that. One of my best agents is fighting for her life in there, and you could have prevented it.
I tried. To Doyle's disgust, A sob ripped through him and filled the vehicle. Mark, I swear I tried. Why do you think I've been feeding her this stuff? And I promise, I've mostly fed only enough to keep her convinced she's doing damage. I didn't give her more than I thought you or the team could overcome. Like Greg, she sent me in to kill him. I didn't. I tried to get him good enough that he'd refuse to come back. If he never returned, she'd never know he lived. But he came back. Why'd he do that? Signed my death warrant when he did.
That makes no sense.
Of course, the guy was right. If you didn't have the full picture, you just didn't know. Doyle shoved his shaking hands in his coat pockets, ignored the way the heat began to make him feel sick, and nearly sobbed again when Mark noticed and turned it to low. Look, I won't pretend that I didn't like that she planned to put me in charge when you sold. We wouldn't be protecting guys like Smith on my watch. There, Mark laughed. What?
Helen Franklin sells humans by the pound to the highest bidder. If you think you'd get to choose which clients forked over more money, you're more naive than those newborns in the maternity wing up there.
Acid filled his gut. Of course, Mark was right. He'd deluded himself. Or rather, he'd allowed himself to be deluded. Probably. I believed her. That was stupid.
Not the first stupid thing you did. Go on. How'd she get you on her payroll?
That shot a new fear into him. She hasn't paid me a dime, Mark. I don't get paid. Karen gets to walk free. That's the deal.
Karen? Why her? And why wouldn't you just warn her off? We could have sent her into hiding for a year or two until we got Helen. Why would her threatening?
She had pictures, Mark, of Karen on assignment. Karen in the store. A guy outside Karen's place. He shuddered. The guy had ropes, knives. The video showed it all, what he could have done to her. When Mark asked,
"But why did she threaten you with her?"
Doyle groaned. Mark would make him vocalize it. Speak something he'd never even admitted to Helen. He hadn't needed to. She found out, no idea how, that I love her. Head dropped to the steering wheel. Doyle sobbed. The things she proved she could do to Karen any time she liked. I never had to give her intel on Karen. She knew. It wasn't death. He hastened to add, Mark, I swear, if it had just been that she'd kill Karen, I wouldn't have given in. I'd have done everything to get us out, and if we died, we died, but Helen wouldn't kill her. Even if she killed me, she made it clear that the things she'd do to Karen wouldn't end until she'd suffered more than any human ever has. Not once since Helen Franklin ordered him to the prison she'd been assigned to and had given him the ultimatum had he cried. Doyle sobbed now. I'm a coward, he choked out eventually. Couldn't stand it. And now? She got Karen anyway. How'd she manage that? Mark pulled out his phone, unlocked it, tapped the screen, and passed it over. There was a text from Flynn. Lights on at the Franklin house. 10:17 a.m., Saturday, November 15th, Freeman Hospital, Rockland. Machines blipped, blood pressure cuffs ballooned, and Amy refused to interact with Flynn. Without Mark there to work his magic, Flynn hesitated between Claire and Emmy. Which one would get through? Then again, Tyler had been the one to draw out Dawn. Maybe him? But no, he was working. They didn't need to call people in yet. Liv, maybe? Amy lost a friend. Liv lost a sister. She might know how to get through to Amy. Worth a shot? 20 minutes later, Liv walked through the door. Ignoring Flynn, she pulled the uncomfortable vinyl chair up closer to Amy's bed and plopped down. I hate hospitals. Yeah. Well, Small as it might be, a monosyllabic response was better than none. Flynn stepped back and said, "Since you're here, I'm going to take a walk." Neither woman responded, so Flynn took off to refill her water bottle before sneaking back to listen in. Her pride warred with her need for info when she heard Liv talking and Amy barely grunting out responses. Mark needed intel, and they weren't getting it. A nurse paused, ready to ask if she needed help, but Flynn held her finger up to her lips. She stepped closer and whispered,
I think Liv is getting Amy to, open up. We've had the worries about her shutting down. Don't want to interrupt that.
After hesitating for another second or two, the woman seemed to decide it sounded reasonable and moved on. A crash cart lumbered past as if not proof that someone might have needed it recently. Flynn shivered at the thought and shot a semi-prayer into the cosmos.
If you're like you, then keep Karen safe. Markers and Claire and Greg and Erica and Keith are your peeps, so do it for them, 'kay?
Things went quiet in the room. Liv's comments about how she'd tried to sneak in Jell-O shots had produced a painful-sounding giggle, but that was about it. But then Liv hit on just the right comment.
Mark has the hospital under serious protection. You're safe. I don't know how Helen got that guy into the Rourke, but between hospital security, the police, and Mark's guys, you're safe.
Amy's words were so quiet, Flynn couldn't hear what she said, only that she spoke half a dozen or so. An alarm beeped, something rustled, and it quieted again. Liv finally said,
Did you say you contacted Neo?
Of course she had. Liv was just giving Flynn what she needed, right? But despite every desire to run and call Mark, Flynn waited, inching closer to the door and risking that her feet showed under the curtain. Then the answer came. Yeah. She should wait to hear the rest, but Mark needed the info. She'd text the details later. Taking off at a near sprint, she skidded to a stop near the elevator and pounded the down button. Flynn also probably looked like a kid who'd needed a restroom 3 rest stops back as she danced from foot to foot, waiting for it to open. On the first floor, she managed to avoid colliding with a guy wheeling a woman toward the entrance by sheer dumb luck. Keith would say the grace of God, and maybe he was right. But once outside, it became harder not to hit the call button. The 40 or 50 yards to the Mini Cooper Morgan had bought her as a wedding gift felt like a couple of football fields. But she dropped into the driver's seat even as her thumb hit his contact info. As cold as it was, she started the engine and blasted the heater. Flynn, did you sleep?
Yeah, listen, Liv got Amy to talk. I didn't stay for more, but she'll send it. Markers.
Glad to hear that, he said. I was getting worried.
Huffing as she rolled her eyes, Flynn said,
Listen, you should. Amy called in Neo, not Helen. Helen wasn't behind the hit. Amy was. He was after Smith, right? Was he going to split some of his fee with her for giving him the location? What's going on?
Where are you?
Who cared? Another huff preceded her.
My car in the parking lot. Didn't, think I should call inside.
And this is why I trust you with the lives of my people. Good work.
Something in his words set her senses on high alert, but she couldn't think why. While he spoke to someone with him, Flynn tried to figure it out.
Hey, you already knew it wasn't Helen.
A chuckle ticked her off even more, but before she could tell him what she thought of him, Mark said,
Not new, but Doyle and I have been talking, and we decided she couldn't have sent Neo. She doesn't know we have Smith and hasn't been in the country long enough to find that out.
Fine. She'd forgive him. For now. About the time she started to rethink that, his words slammed home.
Wait, you, talked to the traitor about Helen?
Yes, and?
Again, with murmuring she couldn't hear. When Mark returned, she could tell he was alone, but she didn't know how she knew.
Look, I'll explain more later, but while I'm not thrilled with what and how Doyle made the choices he did, I understand it now and can't say I wouldn't have done some of the same things in his position.
No way. Doyle had gotten to Markers. A chill ran through her.
Look, if you are under duress, tell me to move Amy now.
Don't move her. Doyle's in with Karen as we speak. I just can't talk where I can be overheard. Trust me.
Well, she could do that, if he were telling the truth. But what if he wasn't?
I don't like this.
Do you think I'd let him alone in a room with Karen if I didn't trust him with either of our lives?
On a whim, she zipped a text to Doyle.
Where are you? Where's Mark?
A reply came while Mark gave her an update on Karen. Sleepy, struggling to speak, but clearly coherent. With Karen at TriStar. She looks awful, but the nurse says she's doing well for what she's been through. A second later, a second ping echoed in her little car. Mark's in the waiting room. Only one at a time, and he let me come back in when you called. It was his turn.
Why aren't you with Karen?
If he even hesitated, she'd get Marty to zoom her to Nashville right now.
You called, so I sent in Doyle. Didn't want Karen to overhear anything that might upset her.
Instinct said he was okay, but still. She shook off the feeling of impending doom and asked,
Okay, so what do you want from me?
When Liv tells you she's got the whole story, swap out. Get Liv to call me. Then call Emmy to take over and get back to the Rourke. You'll need to meet with Farina about Jordan. He needs to know Helen is definitely in town and that she was at the house last night.
Markers, I totes called him when she called me and again last night. He knows.
Then you're set to clear Jabez. The guy has to want to go home.
No can do skis. The creep vanished, like outer space pooferoonsky.
This time, chuckles became laughter.
You're making up for stressed out normal speak now. Pooferunsky. Only you.
After a few seconds of silence, he sighed.
You're not going to like this.
What?
If he said it, it must be true.
I'm sending Doyle to you. Spencer can drive Smith back and hopefully help. It's time to plan a trap for Helen. The key is...
Doyle, we can't...
Pay attention, Flynn. He knows her better than we do. So does Smith. Smith can spot where Doyle could be toying with us, but I doubt he'll do that. Anyway, your job is to make sure that whatever comes up, whatever they plan, 2 things are definite.
She could guess one.
That we have someone there to nab Helen.
Yes, we need Farina and maybe Mark Connors from the FBI ready to be called in, or send them somewhere nearby. We need them close, but if she sees anything off, she won't show herself. Close, but not present.
Got it. What else?
Even with her car now masquerading as an oven, a chill ran through her as Mark said,
We have to find a way to make Helen think it's her idea.
24. 12:53 p.m., Saturday, November 15th, Kenilworth, Illinois. Liking Smith Abingdon wasn't in the plan. Though linked to every black market, sketchy, no-good crime out there, Spencer Gibbs Kane actually believed the guy when he said he didn't work in drugs, humans, or Mark's cases. He'd work that thought process out later. Right now, wanting to keep Smith alive was good enough for him.
Are you sure you can drive if this goes south?
Smith nodded, hands gripping the wheel. perspiration beading on his forehead and upper lip. The guy had a fever, which likely meant infection. It could be a virus. They'd been exposed for quite a while, and Smith was weakened. It could happen. Martin Westcott's lakefront estate had security for its security. If they wanted him dead, Gibbs wouldn't make it out alive. Not being Smith probably would save him.
Lord, if my child grows up without a father because... No, strike that. If I die here, send Beryl someone to be our child's father. Someone who will use that crazy goon kit she shoved in the back of the Suburban just to make her smile. And if I get out of this, make me that guy when she needs it. Having second thoughts. Just putting my affairs in order with the Lord.
Smith cleared his throat, gripped the wheel harder, and said,
I can do it, Gibbs.
He should have stiffened at the use of his nickname. No one at the agency called him Gibbs. He'd liked that delineation between work and life. But it felt normal, sounded natural.
No, I've got a better shot of coming out alive. Something about this doesn't feel right.
Smith's knuckles had been white before. Now his whole hand looked it. Gibbs reached over and pried back a couple of fingers.
Let go. You need circulation. What is it? Where are we? Do you think we should take it to Gervais instead?
His answer came swift.
No, Martin needs to see it. If he wants me to take it to Gervais, we can, but he needs to know that we're doing it, and it's the real deal. He could think I copied it.
That got Gibbs' attention.
You have that kind of skill?
Nervous, over-boisterous laughter filled the cab.
No, but I know the right person for that job, and Martin knows it. He needs to examine it.
A glance at his watch showed 3 minutes left.
I want to be on time. Gotta go.
Gibbs stepped from the vehicle and went to haul the e-bike he'd rented from the back. He'd found his goon box. How Beryl had slipped that in without him seeing, only she knew, and she wouldn't tell. She was like that. Cold lake air whipped at him as he zipped toward the Westcott estate, but an even more chilling blast struck him as the Suburban shot past him and angled itself in front. Smith, leaving it idling, lumbered toward him, clearly sick and barely hanging in there.
I know what's wrong, Gibbs. I just don't know what it means. Let's have it fast. I'll be late. The note. It said not 15 cents, much less 15 million. Gibbs, I only asked 120. How did we miss that? And what does it mean?
After consideration, Gibbs replaced the e-bike and the painting, moved Smith to the back seat and told him to lie down.
We're out of here. We'll do some recon and research before we try again. You're right. That doesn't work. Can't believe I didn't catch it. That none of us did. You were injured. There was an explosion, and I don't recall what else. It's been a bit tense. It's reasonable.
Gibbs would repent of that lie later. He shot down Sheridan Road toward Mahoney Park. Once the road turned into Ridge Avenue, he decided on a park near Lincoln and Ridge, if it was where he remembered.
This is why you don't pull people in last minute. No time to refresh their mental maps.
But in less time than he'd imagined, he pulled up behind a red Suburban and pulled out his phone. Westcott picked up himself.
You're late. Yes, and I'm not coming until I know who sent the pictures and the note about 15 cents and 15 million. Smith didn't ask that much, and you know it. What's the point of returning the piece if you aren't going to pull the hit?
Just as Smith barked.
If it's his, he gets it, period.
Westcott said.
Who said I put the hit out?
It was a hunch, but he had to take it. Gibbs didn't buy the feds are serving me with a search warrant nonsense.
Because Gervais already got paid. He had no reason to do it. I doubt he knows you were contacted.
The more he spoke, the more confident Gibbs was in his theory.
In fact, I bet he refunded your money. No painting, no cash. Or had you even paid him yet?
There he backtracked.
No, you paid. Otherwise, you wouldn't care who got the money as long as you got your painting.
Gibbs laid out Westcott's plan, from the threatening shot to the real hit when Smith didn't respond. He even posited that Smith wasn't supposed to be hit at all. Mistake on the assassin's part.
We're guessing it was Granny. Door opened and the air curtain messed up her trajectory.
Very good. Where's my painting?
You'll get it. When is determined by your answer about the 15 cents versus million thing.
Or maybe it's now. Just then, the back window of Gibbs's Suburban exploded. Martin Westcott only said one more word before disconnecting. Check. 12:22 p.m., Saturday, November 15th, Nashville, Tennessee. Eyelashes lay against Karen's dark, ashen cheeks. White gauze had been wrapped turban-like around the injury, and the nurse had mentioned a helmet for any time Karen was out of bed, which apparently would be soon. Physical therapy would arrive in the next hour or so. As soon as the nurse left the room, Karen, without opening her eyes, whispered, "Did Doyle talk to you?" That had to be good news, right? That she not only heard him but understood and could communicate that? Before Mark could answer, she rotated her head just a bit and slid her gaze toward him. "He did come in, right? Told me about Helen. It's such a muddle."
He told me.
Her sigh ended in a groan. "You gotta protect him. He was wrong. I worked with him. A lot. I believe him." Her sentences came out in slow, almost monotonal bursts. So wrong. Following her mental processes wasn't easy, but Mark finally managed to add in a few crucial conjunctions.
We've got him working on how to capture Helen. He keeps avoiding her, but it'll just set her off.
Send him away. At least, that's what Mark thought she said.
Can't. He's our biggest draw to capture Helen, and he wants to do it.
He'll die. That was true. Mark wasn't foolish enough to think he could keep Doyle alive, but the guy didn't seem to care, and he could respect that. A life looking over your shoulder wasn't much of a life. Still, if he could save Doyle, he'd do it. Talk to Claire about baby. Karen moaned, swore, apologized, and moaned again. Don't talk. Listen. Did his whole office know about their disagreement? Probably. The one disadvantage to an agency compound at the Rourke was the probability of someone overhearing private discussions.
You just proved why it's a bad idea. Helen's after you. She's after me. And if I had a child... He broke off. This wasn't the time or the person to discuss this with. You'll break her. Don't. Karen's eyes bored into him for a moment before she closed them, exhaled long and slow, and went still. Mark stared at the monitor, its steady blips showing her heart rate. Its screen displayed all the vitals. All decent for someone who'd been shot. One more look at her face showed the faintest wince. Maybe it was inappropriate, but he didn't care. She'd helped him build his agency. Mark leaned over, kissed her forehead, and left the room. Doyle met him at the door to the waiting room looking like he'd been through a war zone. A glance around showed an older woman snoozing and a couple who looked strung out on something. Probably lack of sleep, but still. What happened? Why aren't you in Rockland? We need to figure out the Helen thing.
That's just it. I met with Liv in Louisville and came right back. Got all the intel they've found on Helen, collated and stuff. Anyway, We decided that if Helen found out I know about Karen and knew I wasn't there, she'd decide I'm expendable.
He swallowed hard and looked ready to cry.
And Karen would pay.
Okay, it was a good call. Mark scrubbed at his jaw, needed a shave. But that was irrelevant. It was time to get bossified, or whatever Flynn would say.
I have things I need to do and can't do them because of you.
The guy crumpled.
Mark,
So this is what is going to happen. You'll go get a room nearby and sleep until at least 6. Then get food and be back here by 7. I'll swap out for a few hours. We'll take 4-hour shifts after that. Got it?
The Doyle who hadn't betrayed the agency would have refused, even if it meant a suspension. This Doyle knew he didn't have that right, and it felt good to see the man realize it. But justified or not, he suspected that satisfactory feeling was wrong.
Sir, you'll have to show me on that.
Right. Can I go in for a few minutes first?
Yes, but then you go. On your way to a hotel, you call Helen and let her know what's going on. If you know who might have done this, point blame that way.
Bit by bit, he laid out a plan to keep Helen from killing Doyle before they had a chance to put up a defense. Might not work, but it was worth a shot. 12:53 p.m., Saturday, November 15th, Rockland. Zelda's salon down on Boutique Row hadn't changed. That's what you got when you chose timeless elegance as your motif. You bought quality and bought it once. When it needed replacing, no one noticed. It just never looked worn out or dated. Unlike faces. People could learn from that, but they wouldn't. Bombarded by consumerism run amok, they'd buy the latest gadget, the next whatsits, the newest aesthetic obsession, faster than an addict reaches for his next fix, and with just as much desperation. Just like one of her customers looking for her product. There were those content with whatever she had to offer. Then there were those with specific requirements. And those specifics were getting too hard to supply right now. They'd have to start bringing product in via unexpected routes. Helen ran her thumbnail down a cheap plastic comb hidden under the black drape. The stylist had already spent 4 hours removing the dark hair dye and conditioning it within an inch of its life. Today would be toner and a light brown rinse. In 2 weeks, she'd be back for further color correction, but for now. The back was striking, the stylist said. But this really softens your features. When you come back, we'll add highlights and lowlights if everything still looks good. And the style? She'd already told the man to consider 2 or 3 perfect cuts for her face. Maybe she'd gone crazy, but with an altered appearance, she wanted what would look best now. No need to continue to imitate Erica. She'd be the new, improved Helen Franklin, still mostly unrecognizable. A good thing since she was AWOL from the Department of Justice's clutches.
I'd go bold. You have the bone structure to pull it off. Radically short in back and long sweeps in front. Just light wisps around the jaw near your ears to keep it from being too Jamie Lee Curtis. You want the softer look, but with a hint of a hard edge. She's all hard. This is why she'd come back. Sure, a couple of the stylists had been around for over a decade, but she'd avoided them, and they were too busy to pay close attention to someone else's client. Her thumb ran across that comb again. Still, unnerving despite it all. One observant person who knew her too well, and she could leave doubts. Her thumb worked those teeth again.
Once Helen's head had been capped and her stylist went off to do whatever they did in their break room, Helen tucked that comb between her thighs and pulled out her phone. She needed to talk to her team.
Update on the latest shipment.
While she waited for a reply, Helen zipped one out to Doyle.
Back from Galveston yet? I left a present for Mark outside the cafe.
He'd know what cafe, and he'd better return her message sooner this time. A call came through from her brother's assistant.
Sorry to bother you, but there's interesting chatter I thought you might want to know about.
What's that?
Even as she asked, Helen pulled her earbuds from her pocket and fitted them in her ears. Couldn't risk it getting too loud and someone overhearing.
There's a hit out for Smith Abingdon, and he's taken cover with the agency.
If she'd been alone, Helen would have spewed a few choice words, but showing anger in public wasn't the best way to stay hidden in plain sight.
When?
About 3 weeks ago, according to this post.
That time, one word did drop out in a hissed undertone. After all, she was human.
Has it been verified?
Yeah, and word is that Neo got into Mark's building, but they got him before he could take out Smith. Also, someone called Granny is claiming she accidentally winged him when she got paid to fire a couple of warning shots. Someone's ticked at him.
Before Helen could respond, the assistant added,
Well, it looks like Granny isn't the one claiming anything. Someone else is saying that she said. Kind of third hand there.
You just saved yourself a visit from Granny.
Whoa.
Spine tingling, Helen reached for her comb and began flicking the teeth again.
What?
This guy says that an agency agent got shot in Nashville. He doesn't know her name, but it looks like she interfered with a meet and greet, and the guys shot her in the head.
Her?
Helen rose, ready to leave if necessary.
Which agent?
They don't say, but her narrows it down, right?
Helen's stylist hurried over, ready to scold if she messed up anything.
Get a hold of Doyle and find out what's going on. I'll call in.
She gazed at the stylist who stood there fidgeting, anxious to save her hair from destruction, and silently demanded an answer.
We'll be done in 30. 40 minutes. Have answers.
She tapped the screen and slid her phone back onto the table.
Work emergency. Do what you can and still get me out in 30.
As he rinsed, snipped, and blow-dried her hair, Helen seethed. Doyle should have told her. That he hadn't said a lot. Too much. That thumbnail zipped back and forth across the comb's teeth until her thumb hurt. When her phone buzzed, she nearly cost the guy a finger as she snatched it up. The text this time prompted a smile. 202 cartons arrived and processed. We need triple the product. Supply cannot meet demand. Recommend doubling prices. A slow smile formed, and Helen's hand relaxed. First good news since she'd crossed the border into the U.S. 25. 1:21 p.m., Saturday, November 15th, Kenilworth, Illinois. Cold air filled the vehicle as Gibbs shot forward, nearly taking out a tail light, and gunned it through the just-turned red light. Horns blared, but he didn't hesitate. He passed cars in turn lanes, forced oncoming cars to pull over, and finally hit 4 lanes near Dempster. The I-94 toward Milwaukee ramp ahead, he cut off a paneled minivan and shot onto it. Avoiding police, not easy, but so far. Smith, swearing enough for a whole aircraft carrier of sailors, demanded to know who was after them.
Martin? Gervais? Granny? Maybe she got glaucoma. And why does Granny get your gun feel like something I should know?
As I-94 veered west of the botanical gardens, Gibbs started to follow, unsure if he should. Then he saw signs for Eden's Spur, a toll road. Not happening. They'd probably been caught on numerous cameras already, but that was asking for trouble. Instead, he continued onto Skokie Highway and decided,
We're getting a rental. This is too visible. Grab my papers from the glove compartment and gather up anything you can see. Water bottles, the caps, whatever. I bet Beryl has tape in that goon box of hers. We'll use it to try to hide hairs. Oh, and I've got a chamois back there. We'll wipe down with that. You're abandoning it? And I'm supposed to what? Climb over the seat?
As his answer, Gibbs tossed his phone at Smith.
Find the nearest rental car place. I really don't want to take the time to buy a new one. Then, while I'm getting us transportation, you call Mark and tell him to retrieve this one before it gets stolen. There's a Hertz on North Skokie Valley Road. That'll do.
As they headed down Lake Cook Road, Smith added,
There's an auto place up ahead. Why don't we take it in and see if they can do something about the window while it gets an oil change? Tell them to call out one of those mobile glass places. You'll pick it up on Wednesday, let's say. Saves Mark dealing with more right now and keeps it safe and off the streets. Tell him your nephew shot it out with his air rifle. No more steel BBs for him. I'll make a snarky comment about how he should have to pay for it.
The guy was good, but Gibbs hated lying if he didn't have to.
Let's flip it. Your nephew. I'll say any kid who breaks a window should have to pay for it.
The sign loomed ahead, and Gibbs flicked his blinker.
You get inside and start talking. I've got to make sure no one can find a bullet.
It took some digging, but Gibbs found it, not in the back seat as expected, just below his headrest. The thing had hit the metal pole. He shook as he extracted it. Half a centimeter in either direction, and he'd have been shot. Not Smith. Him. This Mark would have to know. Then again, Smith had been lying down in the back seat. It was possible the shooter hadn't known he was in the car. Of course, the car rental place had two options, a Chevy Spark and a Dodge Challenger, bright yellow. No way could tall guys like Gibbs and Smith manage to drive for any length of time in a Spark. A spark. They needed a roaring bonfire, thank you very much.
The traffic light yellow Challenger it is.
Two guys inspected the back of the Suburban when Gibbs pulled back into the parking area at the auto place. Smith gesticulated wildly, pretending to be a kid hunting. The way he moved, that bad shoulder had to hurt, but the guys were cracking up. How had Smith been ready to pass out an hour earlier, and now he stood out there as if all was well?
Adrenaline, and it'll crash any minute.
Gibbs pulled up behind them, stepped out of the idling car, and called out,
Did they convince you that a kid who shoots out a window should have to pay for it yet?
He eyed the shorter of the two men.
I'm right, aren't I? Well, my kid would pay, but mistakes happen,
Smith crooned. Seriously, he sounded like a Southern Baptist preacher assuring the congregation that God's mercy extended even to carelessly shooting out a perfectly innocent rear window, which, aside from the Baptist bit and the preacher bit, was pretty much who Smith was right then. The taller guy said,
He says you want it by Wednesday, but we can't promise before Friday.
That's okay. Got a better rate on the rental getting it for a week, so I was going to tell you Friday was soon enough anyway.
Gibbs held out his hand.
Thanks. And if you need me to deal with the glass people at payment time, just call. My wife will probably handle it, but we've got it.
The short guy headed for the bays.
Just need to move around a couple of cars to keep this one safe from the elements.
In less than an hour from the time they pulled into the parking lot, Gibbs and Smith were on their way.
Where to?
Gibbs shot the guy what he hoped was a glare, but probably came off more like a sigh.
Rockland by way of Nashville. Need to see Mark before we get you and that painting to safety, not to mention you to a doctor."
Smith dismissed the last bit.
"Those guys were curious about that. They should be. I mean, a huge toolbox and a box that could only hold some kind of picture. They surely think we're art thieves."
4 miles down the road, Gibbs finally responded to that.
Well, they're half right.
3:42 p.m., Saturday, November 15th, The Rourke, Rockland. Claire, Emmy, Liv, and Flynn paced, sat, stretched, and lounged, respectively, in Mark's office as they worked through scenario after scenario, desperate to trap Helen. Somehow. Back straight enough to please any royal protocolist. Were they a thing? Emmy looked more like a statue than a strategist. Claire's laps back and forth across one side of the room gave off mom vibes, one whose kid was an hour late for curfew. Flynn decided she wouldn't want to be that kid. Liv stopped her stretching, plopped into a near lotus position, and sighed.
Okay, so, this isn't working. We're thinking like us and not Helen. What would she do? What does she want?
By the time she'd finished speaking, Flynn had wrestled herself into a sitting position. She stared at her nearly non-existent belly and huffed.
Listen, beanie babes, it's too early for me to fight to get off of a couch. Knock it off.
Claire's giggle ended oddly. What was odd about it, Flynn couldn't be certain, but it wasn't right. She looked over at Liv in time to see her exchange rather chatty glances with Emmy. Great. She'd been amusing again. Whatevs. Emmy caught her and smiled before saying,
"My strength is in data acquisition rather than strategic planning. But if I were running assessments on Helen again..."
That caught her attention.
That's right. You did the initial interviews. What did she do that, hit her other face?
Flynn leaned forward, ready for just one right word to spark someone's imagination.
"I will have to look at my notes, but..."
She stopped short as Flynn bolted from the room, leaving the door open.
Keep going. I can hear you. What about the assessments?
Finding the right files usually would have taken far longer, but Helen's had been front and center since the moment they realized she was after the agency. Flynn had it and was back at her seat before Emmy got through her first sentence.
"Her concerns, but who might have concerns from her? We looked into her import company and found everything we thought she imported, mostly cigarettes and, oddly enough, linens."
That one Flynn and David had figured out.
Cigarettes equals people brought in from outside, and those they nab here.
A tiny part of her wanted to leave it there, but the part of her she'd so carefully cultivated refused to be silenced.
Creepazoid.
Stupid how much better one non-word made her feel. Liv spoke up next.
Dead. Helen Franklin wants Mark dead. Probably Keith and Erica, too. Doyle, too,
Claire put in.
Mark's sure of it.
After staring at her fingers long enough to have memorized them, she added,
He hasn't said it, but the way he is about other things, I'm pretty sure he thinks she wants me dead, too.
Other things. Flynn's mind raced in a bunch of directions, touching base at the same spot every time. Claire's obsession with her pregnancy, the constant barrage of gifts, big and little, the way she watched. To test it out, Flynn slid her hand over her belly and said,
She'd better not come after me. I've got beanie babes to take care of, and I know how to defend her. Her?
Claire's gaze locked on her.
You can't know yet, right? Yeah, I could, but not doing. Yet. Morgie keeps trying to wear me down, but I want to know it's what I want. once you know, you, can't get all ignoresies again.
Emmy mouthed,
Ignoses?
to Liv, and Liv mouthed,
Ignorant.
back. Flynn just rolled her eyes.
Are you ever afraid that you won't go home to Morgan and your baby? That they'll be left without you?
Claire sighed.
Do you ever wonder if maybe you shouldn't have had a baby? Noopers. Not letting someone like Helen Franklin hold my life hostage. Not waiting around to start livers. Nooper doopers. That didn't work.
She giggled.
Trying that again. Not waiting around to start living after we take her down. No-to-the-way.com.
Uh-oh. If the look that plastered itself on Claire's face meant what she thought, Flynn hadn't just confirmed Claire's desire for a baby.
I, gave her camo ammo.
Not that this isn't fascinating, Liv began,
but we kind of need to figure out the Helen thing.
Rising, Emmy went to pour herself a glass of water. The other 3 women watched as if some Oscar-winning performance, holding one collective breath. She turned, blinked at them, and sighed.
Helen wants power, money, and the agency, in that order. The agency is one way to increase the power and money, but it's also revenge. We put her in prison, we have to pay.
Liv nodded.
She gets her power by selling things that weaken others, drugs and even worse, taking away their humanity. Wish we could know when a shipment of her cigarettes was coming somewhere. We could intercept it. That would make her come at us, and we could be prepared.
Claire huffed out the words and then sat up straight, even as Emmy and Liv nodded. Flynn just watched. Something was going on, but what?
We can,
she whispered.
Maybe.
Rising, she headed for the door. When she reached it, she held on, and without looking back said,
Get Marty to pick me up at the Harbinger apartment, in the helo.
And she was gone. Liv and Flynn exchanged glances, but Emmy looked confused.
Where's she going?
Flynn had her phone out and was calling Marty as Liv said,
To pound some sense and cooperation into Doyle.
3:59 p.m., Saturday, November 15th, Cookeville, Tennessee. At first, Corey Knupp hadn't been too bad. She grasped the idea quickly enough, and they'd even done a test run where she'd pointed out a girl in a group who only pretended to interact. With all the kids on their phones as much as not, no one seemed to notice. But unlike the others who flicked, scrolled, and just glanced at screens between sips of Coke and bites of burger, this girl did the reverse. Then she'd lit up like a girl with an engagement ring shoved up her nose by a kneeling knight of the bound and unstable a split second before schooling her features into irritation. And Corey caught it all.
Gotta go home and watch my little brother.
A couple of nasty words followed as she picked up her tray and stomped toward the door. Corey was on her feet, ready to intercept. Let's go. Though Dawn followed, she had to restrain Corey from chasing the girl.
You've got every eye on us now. Hold up.
She'll get...
Back off, Corey.
To the woman's credit, she just zipped up her hoodie and gave Dawn the stink eye. Once in the truck, they sat with the engine idling, letting the girl get halfway down the street before backing out. Dawn tried the what-would-you-do approach, sort of.
Look, if my daddy heard of some women chasing me down and trying to convince me of anything, he'd have come after them with a shotgun and not bothered to ask questions at all. You don't interfere unless you have to.
But didn't you hear those girls? The cheerleaders are taking a trip together overnight. And that girl right there's uncle is letting them stay at his motel. Ouch. She hadn't heard. She'd been watching the others in the restaurant. Didn't change the problem, but it offered a possible solution. Good catch, but if we talk to her before we see what's going on, she'll bolt and call off that outing. No bulls, no china shops, softly with big sticks, like my granddaddy always said.
That was Theodore Roosevelt?
Never heard him say nothing. That guy was dead before my granddaddy was born.
Yeah, she knew what Corey meant, but stupidity only understands stupidity. When the girl got close enough to a corner, Dawn pulled out of the parking lot onto the street. The kid kept walking straight. An unusual thing, a girl dressed like this one walking in the cold. Girls around these parts were prissy by Dawn's measuring stick. Why don't you let me out? I'll head back to see if I can hear her name. Surely those kids are talking about her. Without hesitating, Dawn flipped an illegal U-turn and headed back. I'll drop you off. What if someone picks her up? Gut churning, Dawn pulled over and tried not to grip the steering wheel with everything she had.
Last time I sent a partner off, she almost didn't make it. Can you keep yourself alive? Don't go blaming Karen or yourself for a criminal's actions.
It was exactly what she needed to hear and not what she wanted.
Just tell me you won't get between a bullet and a person.
Nope. Corey ordered her to pull over. You can't risk someone picking that girl up. Now let me out. Nope. What? Then it hit her. Of course Corey couldn't promise not to get shot. It wasn't like Karen had decided to play chicken with a bullet. Dawn eased into a parking space and let the truck idle.
Okay, go watch the girls. We can't let them end up with those creeps from the gas station. I'm going to figure out who this girl is, who her uncle is, and why I feel like I'm missing something big.
With one foot already out of the truck, Corey froze. Missing something? Shouldn't have said anything.
Go. Maybe I'll know what it is when I pick you up again.
By the sheer grace of God, Dawn's voice didn't falter. Because the moment she spoke, she realized what she and Mark had completely missed with this whole project.
26. 6:02 p.m., Saturday, November 15th, Nashville, Tennessee. The way Karen could go from reasonably alert and articulate to confused and almost slurring her words rattled Mark more than he'd admit. Police came to talk to him, weren't happy that his people had interfered in an attempted abduction even as they admitted they were glad it had failed. One of the officers received a call from his chief while the other informed him of the stupidity and danger of not leaving these situations to the proper authorities. She'd about spit nails when the guy pulled her aside once he'd gotten off the phone. You didn't have to be a mind reader or have supersonic hearing to know they'd been told to stand down. Walk away. Probably ask them to come into the station to give a statement. Which is exactly what happened. His partner stormed off and the cop gave Mark a business card.
If you'll just come in for an official statement. Of course. Is the morning all right? Perhaps around 10 o'clock.
When the guy nodded, Mark said,
We're trying not to take over. We're trying to do what you can't, so you're not stretched as thin. When it comes to actual law enforcement, we stay out. We're only there to prevent or protect while you do what we can't do. Stop the criminals.
That's what the chief said. I kind of get it. Adina, not so much. She's a rookie, though, still learning. We can't do all the things, no matter how hard we try. After a nod, what it meant, Mark hadn't a clue, the guy turned and strode out after his partner, and Mark returned to sit by Karen's side. Not 10 minutes later, Dawn and Corey dinged from the waiting area. He hurried in, unsure why they were there.
Everything all right?
No. Both women spoke in unison, but Mark had a feeling they weren't answering the same question. Odd. After giving Corey a quick hug and welcoming her back to the team, he turned to Dawn. This was, after all, her operation.
What's the problem?
Can she stay with Karen? Corey started to object, but Dawn shut her down.
This isn't me keeping you out. I'll swap out with you when I'm done. Karen shouldn't be alone, though.
All hackles relaxed, and Corey adjusted the hoodie she wore. You're right, sorry. Intense first day. And without another word, she moved to scrub her hands before entering Karen's room. Good call, Corey. Mark led Dawn toward the elevator, narrowly missing getting clipped by a housekeeping cart. Sorry. The woman sounded like she expected a verbal lashing. Not happening on his watch. All good. Thanks for all you do. We appreciate it. By the time they got out to Dawn's truck, his nerves were stretched to the breaking point. An ambulance wailed and cut off to a muffled whine as they shut themselves in the cab, and Dawn began talking. She explained about the cheerleader tip.
I think maybe instead of being involved in stopping it, we could just find the motel owner and tell him if he has underage high school girls staying at any time, the police will be called. He'd be too scared, right?
When Dawn said scared instead of scared, he figured she might have overdone it. Possibly. It's a smaller area. Could probably just notify the police. Let them handle it, but we would have to find the place. Also need to let the girl's parents know. I'll get on that if you can get me her name.
Can Corey do it? She's not happy with me for leaving the area, but no way is this happening tonight, so I figured it wouldn't be till next weekend at the earliest.
He'd manage that. Corey had decent computer skills. A few trawls of the cheer squad and they'd find their girl and her name. That's all it would take. Done. Now, what's really got you here?
Knew you'd figure it out.
She stuffed both hands between her knees and rested her forehead on the steering wheel.
Mark, we're going about this all wrong. Finding these at-risk kids? Good thing. Not saying it isn't. But I know what it looks like when places are bringing in and exploiting immigrants. Helen is gonna want large groups.
She wasn't wrong, but they knew Helen's, or at least they assumed she was behind it. People were targeting groomers. Find the groomer, save the kid. It worked. And yet, you know.
I do, but Helen's gonna figure that out and put a stop to it. She'll want them to nab day jobbers and the housekeeping staff at hotels and such.
She turned to look at him, and in that moment, he felt the hatred she had for these guys.
I know how to spot that, and when I heard group of girls, something clicked. I need to be looking where they'll come after large groups. Keep Corey in Cookville and places like that. Get her someone to be her cover, but I want to see if I can't find where they'll pull larger groups from. That's where we'll find a direct Helen connection.
Though Dawn wasn't wrong, she was. Mark shoved his hands in his jacket pockets and stared out the windshield. How are you going to connect a guy trying to hire 10 guys to put up his hay bales to Helen? How are you going to get people who might not even speak English to trust that you aren't immigration services out to haul them away? How? When she slumped, he knew he'd made his point. Keep an eye out, Dawn. Definitely. But keep working with Corey to stop things you know are off. And maybe by following the groomers, you'll be able to track Helen's guys back to her somehow. Dawn's frustration transformed.
That's true. If I can nab the nabbers' nabs, then...
Wait, she groaned. That sounds too Flynn-like to make sense. At least laughing helped. You were right there, but I understood it too. She needed reassurance. You're doing good work, Dawn. Don't get impatient. Go find those girls and keep them away from whatever Uncle Creeper has planned. Call the cops. Get a room there yourself in case he's bold. But do the job. I'm trusting you. 6:14 p.m., Saturday, November 15th, Rockland. A Newton's cradle rocked with rhythmic tinks as the balls swung back and forth. Soothing nerves scraped raw by ineptitude and delays. In the dark office, Helen sat, thumb clicking a pen with perfect precision in time to those tinks. Clink,
Clink, clink.
3 screens on her desk vied for her attention. The first showed Nashville news. She'd heard the story twice already, but you never knew if they'd find something to add for breaking news. The center screen showed cameras around the TriStar Hospital. Parking areas, exits, even one pointed at the chapel. She'd kept that on screen since the whole agency had gone religious, or near enough. On the last screen, she scrolled through posts, emails, memos, all the collected info about her organization and the agencies that they had. It would work so well. She leaned back in the chair, watching, listening, clicking. After steadying the cradle, she let one side go again, and her entire body relaxed. Clink, clink, clink. Need wasn't too strong of a word. She needed the agency. With it, she'd get the necessary leverage on politicians, heads of government agencies, congressmen. Despite trying to convince herself to call in the middle of the night for optimal impact, Helen tapped her phone screen, unlocked it, and found the contact. It rang twice before that ditz of an assistant answered.
Flynn, how may I help you?
You can get me Mark.
Who's calling?
Helen Franklin, Miss Dortman. How's the pregnancy going?
Hold, please.
The woman actually said please. Well, more like bit the word off and spat it out, but still. What felt like several minutes passed before Mark's,
Miss Franklin, you've returned from the Maldives. Enjoying Erica's face, or are you tired of it yet?
Interesting. Going on the offensive and in more ways than one.
She started this problem. I thought it was only fitting that she help me finish it.
As Helen waited for Mark's response, she started the cradle rocking again. Clink, clink, clink. He said nothing, so she continued.
Of course, we don't have to do things the hard way. You could accept my final offer of $50 million for the agency. Your agents can retain their positions, or I can replace them. No one dies. Everyone wins.
Offer respectfully declined.
Clink, clink, clink.
If you're hoping for another offer...
I apologize, Miss Franklin. I lied. Offer declined finally and irrevocably with all the unspoken filthy language I can repress.
Her vision went black with red spots as Helen fought back, abject fury. Clink, clink, clink.
You'll regret it.
Risk I'm happy to take. Will there be anything else? I have an agent I need to see.
How is Karen? I was so sorry to hear of her accident. She's a good agent, but she is getting up there. I hear you have Abingdon in custody as well. And shooting Neo. You owe me a hitman, Mark. Neo was one of the best.
I owe you a cell on death row, Franklin. I pay my debts.
Dead air filled the room. Clink, clink, clink. Throwing the pen, not satisfying. Sweeping the cradle from her desk, what would be the point? Calling in her new team? A smile formed. She tapped her screen, flicked contacts until she found the one she needed, and tapped.
Yes, boss. It's time. We're going full frontal assault on Mark's agency. Take out Jabez Hunt and the agents with him. They still in that Amish place?
Left, but they're back now. Not sure why they left, but whatever. That affirmative relaxed her just a bit.
Don't want to take out the Rourke yet, but get someone into Freeman and take out Amy, and find Smith Abingdon. I'll make him an offer he can't refuse and won't want to.
Who knew feeling like the Godfather could be so empowering? A few seconds of silence followed. And Keith Auger / Shafter and family?
Have you found them?
No, but we have a lead. This might be perfect.
You find them? I'll drop a cold $1,000,000 if you do before Mark capitulates.
They're as good as found. Anything else? Helen rose and went to fill her water glass, nerves settling enough to pocket her pen.
That'll do to start. If they won't let me take over, they'd better take cover.
8:03 p.m., Saturday, November 15th, Nashville, Tennessee. Once upon a time, Claire would have thrilled to walk through the Hermitage Hotel in Nashville. That past Claire had considered a Marriott luxurious. Now she accepted the key card at the front desk and asked directions to their suite without thinking much beyond.
Don't forget to explore before breakfast tomorrow.
All that beauty, and she hardly noticed as she hurried to their room. To say Mark had been surprised to get her call might be an understatement, but his delight in knowing she'd come overrode her nerves. The trip there had produced clarity she'd lacked for nearly 4 years, and instinct insisted it wasn't just her. Mark met her at the elevator and pulled her into a hug, holding her so long she feared bad news. His kiss swept away that fear. No way would her soul Mark use a kiss to manipulate her like that. His "missed you" confirmed it.
Missed you too. Tell me you ordered something. I'm starved.
Waiting for you. They just dropped it off.
The blue and beige suite featured a walnut dining table with cushioned chairs. On it, a late dinner had been laid out.
Perfect. Just let me wash my hands. It's been a long trip.
Not surprising at all, Mark pulled her in for one more kiss. Claire decided it best to relish it. He might not feel very affectionate after their discussions. Plural.
Help me out here, Lord.
The low lighting and subtle decor created the exact sort of ambiance Claire loved best. As she hurried back to where Mark held her chair for her, she decided maybe she should relax first. Eat her meal. They could discuss difficult things later.
Wish I didn't have to bring it up now,
Mark said as he slid a knife over his steak.
but I have to be back at the hospital by 11, so what did you guys come up with?
Taking her cue from him, she speared a forkful of salad before replying.
Emmy pointed out that Helen has 3 things she wants. Well, she said 3. 4 is more like it. Power, money, the agency, to get more power and money, and revenge against us. It got me thinking.
Not that I don't want you here with me.
He winced.
Truth is, I don't, but not because I don't want you here with me. Does that make any sense?
Perfect sense. You want me close, but want me safe, and someone shot Karen.
Claire watched her husband relax and hated that she was about to destroy that.
I had to come, Mark. You need to listen to me and listen close. I suggest we talk after we eat.
Please don't tell me you're planning to put yourself out there as bait. I can't take it.
No.
But the idea had merit. Helen would take that bait every time. Still, Mark was already too distracted enough without adding to it, especially not now.
Good. I promised not to dictate your work schedule, but I won't pretend I wasn't thrilled that you chose to forego field work for me.
She didn't have to tell him that working for the agency had always been about helping people. Claire didn't care how she did that, so she'd been working on the hunt for Helen Franklin, the analysis of threat risks, and the support for the team. She kept track of birthdays and made sure they were acknowledged, no matter where the agent was, down in the basement labs or in a beach house on Tybee. Tyler's had been the best. a Baskin-Robbins mud pie that he and their clients ate in a minivan driving through St. Louis. She'd led the whole van in a rousing rendition of Happy Birthday and sent a video of her blowing out candles for him since he'd been driving. Frivolous? Maybe. But morale had improved, and after all Helen had put them through, they'd needed it. She'd helped clients transition back into their normal lives after extended protection detail, and all while, usually, getting plenty of sleep. She never had adjusted to all the interrupted sleep of protection detail. She'd finished her salad and a few bites of steak when the expectant silence became worse than the probable argument.
Okay, fine. Remember that verse in Proverbs you like so much, about a friend being a true friend if he's willing to wound you with the truth rather than Judas you with what you think you want to hear?
You're about to club me. Got it.
He leaned over and kissed her cheek.
Let me have it.
The guy really thought it would be no big deal. She could feel it, and it irritated her.
Mark, we've let Helen disrupt good, sound work for almost as long as I've been with the agency. I've watched our work spiral downward. You don't take on as many clients as you used to.
I couldn't, Claire. I had a guy feeding information to someone determined to take us down.
That was one mistake. You didn't have to let him keep working to keep him safe. There are a dozen ways you could have protected him, all of them better for the whole agency, not just for him.
The man withered for just a moment. If she hadn't been watching, she'd have missed it. Though she meant to take a sip of water, she guzzled half the glass before he responded.
I know how to protect someone from outside the agency. I just don't know how to do it from within. You're right, though. Our services have become second-rate.
He sighed, leaned an elbow on the table, and pinched the bridge of his nose.
Helen called a bit ago. She offered $50 million. I should send out severance packages and close.
Shout or laugh? Claire had a split second to decide and went for laughter.
You'd be miserable and you know it.
His
"It's not about me"
almost disappeared in the space between them.
You're right.
Despite her attempt to keep her voice soft and low, it sounded like a scream next to his pained whispers. Standing, Claire moved to wrap her arms around his neck and rest her cheek on his head.
Mark, the solution isn't to quit, but to go back to doing what you do best. We bait Helen, get her to come after us, and we have the right people there to take her in. If we do it right, she won't just send someone, she'll come.
The tension in his shoulders told her what he thought of that. But instead of rejecting it, Mark asked,
How do you suggest we do that?
Before she could answer, he pulled her around, kissed her, and nudged her back toward her chair.
Eat.
He'd listen better if she went back to eating, so Claire did.
They're working on logistics, but we need Doyle's input. He knows her better than we do.
I doubt it.
When Claire would have argued, Mark cut another piece of steak and said,
No, she's been playing with him and he knows it. What did the others come up with?
That was the problem. They hadn't. Claire shook her head.
Nothing. That's why I came to talk to Doyle. He has to know more than he thinks. We just need to brainstorm with him, but...
She toyed with her last piece of meat. When had she eaten the rest?
Mark, Flynn was talking about the baby, and I need to tell you what I asked, what she said.
Now, Claire, we need...
No. Now.
Usually she gave in when Mark had that warning tone to his voice, but not this time.
She said what I haven't been able to articulate, so let me get it out, and then you should rest until you have to relieve Doyle.
He shoved his plate away and folded his arms.
Go ahead.
Never had Claire wanted to slap anyone as much as she wanted to now.
Quit treating me like a child. I'm your wife. Younger or not, I'm still an adult.
Though each word sounded pulled out with vice grips, Mark admitted she was right.
For what it's worth, it wasn't intentional. Having trouble transitioning from boss Mark to husband Mark right now.
That was fair.
Understood. Okay, here's what Flynn said when I asked if it ever worried her that she might not go home some night, that Morgan might have to raise their baby alone. You know what she said?
Other than no.
In a poor imitation of her husband, Claire shoved away her plate and folded her own arms.
Don't be a jerk. She said that she wasn't going to let Helen Franklin stop her from living. She wouldn't wait around for us to take down Helen to live her life. She's right.
Mark's,
There will always be a Helen. It's not just her. It's not just me. Or you. It's our child. Our child could be a target.
Maybe you should have thought of that before you let me believe it was a possibility.
The guy looked slapped, and, God help her, it was almost as satisfying as actually slapping him. Almost. 27. 8:11 p.m. Saturday, November 15th, Nashville, Tennessee. The click-click of a pen gave away the caller. Why Helen Franklin thought she could hide behind a new number while still clicking the life out of something, he didn't know, but Doyle was grateful. It put him on his guard. With a glance at Karen asleep, he moved to the corner of the room and dropped his voice.
Helen, you're avoiding me, Doyle. I'm staying alive. Right now, Mark is listening, but he's not stupid. He put me on Karen protection detail, and we both know that my first loyalty is to her.
A low chuckle cut off with razor sharpness.
But it should be me. It's always been Karen, and you wouldn't respect me if I pretended otherwise.
She didn't respect him now, but let her think he wanted her to. It might keep Karen alive.
If you want to live, Doyle, you might show a little loyalty to the one who kept her alive all these years.
All the things he wanted to scream at her bubbled up in his throat, but he stuffed them back.
What can I do for you today? Before or after you finally tell me why you kept back information about Smith Abingdon and where he is now.
Thanks to Camden and David, he had proof that he'd sent a text to her from Galveston, informing her about his job there. Now was the time to play it.
I told you. I sent a text after we talked. One I conveniently didn't receive. I don't believe you, Doyle, and that doesn't look good for your pretty partner. How would she look with a nice scar down one cheek? Maybe missing an eye?
His stomach churned. She'd do it if she could, if she didn't get what she wanted.
I knew you'd say that, so I uploaded my text history, sending the link.
History was what might make it work. Screenshots were too easy to manipulate. But the chances she thought Flynn and crew would help create a false trail were still pretty slim. He tried for a nudge that might rile her enough to give something away while giving her enough info to keep her coming back. They needed her to.
By the way, Smith is up by Chicago trying to return a Gauguin he stole from Gervais Farage to Martin Westcott. Apparently, Martin hadn't delivered it when Smith acquired it, and...
He took the quietest inhale he could manage and dove in.
I took out Neo. Didn't know you'd sent him, and I was on Smith protection that day. Smith got shot, as did his assistant, but I had to take down Neo. He'd have killed me. And Mark and Tyler were right behind him, so they'd have gotten him anyway. Some of the suspicion around me has lifted, so it paid off.
A couple of pen clicks followed before Helen's tone relaxed a bit.
We've decided to go on the offensive. I made Mark another offer, and he spat it in my face. So, it's time.
He'd choked out a
Karen?
before he could stop himself.
She's safe, for now. Amy and some of the agents, not safe. Not anymore. Have you heard where Keith is? His house in Missouri is empty.
A chill ran through him.
I don't think they know yet. Mark sent them off with orders for no contact.
Karen stirred, and Doyle couldn't risk her overhearing, so he hurried from the room. The waiting area, empty for the first time since he'd arrived, gave him a more private space. All the while, Helen rambled about her diabolical plans and gave nothing away. He'd have to do better. Wincing, he said,
Just tell me you'll take out Tyler. Abingdon is convinced Tyler is in your pay. The kid about lost it when he heard that. You taking him out would give me leverage with Smith. Can't yet. He's back at the Rourke, and I want the Rourke intact. Did you include it in your offer?
Silence hinted she hadn't. Then a low chuckle filled his ear and sent his senses on high alert.
That's clever. Very clever. I could raise the final offer without him taking it as capitulation if I specified their building. Excellent thought, Doyle. I wonder if I could get Tyler sent out to help with the Jabez Hunt case. Maybe then I'd find out where they are. I don't like killing agents.
He added when it occurred to him that he might be pushing the disloyalty thing a bit far.
But none of them will stick with you. No offense, but they'd die first anyway. None taken, and I know where Hunt is. They've got him hidden in plain sight. Smart, but not smart enough. You've been valuable with that sort of help, at least.
Alarm bells rang in his mind, and then he realized they were ringing elsewhere, too. A few people rushed past. Doyle ambled toward the door and looked out, throat dry.
Gotta go. I left Karen alone to talk to you, and now... It's just a reminder that I can and will get to her if I need to. She'll be fine. For now.
With a few more clicks of the pen, she disconnected. Doyle bolted down the hall, but an aide kept him out.
They're taking care of her, but you'll be in the way. Just hold on. They've got this.
He paced, craned his neck, and then perspiration drenched him.
Plain sight.
He pulled out his phone and bolted for the entrance. Karen would be fine. This was on Helen. If he could catch...
Plain sight.
He didn't have time for both. Stop Helen's guy or... His growl caught the attention of a passing man who murmured, "Praying, son," before continuing into the building. Somewhere, tires squealed, and Doyle felt confident that it was the guy who'd gone after Karen, but he'd paused and hit the contact for Flynn.
Get them out of that farmhouse, now. Helen said you'd hidden them in plain sight. They're in Kentucky, aren't they?
Got it. Thanks, Doyle. And Flynn was gone. He just had to hope this wasn't a coordinated attack, or everyone in that farmhouse would be gone too, permanently. 8:13 p.m., Saturday, November 15th, Hart County, Kentucky. Paris slapped down her cards.
I'm out. I don't get it. Greg wins every single game.
Poker's the only game I do win. Greg rose, stretched, and went to grab another soda from the propane fridge. Why a propane fridge was okay, but an electric one wasn't, she didn't know. At least they had one. Henry shifted in his chair.
Paris, look at this.
She stretched as she rose, scowling at the table and the lost pile of Skittles. Snagging one, she turned, but Henry barked, "Now!" At the same moment, her phone buzzed, and as she answered, Flynn yelled,
"Get out of there!"
Everyone went into action. Greg pointed at the table, and Jabez helped move it. They pulled back the braided rug and got the trap door open even before Paris bent over Henry's shoulder.
"What is it? Oh!"
She whirled, racing back to replace the rug as soon as both men had descended into the depths of the cellar or basement or whatever it was.
"Take the tunnel out to the barn, but don't go into the barn until we turn on the light."
That's when she remembered Flynn.
"Already incoming. They've got 4.
6.
Henry growled as he pulled weapons out from a duffel under his desk.
If I haven't counted any twice. Coming from all sides.
The incongruity of 7 rifles, 3 Glocks, a few rapper-trapper pistols. She'd wanted to play with those, but not like this. And the new trank-like guns, improved, they claimed, laid out on an Amish sideboard, didn't escape her.
"If you don't hear from us in 10, get someone out here to let them out. They're staying in the tunnel at the barn until we turn on the light." "Got it. Don't get deaders." I love that woman.
Yes, ma'am. After setting an 8-minute timer, Paris grabbed the other duffel, the one with more weapons and a few smoke bombs, noise grenades, and ear protection. She grabbed those headsets first.
"Catch!"
The moment Henry turned, she tossed him a set.
Think it's safe?
"Keep them around your neck. If we have to throw a flashbang, we'll take half a second to cover."
It wouldn't do that much, but any advantage when it was 2 against 6 or more mattered. Henry pulled them around his neck, even as he began checking each weapon.
They're 200 yards from the barn on that side, coming up the lane on this. Oh, and there's another guy. Totally a new one. So that's a potential 7 coming across that field. Bold as brass. Can I take him out?
"Think you can hit him?"
Henry's confident.
Definitely.
Was all she needed.
"Go get him. I'll cover from down here."
They weren't set up for a sniper situation. Good thing. Neither Henry nor Paris had those skills. But high ground, knowing where the guy was, and a reasonably still night meant that the moment he got in reasonable range, Henry could probably drop the target anyway. Might take a couple of shots. It was never like the movies, but he'd get their intruder. Henry wouldn't let anyone get that close to them if he could prevent it. Seconds ticked by. Paris carried the Coleman lantern into the bathroom. At least they had plumbing. Like that mattered at a time like this. She counted 60 seconds and carried it back out, scanning each of the screens once again. Less than 100 yards to the barn. Maybe less than 50. She never had been good at estimating distance. At least the guys were taking their time, staying hidden. All except for that one guy walking across the field.
"Henry, are you nervous about Field Guy?"
Hopefully they were far enough away not to hear her.
Because he's not trying to stay hidden? Yeah, he's not close enough. I almost wonder if he's a decoy to keep us focused there while the rest come. That suggests they don't know what we know.
I.e., we have cameras and they don't know it. Simultaneous? You plow out there and I go for a drive?
Deal. Tell me when your windshield is clean.
The way he got into this kind of thing should have terrified her. But Paris loved it too. It wasn't difficult to translate, but speaking in a random code about everyday things helped settle nerves in a tense situation. The front door banged open, and a shot fired before Paris knew what happened. Where'd he come from? She dove behind a couch that looked more like an old-fashioned church pew and fired from beneath it. The guy screamed and fired back. It went wide. Good thing, because she hadn't gotten out of the way.
Paris?
Got him.
And she fired again. From upstairs, 3 quick shots rang out.
Field's clear.
Good.
A scramble to the screens showed 2 jogging toward the house and 1 running for the barn. She didn't know where the others were, or if there were others.
Were you raised in a barn?
Footsteps overhead told her he'd gone to look out the next window. Her pocket vibrated. Time to text Flynn. She pounded out a short one.
Give us 10 more.
Without waiting for an answer, she reset the timer for another 8 minutes and scanned the monitors.
When do you think I should redecorate this wall?
Guests are coming soon. Better do it now.
With one last scan, nothing. She closed the panels that hid their tech setup and extinguished the lantern. They'd be fighting blind now.
Did you remember your glasses?
No, weren't in the bag.
She fumbled through both bags. No night vision goggles.
Looks like flashbangs it is.
Henry sounded closer when he called.
Come help you see or just hang out up here?
If you can't see without your glasses.
Footsteps on the stairs answered that one. Too dark. A waning crescent played hide and seek with clouds, so it only made sense, but not helpful.
Not helpful at all, God.
Movement to her right sent her spinning, but Paris resisted the urge to pull the trigger. When Henry reached her side, she whispered,
We each take a door, barricade ourselves, and take 'em out as they come in.
Our only shot.
His silhouette, not a foot away, blended so well into the blackness of the room she almost couldn't see it. So close. One step and she could pull him into a soul-stirring, toe-curling, swoon-worthy kiss. Not that she had dreamed of it more than anyone should ever think about their coworker, partner, guy responsible for keeping her alive and vice versa. Paris considered and decided she wouldn't even have to take a step. Lean close, pull him closer, merge two lonely lips. Nope, make that 4 into 1. People wrote entire books about this moment. She could do it. Indecision hovered until she felt him shift. Closer. The guy actually shifted closer. This was it. Last chance, now or never. Do or die. There had to be more cliches to fill the moment.
You could just fill it with that kiss. That's how you seize the day. Carpe. Wonder what lips are. Carpe lipum? Come on. You took Latin. Carpe.
Paris froze out the thought. No. Plain old English worked so much better. Seize the lips. The kiss. The...
You taking front or back?
Ice-cold Gatorade on the sidelines of a big game couldn't have killed the mood faster, not even if she'd kept up with bad, very gross Latin conjugations.
Back. I'll use the propane fridge to block me.
You get us blown up and I'll haunt you for all eternity. I'm turning over the table and putting it behind that pew. 2 layers of thick wood rather than 1.
She took a moment to help him flip it before carrying half the guns and flashbangs to the kitchen. Then it hit her.
Flash in 5, 4, 3...
What?
But he was scrambling, ready to do it. With ear protection on, she flung open the back door and prepared to fling out 3, one after the other. The second showed a guy racing toward her. Paris prepared to shoot and threw the third. When it lit up the guy stumbling toward her, she fired. He went down, and the moon slid out from behind clouds enough to show a silhouette off to the right, or there was a bush there swaying in the breeze. She fired, and the bush dropped and stopped swaying. After pulling up one side of her headgear, Paris called out,
Henry, I got 1 and so did Corey. How about you?
Tyler snagged that guy in the field and I've got 5, 4.
Another flashbang exploded before a shot. Paris almost didn't get her ear protection down fast enough. When she jerked off one side, she heard,
Down and haven't heard from Will.
Think they got him?
Incoming from the south. Headlights.
A moment later, the night sky filled with red and blue lights and a megaphone calling for ceasefire. Someone shot at the megaphone guy. When another shot rang out, Paris didn't know if it was toward the cops or toward the house. Her phone buzzed. 8 minutes already? She shot a text to Flynn.
10 more. Cops here.
When a buzz followed, she figured it would be Flynn informing her that they'd sent reinforcements. Meanwhile, Greg and Jabez had been down there for nearly 20 minutes. They needed to turn on that light, but with a potential gunman in the barn, not doing it. That's when she heard it. 3 rapid-fire shots from the barn. When Henry growled out a word he only used when things had gone completely wrong, Paris knew. A cop was down. 28. 10:09 p.m. Saturday, November 15th, Freeman Hospital, Rockland. Tyler strode down the hallway, a bunch of flowers in his hand. At the other end, Marty wheeled toward him wearing scrubs and a badge. Somewhere, Detective Farina waited to ensure they got Amy out safely, along with a few other officers, ready to take down anyone who looked suspicious. Well, that was his take on it. That Flynn had managed to get the Rockland police chief to sign off on it? Amazing. Especially since he felt confident she hadn't pulled Mark in to do the negotiating. It had taken 2 hours before the all clear came. With Marty and him doing laps around the floor, he'd delivered more flowers to strangers than a hospital volunteer hopped up on energy drinks. They met at Amy's door, Marty nodding.
Bit late. She's being sprung.
Anyone looking closely at Amy would see that the girl wasn't well enough to go. Girl. She was probably older than him.
You've officially hit the age where you can't talk like a high school idiot anymore. Get with it.
Self-talk never worked for him, but when Tyler got nervous, his brain got mouthy. He squeezed past the wheelchair.
Hey, Amy. Hear you're out of here. I'm your chauffeur tonight.
He presented the flowers and lowered himself to whisper, You'll look like a pageant winner as we roll you right into a van and get you back to safety. The hall was empty as they wheeled her from the room. Amy looked awful and shook worse than a half-naked guy in Alaska. Fear? Shock? Still recuperating? He didn't know. What he did know is they had to move fast. Just as they reached the corner that led to the bank of elevators, a man appeared. His gaze locked on Amy, and she whimpered. Marty turned and shoved her into a room where the TV blared. Tyler murmured, Male, 5'8" or 9", dark hair, leather jacket, jeans. Unusual interest in Amy. Seconds later they heard voices in the hall, the guy protesting, and then it came. All clear. Proceed to the elevator. Norland is waiting. Nerves jittered as they rushed to the elevator, not trying to hide their movements anymore, and waited for the door to open. They stood in front of and behind the wheelchair, waiting for the stupid door to open. Why's the door shut? Where's Norland? He's in the elevator. Give him a second. The doors opened, and Tyler heard rather than saw Marty relax before he saw the guy. Down? Up. Then we take the staff elevator for emergencies to the ground floor and the ambulance bays. He knew that, but getting confirmation told him that some idiot wasn't pulling a B-action movie stunt. No masks ripped off with maniacal laughter as the guy blows each one of them away. Also, time to shift your entertainment choices to match your age, old man. Old. At 29, he was old. Well, in this job, maybe. Who knew? Wasn't Karen like 40 or almost? Amy whimpered, and Tyler went on double alert. Norland scanned overhead while Marty examined the panel.
What if they blow up the cable? Can't they do that?
Only if they get in and access areas are covered, Tyler assured her. Not that it was likely. That kind of thing took days, if not weeks, to plan, since Helen had just had her offer rejected and Amy had only been in the hospital for 24 hours. Not enough time. And she shouldn't be leaving. Of course, that's when the reason for her whimper made sense. She'd covered pain with a question. "Do you need support? Something for pain?" "No offense, Tyler," she growled, "but I'd rather wait for a doctor or nurse." "Breckham's in the van, ready to take over."
"Good."
At the top floor, 2 officers stood waiting. That didn't sit well. Something... Tyler glanced behind him as they pushed Amy out into the hallway. "Can someone grab her bag?" One guy moved to retrieve it. Tyler hit the down button and shoved the next guy in. Marty ran, pushing Amy like a kid on a playground. Tyler dropped and fired as both men stepped out. He got one in the arm before switching to the pistols that shot the rapper trappers to keep them from getting away. After retrieving both of their guns, Tyler had nearly made it past them when one swung his bound legs around and tripped him. Tyler stumbled head first into a wall. Yes, you can see stars if you hit your head just right. Furthermore, a gong can ring and reverberate until you feel like you're going crazy. Disoriented, Tyler stumbled after Marty, but 3 steps down, he realized he'd gone the wrong way. Both guys struggled to extricate themselves from the rope-like net that bound legs and at least one arm. Or was he seeing things? On one guy and legs on the other. He had 2 options: run away or tackle. "Need backup, now!" he shouted as he dove. His head cracked the guy on the chin, and they both went down. Pain exploded in his belly, and all air escaped. He fought for just one good breath. Fought and failed to get it. When the next kick came, he'd rolled onto his side. Now his kidney hurt. Footfalls, shouts, voices talking all at once, and still that gong reverberating until he couldn't think. Someone helped him up, told him to exhale. With what? "Slow breaths. Come on." That someone began rubbing his back, and the first bit of air squeaked into his lungs. The second. By the time he got a great gulp, the dizziness had subsided as well. "Let's get you to the van."
"Amy?"
The name came out in a gasp, but at least he could gasp now. "Safe. They had someone waiting out there." At his "why'd you do that" look, the guy just said, "Yeah, well, we knew they'd expect us to go that way, but it was also the easiest to ensure we could keep the upper hand if we were attacked." Farina, that's who it was.
"Did you get the other guys?"
"Got all who showed themselves, 5 in all."
"Good."
Amy both looked worse and acted as if she felt better as they helped him into the van next to her. She lay on a gurney, strapped in and ready for transport. Her IV was back in place. Dr. Breckham was checking her pupils, pulse, and who knew what else. When she saw him, she said,
"Need to talk to Smith."
"Let's get you settled first."
"I'll rip out this IV if you try to drug me into compliance. Get me Smith. It's important."
10:39 p.m., Saturday, November 15th, Nashville, Tennessee. They'd been sitting in the hospital parking lot for nearly 30 minutes, but Gibbs refused to go in until Mark arrived. According to Flynn, that would be at 11 o'clock.
"Not risking you with Doyle. He shot Neo to save me. Or to save himself, or because he knew the others were coming and decided to make it look good. Mark trusts him to keep you alive. I don't."
Yeah, and Gibbs didn't care if he lived or died, but he'd been paid to ensure life, and the guy was conscientious anyway.
"You feeling okay?"
Truthful answer, no. But compared to earlier, infinitely.
Sleep helped. I think I have a low-grade fever. I need to get my wound cleaned and get some good sleep soon. First Westcott, then rest. Sorry.
Gibbs even sounded sorry. 10:50 passed. 11. Still no Mark. The guy was never late. So now what? Gibbs's phone pinged. The guy snatched it up and relaxed.
Flynn says Mark is en route. Claire showed up to talk about things.
Smith could imagine that conversation, and he doubted it needed words. Still, he'd heard good things about Claire's involvement in the agency, so maybe there was more to the visit than the obvious.
It's only 2 miles away, so he should be here quickly.
That got Smith's attention.
Must be at the Hermitage. Great hotel. People think my place.
Gibbs cut himself off, and Smith decided not to let on that he'd caught the point. Someone had mentioned his castle, and someone else had said something about a conservatory. It didn't take a supercomputer to figure out that Gibbs owned the Armitage. At some point, he might have to mention that he'd loved visiting and seeing all the plants, especially that Atten-something pitcher plant. That thing was revolting and amazing at the same time. They saw Mark step out of a car not 3 spaces over and hurried to catch him. He probably knew they were waiting, but the guy was busy. Mark looked haggard. Must not have been the happy reunion with his wife that Smith had imagined. Unfortunate.
Did you get the message about Kenilworth?
Gibbs's lack of greeting hinted at the strain he'd hidden so far.
Flynn said it was close. You both okay? Shot through the back window. The bullet struck the headrest post. I don't know how I'm alive.
Even Mark's shadowed face couldn't hide his surprise.
You? Not Smith? He was lying down in the back. I assume whoever was after us just shot at whoever was in the vehicle they followed. Meanwhile, we can't get Westcott his picture back until we have the hit rescinded. Otherwise, we've got no leverage.
Mark beckoned them to follow.
Where are you headed now? The Rourke. We need to use a VPN with all the bells and whistles to keep us from being tracked. I don't have the technical skills for that on the road, and... Gibbs shot a look at him. Sorry, Smith, but it's my job not to trust you and be careful enough to protect us both. So, not the Rourke.
Mark must have realized how harsh he sounded, because he lowered his voice again.
Look, Helen Franklin has a fresh threat against us. I want you to stay away from the Rourke. Doyle says she wants the building, but I don't know details on that yet. I'll ask when I get in. Westcott isn't going to attack the Hermitage, though, so get over there and get Flynn to walk you through using a hotspot with a VPN. She'll know the protocol. I'll text Claire to let her know you're coming.
Gibbs paused at the entrance, refusing to go in.
Ideas for how to get him to remove the hit and get the parties in motion to back off? Once it's out.
He couldn't let that go.
Gibbs is right. Once Westcott puts my name out there, rescinding the offer is impossible. Basically, I'm in hiding or a dead man. Those are my options. Excrement.
When both men just stared, Mark shrugged.
Those guys are motivated by money, right?
Smith sagged. He'd have a new identity by morning. As if the question weren't rhetorical, Gibbs shrugged.
Yeah, so Smith puts out a bonus saying if you don't kill him, he'll pay more? It won't work, Mark. What will work is Smith matching the hit amount with Westcott and splitting it among the players. Getting paid to do nothing so you're free to work for someone else. Between that and Smith being out of the picture for a while, should work. Once we see that the money has been paid out to the various parties, we have the painting delivered.
A few modifications to that plan presented themselves. Smith chose to share one.
I could offer Martin the artwork at Helen's compound in the Maldives. If Gibbs would go with me, we could get in and out with a few really good pieces for him. I only know what I saw a couple of years ago, but there was more than the one I liberated."
Mark would have protested. He saw it. Gibbs, however, nodded.
"It would get Smith out of the country. Helen won't expect that, and if Doyle can be trusted to put the right words in her ear about where Smith is, you might be able to use a guy not even in the country as bait. Use this whole situation."
It was good. Really good. Especially if they could get back in time to be there. If he could take out Helen himself, he'd risk the bullet to his own brain. It would be worth it. 20 minutes later, they sat at a dining table in Mark and Claire's suite, with Flynn walking them through using a VPN with a new cell phone. Seriously, these people had more cell phones than a Verizon store. Still, it worked. Martin Westcott answered with a,
"Are you ready to return my painting?"
no greeting, no curses, nothing but a demand for the painting. Truthfully, the single-minded focus impressed Smith. He didn't know Martin had it in him.
"That'll depend on when I believe whether I live or die rests in mine or God's hands."
"Didn't know you were religious."
Smith rolled his eyes, or his mind's eye, perhaps.
"You don't have to be religious to have the sense God gave you. There is a God."
That he didn't know if he believed it wasn't Martin's business. It never hurt to remind people that there might be greater forces than themselves in play.
"I have a proposition for you, one that benefits you many times over and keeps me alive."
Gibbs got up to fill his water flask, exactly what Smith needed, as Martin said.
"I'm listening."
"How much is the hit value?"
$200K.
Well, gratifying to know that Martin considered him worth that much.
"I'll match it with whoever you contracted."
It's a first kill, first paid option.
Just as he'd suspected, Smith shifted in his chair, gave Gibbs a sidelong glance, and dove in before the guy could stop him.
"Can't cancel it. They won't listen. But if they heard it's doubled if they switch the hit to Gervais..."
"Hey!" Gibbs came over, ready to disconnect the call, but Smith cut him off. With a finger to his lips, Smith kept talking.
"Look, here's the deal. I know where Helen Franklin's collection is, and it's barely guarded. $200K to switch out the hit, with another $200K on the head of anyone who tries to come after me. And for your trouble, I get you anything in Helen's collection that you want. A virtual shopping trip."
Laughter followed.
You think she's just going to let you walk into her place like that? I've heard about her Montenegro fortifications.
"Montenegro. Interesting. Brock's olive tree."
Yeah, I heard she had it.
"Had is right. It's in my possession now. It's yours, as are several others I know you'll like. My apology for your inconvenience."
Martin's.
But not your apology for stealing my property.
"A stolen piece in Gervais's possession? I knew it needed a better home."
Even as they spoke, Gibbs was ready to use Smith's head as a punching bag. The guy would have done it if he thought it would fix anything. He paced, snarled, glared, and paced some more. The expensive carpet would have a rut by the time he finished.
What else did she have there?
Smith smiled even as Gibbs' scowl darkened. Claire walked in, not even pretending not to listen. He listed a few modernists, that hideous cubist thing he'd happily passed, an O'Keeffe, and casually dropped the one he thought Martin might want most.
"Oh, and one of Jan Wilden's Aesop things. The tortoise and the hare, I think. I didn't look, but there were probably a few statuettes and..."
Get me the Wildens and the O'Keeffe for sure, plus 2 more and olive tree, and I'll do it. but I'm not changing out the hit until I have the paintings and the cash.
He couldn't agree to that. No leverage to ensure his safety.
I'll have the Golgant delivered on Monday morning, but you don't get the rest until the switch is made. I have to retrieve it anyway, so it'll have time to take effect.
Martin's protests died, as Smith had expected them to when he said,
The painting is yours. I'm giving it back. I don't steal from clients. However, I also don't hand over merchandise without payment. In this case, payment is the switch. You make it, you receive the cash. $400K to pay off that hit, and the 5 additional paintings within 24 hours of proof of switch and an attempt on Gervais. Take it, or I'll vanish, and you won't see the money, the paintings, or me again.
Head throbbing, Smith waited. Both Claire and Gibbs looked as if they weren't breathing while they stared at his phone. A few choice words blasted from it before a chuckle.
You know my weaknesses, Smith. Deal. I'll take care of it tonight. If you were anyone else, I'd hang up and double the fee for anyone who got you in 24 hours, but...
The expletives that followed said it all. Respect. He'd just earned respect. Smith sagged in the chair and said,
Looking forward to seeing that proof. Send it to the usual email account. Good doing business with you.
Not 3 seconds after he disconnected, Smith dropped to the floor. His last thoughts were,
Adrenaline crash commences.
29. 11:41 p.m. Saturday, November 15th. The Hermitage, Nashville. Claire's hand covered his and squeezed.
Smith? Sorry, you need to wake up.
Frankly, he didn't want to. That squeeze felt good. Normal. Human. He hadn't felt human in weeks. Or had it just been days?
Smith, come on. Amy needs you.
That jerked him out of his semi-somnolence.
Amy, is she okay?
They moved her from the hospital, got a threat against her, and got her out just in time. But she won't rest or let them give her any more painkillers until she talks to you.
His second foot hadn't touched ground yet when he swayed.
Stood too fast.
Claire grasped his arm and kept him upright.
You steady now?
Trying to square your shoulders when one feels like someone is slowly pushing a hot dagger in deeper and deeper? Impossible, but Smith tried. He stumbled at the door to his room, one that only connected to the presidential suite, and grabbed the jam.
Smith, I'm concerned about you.
I was asleep. Give my brain a minute, will you?
Yeah, he growled it. No, he wouldn't apologize, especially if it got her off his back. Claire brought him a laptop once he'd seated himself in one of the chairs. Amy's face wobbled in and out as it tried to focus. Or maybe it was him. Who knew these days?
Amy, how are you doing? I've been worried.
Tears trickled down her cheeks, and a droplet of snot threatened to fall on her lips. I'm sorry, Smith. This is all my fault. He knew that, had a pretty good idea how and why, too.
That's not what's important right now. I just need to know that you're okay.
They got me out of the hospital before someone could get there to kill me. Nearly got me on the way, but Tyler and some other guy. A muffled sound from behind interrupted her. Marty. Anyway, they got me out, but I called Westcott. You need to know that. I called. I told him where to find you. You need to tell Mark. He interrupted her.
Claire looks like she's calling now.
I'm sorry, Smith. I got so mad. Anthony dying. All my hard work in pieces. When he started to speak, she broke in. No, Smith, it's not about the house.
I know you'll make it right. I don't care about that. It's the work. I can't get those hours back. I put myself into that thing and someone blew it up. I blamed you. Kind of still do, actually, but I didn't think.
That's the problem, Amy. You didn't. You have every right to be upset with me, but these people are protecting us. Not just me, you too. And you put them in danger.
She deflated right there before his eyes.
I realized that when they got me out of there. Tyler nearly got himself killed saving me. Anyway, you need to tell Mark. It might not be safe here, and maybe if he knew about Helen.
That had been his last chance card. He couldn't play it without Mark being there.
I'll take care of it. You get well.
I'll start looking for another job.
After hesitating for only a second or two, Smith said,
Only if you don't want your current one anymore.
She gazed at him, closed her eyes, and the tears poured down. The laptop closed and the connection ended. Smith sighed and turned to Claire.
I'm gonna need some new assistants and a 10-minute conference with Mark. Not in that order.
I'll send Gibbs over. She sent him a smile. Mark was right to keep you out of federal custody, wasn't he?
Sighs weren't exactly manly, but Smith was too tired and too pain-filled to care. He let out a long, slow sigh and said,
Yeah, I just didn't want to have to go there. Too late, I guess.
7:39 a.m. Sunday, November 16th. The Rourke, Rockland. As if chased by Helen herself, Liv raced down the hall, jabbed the elevator down button 1,000,000 times, and hit the wall beside it for good measure. Like a quirky vending machine, the doors slid open as if to say, You rang?
Stupid mechanical things.
At floor 3, she shifted her weight to her left foot, arms crossed, scowl in place. At the second, all weight shifted to the right. By the time it reached the basement, she stood ready to tear the doors apart with her bare hands. The analysts' desks sat empty on a Sunday morning. They'd get a couple of people at 8, but mostly no one. Except David. He always arrived at least half an hour early, like her. They'd even met at the door a few times. Not today. His office door stood open and... Nope. Nothing. The guy wasn't there.
Hey, you were down here early.
Of course, she jumped. Of course, it was high enough to make her unsteady and roll her ankle when she landed again. Of course, he caught her. Held on. Not long enough. Again, of course. But hey, a woman took what she could get.
And you are now officially pathetic.
Hey, Liv, you okay?
One arm slid around her shoulder as David led her to her chair, the one he'd gotten for her. She needed to remember that.
Yeah.
The moment she spoke the stupid word, Liv felt like an idiot. He'd back away now. Except he didn't. Sure, his arm slid away somewhat as he hunkered down to really look at her, but his hand stayed hooked around her neck, and that counted for something, right? Then her stupid mouth decided to put in its opinion.
You're a nice guy, you know.
I do. You've told me before.
Wait, she didn't remember that.
I did?
When you asked me out for nachos. Still bummed that I couldn't go.
Now the guy wouldn't meet her gaze. Great. He'd tell her it was probably best, and that's why he'd never told her it was a good time.
Been waiting for that next invite, but...
She sat up, and his hand dropped away.
Insert all the expletives I can't say around here right now. I want lots of them. All of them. every last excremental word.
I wish I could read your mind.
That's what all the guys say.
It took him a second, but just as David cocked his head, considering, laughter filled his office.
Good one. But I mean it. Sometimes I know there's something hilarious going on in there, and I'd pay to be able to watch it.
He rose enough to pull his chair as close as he could and, after settling into it and dropping the seat as low as it would go, the guy looked like a spider just learning how to walk like that. David leaned his forearms on his knees, clasped his hands together, and really looked at her. Those dark, soulful eyes. Man, she would so regret this.
Do you really want to know?
You have no idea.
Liv sat up, taking advantage of being nearly eye level with him. That didn't happen much, with anyone.
I was wishing I could spew a ton of filthy language everywhere because I was ticked that I sat up because you moved your hand.
Commence burning cheeks, and go. There they were. She glared at him, daring him to mock her or tell her that she'd just gone all sorts of HR nightmares on him. And right about then, it occurred to her that she'd been awfully eager to get down here, and not for any of those reasons.
Oh!
She shot upright and nearly stood before her ankle begged for a few more minutes of recuperation.
I forgot. You were supposed to figure out if we can let Beryl Kane into the building. Emmy got a call and...
Right then, the worst happened. Well, not really the worst. That had already happened, but the worst for Emmy's question. Liv forgot what that was.
Where is she?
Around the corner at the Cozy Carafe.
Her memory laughed at her and decided to give her a pass.
She says she has something for Gibbs. I guess he called to tell her he's leaving the country to do a job. She's totally stoked about that, by the way. And she packed up her car and drove down. The woman has all the chutzpah you could want.
Right about then, Liv realized that David hadn't turned to search the dark web for proof that someone was imitating her or anything. Nope. He sat right there. Maybe even moved a bit closer. And was it her imagination?
Oh God, please no. I'll even read a verse or 3 if it's so.
Or did he look like he might just reach for her hand?
I've become that woman. What, I'll hand him a cup of coffee later in such an awkward way that he has to touch my fingers? We'll gaze into each other's eyes until one of us scalds ourselves with the stupid coffee? Really?
You didn't hit your head or anything.
Why, did I just say any of that out loud?
She hadn't. Surely. The guy would have laughed. Not to be mean, but come on, he was human. He'd inched a smidge closer and actually touched her finger by the time she shouted, "No!" David rolled back, looking... No way. Hurt? Yes. Wait, no.
Sorry. I've got a huge, embarrassing conversation going on in my head, and I keep forgetting that you can't, praise be to any God who is real if there is one, read my mind.
Once again, I wish I could. But if you're sure you're okay. Meanwhile, I think I know how we can verify Beryl's identity.
Yeah? Commence the swoons. He really did cover her entire hand with his, swallowed it up like that guy with the fish. Right? Some guy in the Bible and a fish? Mark said he'd always thought it was supposed to be a whale, and it turned out to be a fish, and...
I overheard the story of Claire and Brian rescuing her from the castle. One of the things Claire told Beryl is that the first time she met Gibbs, he killed her.
And we ask. Great idea.
Since he hadn't let go of her hand, she pulled out her phone with her other hand and one-thumbed a call to Emmy. Once the plan had been relayed, she smiled at David.
You're a genius.
This time he dropped her hand and leaned back in his chair, an inscrutable expression making her nervous. By the time he spoke, she'd nearly talked herself into getting up and out of there before she made a bigger fool of herself. Instead, she pondered the cultural effrontery of nachos for breakfast when he said,
I wish I understood why you've never asked again.
I told you to let me know when a good time was.
A slow smile began to curl his lips up at the corners.
And I said any time I didn't have to be on a plane or in another state would be great.
Had he said that? She couldn't remember. All she could remember was hating his parents for not getting married a month earlier or later. When he spoke again, she could hear the amusement in his voice.
I've almost asked a dozen times a week since then, but I wondered. I mean, if me putting family over a first date was a problem.
And I've tortured myself with a half-dozen dates with jerks since then, mad at you for using your parents as an excuse to say no when you turned around and flirted later.
This time, amusement turned to laughter.
Okay, so now that we've had the totally ridiculous misunderstanding, can we skip all the other relational drama and cut to the cool nacho date where we find out we're perfect for each other and have a wildly inappropriate whirlwind romance to tell our grandchildren about someday?
David blinked.
Whoa.
He scrubbed one hand against his stubble beard and raked the other through his head.
I probably should not have thought that through aloud.
Yes to nachos, yes to allowed, yes to all of the above. But no to babies anytime soon. I'm overwhelmed with Flynn's as it is. And Beryl's coming. I think she's expecting too.
David's attempt at not laughing ended in failure and him admitting that his first thought had been,
But you'd be cute with a beach ball under your shirt.
Before he realized that he most definitely should not say it aloud.
So, here I am saying it anyway. Whatever. First, nachos. Then, more nachos. Then we'll see about meeting family. If that goes well, then there's only one thing left to do.
Her throat went dry. This was way too fast.
What's that?
Battle it out in Apex Legends. If we can survive that, we can survive anything.
Maybe Liv had lost her mind, but she couldn't resist.
What if we don't survive it?
We keep playing until we do.
He grinned, just grinned, and left the relational ball in her court. Oh, she'd hit it. Out of the park, across the net, down the green. Whatever he threw her way, she'd score big time. 10:41 a.m., Sunday, November 16th, Nashville, Tennessee. Claire, Doyle, Corey, and Dawn all stood outside Karen's room, chattering low, but definitely chattering. Karen's doctor stood beside her bed, Mark on the other side, arguing why she shouldn't be moved. Mark wasn't having it.
If she can handle the trip to another floor, tell me why I can't get her out of this hospital and over to Vanderbilt to save her life.
Even Karen winced at the growl in his voice on those last 3 words. As if speaking to a child, Dr. Frank, what a joke, tried again.
There's an enormous difference between a smooth ride between floors with every medical possibility accounted for and a trip across town in traffic and over roads that are anything but smooth. And yet, she might not make it to that next floor before the threat arrives. I'm telling you, this woman would blow up the whole hospital if she decides she wants to. It's how she operates.
The twitch at the corner of the doctor's lips told Mark that the guy thought he was being melodramatic. Time to put the fear of Helen into him.
She's responsible for the shot to Karen's head. She's responsible for the trafficking of thousands of people. She's threatened all of my people, and Karen's the best. She uses Karen to control one of my guys, so don't treat me like I don't know danger. It's our job."
Mark pointed at the row of chatterers.
"Do you think they're out there because this is a party? They're keeping us from being overheard. I have found no fewer than 4 bugs in this room since she's been here. It'll be worse when she's moved to a regular room. We need her out of here. Now."
Okay, so that last word might have been a little loud, but at least no one could tell what it meant. When the guy looked like he'd argue again, Mark sighed, pulled out his phone, hit a number, and waited. The CEO answered.
Not going for it, is he?
"No, sorry to bring you in, Ms. Agarwal."
That got Dr. Frank's attention. Mark passed over the phone and called Claire into the room. While they coordinated the transfer, Dr. Frank argued against what he considered a risky maneuver, and Karen lost it.
I want out of here. Now. Either release me to Vanderbilt or I'm leaving AMA. Which is it?
Claire perked up and said,
I'll go get Officer Crutcher.
That stopped the doctor's conversation cold.
"Who?" "She'll be filling in for Karen. She sustained an injury on duty and needs physical therapy. So instead of a cushy rest and recuperation at home, she's coming here to be Karen,"
Mark said in a near whisper. Everything shifted. Dr. Frank disconnected the call and half apologized for being difficult.
"I thought you were exaggerating, but if an actual cop is coming to pretend to be Karen..."
He paused.
"Wait, who's paying for this? We don't have beds for..."
His voice had risen with each word. Outside, Doyle began coughing and sputtering. Dawn pounded his back. A nurse asked if he needed help, all while Mark cut off the doctor.
"It's paid for. And seriously, we don't have time for this, so just sign the paperwork and we'll be on our way."
In just over 2 hours, Karen rested in a room at Vanderbilt, exhausted from the transfer. Doyle sat beside her, and Mark took off for the hotel, pretty exhausted himself. Doyle insisted that Helen said she wouldn't go after Karen, yet. But those tiny listening devices, someone had gotten them in the room. By the time he entered their hotel room, all he wanted was a shower and a few hours of sleep, preferably with one arm around his wife. The sounds of retching told him maybe that wasn't a good idea. She had said she thought the salmon salad tasted funny. His had been fine.
"Sir, I can't get sick. Not now. Help me out here. For Karen's sake. For all our sakes."
Claire had about finished brushing her teeth when he checked on her.
"That salad?"
Maybe. You're fine, though.
She locked gazes with him before sighing and laying her toothbrush on a clean washcloth.
You should take a shower. You look beat.
Why he felt confident that he'd missed something, Mark would consider another day. Instead, he turned on the hot water and began stripping off stale clothes. She was right. He'd planned on a shower, and he'd get one. 10 minutes later, as he towel-dried his hair, Mark leaned against the door jamb and watched Claire sleep. Her color was good, her features relaxed, a thin lock of hair ruffled with each exhale. Looked like he'd get all 3 of his wishes. Sure enough, the moment he slipped beneath the covers, she scooted close and relaxed again as his arm slipped around her. It wouldn't last forever. Claire moved as much in sleep as she did awake, but the 10 or so minutes he'd get holding her, bliss. Mark rolled his closed eyes at himself. Seriously, when did guys ever use bliss unless paid to? 30. 11:23 a.m. Sunday, November 16th. Rockland. The screen didn't lie. That made no sense. Of course screens lied. People bought lies about almost everything every day while scrolling TikTok, Pinterest, Facebook, YouTube. But this, right here, nothing could be more horrifically true. He carried the laptop over to where his mom sat, matching socks. "Hey, Ma, can you look at this?" Camden realized he'd said "Ma" the moment her head snapped up and her "I need to get this right" expression formed. "So, we're looking for where these traffickers might go to get a bunch of kids at once, right?" "So proud of you, Camden, helping to stop this. This is why—" "You didn't let me have a phone. I know." He didn't bother to remind her that they couldn't have afforded it anyway. A glance around their new apartment was all it took to prove she'd made the right decision. He hadn't wasted his teens on trying to fit in with kids who didn't care about him. He'd gone to college, got his degrees, and landed a great job that paid for a nice, safe apartment and culinary school for her. "So, what is that?" "This is the dark web, Mom. They're buying and selling all sorts of illegal stuff on here. Most of it's written in a sort of code on this site, but even the dumbest cop in the country who hasn't slept in a week could figure it out. So I'm not sure why they're doing it. I'll figure that out later. I mean, there's got to be something that gives someone away. I just don't know what that is yet. So I'm pretending to be a kid who's all excited that he managed to get in here. Might be able to stop one guy from getting one kid while I figure stuff out." Mom dropped the socks and scooted closer, one arm around his shoulders. "Don't like you messing with people like that. They looking for kids like you." Except he wasn't a kid anymore. Almost 20 now, but to Mom, he'd probably always be the 11-year-old taking community college courses at night to keep his brain active. "Well, they won't get me. I've got the whole agency behind me." Before she could get sidetracked, he pointed to the screen. "Now, look at this post. Here are a bunch of guys, probably balding men in their 40s trying to relive high school glory days, talking about some math competition in New England. Lots of kids at those competitions." Good, she'd followed. His mom had all the practical smarts on the planet, but when it came to academics, she floundered. Fortunately, this wasn't academics. "Right? So tell me why this guy says, 'Anyone heading up there to take in the sights?'" Her sharp intake told him he hadn't been wrong. Then she pointed a few posts down, past where he'd stopped to ponder the question. "This guy says he's headed to a sports competition in Tampa the same weekend. Some all-star competition. Is that girls, or do they want boys too?" A quick search on his phone sent his stomach churning. He flopped back against a couch Mark had given them when the agents complained it was too comfortable. At first, they'd thought it was some kind of ruse for charity or whatever, but Flynn had killed that idea. "Camden?" "It's a cheerleading competition." He pulled out his phone. "I gotta call Mark." She just looked at him, really searched his face for whatever she needed to find. Then she smiled. "You help stop this. You do that. I'll make supper." A glance at the laptop clock told him he hadn't lost his mind. It wasn't even noon, and Mom was out there planning to feed him because he'd done something she considered smart. "Yep, I'll be 11 until the day I die." 11:23 a.m. Sunday, November 16th. The Rourke, Rockland. listening in on other people's conversations. Totes not to the OK.com, but did Flynn do it? Oh yeah, baby. This stuff was gold. She could even fill in whatever she couldn't hear just by listening to Beryl's side. That's not my job, Beryl. My job is to keep Smith alive, not steal a bunch of paintings.
Your job, Gibbsy, is to do whatever it takes to get back here alive because this baby needs a father. Got it?
Without waiting for him to answer, she added, "Did you get my kit?" "Got it, but haven't had a chance to check it out."
Okay, so I used your 3D printer to make a duct tape dispenser. You just click it, and the thing rolls sideways to open the slot, and there you have it. Totally cool. Need to tie someone up? You've got enough just for that, and that's it.
Why not just use the wrapper trapper, or the gas pellet gun thing, or my Glock?
Also, there's colored smoke bombs. I mean, who's going to expect a purple or aqua blast, right? Because that will totally keep a bullet from entering my brain.
The minute Beryl disconnected the call and turned back to them, Flynn pounced.
That is so like coolio. I soups need a pen like that. You can get me one, right? I'll pay a Burberry nappy sacky for like $5. She leaned close. Mark and Claire both got me one, and Beanie Babes better not need that many bomb baggies.
Bomb baggie. Totally love that.
Beryl bounced over and attempted a high five that ended in a belly bump, but only because she actually had one to get in the way. The girl was huge for only 6 months.
You been preggers before? That belly sticks out enough for like all baked and ready to pop.
Right?
Beryl did a weird arm swirl around her belly as if trying to hug all of the baby at once before leaning her bum against the desk.
It's my waist. I don't have one. Super short-waisted, so the only place for baby to go is out.
That made sense, and explained why Flynn's bump was one only she could feel. Her torso matched her legs almost exactly, or so it seemed. Every shirt became a crop top if she wasn't careful, even some of the maternity ones she'd tried.
Totes jelly.
Beryl's phone rang. Why Liv looked guilty, Flynn couldn't comprehend, but the conversation prompted a few chuckles when Beryl accidentally stuck it on speaker in time for them all to hear Gibbs say, "One more thing, wife."
Excuse me?
Beryl winked at the rest of them with an overly exaggerated, slow drop of one eyelid. How did she do that?
Did you just reduce me to my position in our family?
I did, and you love it, so listen.
With an even more exaggerated eye roll. Seriously, would she ever get the pupils back front and center? Beryl responded with,
"Yes, Lord and Master."
Just as Gibbs said,
"Stop rolling your eyes at me."
Their laughter. It reminded Flynn of Morgie and her.
"I hear you're getting awfully chummy with Flynn, who is the most amazing person in the agency."
Beryl, who seemed to get what was coming next, said,
"Yep, we're like..."
"Gonna stop you right there. No totes, no soups, no words ending in E or EU. Normal English, please. Translating her is a full-time job. I don't need a house full of miniature people speaking Flynnish. No offense to her."
None taken, Spencer Gibbs. Wow, that like sounds like a totes upscalio store in like London or something. Superfied flattered. Now go get those things and save Smith's bummerooski.
Only after Beryl had disconnected and flopped onto the couch did Flynn join her, pouting.
I like totes should have slangified that response more. Missed oppers.
When Beryl looked at Liv, Flynn could have sworn the gal looked proud as she supplied the translation.
Opportunity.
7:39 p.m., Sunday, November 16th. The Hermitage, Nashville.
So, Brian will retrieve your olive tree, and we'll have it ready to hand over to Westcott when you return. Anything else?
Smith stared at his hands, the way his knuckles had turned white. He had to say it, to explain how he could get Helen for them. He owed them his life. While he worked up the nerve to admit what only a couple of people knew, Smith shifted to something they'd all avoided.
Look, I know you weren't happy about me switching the hit to Gervais, but I called him. I know. Told him to get out of the country and get a new identity.
Again, Mark just said,
I know.
But this time he folded his arms and leaned back in his chair, one ankle crossed over his knee. Eventually he spoke again.
Still don't like that. We protect. We don't call out assassins. You didn't. I did. And I did it because it was the best way to keep people alive. Gervais loves this cloak and dagger stuff. It'll be a game to him. He'll bargain with those idiots to trade his life for someone else's, probably with a bonus. Those someone else's will be the other assassins, and you know it. A few lives down to save potentially hundreds.
Mark sat up and smashed his fist on the counter.
This isn't your own personal Hunger Games, Smith. You don't decide who lives or dies. That's God's job. And yet Hitler decided for millions of his people. What does that say about your God?
It was a low blow, but sometimes you did what you had to do. And right there, Smith chickened out. Low or not, he'd struck the blow and would not make himself vulnerable now. Maybe when they got back. Maybe. Gibbs moved forward.
If we're going, we need to go now before I talk myself out of it. Can't. Claire's not back with his Z-Pack yet.
They were counting on his lack of allergies to most things not only to prevent a reaction, but also the side effects. Diarrhea in a submersible? Not exactly optimal, especially in a wetsuit. Smith shuddered. 25 hours flight time. Ugh. By the time they reached Dubai, Gibbs's distaste for the assignment had grown beyond his ability to keep it to himself. By the time they got to the submersible waiting for them on Kuradu just after 11 o'clock on Wednesday morning, Smith lost all patience with him.
We'll get in,
he said once they were well on their way over to Helen's compound on Rafushi.
Get the paintings and get out.
After hearing Gibbs's
humph,
he added,
You can wait here for all I care. Not happening. The guy says this thing will stay put unless a storm messes up the system, so we're going together.
The trip over to the island, stunning. Reefs around each island they passed, beautiful in themselves, but the sea life teeming nearby almost put them to shame. On the last third of the leg, Gibbs pointed out a manta ray and a few parrotfish grazing on coral like that was a normal sight for a couple of landlocked Midwestern dwellers.
This is amazing. Almost makes this worth it. Wish Beryl could see it.
Once more, Smith wanted to tell Gibbs to explore the area around Helen's Island while he grabbed what they needed, but then Gibbs surprised him.
I wish I understood why Helen needs so many people. What's the deal there? It's November. Football season is at its peak, and the Super Bowl is around the corner. Biggest event for trafficking in the U.S. She needs all the bodies she can get to meet demand. The earlier she gets them, the more compliant she can make them by that time. Compliant? How on earth? Oh, drugs. Yup, her two most lucrative commodities, people and drugs.
Apparently, his loathing for traffickers and dealers showed because Gibbs shot him an incredulous look.
I don't get you. You're an assassin. You sell weapons to assassins. We know you're involved in art and even cryptocurrency theft at the very least. What's up with the no drugs and trafficking?
He shouldn't have to explain this stuff. A small child could understand.
Those things are torture, plain and simple. You shoot a guy, he's dead, gone. Get him hooked on drugs, and it's a slow, torturous death for everyone, not just him. His friends and family watch it, get their livelihoods drained as he steals from them, goes in and out of expensive rehabs, only to return to those drugs again. Hate drugs. And people, shooting them is kinder than what they'll go through at the hands of people like Helen. You really hate her.
Though probably a stupid move, Smith admitted it.
More than anything or anyone in the world. Definitely.
They were less than 2 kilometers from the island when Gibbs said,
And you don't believe in God? Nope. Grew up in church, sure. Everyone in Augusta did when I was a kid, but nah. You see people like Helen get away with this stuff?
He cut himself off at the scowl on Gibbs's face.
For that matter, you see yourself get away with what I've done, and how can you believe that a God who lets something like that happen is worth anything?
The argument, an old one that Smith hated, began. God allowing mankind volition, the choice to do right or wrong, why it mattered, why Smith thought it shouldn't. Yeah, he knew the hypocrisy of enjoying the fruits of his freedom to do what he liked, while saying some God shouldn't allow it. He didn't care. One advantage to being brought up in a good Christian home was that he'd been trained in all the right things. He knew the arguments as well as Gibbs did. As they settled the submersible into place, Gibbs threw one argument at him that hit hard. It always did, and few people used it these days. They liked to talk about the love of God and the joy of being in a relationship with Jesus. Who stole the puke bucket anyway?
Let's just say you're right. We die. Nothing happens. All over. Sounds about right.
They swam to shore, body cameras on and earpieces ready to insert once they landed. Camden would lead them to the places they needed to go. On shore, they pulled on shoes, put in the earpieces, got confirmation from Camden, and headed for the villa. The first time Camden told them to wait while he scrambled surveillance cameras, Gibbs said,
But what happens if you're wrong, Smith? What happens if we're right? You die. You thumbed your nose at God your whole life. Seems to me, he added as Smith would have broken in, that you owe it to yourself, if not to God, to do some research that really looks into who and what God is before you hit eternity. Maybe look into why he might allow humanity to reap the consequences of their choices. Once we saw his better eternity, we'd be glad he forced us. But that's not how it works, is it? Because a woman forced into marriage with someone she didn't want to marry, someone she'd rejected, because that woman is so likely to be grateful that her choice was taken away? Really, Smith? You're talking about God trafficking the humans he created. Hypocrisy much?
35 minutes later, Gibbs dragged Smith through the water back to the submersible, blood filling his wetsuit and probably leaving a trail for sharks to follow. Yes, of course, he reconsidered his life choices and his eternal ones. He might not believe, but he wasn't a fool. Or was he? 31. 7:44 p.m., Thursday, November 20th, Nashville, Tennessee. The text arrived, again, the same 2 words he'd gotten 3 days in a row now. Kill Mark. Nothing more. Doyle knew what she meant. The implied "or else" screamed louder than 4th of July fireworks in the driveway. Though he'd shown Mark the first, He'd ignored them after Mark said,
"We'll send a silent message to Helen that she doesn't control you anymore. You're under our protection now."
So, every day, they went back to TriStar, sat in, quote-unquote, Karen's room, and waited while the team set up a trap for Helen. His watch gave him the 15-minute warning notice. Mark would swap out with him at 8. He'd go back to the Hermitage, where he'd been occupying the connecting room ever since Gibbs and Abingdon left. Mark insisted. They wanted him close for his protection. He deserved to be fired and set loose at Helen's mercy, but instead...
"Hey, how you doing?"
After pulling his innards back into proper position, Doyle turned as he rose.
"Hey, Mark, you're early." "Claire's tired, so I thought I'd come relieve you. Everything okay?"
As much as Doyle wanted to assure Mark that all was well, he knew better. Not now. After passing over his phone, he slumped back into the chair.
I don't know what to do. The fact that she is only sending those 2 words freaks me out. Does she know Karen isn't here? Is Karen safe over there?
"Safe and doing well. They're going to move her to Brunswick tomorrow. Where's Karen 2.0?
Walking laps on a different floor, though." He pointed to the whiteboard. Officially, she's getting a scan to see how her brain is healing.
Mark frowned.
"Do they do that?"
Who knew? Doyle just shrugged and rose once more.
"I should go."
"I'll keep praying."
For the first time, Doyle stopped and really looked at Mark. In a room full of machines to keep people alive, Mark's first response was to talk to some imaginary being, as if the cosmos could prevent his death.
"Why do you believe this stuff? I just don't get it. You're the smartest person I've ever met, even more than Camden."
He rushed to add as Mark started to protest.
"Camden has the ability to learn quickly and analyze, but you have multiple intelligences that work together in ways most people don't have. And yet you fell for the grandpa in the sky story. Why?"
At first he didn't think Mark would answer. The guy stood there, feet planted a bit apart, hands stuffed in pockets, something Mark rarely did. He just looked at Doyle for the longest time before saying,
2 reasons. You won't like either, but you asked. First, because I'm smart enough to figure out that intelligence had to come from somewhere. It just doesn't randomly create itself from nothing. And if it did,
he said before Doyle could interject anything,
it wouldn't stop improving a couple 100 or 1,000 years ago. Sure, our technology has improved, but in a lot of ways, we've actually regressed, creating machines to do the work for us. It makes us intellectually lazy, the legacy of AI in the making.
Several arguments presented themselves, and Doyle wanted to go through them one after the other, but instead, he decided to find out the other reason in case it dictated where to begin.
"And the second?"
Mark stared at Karen's empty bed for several seconds. Then he came back to himself, and Doyle realized he'd been praying.
It's like this. If there is an intelligent designer out there who created all this, just assuming that happened, I wanted to know why. Read the book, talked to Keith, searched online, listened to people who were atheists who aren't anymore, listened to people who were Christians and became atheists, paid attention.
"And that did it?"
This time, Mark looked sad as he said,
"No, then I prayed. Felt like an idiot talking to someone I didn't know for sure really was there or wanted to hear from me. I mean, who says that God didn't just set stuff in motion like a Lego designer and step back to watch, you know?"
That made more sense to Doyle.
"Yeah, I can see that."
Found a bunch of information about the Bible and the people who wrote it. Decided that God was behind it.
After hesitating, Mark squeezed Doyle's shoulder.
Decided to take it on faith. I mean, history says that Jesus actually died. Eyewitnesses said he came back from the dead. One guy who wrote a lot of the New Testament in the Bible said over 500. Then the people who followed him died for him, died to tell others about him.
Yeah, impressive, but there were cults today that had people dying for their leaders, so time to stop this.
Thanks. Always wondered, but I didn't want to hear a big sermon. Should have known you'd just answer the question.
Maybe it was pathetic. No maybe about it, but Doyle couldn't resist one more moment of gratitude.
I know you don't want to hear it, but I'm sorry I didn't trust you to protect Karen. Thanks for everything.
He'd made it to the door before Mark called back to him.
Not going to be offended if you say no, but can I pray for you, now?
While every bit of him screamed, "Oh, come on, no way." Doyle just nodded. It's what you did when your boss was good to you, even when you'd betrayed him and everyone connected with him. You sucked it up and listened to the stupid prayer. He even bowed his head like Mark did. With one hand on Doyle's shoulder, Mark murmured a quick, semi-painless,
"Sir, be with Doyle, today and every day. Help us know how best to serve him. Thank you for him. Thanks to Jesus for making this possible. Amen."
Weird, but it seemed to soothe Mark, which was all that mattered. He promised to return at 4 o'clock and headed out. The air outside stung his nose as he stepped out of the building. His phone pinged again. Why Doyle looked, he didn't know. It would be the same 2 words, and he wouldn't do it. Knew he'd signed his death warrant by refusing, but he would not kill the guy trying to keep him alive. A series of bad choices didn't have to continue. You could break the chain, and he'd done it. But instead of 2 words, 5 glowed in the semi-darkness as he turned toward his SUV.
You should have killed him.
Instinct ordered him to drop. Doyle dove into shrubs just as a shot rang out. The bullet struck his ankle. An entire thesaurus of foul words readied itself to fire, one after the other, but Doyle just hissed out the pain. Giving away his position before he figured out how to run on a shattered ankle, never a good move. Retrieving his Glock, more painful than labor and kidney stones combined. Doyle had no doubt about that, but he managed. Footsteps approached, and Doyle tried to aim, to be ready. His hands shook with shock, pain, and abject fear.
Oh, God.
The hypocrisy of his first thought being of God when he needed help smacked him. Those footsteps grew nearer, but more cautious now. The guy expected a return shot. Doyle tried again.
Come on, God, if you're there, help.
Again, the hypocrisy of it slammed into him. Asking for help from a God he didn't believe in? Pathetic. The steps were just feet away now. Doyle shook hard enough to rustle the bushes.
No, God, if you're real, I'm sorry, 'cause I blew it. Thanks for Mark. He tried.
A shadow loomed over him. A voice he didn't recognize, one with a thick accent, said,
"Helen said to let you know that she'll be sure Karen cries before she dies."
No.
Arm movement. The silhouette of a Beretta. At least, he thought that's what it was. What an odd thing to fixate on seconds before.
Can you just let her know I love...
Mortimer Doyle never finished his last thought. 8:03 p.m., Thursday, November 20th, The Rourke, Rockland. Camden's hand shook as it hovered over the mouse. One click. It wouldn't be good. He hesitated before deciding he'd better call in David. Needing help rankled, but after failing Smith and Gibbs, after getting Smith shot in the other shoulder. The guy appeared in seconds.
What's up?
Turning the monitor to face David, he pointed. Found this site with a bunch of guys who are obviously connected with the Nashville groups, clicked into this thread and... Camden pointed. That popped up. That's your clean machine, right? He nodded. Just a cheap Chromebook. VPN? Yep. David leaned in, watching. Disconnect from the internet, then click. At least my instincts were right. Camden hesitated for half a second before he complied. Once more his hand shook as he went to click. They got out alive and with the paintings, Camden. And you found these guys because you'd been looking. It's a lot of work for one person, and you did it well. Let Smith get shot. Again. I was supposed to watch out for them. The pop-up box opened before Camden could continue. It was a picture. Doyle, lying in shrubs. A bullet hole front and center in his forehead. The pop-up blacked out and the words, "Marks, next," appeared. David bolted from the room. Camden shook until he shoved his hands between his knees. Doyle. He hadn't liked Doyle, but to die like that? I'm not cut out for this. He'd wanted to help, to prevent people being able to do this kind of thing. He'd stupidly believed he would. Now. Not for the first time in the past few years, Camden wondered what Granger would say. If he'd blown it, Granger would say so. Should he call? Right now? No. But he pulled a phone from his drawer and tapped in the number. Granger picked up after 3 rings.
Granger here.
Camden McNeely, I need to know if I'm at fault on something. I know you'll tell me the truth.
Of course. Glad to hear from you. What's up?
Describing his job without giving away things he shouldn't proved harder than he thought. But Camden finally broke it down to being surveillance on one case while searching for information on another. I missed a shadow. One of our guys got shot. They keep saying I had too much to do at once, but I could have paused my info search while I was watching.
Doesn't work that way with dark web stuff, does it? I mean, it can disappear just like that, right?
He was right, of course. Yeah?
Okay, I think that explains your decision, but I'd say I agree with you.
With me? Had he given an opinion or asked for one?
You think you should have been focused on your surveillance until the team got out. I think you're right. Finding potential threats can't supersede actual ones. You had a guy you knew needed you right then. He should have had your focus until he was safe.
The words rang true. As much as they hurt, they soothed. Granger was right. Camden steadied himself before saying, Thanks.
One more thing, Camden.
Don't tell me I'm young and I'll learn. That doesn't help Smith.
That you didn't make the right call isn't on you. That's your supervisor. In the military, the commander is responsible for when things go wrong, 'cause he's issuing orders. If you weren't told to focus only on that job, then the responsibility lies with whoever gives you your assignments. That doesn't mean it wasn't the wrong call and that you couldn't have made a better choice, but I'll guess that if you'd been pulled off the web crawl until the surveillance was over, this wouldn't have happened. The guy lived. Just praise the Lord for that and remember for the future.
Granger was usually a guy of few, well-chosen words. Well, except for that time he'd explained God while riding around in a tractor. That hadn't been brief. And for the past 3 years, Camden had replayed it on auto loop whenever he started questioning the God thing. Can we talk about faith soon? I need to find out what to do next. Supposed to be working, but...
Call any time, day or night. I'll answer. Praying for you, Cam. That you asked means you're exactly the right man for this job. Don't forget that.
And the guy disconnected. Just like that. 32. 8:03 p.m., Thursday, November 20th, Nashville, Tennessee. His phone pinged just as, not Karen, returned to her temporary hospital room. I'm back.
getting stronger.
That's great. Need anything? I could go try to grab some contraband.
Maybe in a bit. I'm going to try to do some stretches first. She eyed him. Do you really have to be here all night? You look so uncomfortable in that chair. He didn't know, but they had to try. At least until their Karen was safely installed in Brunswick. Then maybe Doyle could let it slip that they'd decided it was safe enough to go save someone. No, that wouldn't work. Helen would know he'd never let Karen be vulnerable. The phone pinged again. So much for it being Doyle with something he'd forgotten to say. Mark pulled out his phone and froze. The moment Officer Crutcher settled into bed again, he passed her the phone.
Real or doctored?
The woman's dark features turned ashen. That's all he needed. He tapped the number for the detective in charge of their case and didn't bother with a greeting when the man picked up.
Doyle just left here a few minutes ago. Got a text with a picture of him with a bullet in his head. He's near bushes of some kind, but it's got to be near the hospital building because he couldn't have left and gotten somewhere else in that time. Officer Crutcher seems to think it's real instead of doctored, but we can't be sure.
The detective assured Mark he was on the way and said they'd send a security guard to search the grounds.
Does he go out the front or...
Front, definitely.
Mark paced for a moment and then pulled out his gun.
Not taking chances. This could be a bid to kill you. Well, Karen.
That's when he realized the picture had been a second ping. He scrolled up and froze. The words burned themselves into his eyes. You're next. He scrolled to Tyler's number and almost hit call. Then he pocketed the phone.
Can I use yours?
Officer Crutcher passed over an iPhone that probably wasn't supported anymore. Maybe that was good. He should find out for the future. Mark typed in Tyler's number, got a wrong one, and looked it up again. Transposed numbers. He tried again. Tyler picked up on the second ring.
Yeah?
Tyler, it's Mark.
Don't recognize this number.
Get Marty to bring you to Nashville.
Before he could continue, Tyler said,
You sound like Mark, but I don't recognize this number. How do I know?
When you were 5, you got hit by a car trying to save a turtle from getting flattened. You were more upset that you failed than about breaking your arm.
Tyler coughed and lowered his voice.
How do you know that?
You introduced me to your mother that time at the Fiddle Leaf. She told me while you went to wash dressing off your fingers. Now, listen.
Mark forced himself to calm down. The guy was only doing what needed to be done.
Get to Nashville, pick up Claire at the hotel, and get her somewhere. Don't tell me where. I'll send her a message once you've let me know you're in the air. Hurry.
On my way now, but why?
Doyle's dead.
Mark hoped, rather than believed, he'd have to rescind those words. His pocket pinged.
Gotta go. Keep her safe, Tyler.
He knew what the guy would say and didn't want to hear it. Disconnecting, he handed back the officer's phone and pulled out the one in his pocket. A text from Flynn. Call now. He called. This one he didn't have to hide from Helen. She'd expect it if she had access to their devices, which he doubted. Still, no smartphone was completely safe.
Flynn.
We got a picture of Doyle, dead. Note says you're next.
Got it, too. Police en route. Omega Protocol now. Now, Flynn. I'll contact you on the Omega phone.
Got it.
And she was gone. Officer Crutcher shook her head. Do I want to know what the end protocol is?
At least you know either your Bible or your Greek.
Bible, not Greek. Though my cousin is in Bible college, so... She eyed him. Does end mean like scuttle the ship? No, he'd already done that with the Mayflower building. This was worse in some ways. They'd get everyone out of the Rourke, even residents. That wouldn't go over well with some, but he couldn't trust Helen not to decide to take it down. If it were empty, maybe she wouldn't bother. And it protected his people and innocence. That mattered most.
More like abandon ship and scatter.
Then what? This time her phone rang. She answered, and her face clouded. She met his gaze and shook her head. Right, sir. I'll tell him. After disconnecting, she tapped around her phone screen before beckoning him over. Okay, here's the floor plan of the hospital. There'll be a medical supply van waiting for you by the... Her phone pinged again and she said, Nope, ambulance bays. The Sarah Cannon entrance is locked.
How'd they get a medical van so quickly?
That prompted a grin. One guy's wife brought him lunch after her shift. She's letting him take it to get you, and she'll bring it back tomorrow. She does that sometimes.
I need to buy a car. Where can I get one at this time of night?
I'd sell you mine, but it's a piece of junk and you wouldn't want it. He thought for a moment.
Will it make it to Rockland?
Probably, but you need to watch the oil. Pour some in when you get gas if it's halfway to low or less, but you... He didn't have time for an argument.
Do you want a cashier's check delivered here on Monday or a car delivered to your home when you get out of here, which will probably be by then, if not sooner?
Car. I hate car shopping. Don't know how to tell if it's a lemon or not, as you'll see with mine. I've got $5,000 saved in my replacement fund, so add that to the value of my car and... Mark didn't bother listening to her finish. Instead, he called out his thanks and told her to text the officer in the van her address and did an about-face to retrieve the keys. When she started in on him about the money, he threatened to have a brand-new RAV delivered. Her last words as he stepped back into the hallway were, I'm so tempted to call that bluff.
No bluff. Getting a nice red one so you can be seen in snow.
8:10 p.m., Thursday, November 20th, The Rourke, Rockland. David burst in a moment later.
Grab all personal stuff. Flynn is emptying the building.
Employees or residents?
Both. She's calling it carbon monoxide poisoning. Also, call your mom when you leave and tell her to meet you at whatever hotel you decide to go to.
The guy had started to leave, but even as Camden filled his backpack, he called out, Wait, hotel?
Don't tell me where you'll go, but find a hotel and stay there until you're told it's safe to leave. That's all she told me. I've got to grab some stuff, so I need to go. Hurry.
Why?
Ask Flynn.
Just like that, David was gone. Backpack slung over one shoulder, Camden wandered down the hall to the offices and met Flynn at the door. Her thumbs blurred over the keys of a flip phone even as Liv pulled out an envelope and began speaking. There's cash in there and a credit card in your name. Use that card only for things requiring it. It shouldn't be trackable to Mark, but just in case. As she looked at the clipboard, Flynn thrust a phone in Camden's hand. That has Mark's number, my number, and an answering service. If you can, use the service. Only call Mark if I don't respond to a call in 10 minutes or you don't have 10 minutes and I don't answer. She patted his arm. Call your mom to meet you anywhere around the loop, even over in Fairbury or Ferndale or Brunswick. But stay semi-local. Don't tell anyone, even us, where you are unless you're in danger and need extraction. Go. The woman's fingers began flying over another phone pad before he could respond. Camden made it to the street before he thought to check his pockets for anything he shouldn't take with him. He'd made it to the bus stop before he realized he probably should call a taxi instead. Just as the taxi arrived, he realized that Flynn hadn't used a single slang word. Not one. God help us all. Once he arrived to pick up his mother from her classes at the culinary school, Camden remembered one more thing. He'd forgotten to ask Flynn why they had to leave. 10:41 p.m., Thursday, November 20th, Nashville, Tennessee. The moment Claire opened the door, Tyler pushed through and said, Grab your bag, we're gone. At least she didn't hesitate. Training took over, and in 30 seconds, she bolted for the door. Tyler was right behind her but stopped short at the door. Wait, do you have any food or drinks you want to take? Sure, but... Training told him to get out of there, but if they had to hole up somewhere, it would be one less contact with the outside. I'll grab them. It, of course, made her curious,
but she said nothing until they buckled up in the car Mark had left for them at the airport.
What's going on?
Doyle's dead. Mark invoked Omega Protocol.
Her eyes bugged out. Tyler knew it, and he couldn't even see them. He just knew.
Where is he?
Don't know. My job is to protect you. Helen's picture of Doyle's body had a message.
Claire growled out.
What? I'm next?
No, Mark is, and he wants you far from him.
As expected, she protested, but when she tried to call, he told her about Mark texting her after they were in the air. That brought further frustration, of course. Still, as they sped down Old Hickory Road toward I-40, she stared at a powered-down phone, likely tapping out imaginary texts to her irritating husband. Tyler had been so angry with Mark for the past year and a half. He'd sat there at the wedding, watching as Flynn walked down the aisle and tripped over her bridesmaid's dress. Throughout the ensuing chaos, he'd watched as Claire cracked up beside the enormous hydrangea bush while waiting to make her way to her groom. No way could she keep going while Mark tried to save Flynn from grass stains and a sprained appendage. Then he'd caught the look between her and Mark, that silent conversation people in love so often had. It broke his heart even more than sitting there in the second row had. Still did. And now he had to protect her, for Mark.
Why did I have to fall for the boss's girlfriend, now wife?
As the signs for the airport neared, Tyler changed that thought.
I'm saving her, for me, not just for Mark.
It helped. Not much, of course, but it did help. So did Claire's lack of questions. She could have bombarded him with them, begging for answers that Tyler didn't have. At least she'd spared him that. But the silence became oppressive before they got to the parking lot, and he had to do something.
Where do you want to go? Flynn said anywhere around the loop and as far over as Brunswick, Ferndale.
The lodge at New Cheltenham? Seems like an unlikely place to go. They do room service there, which we'll need if we have to keep out of sight. It's close enough to be able to get anywhere quickly, but not close enough to be seen on cameras or in a drive-thru or anything.
She still had it. He'd been annoyed at her shifting from agent to operations coordinator, but it worked. Worked well. And God forgive the hypocrisy of it after his fury with Mark over keeping her from a job she loved. But a huge part of him practically danced because it could keep her safe. Marty sat waiting for their return, probably already refueled and ready to go. Tyler turned onto Hangar Lane, and in minutes they'd gotten through and into the helicopter. He tapped out a message to Mark, and while they waited for clearance to take off, he sent Flynn a message.
How do I pay for our lodging?
Her reply came back just as Marty announced they're all clear. A card, cash, and a new phone will be waiting for each of you at the information booth at the Transportation Hub Airport Terminal 2. Don't die. The moment they banked away from the airport, Tyler then hit send on his text to Mark. Claire began fumbling in her pocket, which hinted she had a reply already. Mark really had composed something and had it ready to go. Within 10 seconds of him sending that short text, Mark had texted back.
Thanks. Take care of her for me.
Call him stupid, and he couldn't deny it. But Tyler allowed himself a one-word reply. Nearly a confession if Mark had half the brains he thought the guy did. Always. 11:42 p.m., Thursday, November 20th, Rockland. Mark came through the door looking even older than his aged face meant for him to. Grieved. The guy looked grieved. No, devastated. Helen must be up to something, again. While Gibbs ushered him into their suite, Smith decided he'd have to quit avoiding the inevitable.
You look trashed. What happened? Why are you here?
Gibbs had gone into protection mode at one look.
Just give the guy a moment. Doyle's dead. The message says I'm next. He turned to Smith and said, "Do you know anything at all that I can use to draw her out? I'm desperate at this point. Without Doyle, I have no way to her."
He dropped into a chair, head in his hands.
Doyle was my guy. He'd confessed, and we were working this out.
A sob tore through Mark, across the room, and even peeled at Smith's heart. For just a moment. He didn't have time for emotions, though.
You couldn't have trusted what he told you. Cruel? Definitely. But sometimes you had to do the hard things for other people's good.
Gibbs' protest got smacked down instantly.
No, he's right, Spencer. But what Smith doesn't understand is that I couldn't trust Doyle because he made the wrong decision rather than because he had rejected everything the agency stands for. But now, I'm blind.
A glance around the generic hotel room told him he'd have to at least try to take a few precautions. No way were the walls thick enough for privacy. At least the place couldn't be bugged. No one had known they were coming. Not even they had. So he turned up the AC, its rumble and tings filling the room, flicked on the TV, and bumped the volume to just barely past reasonable, and beckoned the men to the corner by the window. With an excessive inhale, Smith began.
"I can get her for you. If I contact her and tell her I heard from you guys that she was trying to buy the agency, tell her that I want to buy it from her when she acquires it. She'll meet me."
Their skepticism meant he couldn't keep avoiding that ace up his sleeve.
"Mark, I know Helen. We were close once, okay? And for lack of better ways to put it, I'm the one who got away."
Both Mark and Gibbs stood before him, but their postures couldn't be more opposite. Gibbs stood there, at ease, as if still in the military and waiting for instructions. Mark, however, managed to slump and lean forward simultaneously.
"Do you really think it'll work? Just call and say, 'Hey, Helen, long time no see. Heard you're getting the agency. Want to sell?' And like that, she'll come running? For a chance to get her claws into me, definitely."
The men exchanged glances, looking back at him, and engaged in a few seconds of silent conversation. Gibbs gave an almost imperceptible shrug before Mark nodded and turned back to Smith.
"How can we make this public enough to ensure there's no ambush, and private enough that the risk to those around us is eliminated, or at least greatly minimized?"
Well, that had been easy. No demands for explanations, no. Then Gibbs broke in.
"Wait, Mark, she'll be suspicious. Doyle's dead, and suddenly Smith, who has been in our custody, is willing to go against us?"
That he could explain. Smith leaned against the wall, winced, and sighed. He'd have to sit. His shoulders were both screaming at him, but he'd refused pain medication. At the corner of the bed, he tried again.
"It'll make sense, though. I find out the traitor Doyle—"
Mark began to growl, but Smith shook his head to stop him.
"It's how I have to spin it. Just hear me out."
He started over.
"I find out that traitor Doyle is dead, that Helen killed him, and because everything is in a scramble, I also find out about the takeover. She's arrogant. If I make her believe that the agency is panicked, she'll absolutely believe I've escaped, especially if I tell her her guard shot me."
This caught Gibbs' attention.
"Actually, I think I see where you're going with this. You tell her you have her paintings?" "Yeah, I'll have to offer to pay for them, but if I tell her that I did it to reverse the hit on me, she'll buy it. Again, I know her. I'll tell her to add them to the purchase package, compensation. Then—"
Bile rose in his throat, and he closed his eyes.
"I'll tell her that I'll send someone to retrieve the data I'll need. Accounts, protocols, any digital information she gets. If I do that, she'll demand I come in person. She'll want to force that meeting, And she'll want it sooner rather than after she actually has that information. Likely to make me transfer earnest money or something.
Mark's hollow laugh spoke volumes. The guy couldn't be more broken.
So, I need to let her think she's gotten us.
Gibbs and Smith barked out a nearly synchronized,
No, I'm letting her think that I believe she'll win out against you. I might even use Gibbs as leverage. Say we've bonded, or so I've let you think.
He shot Gibbs a mock, sheepish look.
Tell her I've got one agent in my pocket already, but I know you won't work for her. That'll get her ire up enough for her not to think I'm stringing her along.
Is that wise? Even as Mark nodded his agreement, Smith said,
If I'm not adversarial, she won't buy it.
The planning began. As long as he could keep them working and focused on winning out against Helen, he might be able to keep his story to himself, exactly how he liked it. 33. 12:21 a.m., Friday, November 21st, Westbury. Will Rickwood answered his phone, finally.
Flynn, really? This time of night?
I've been calling for 4 hours. Don't mess with me, Rick. Bad day. Just calling to tell you to keep Henry and Paris with you and that Jabez Hunt is now your client. Please give him our apologies.
Flynn stretched out on the couch, her toes in Morgan's lap as she spoke, ready to thank him for being there for the agency and then hang up. She still had work to do. But Rickwood stopped her.
What's going on?
Doyle's dead. Helen's after markers and... She stifled a sob. Everyone's scattered. We can't take Jabez back and keep him safe. Not right now.
Done. I'll get my guys to find and set up his agent. I was going to ask if you wanted me to do that anyway.
Relieved, Flynn grabbed her water bottle, took a swig, and thanked Rickwood once more.
Mark told me to tell you that if he can't contain the Helen thing, he'll be offering you the agency.
What's the price?
Smiling through tears, she said,
That Helen never gets her hands on it. Bye.
Once disconnected, Flynn scooted over and tucked herself under Morgan's arm before allowing the tears to fall.
My family,
she sobbed,
is like all broken up like a bad divorce.
Hey, Mark'll fix it. He always does.
The words should have soothed, but they didn't. Mark hadn't lost an agent before. One she happened to know had been in line to inherit the agency. No, she wasn't supposed to have that information, but if she came across stuff without actually looking for it, she decided that fate, or karma, or whatever the Christians called that stuff, had given her the okaysies. No, just the okay. Life was too bleak for slang. Remembering Mark's new air, she dragged her laptop off the generic hotel room coffee table, got comfortable again, and pulled up the fake website for the Rockland Tattler. Keith would be checking it. D down. Omega. Boomerang. That's all it showed. Just a blank page that no one but those connected with the agency would know to look for, and no one outside the agency could decipher. Brian called.
Can I pick up my packet?
Without hesitating, she wrestled herself out of the awkward couch. Once she had a belly she'd never be able to move again, and worked feeling back into her backside.
On my way. Denny's by the loop?
Give me 20.
She hadn't gotten her coat off that ridiculous attached hanger. Why did hotels use those stupid things? Before Morgan reached her side, ready to reach for his. Flynn kissed his cheek before shaking her head.
You can't come, Morgs. Sorry. I'll be fine. I'll bring my backup.
Even as she spoke, Flynn pulled her gun case down from the wire shelf over the stupid hangers and unlocked it with her thumbprint. On went the back holster, and in went the gun.
I don't think this is a good idea.
I know, it's not. But it's an even worse idea if Brian gets spooked and doesn't get his packet. Sorry.
His hand cupped her cheek in that adorable way he had, just like in a movie, but for reals. Commence swooning.
I miss your slang.
No explanation would make sense to him if they didn't make sense to her. Once more, she kissed his cheek and reached for the hotel room door. Then the full picture of what had happened to Doyle hit her. With her head pressed against the door, tears rained as she sobbed out,
He walked out of that hospital without even seeing the love of his life again. He'd been fake protecting someone to keep her safe, and it cost him everything.
No amount of fighting it worked, so Flynn let herself just sob. Not 30 minutes later, she slid into a booth across from Brian and set the manila envelope between them.
Mark will want to know if you want in on the Helen takedown or if you want to be notified when it's all over, one way or the other.
The guy didn't meet her gaze. He stared at the packet as if the answers would appear on it. Finally, he looked up.
I don't know if I care. I might be done. First Karen, now Doyle. Nearly lost everyone at the farmhouse. We have no clients,
Brian shut himself up before she could attempt to shush him. Snatching up the envelope, he scooted back out of the booth and strode toward the door. Flynn chased after him and caught up at his battered old Jeep. She flung her arms around him, sobbing,
Go if you have to.
Those words probably sounded garbled to him, but she kept going.
Just let us know that you're okay. I can't lose you, too.
Brian didn't answer. He just leaned against the back of his Jeep and held her, trying to block the frigid wind with his body, and the crazy lug of a man let her cry. 3:01 p.m., Friday, November 21st, Rockland. When Mark's number glowed on her phone screen, Helen Franklin leaned back, a grin on her face, and tapped the answer button.
Hello, Mark. Ready to be reasonable? Helen.
Fingers twitched as Helen sat up straight and reached for the odd tea tin she'd bought the other day. Her thumb pressed the center. She squeezed the sides, and the center released with a that sealed it again.
Smith Abingdon. I heard you'd gone to Mark for protection, but I didn't know you were working with him now. He's sunk that low.
Did he know she could picture him perfectly? The way his jaw must be clenching, his forearm muscles hardening into... Were they still perfectly sculpted? Knowing Smith, probably.
Heard you killed Doyle.
He was a traitor.
Smith didn't like traitors any more than she did, so how would he roll with that one? As she waited for a reply, she pressed the center of that tin once more.
Mark forgave him. Weird, though, how much I hate that, considering only a man who could forgive that kind of betrayal would help protect someone like me.
She squeezed the sides of that tin so tight it more crinkled than popped.
I meant to me.
An indeterminate sound followed that, one that could have been a chuckle, a huff, or a snort. Eventually, Smith said,
Couldn't have betrayed you if he hadn't betrayed Mark first.
True. Every bit of her screamed at him to tell her why he'd called, but she didn't. Wouldn't give in to that. Instead, she kept it light.
Are you seriously telling me they took away your phone and you had to steal Daddy Mark's? Do you feel like you're back in high school?
Muffled voices ruffled her. If they'd decided to use Smith to get to her, she'd kill him alongside the rest of them. Then again, they'd be too careful for that. Instead, she sent a text to her computer nerd.
Find location of Mark Cho's cell phone.
The cat and mouse game Smith played amused her. He could have answered 12 times by now, but he just sat. Thinking, strategizing, taunting. This was Smith. He'd already examined this call from every angle before making it. If he thought his games would affect her... Helen popped the center of that tin. It still worked.
They're in a bit of chaos right now. Overheard one of the agents, Brian, say something about just selling out, that you wanted to buy the agency.
Mark has had a standing offer for nearly 5 years now.
This time, no delay. Smith let out a snicker before saying,
That's patient for you.
I was occupied.
Hiding from the feds, I know.
She knew the moment Smith realized he'd given away the fact that he kept tabs on her. He sighed.
Look, Helen, when I discovered you wanted the agency, I knew it wasn't because you actually care about the work they do.
They kept me alive.
Oh, how she'd missed that chuckle. Not that she'd ever let him know it. It rumbled like a bass in a jazz ensemble.
Probably with no threat against you.
Mark tell you that? Once more she squeezed the sides of that tin and let the satisfying soothe her nerves.
You think I'm talking to these people about you? Come on. I want them to keep me alive, remember? People don't exactly drop your name around here as some sort of means to impress. It'd get me out on the street with Granny taking aim and not missing intentionally this time.
Heard about that. Stealing from Westcott. Why do people always underestimate him?
Once more, that long silence stretched out before Smith answered again. She punched the center of the tin and closed her eyes at the it gave. Truth told, though, if she could get him talking more, his voice alone would soothe her nerves. It always had. Not that she'd let him know it.
Didn't steal from Martin. One of my people noticed it at Gervais's place, and I knew Martin would like it.
The way the words sounded pulled from him fit the Smith she knew. He hated to be made a fool of, and he'd done it to himself.
Poor Smith. Never did like to get it wrong.
Time to put a stop to this.
Look, Smith, if you're calling to tell me to back off, you're wasting your time.
A message popped up on her monitor. Phone position at the towers. Good.
Not telling you to back off at all. I just know you don't actually want this. You want Mark not to have it.
Exactly.
Before she could ask him what he was doing at a mid-range hotel like the Towers, Smith said,
I, on the other hand, like what I've seen. Mark won't sell it to me either, but if you do manage to acquire it, I'll buy it for the $50 million you offered. I'm already in negotiations for the Rourke.
Helen threw the tin across the room and picked up her pen. Mark would negotiate with a guy like Smith, but not her. Well, Smith probably hadn't tried to kill his people. He had that going for him, but... When Smith cleared his throat, Helen realized her thoughts had kept her silent for too long. She needed to focus.
$50 million. You know I'm not paying a dime for it now. I'm destroying it from the inside out if I can.
Or you can drive Mark to quit. Better yet, get someone in there. If Neo can get in, you can get someone in, and get whatever information you need to force Mark to capitulate. That won't cost you more than $1 million, even if you've spent 5 or 10 by now. That's a cool profit of 40.
Why do you want it? She shouldn't have asked so quickly, but still, 40 million. Not a bad profit for doing something that delighted her most.
Need some kind of hobby. I didn't realize how much they worked outside the law until they started helping me. This'll give me the same rush I get from liquidation with better returns and less risk to myself as I near retirement age.
That didn't ring true. She scowled, and though she tried to relax her vocal cords, her words came out in a raspy growl.
Retirement? You're not even 55 yet. You don't think it'll take a decade or so for me to adapt and rebuild the credibility you're systematically destroying?
Now that felt good. Amazing, actually. At least someone appreciated her hard work.
It's an interesting consideration. Perhaps if Mark knew I'd sell it on, he'd capitulate easier. He's ticked that I killed Doyle.
If you nibble cheese in a trap, you can't be surprised when it snaps your neck.
That prompted the first real laughter Helen had enjoyed in years.
Smith, you always did have the best little isms. Did you know Doyle's first name was Mortimer?
Is it relevant to your consideration of my offer?
For the first time, Helen actually suspected he did want the agency. Her thumb jammed down on the pen clicker repeatedly.
Not exactly, but it might amuse you to know that Walt Disney's wife is the reason that Mickey's name is not Mortimer.
That earned her another of his chuckles. They rolled over her and soothed those nerves enough that she set down the pen.
How about I send a courier with a written offer? It'll include compensation for a few paintings that you're missing.
That snapped her back to attention. Helen leaned forward in the chair, phone centered on her desk pad, hand gripping that pen again.
What paintings?
The olive tree went missing at that party you had a couple years back.
That was you?
A smile formed. He'd wanted a souvenir of her. That gave her leverage.
Saw it, knew it had been stolen a while back, and decided I liked it. Had to turn it over to Martin as part of my apology, as well as...
As he described a few more from her villa in the Maldives, Helen's fingers flew over a keyboard. It took a few seconds, but she finally got the screen where the O'Keefe had hung. A print had been taped to it, a glossy shine giving it away before she saw the fine gold border with the name printed on the bottom.
Why do you bother with that tacky print?
Thought if we got out of there without being seen, it might be a while before someone dusted since you weren't there, and that might mean no one could figure out when it had happened. Unfortunately, your guy shot me on the way out.
A red haze slid over her vision. Black spots appeared. No one had told her. She fired off a message to her contact in Mali.
Kill everyone at the compound. The O'Keefe was a favorite. I want double its value.
I'll add it to the offer.
It took exactly 3 seconds to decide.
Smith, you want the agency?
Yes.
A smile formed again.
Then make me an offer. In person.
What?
No courier, no paper trail, no entourage to take me down. We meet at the rest stop on the highway to Fairbury. 5:30 tomorrow morning. I'll text an account to wire 10 million earnest money, non-refundable if you don't show or back out.
It took so long for him to respond, she broke the clicker in her pen.
Deal? Although why I need...
Be there or no deal. Good doing business with you again, Smith.
The moment she disconnected, she called her best guy.
Take out someone in the agency. I don't care who. Any of them. Even that little computer nerd will do.
On my way.
34. 5:19 p.m. Friday, November 21st, Mount Crest, Tennessee. Dawn paced the skeezy motel room, unwilling to touch anything she didn't have to. Every few minutes, she went into the bathroom to check her socks and the bottoms of her pant legs. So far, no sign of bedbugs. Yet. Corey had gone out to reconnoiter, since Dawn had spoken to the motel manager, a creep of the first order if she'd ever seen one. It was up to Corey to keep her eye out. The guy had sworn he was just trying to keep his niece and her friends safe, but if she thought it looked bad, he'd call it off. Hinted he'd have a spare room for her if she wanted company. How she'd managed not to leap across the sorry excuse for a reception desk and squeeze out what little air his smoke-damaged lungs tried to inhale might go down in the annals of Dawn history as the miracle. She also hadn't believed him. So, while Corey jogged, Dawn paced and checked her socks and shoes again. Still no bugs. That might be miracle number 2. Then she heard it. Car doors slamming and girls giggling. One called out,
Don't forget the pizzas. They're probably getting cold.
Pizzas. Since when did cheerleaders allow themselves that proper ratio of protein, fat, and carbs otherwise known as pizza? While not as perfect a food as milk chocolate, it was close. Her phone pinged. Van just pulled in behind the girls. Seriously, they followed them here. Dawn dialed 911. When she peered out the window, her heart plummeted. Just as the dispatcher told her they'd send someone to check things out, Dawn broke in.
Look, I recognize the guys. They were involved in an attempted abduction last week that resulted in my coworker getting shot in the head. Call Nashville police and speak to... Oh, man. What's that guy's name? Officer Fulkerson. If you need confirmation. My name's Dawn Trainer. He'll know me. But hurry. We can't corral all these girls and keep them safe and keep these guys from getting away. Got a deputy just a few miles away.
Dawn zipped a message back.
Block in that van if you can. Deputy on the way.
10 minutes later, Corey stood with a gun on one guy, Dawn with hers trained on another. The girls were screaming and crying in the room at the end of the motel, and a deputy tore into the parking lot as if he'd taken training from some cop show. The moment he emerged from his vehicle, Dawn called out,
Go make sure the manager don't escape. Things just went crazy.
11:24 p.m., Friday, November 21st. Rest stop, Fairbury Highway. The parking lot looked empty as Morgan pulled into the rest stop. Not a single car. No bicycle or motorcycle leaning against the building or trees or tables. Mark had insisted Flynn stay far away, but he'd been overruled. She hopped out of the car and called out,
Be right back, stupid bladder,
as she slammed the car door shut and stalked toward the restrooms. Of course, just mentioning the word bladder meant hers went on high alert and demanded relief.
Beanie babes, you gotta leave that thing alone. Don't have time for this.
With her Glock in her coat pocket, not an easy fit, Flynn exited the restrooms and made a note to buy a coat with larger pockets. Another glance at the parking lot showed Morgan still sitting in the car, engine running, lights on. Reassured, Flynn crept into the men's room, and her nose wrinkled. Why, oh why, did men's rooms always stink so much? Stalls were clear, of occupants anyway, and thanks be to whoever or whatever one gave thanks for that kind of thing, but no one stood by the urinals.
Gross-a-runsky.
Once out front again, she breathed freely and decided to check out the other side of the restrooms. Nothing. Not even a homeless guy camping out. Too often there were. Broke her heart every time. Confident that the place was empty, she strolled back, stretching her arms and doing a few squats by the car door. As she climbed back in, she made a point of answering a question Morgan hadn't asked. Answered it far too loud.
Well, I'm sorry, but your baby has my blood all pooled up in my ankles. I just need to stretch my legs. Sheesh.
As the door closed behind her, she grinned at him.
Totally wasted. No one out there, but I did it. Not one single slang bit in it, too.
He kissed her nose before backing out of the parking space. So that was deliberate?
Yeah, and rough. Felt like a stranger talking.
Just glad you're not that nervous. He had a point. She should be terrified, but instead, the idea that they might just be able to capture Helen in just 6 hours had her nearly giddy.
She's going down.
2 miles down the road, when no vehicle passed them, she called Mark's number.
All clear. You guys can go all sneakers now. Smith and I will, drive in at 5:15.
Stay home, Flynn.
No, I'll stay hidden, but he might need a Jeeves to get him out of there.
Mark still protested.
She said no entourage.
And she won't know I'm there. Trust me, Markers. I got your back.
With that, Flynn disconnected the call and removed the flip phone's battery, for now. 5:14 a.m., Saturday, November 22nd, rest stop, Fairbury Highway. Though she'd never admitted to anyone, especially herself, Helen had second-guessed the meeting time and place from the moment she'd named it. No matter how well lit the rest stop was, and for a rest stop, it was reasonably bright, the area around it was dark. However, the trees wouldn't hold a sniper, and there weren't enough other places for one to hide. The fields that surrounded it had been harvested and turned over already. Too early for weekend commuters, too late for partiers. It had seemed perfect, but then all the doubts flooded in. Still, the darkness would hide her if she used it right. That had to be a good thing. Fiddling with the snaps on her jacket, she tried to relax for the last mile. Being there a bit early would give them an advantage. Smith had always been an on-the-dot guy. It didn't seem likely that he'd have changed that much. Her cousin, a few times removed, slowed as the last sign appeared. Radomir growled.
There is truck.
It's a rest stop. That will happen.
The truck's lights came on, and just as they went to turn in, the vehicle pulled out of the parking lot. Helen, gun in hand, sank down in her seat. Radomir pulled up close to the building and waited.
It drives off. Maybe you right.
His broken English grated. Next time, she'd bring someone who didn't sound like a Russian in a B-movie.
Of course I am.
Another car, from other direction. It slows.
Helen watched it slow and then zip past. Just a silhouette, but it looked like an old car. Smith wouldn't drive something like that. Or would he? They sat in the vehicle, Helen pondering how this meeting would go.
If he reaches for his pocket, you aim at him. Make sure he sees. It's cold out there, so it could just be him getting warm, but if he can get a weapon by now, he will.
Assuming the guy couldn't find one that quickly would be reckless. Still, she'd seen the hit order on him. He claimed he'd left Mark's protection, and she'd only given him the night to find cash, which he'd need to be able to purchase one, and someone who dealt in unregistered arms.
Unless he stole one from Mark, but that's not likely.
Speaking of hit orders, she checked her phone. No message. Fury building, she jabbed out a text on her screen's keyboard.
Where's my body? Who've you taken out?
No response. Lights flashed in the drive just as Radomir said,
Another car from other direction is here.
That's probably him. You get out and have your gun ready. I won't get out until Smith does. He's probably armed, will be if he could procure a weapon, but if he wants the agency, he won't threaten me. The guy's not that big a fool.
Watching in the rearview mirror, she saw Smith step out of the car, pocketing what had to be a gun as he did. One part of her relaxed. If he had a weapon and didn't show it. Time to go. Just as she reached for the door, Helen grabbed the pen from her bag and slipped it into her pocket. She opened the door, stepped out, and trained her Beretta on Smith.
Check the restrooms, Rad.
5:18 a.m., Saturday, November 22nd, rest stop, Fairbury Highway. They'd ridden in near silence all the way to the rest stop, but as they neared, Flynn crawled between the seats and into the trunk.
I'll, sneak out once I know she's checked the car.
Still think it's dangerous. She could make me open the trunk.
Make her open hers first. Be sure you, slam it shut so hard that I hear it. And pop the trunk with the fobbers.
In other words, if the trunk opened, she'd shoot anyone in her path.
Got it.
As he flipped on his turn signal, Smith called back.
There's a car here.
Good.
How the team could hide in those cottonwoods, he didn't know. They were too skinny for snipers. The fields, barren. No way could Mark and crew hide well enough. He'd have to kill her. Smith pulled into a parking space and turned off the car. He reached for the gun in the console beside him.
Getting out now. There's a guy with her.
Need backers?
It took a moment to translate. Back up.
Not yet. Hang tight. I'm gonna let her see my gun.
The cold morning air nipped at him as he stepped out of the vehicle. Smith slid his gun into his pocket and took a step forward. Helen's door opened, and as she stepped out, she aimed a gun at him. Beretta, if you weren't mistaken.
Rephrase. Looks like I get to kill her.
35. 5:18 a.m. Saturday, November 22nd, La Paz, Mexico. When John Mark stirred again, Keith slipped from the covers, kissed a stirring Erica, and whispered,
Go back to sleep. I got this.
He can't be hungry, right? I've got nothing.
Probably just needs a diaper.
One more kiss. God was so good to him, and Keith rushed to pick up the little fellow. They'd learned one thing. Don't let their son get worked up about something. He might be easy to calm at the fussy stage, but once John Mark got going, he didn't stop. As the sniffling tyke took his first breath to let out a solid cry, Keith pulled him close and murmured all the soothing things he'd want to hear if he were trapped in a cage someone called his crib.
How did crib ever become cool slang?
At least that hadn't lasted. At the end of the hall, just past Rosalie's room, a door closed off the bedrooms. Keith shut it, one more barrier to let his ladies sleep while he bonded with this little dude.
We've got to stick together, John Mark, but that also means you've got to help me take care of them.
Yeah, like Rosalie had tried to help take care of her baby brother the other day. He'd said they'd go quiet the baby. Bad choice of words. She'd raced ahead, and by the time he got to John Mark's basket on the floor beside the couch, Rosalie had a throw pillow over his face. No, his daughter couldn't speak beyond a couple of baby signs, mama and da, but her eyes had said it all. See? Quieter.
That one is like her mother, little guy. She's too smart for my or your own good.
His guess about the diaper, spot on. Keith knew it was soaked before he'd laid down the boy on a towel on the couch. Either John Mark had held off until he'd been returned to his crib, wouldn't be the first time, or Erica had been too sleepy to remember to change him before putting him back down. Also wouldn't be the first time.
Let's get you nice and dry. Then we'll see how the temperature is outside.
It had been warm every morning that week, reaching 70 at 5 in the morning the day before. He'd stretch out onto the patio lounge and let John Mark sleep on his chest if it wasn't too chilly, and it shouldn't be, thank the Lord. Just before he scooped up the baby, Keith saw the laptop and realized he hadn't checked in all week. Might as well see if the Tattler had any updates. It took 3 tries, one-handed, to get the URL correct, and once he did, Keith wished he'd forgotten for just a bit longer. The 3 notices burned his gut. D down, Omega, boomerang. Tears formed but didn't fall. Doyle. Gone. Throat swelling and constricting, he reached for his phone. First, a call to Flynn. Or should it be Mark? Claire? Definitely Claire. Abandoning the laptop, he grabbed one of John Mark's lightweight blankets and hurried outside. Their area of North La Paz had several modest-sized, compared to the mansions some expats preferred, homes situated around the Bay of La Paz. Theirs had just enough privacy to allow him to make that call. Claire answered, sounding far too alert for this time of morning, but then Keith recalled it would be nearly 9 there.
What's going on?
Doyle's dead. Helen's guy got him outside the hospital where Karen was.
Karen's in the hospital?
Yeah, but we moved her before they went after Doyle. Anyway, we're scattered.
Yeah, he obviously knew that. But why? Before he could ask, it occurred to Keith that Claire was whispering. Why? Unconsciously copying him? Had he whispered? Why so quiet?
Tyler's sleeping. He's on protection duty.
Her disgust dripped with every word.
And where we're hiding only had one room. A single king-sized bed. So we're taking turns sleeping. Probably smart to have someone on guard, but ridiculous. The bed is big enough, and one of us could lay on top of the sheet. I mean, Mark would totally...
Keith had to stop this. Her nerves were making her ramble and also messing with her thought processes. Hey, Claire. Tyler's right. Just trust me that it's a guy thing and let it go. You're focusing on the wrong thing. The tattler says boomerang. Do I get a flight this minute or wait for further requests? Asking was ridiculous. He'd be on the next one out of La Paz. But the answer could also help him make other decisions.
Come now, if you can. Don't bring Erica and the babies, though. Will she be okay there, alone? I could come, but...
No, I'll call Mom. Looks like she just won a pair of tickets from a raffle neither of us knew I entered her into. All her friends will be jealous about her and Dad's trip.
He'd just decided to disconnect and make that call when Claire said,
Keith, don't leave without seeing me. I need some advice, but I can't ask about it now.
I'll call when I can.
I'm going to be in so much trouble for forwarding my calls to this number.
That stopped him.
What's the clean number? Give it to me and then delete that forwarder. You're going to get yourself killed.
30 minutes later, Erica, Keith, and their 2 very unhappy children headed for the airport.
Sorry about this.
You just keep Mark and crew alive.
At a stop sign, she leaned across the seat to kiss him. Really kiss him.
And you come back. Got it?
Got it. I love you.
5:18 a.m. Saturday, November 22nd. Rest stop, Fairbury Highway. They lay in dirt-covered trenches in the field, reflector blankets keeping them from freezing. Gibbs, Greg, and Mark. From Mark's vantage point, he could see every vehicle that approached the rest stop. Poor Corey sat bundled in one corner of the trash bins, ready to fire between the chain-link slats. Dawn would pretend to slow, see cars, and keep going. They had 4 vehicles hidden along the highway. Hopefully that's all they needed. It might not prompt Helen to move further from the entrance to the rest stop, but it could. A twig snapped. Mark froze. Did they miss someone? He didn't want to move. Those stupid blankets made too much noise for safety, but he shifted enough to flip open the phone. A single text from Gibbs.
Buck, 200 yards southwest.
It had been worth the rustle. Even if someone had heard him, unlikely, they might assume the creature had stepped on one of the 73 million dried, frost-crusted leaves across the field. Where had they all come from? Another car whizzed past. Not Dawn this time, but good. The more who came, the more likely they'd get Helen moved close enough. Time to make the call to the FBI.
Connors. Cho, what are you doing calling me at 5? Not even 5:30 in the morning. We have Helen Franklin at the rest stop on the Fairbury Highway. Call who you need, but we'll do what we can to keep her here and alive.
If his ears didn't deceive him, he heard the rustle of someone pulling on pants and buckling a buckle.
When I get my hands on you... Yeah, I know. Arrest me, do what you will. Not standing down. She's not getting away again. She killed my man. Heard about that. Sorry. I'll send deputies out. Thanks. Better hurry. She's only got one guy with her that we can see, but that may mean nothing.
He disconnected. 50 feet to his right, Greg rose up a foot. Mark swung his gaze back to the parking lot and stiffened. They were moving his way. Showtime. What were idiots doing out here in the boondocks at 5:30 in the morning? A car had whizzed past not a minute ago, and now here came a Walmart semi. Really?
Let's go round back. We can't be here long.
Smith nodded and gestured for her to go ahead. No way.
We'll go together.
With your guy behind me? I don't think so.
It's 2 against 1 already, Smith.
She frowned.
Or do you have someone hiding in your car?
He shrugged and turned toward the car, pulling a key fob from his pocket. He clicked and the lights flicked. Helen relaxed.
Don't have time for that. We'll walk 3 abreast. Does that suit you?
As long as I'm not in the middle.
She so wanted to promise to hold his hand until he felt safe, but Smith might just flip her mockery back onto her. Not taking that chance. The humiliation. It would have been nice.
What do you want from this, Helen?
Your earnest money.
Helen pulled her phone from her pocket and passed it over.
Transfer time. Let me know when you're ready for the number.
The phone rang. Smith scowled at her.
Helen, if this is some sort of setup.
She snatched the phone and stared at the number. Mark.
But you had that phone, Smith.
She raised her gun.
That's what I'm talking about. How'd...
The phone still rang. Helen tapped the screen and demanded to know what Mark thought he was doing.
How'd you get that phone?
Numbers can be transferred to new phones, Helen. Surely you know that. I think now's the time to tell you and Smith that you're both surrounded. Drop your weapons.
She scanned the area. Not a single body. Helen's laughter started low and grew louder with each second.
Good try, Mark.
But Smith had begun to run. Radomir raised his arm, ready to shoot.
No, Rad, not yet.
To Smith she shouted,
We're not done, Smith.
But the guy didn't return. Instead, he raced back to his car and used it for cover. She still shifted, turned, swept the area with the finesse of a TV cop, if she did say so herself. Nothing. Then a bullet nearly took out her gun. No, she couldn't see it in the dark, but she'd swear she felt it whiz past even as the shot rang out. Helen twisted and fired into the blackness. Rad fired just seconds before screaming. In pain or rage or both, she didn't know. He dropped to his knees, holding his hand. Nearby, a dumpster corral offered cover. Helen bolted for it. Peering around a corner, she watched as 3 bodies rose from the field, almost as if they'd grown right out of the soil into full-sized humans. A few choice words danced behind her lips, but she needed to keep silent. Even as her mind tried to process Smith's actions, her eyes watched for movement. Those 3 silhouettes raced straight for her. She positioned herself and took aim. She'd start with the center guy. That would be Mark. Drop it. The words dropped onto her from overhead. Helen took the chance to look up. After all, Mark's people didn't kill, usually.
I said, drop it.
Banking on darkness to cover her, she dropped her phone, kicked it just a bit to make the noise louder. The woman above her called out,
Got her covered. Weapon on the ground. You stupid fool.
The first guy reached Radomir.
Need an ambulance over here. Got him covered.
Helen didn't recognize the voice, so it wasn't Mark. Not Brian or Keith either. Though with her having used Erica's name, Keith had to be very far away. The other 2 men crept closer. Mark called out,
Step out, Helen. Hands up.
I don't recognize your authority to make that order.
The guy kept coming. Just a few more feet. Above her, Corey, it had to be her, said,
You heard him. Maybe you recognize the authority of Mr. Glock.
Sirens wailed. Red and blue lights in the distance told her she had less than a minute to shoot Mark and get away. Pretending to raise her hands, she fired over her head, hoping to get the woman there, and ran for the field. At the edge, she doubled back and flattened herself against the brick structure housing of the restrooms. If they didn't see her come back, she had a chance. Small, but a chance. Shouts filled the air, the siren became unbearable, and Helen, watching for any sign of movement, listening for anything in between the wails, allowed herself to click her pen, just once. One moment Helen was there, Corey towering over her from the dumpster corral. The next, a shot rang out and Corey dropped. Mark's panic reduced to anger as she called out, "Miss!" At least Helen hadn't killed another agent, but she'd tried. Mark bolted for the corral to be sure, though. With law enforcement arriving, he didn't have to catch Helen, so he waited.
"You sure it's a miss?"
he murmured at the corral. "Yeah, can I get out of this stinkin', quite literally, place?"
"Sure, if you can do it without climbing over."
Her growl told him she couldn't. It had a padlock.
"Just stay put. I'll be over in a minute. I'm going to keep watch at the corner in case she runs."
"Stay safe. Claire will kill us all if you make your baby grow up without a father."
"At least that's not a concern right now."
The salmon salad episode poked at him, but Mark ignored it. Just because a woman's stomach wasn't happy didn't mean it carried a child. That idea was about as misogynist as you could get. At the corner of the restrooms, Mark paused, waiting, gun ready. That horrible wailing siren cut off. He waited, half holding his breath. Then he heard it. Just a quick click, click, right next to him. Just after sirens went silent and the crunch of tires told her the cavalry had arrived, so to speak, Flynn decided to climb out of the car. The last thing she needed was some cop using it as a shield and getting shot. Morgie would kill her. After being cramped in the trunk for so long, the morning air sent shivers through her. Flynn had just reached down to tie the strings at the bottom of her coat when 3 shots fired in quick succession, and Corey screamed out, "Mark!" "No way!" Flynn ran. "Not shooting my markers, not on my watch, not happening again. No!" A dark silhouette dashed toward Helen's car. Several others raced toward her, but Flynn was closest. Her shoes pounded the pavement even as she ignored shouts and orders from some stupid cop. Helen appeared, and Flynn raised her gun. Helen laughed, actually laughed, and took the time to aim. "He's dead, Flynn. Your turn." But before Helen fired, Flynn shot twice and dropped to the ground. Gravel on the asphalt tore at her hands as she scrambled around the vehicle, sobbing. For the first time in her life, she prayed like it might actually make a difference. "Help Mark, God! Help him!" 36. 6:32 a.m., Saturday, November 22nd. Rest stop, Fairbury Highway. Lights still flashed. Ambulance, more sheriff cars, a couple of cop cars from Fairbury, and hazards on a few federal agents' cars. Flynn refused to speak to the FBI guy. The moment he'd introduced himself as Mark Connors, she'd shut down. This Mark was alive. This Mark hadn't gotten there in time to stop things, so he could answer his own stupid questions.
"I need..."
Dawn stepped in.
"What you need, sir, is to grasp simple concepts like shock and grief. Back off. She'll answer your precious questions when her body quits attacking her mind and vice versa."
Something about that last bit sounded off, but Flynn didn't have it in her to figure out what. Then, the thing that had been pressing against her thoughts but never quite pushing through, did. "Claire!" Flynn nearly pushed off the blanket in her fumble for her phone.
I've got to call Claire.
Again, Dawn took over.
Let me have that. I've got to get permission. We don't want you getting in any trouble. Trouble?
Her voice sounded a bit squeaky, but Flynn ignored it.
I'm going to have my baby in prison, and you think I care about that?
Ain't gonna happen, Flynn. Trust me.
She held up the phone.
What's the contact code?
BW.
The woman had made it 3 feet max before turning back and saying, "Boss's wife?"
Yeah.
If she rose up on tiptoe, Flynn could see where someone had covered Mark with something to protect him from the morning mist. In less than an hour, it would be a drizzle. The coroner needed to hurry.
They need to get him out of here.
A woman paused on her way past. "Did you need something?"
I need Markers gone. Somewhere safe. It's going to rain.
Marker. Oh, Mr. Mendina. Of course. I've been told the coroner is en route. It shouldn't be long now.
Flynn swayed, and the woman caught her. She yelled for an EMT, and a guy appeared, probably the one she'd already told to leave her alone a dozen times. This time, when he tried to lead her to the back of the ambulance, she let him. Actually, she stumbled and nearly fell, making it impossible to resist. Her vision blurred, even as everything spun. One caused by the other? She didn't know. Couldn't think.
Whoa there. What are you feeling?
Might pass out. Or puke. Totes might puke.
Before she knew what had happened, the guy had her sitting on a gurney in one of the ambulances and began messing with her veins, looking for one to stick. Flynn thought she'd informed him of her abject hatred, but since he didn't react, it might have been in her head. The next thing she knew, he held an oxygen mask up to her face.
Breathe in. Exhale. In. Good. Now just try to breathe normally.
Normally? What was that? Flynn gulped in as much air as she could and let it out in a whoosh. The next time she did it, he squeezed her hand.
Slow, steady, normal. No hyperventilating. Your blood pressure is low. We need to bring it up to normal.
How do you know it's low?
He probably couldn't understand with the mask, but she asked anyway.
You didn't squeeze my arm off.
This time the guy chuckled.
I did. It can affect how you perceive things.
When she shivered, he pulled out another blanket and covered her. Then she saw Morgan arguing with a deputy a few yards away. Or did she? How would he be there?
Is there a guy yelling at one of the sheriff dudes?
Yep. Want me to close the doors?
That's my Morgie. Can you get him?
She thought he'd argue, but he didn't. Maybe that was her brain not quite being normal again. Flynn just didn't know anymore. In less than a minute, Morgan climbed up and grabbed her hand. Without looking away from her, he asked the EMT if she'd be all right. Flynn tried scowling, hoped it worked.
You can ask me.
You okay?
Markers is dead. Of course I'm not okay.
She tried to stop the tears, but they refused to obey.
How do you know to come?
Beryl called. Gibbs called her and told her to let me know.
I love that man.
She gripped Morgan's hand.
I shot her, Morgie. I shot Helen.
As another round of sobs overtook her, she could have sworn the EMT guy said,
From what I heard, she barely shot in time.
Oh, wish I could shoot you.
6:47 a.m., Saturday, November 22nd, New Cheltenham. She lay sleeping. Dawn had told him to make the call. Tell her now or later. Logic said to let her sleep. How would waking her do anyone any good? And once she knew. Maybe he'd lost his mind, but Tyler could have sworn he'd stared too hard, because Claire rolled over and blinked at him.
What?
If he tried to speak, he'd cry. Again. He'd been crying on and off for 10 minutes and suspected he'd keep it up for the next 10 years. The agency without Mark? There would be no agency. Mark was the agency. In that sense, Helen had won. Claire sat up.
What's wrong, Tyler?
When he didn't respond, she reached for his arm and shook him.
What's wrong?
How could she tell? What did he say? How did he...
Tyler?
Well, she wasn't asleep anymore.
Got a call from Dawn. They got her, Helen Franklin. Flynn shot her.
Shock and joy fought for the rights to Claire's expression.
Oh no, poor Flynn. How'd she get a gun? Did Helen find her? How? Are you certain she... Wait.
Better get it over with. Tyler sat down beside her.
Mark, he went after her, but...
Even without seeing her face, he knew the moment Claire translated his pathetic explanation.
No!
She jumped up, covered her mouth, and bolted for the bathroom. The sounds of retching tore at him. Inappropriate? Probably. But Tyler followed her in, wet a washcloth, and offered it to her even as he pulled her hair out of the way.
Get it all out.
Instead, she turned and buried her face in his shirt as she sobbed.
Where is he?
Well, that's what he thought she asked.
Look, Dawn tried to get the okay for you to come, but they won't let us on the scene. Contamination and all that. They're taking some guy who got hit and Flynn to the Brunswick hospital, though. We can go there.
Claire turned around and vomited again. All he could do was try to keep her hair out of the line of fire and sort of pray for her. Well, if you could call asking the ceiling to get her through this praying. It's what it was, right? Asking nothing for something. Might as well rub an old bottle and ask for 3 wishes. This time, when Claire quit retching, she rinsed her mouth, poured mouthwash into a cup, and rinsed again. Then she pushed him out of the bathroom. 10 seconds later, he heard the shower come on. A couple of minutes after that, the sounds of her sobs, wails, guttural groans reached him and tore at him. What was his grief to hers? He'd lost a boss, a friend, someone he'd battled anger and jealousy against, and then the guilt of having that anger and jealousy in the first place. She'd lost her whole future with him, the father of her child. Something she'd said the day before hinted that he didn't even know yet. Mark had died, not knowing he'd left behind a child. If that wasn't cruel, what was? How long he sat there weeping, Tyler didn't know. She found him there, her hair still dripping water all over her shirt, and wrapped her arms around him, trying to comfort him. To comfort him. What had the world come to?
What was God thinking?
Don't know,
she choked out.
Just so glad he's got this, because I've got nothing.
They should have called an Uber. By the time they hit the road, Tyler had to pull over to regain composure. Claire took over and made it 5 miles down the road before she nearly swerved into an oncoming car and pulled over again. Something about the tag team drive and sob fest struck them as comical, and their sobs became interspersed with chuckles that pushed them the rest of the way to the hospital in Brunswick. There they sat in the parking lot for far too long, staring at the entrance and dreading walking through those doors. 6:59 a.m., Saturday, November 22nd. Rest stop, Fairbury Highway. Gibbs never left his side. For the 3rd time, someone in law enforcement came over to ask Smith a few questions, and this time, Smith didn't brush the guy off. The moment he heard "special agent," he knew this was his best shot.
Bad cliché. Mark Connors, John Oglethorpe.
If Gibbs were surprised, he didn't show it. He stood at ease. What was with these military guys? And guarded Smith as if the threat weren't likely gone. Connors, however, kept questioning, asking why Smith was there, how he'd been involved, why he was under agency protection. In 16 distinct ways, or at least it felt like it, the guy pushed for information, and Smith finally unzipped his coat and unbuttoned his shirt. Easing each side off a shoulder, he showed the bandages, ones that probably had blood stains or that yellow goo on them after the way he'd gripped the car on his way around it.
Look, I had people shooting at me and didn't know why. Figured Mark would either figure that out or get you guys to do it. I came because I knew Helen Franklin over 20 years ago. Knew she'd talk to me. When I had her in position, I pretended to think she'd double-crossed me and ran. Figured she wouldn't shoot me, which might have been dumb.
Finally, Gibbs spoke up.
You think? Well, good thing she didn't. Third time and all. They got you twice in the same shoulder, Gibbs protested. You already had your third shot.
Connors didn't look impressed.
We'll need ID and...
He had to put a stop to that "and," so Smith broke in.
You'll have to get it from the agency. They have my passport, license, everything. Something about protection and anonymity and don't remember.
Instead of claiming to be woozy, he feigned hiding the way he gripped the car. Gibbs spoke up.
I'll get Emmy to fax copies of anything you need.
I'll need originals.
Someone will bring them down. Look.
The hesitation, small as it was, wouldn't be missed.
John has had a rough week as it is. He's hiding it, but the guy is about to fall over. I need to get him somewhere and have those bandages checked. Is that all?
It wouldn't be. They'd want to question him for hours. It's what the feds did if they suspected you of anything, and they had every reason to be suspicious. The guy had to know he wasn't just John Oglethorpe, innocent victim. But Connors just gave Gibbs a hard look and nodded.
Get him out of the cold. We'll be in touch. Who's point man now?
Not sure, but Claire is probably at the hospital. If anyone knows, she does. Just go gentle with her. My wife thinks she's pregnant.
Will do.
After scowling at them for another few seconds, Mark Connors stepped back.
Trusting you, Mr. Kane. Mark told me once he had someone he needed to protect, even from us. I'm guessing it's Mr. Oglethorpe, since every witness says the same thing, and since we've proven that Flynn Dortman does have a registered firearm, we don't have anything to hold you on. But get us that identification. Today.
Gibbs nodded.
If it can be done. I don't know how that side works. Flynn's at the hospital and Emmy is new to this area of the agency. I assume she knows how to retrieve it, but that's only an assumption.
Of course it is. We can test counterfeits. Don't waste our time getting one created.
Smith just laughed at that.
I can produce my last few passports if you want me to send someone to get them.
This time, Smith did feel a shift from Gibbs, and there was no going back now. Spencer Kane knew his real name. Not great, but he'd have to deal with it. To wrap up the conversation, Smith allowed himself a bit of a shiver and zipped the coat up as far as it would go. The moment Gibbs climbed in behind the wheel of one of Dawn's drive-by vehicles, he turned to Gibbs.
John Oglethorpe? How do you go from Smith to John? John Smith Oglethorpe. And Abingdon?
Smith winced.
First town I stopped in on my way north out of Augusta. Someone asked my name, gave Smith, and realized my surname shouldn't follow me, so I just laughed to cover that pause and added, Abingdon. Just realized where I am. What are the odds? And it stuck. Same syllables and emphasis. Was an easy transition. And you really have Oglethorpe passports?
This time, Smith couldn't resist a grin. He leaned his seat back, removed his coat, balled it up for a pillow, and laid down.
Ready for another road trip?
37. 4:22 p.m. Saturday, November 22nd, Brunswick. Getting into the hospital with a duffel bag shouldn't take a congressional hearing, but by the time Keith's admittance, with the bag, had been approved, he'd nearly lost what patience he had left. If the security guards who kept thanking him for being so understanding knew him, they'd have been terrified rather than relieved.
And that's something we'll have to work on next, okay, Lord?
A guy couldn't have patience problems with small children. Already he missed his family, but being home, awesome. The moment he'd stepped off the jetway into Rockland Airport, he'd relaxed in a way he hadn't in years. And with something very wrong at the agency, that shouldn't have been a thing. Neither should Tyler answering Claire's phone. The guy had just said,
"Get to Brunswick Hospital. Don't know the name. Just get here, now."
And disconnected. He'd get Mark to have a word. Or maybe he should do it. Mark had enough on his plate right now. Yeah, he'd just give Tyler a few firm reminders and call it good. The kid might be stressed, but they couldn't get into the habit of reacting. Each time it became easier and more intense. The more stressful the situation, the calmer and more polite you needed to be.
Kind of like with the security guards.
No, God didn't say it to him, not directly, but Keith had no doubt he'd prompted the thought.
Point taken, Lord.
The woman at the desk directed him to room 122. Karen's room. Karen. They'd been on so many cases together. She'd helped him abduct the woman he now called wife, mother of his children. She'd been the first to know what his grouchiness meant. She'd seen it long before he'd admitted it. She wasn't just a good partner. Karen Stanano was a great friend. 2 guards stood outside the door. Keith handed over his passport and requested they get approval for him to enter. Her, "Keith, get your butt in here," seemed to be all the approval they needed. One look at her nearly knocked him back. Bandages looped around her head still, but that's not what got him. Fear. The woman radiated fear.
What?
"Something's going on. No one will tell me what, but Claire's here."
I know.
"Shut up." She took a deep breath. "Sorry. I get jumbled if I get interrupted. Doc says it will probably go away, but..." Karen mumbled a few things under her breath, things that sounded like a repeat of what she'd already said. "Claire's here, and so is Flynn. They won't tell me why, but it's not for visiting hours. You have to find out what's going on." Keith dropped his bag in the chair near her bed, kissed Karen's bandage, squeezed her non-IV'd hand, and promised to return as soon as he knew something. He called Mark and got no answer. No surprise there. He didn't have Mark's Omega number. Once more, he tried Claire's phone, and again, Tyler answered.
"You here?" "Just leaving Karen's room. Mark's not answering."
"We're in the ER waiting for some idiot to get Claire help. Maybe you can get through to them."
"On my way."
Okay, he'd forgive Tyler. If Claire needed help. At the end of the hall, something felt off. One glance back told him what. He turned back and raced to Karen's room. The security guards were gone. What? He stepped in, sure she'd be gone, but she lay there looking impossibly fragile. "Find out anything?"
"Where are your guards?"
She frowned. "They're not outside?" Keith pulled out his phone once more and didn't let Tyler speak beyond, "Why are the guards gone from Karen's room?"
"Just get here. I'll explain. Threat's gone."
The call disconnected.
"Sounds like they got Helen. He said the threat's gone."
She fought to sit up a bit more. "That's good, right?" Their gazes locked, It should be. So why didn't it feel good?
Let's hope so.
After taking in the room, he shook his head.
I need to speak to a nurse. I don't like this.
Just go find out what's going on and come right back. Dawn will probably be here soon. Someone said she was coming. Though he didn't like it, he was in the building. They had gotten Helen, he assumed. And he'd still get a nurse.
Be right back.
Finding a nurse willing to sit in Karen's room for 15 minutes? Impossible. He hadn't expected it to be a thing.
How about a chaplain? Is someone here now who can come? Those security guards shouldn't be gone.
We were told they were no longer necessary.
Well, I need to talk to your boss about that, but...
The woman broke in.
I think speaking to the chaplain is a very good idea. I'll call him.
Can you stay with her until he arrives? Please?
Though she agreed, Keith didn't quite trust her to do it. He met the chaplain just coming out of the emergency room and begged the guy to hurry.
She shouldn't be alone.
Keith burst through the doors and had spied Claire with an emesis bag when he realized the poor chaplain probably thought Karen was suicidal or something. At the sight of him, Claire dropped the bag, not a good move, and flung herself in his general direction. Keith managed to scoop her up before she hit the floor at his feet, but only just.
Mark!
That's all she said. Mark. And the nurse's words hit home.
I think speaking to the chaplain is a very good idea.
Tyler rose. Flynn and Morgan followed. Aunt Amy and Uncle Ted came to hug him next.
Good to see you, Keith. Reports of your demise and all.
The family knew he'd changed his name twice, that he'd died twice, but he hadn't seen anyone but his parents and Claire in over 5 years. Hugging his teddy bear of an uncle, a blessing right now.
Thanks for being here.
Once more, Claire tried to speak, to explain. She managed to get out a broken,
Mark!
before crying hard enough that Tyler grabbed another emesis bag and thrust it at her. He needed info, so after helping her back to a chair, Keith pulled Tyler and Flynn aside.
What happened?
Of course it was Helen Franklin. That shouldn't have surprised him. But that Flynn had shot her when she'd seen Helen running.
Whatever possessed you to learn how to shoot?
Liv.
When she saw it meant nothing to him, she added,
I refuse to freeze the next time someone goes after my peepers.
At least Tyler knew those words didn't mean much either. He squeezed Flynn's shoulder as he added,
Mark and Camden both got pictures of Doyle after he was shot, with a message that Mark would be next.
Helen said, Mark dead. Helen dead. Guards.
Who pulled the guards from Karen's room?
Flynn scowled.
No one. We won't until...
Without waiting for more, Keith ran. A few people shouted, but he didn't have time to explain. Hospital. Weapon. He didn't have one. How on earth was he supposed to move her? Maybe just move rooms. Get that chaplain to help coordinate with the nurses. Yeah. By the time he reached the room, that chaplain stood next to Karen's bed. She lay there, eyes closed. Had she been that tired? Still, at least she had someone watching over her. When Keith appeared at the foot of her bed, he took in the monitors, the tubes, and the syringe in the guy's hand. Why? Keith lunged, but even as he did, he knew it was too late. The guy had injected the contents into Karen's IV. His knocking the chaplain, it couldn't be, right? Into the trolley startled Karen awake. Keith wanted to pound the guy senseless, but he ripped out her IV first.
We need help, now!
Keith kept yelling for help while he tackled the guy and ignored Karen's bleeding hand.
Help in room 122. Emergency.
pressing the call button, Karen said. Why are you attacking the chaplain? And why did you rip this thing out? I'm bleeding. What a mess. The guy wrestled and fought, but Keith had him pinned to the ground by the time a nurse, not the first one, finally entered. What is... That's all she got out before she saw Karen's hand. Keith didn't give her time to freak.
He injected something into her IV. I couldn't see what it was. The syringe has to be over there.
Keith jerked back the guy's hair.
What did you put in it?
At first, the guy refused to speak, but when the nurse found it and said, I don't see anything. No hint of residual... nothing.
The guy laughed.
That's right. Nothing.
A gasp. Was it the nurse or Karen? Must have been Karen because the nurse hesitated before calling for a doctor. Karen coughed. Air? In the IV? Can't that... Of course, it could kill her. But how much air did it take? How soon did it take effect? What could be done? Keith and Erica had argued over whether it was just a movie thing or if it could happen, but she'd only proven her point that it could.
We'll get you help. Doctor's coming. Serious?
The guy below him squirmed even more as the two security guards returned. Keith let them take him away while focusing on Karen. Once more he asked,
How serious?
The nurse shook her head. I can't answer that, sorry, but the doctor will have answers. I need you to step out. Keith shook his head even as Karen said, No way, he stays. Several people entered at once. A woman, obviously the doctor, and a couple of others wearing tags Keith couldn't read. A full 10 minutes passed before the room emptied and everything hit him at once. Keith pushed his duffel off the chair, sat, and dropped his head in his hands, emotion making it impossible to think. Mark dead. Karen alive and not in danger. Claire. He didn't know why Claire needed help.
I need to see Claire.
Though he said it, Keith didn't move. A hand touched his shoulder. Keith looked over and saw the bandage where they'd taped her up again. He'd done more damage to Karen than the so-called chaplain. What's going on, Keith? I'm fine. You don't fall apart like this for fine, even for near misses. What's wrong? There wasn't any way to avoid it. She had to know. Keith stopped himself from squeezing that hand just in time. It would have hurt.
Mark's dead. Helen got him, and then Flynn got Helen. Claire.
He rose.
I'm so sorry for dropping that, but I have to check on her.
Go. Tears filled Karen's eyes and spilled over. Tell her I'm sorry. That last word ended on a sob. Karen rolled over, her back to him, and wept. 9:49 p.m., Saturday, November 22nd, Boring, Oregon. 2 calls came in at the same time. After marking his place in his book, Will Rickwood ignored the one from Flynn and answered the one from his contact in Nashville.
What have you got for me?
They picked up your guy half an hour ago, arrested on more than just embezzlement. Got proof of the hit on Jabez Hunt, some drug thing, and an assault on a woman last night. That's actually how they got him. Once we saw the police report, we went in with our information and they picked him up again.
How did a guy assault a woman and get let out?
Before his caller could answer, Will added,
Doesn't matter. Scale of 1 to 10. How's the threat to Hunt now?
2 at worst. We've put out word that he's in police custody. I paid a guy who is known in that world to post his frustration that another job is off the market. That makes 3 in 1 week, so they're all a bit irritated.
Wait, 3?
Who are the other 2?
Technically, one is only sort of off. The one on Smith Abingdon got switched to Gervais Farage. That's got to be from Westcott, don't you think?
Probably.
Also, Gervais is in the wind. No one can find him. These guys are livid. Wouldn't pay to be Gervais right now.
And the other?
It's all over the news around here. Helen Franklin is dead. Any hits she had out won't be paid, so those are off the table.
Will set Hampton Sides, the wide, wide sea, aside and rose to gaze out over his property. With an overcast sky, only the lights of the house glowed, silhouetting the trees in the distance.
Franklin dead? That's good news.
Except, why hadn't Mark called? It was possible Mark was so busy he'd told Flynn to get him on the line. Better go.
Thanks. I'll let Jabez make the decision to stay or return home. Payment will be in your account as soon as a transfer goes through.
Even as Will spoke, he flipped open his laptop and prepared to set up an encrypted connection.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure. As he waited for the connection, Will returned Flynn's call. The woman had a cold, all sniffles and thick voice.
Hey, Will. Mark told me if anything ever happened that I needed to call you immediately. I totes.
She hiccuped.
Sorry, I forgot. Helen Franklin killed him.
Will nearly missed the chair as he sank into it.
No.
Yeah, I got her though. I'm not even sorry's yet.
The poor girl. It would eat at her. Flynn was that sort.
Can I tell you something I know Mark would if he could?
Yeah.
It came out in a whisper. Barely a whisper. Leaning his head in his hand, Will scratched a mole he really needed to get checked.
It's horrible, and it's okay to be bothered by it. It should bother people when they have to kill others.
But
She broke off.
Sorries.
It's okay. I know what you were going to say, and that's only true today. Tomorrow or next month or next year, it'll hit. You took a life, and that's hard to process. When it happens, let yourself be bothered. It's good. Then remind yourself of another hard truth.
Yeah?
Good. She really was listening. Too often people just let the words float around them as they tuned everything out.
You saved so many lives today, far more than we'll ever know. Yes, you took one, but by doing that, you saved so many. I'm sorry you had to do it, but I know Mark would be so proud of you for trying to protect him or his people. Now, just help me with one thing and then go cry a bit. It helps.
What do you need?
I need to get in touch with Keith. Do you know how?
He's here. He'll head to Cherryville sometime next week, but he's at the Rourke for now. I'm sure he'll stay at least until after the funeral. Maybe come home now that Helen isn't a threat to him. Want me to have him call you?
That wouldn't be necessary.
No. I think I can get him just fine. Oh, and Paris is nearby.
Well, she would be soon.
Can she stay at the Rourke overnight?
I guess. Sure. I'll have Bert let her in, okay?
Perfect. Thanks.
An hour later, Will gave Paris a locked attaché case and sent her and Jabez to his plane at the Hillsborough airport. With that done, he went to his desk and began assembling a new transfer kit in case he needed it. 38. 2:03 p.m., Thursday, November 4th, the Rourke. John Mark slept on a pallet by the electric fireplace, and Rosalie slept on the couch while Erica and Keith went over the documents again. One more time. As much as you couldn't rush a decision like this, the agency didn't have time. Already, he'd received more calls and emails demanding to know what was happening with this case or that, things Keith couldn't know until he made a decision. Erica closed her eyes and said,
Maybe read it to me. Maybe if I hear it instead of see it, something will jump out and say, yes, this, or no way.
Keith pulled Mark's letter from a stack to the left and rearranged the pages in order again.
Dear Keith, my friend,
This is the third time I've created this case for you. After the last, I promised myself I never would again. But then Doyle's betrayal came, and you were the only one I could trust. I hope you know I've been working on another solution since then, but obviously I haven't come up with one. Before getting into the core of this letter, I want to thank you for your example of why following Jesus matters. You made this agency better because of your devotion to Christ, and because of how you lived it, because of your unapologetic acknowledgement of your faith. I learned who Jesus is and why he matters. I'm with my Father because of...
He choked. Not for the first time, Keith begged God for the ability to cry. Erica rose and came around the desk to hug him, kiss his cheek, tell him the tears would come at the right moment.
I know they will. Maybe skip to the bit about the agency.
The grace of God allowed him to choke out a,
Thanks.
Once she was back in her chair, eyes closed, hands resting in her lap as if ready to be hypnotized or some such nonsense, Keith flipped to the relevant part to their decision.
Will Rickwood has been my keeper since I learned of his agency. He'll have delivered this to you within hours of learning of my death. Enclosed is everything you should need to help you decide if you'll accept the agency, the responsibility, the employees, the properties, and the accounts. Don't fear for Claire. Between the accounts already in her name, income from the Harbinger, which is also hers, and the life insurance policy, she'll live a very comfortable life. My inheritance is now hers. The agency is just the dividends. You've always been my first choice for the agency. Before you signed on, I had chosen Paul Sourwine, but when he retired, he made it clear that he wanted nothing to do with this work again. By that time, you'd been with us 3 years, and I knew. Keith, you have the instincts to make sound decisions. You also have the skills to ensure good training. I have no doubt that you'll be a far better director than I ever could be, as long as you remember one thing. Invest wisely. Expenses with the agency will horrify you, but you need to be willing to spend on more than essentials. Comforts are important. Morale is incalculable. So, invest well and work off the dividends.
Keith flipped the page over and set it aside. Then he found the place he was looking for.
Be sure to share everything with Erica before you decide. Your lives will look very different from how you planned them, but you'll do more than save lives. You'll enrich them. Erica will need to be behind you, or it will never work. Additionally, you need to be prepared to make changes to operations so that you can live with the results. That's only natural. Rickwood, Yelland, and the others each set things up to their personal style and preferences. You'll need to do the same. I'd recommend making small changes as you need them rather than a complete overhaul all at once, but that doesn't mean it's the right decision.
The letter wrapped up with further appreciation for Keith's friendship and the comfort in knowing eternity awaited them. Keith couldn't read it again. Not now. They had a decision to make. He pushed the entire letter across and leaned back.
Did it help?
Yes and no.
She hadn't even opened her eyes.
Somewhere in the first chapter or 2 of Isaiah it says, "Learn how to do right, seek justice and correct the oppressor, defend the fatherless and plead the case of the widow." It's not exactly an answer, but I've been thinking of it ever since you handed me that letter. I'd just read the verse the morning you left La Paz, and I couldn't get it out of my head.
So that's a do-it?
Maybe.
Erica rubbed her temples as she opened her eyes.
Keith, what other Bible verses or passages might apply?
A Google search brought up a few.
Okay, first up, Proverbs 31, 8-9. It says, "Open your mouth for those with no voice, for the cause of all the dispossessed." And then, Psalm 82, 4-5 says, "Defend the cause of the weak and fatherless. Uphold the rights of the afflicted and oppressed. Rescue the weak and needy. Save them from the hand of the wicked."
That's enough.
It sounded like she'd decided they'd do it. They'd run the agency. He'd be the next Mark Cho Mendina. And Keith didn't know if he wanted that. But how could he say no?
I know what you're thinking. You aren't the guy for this. You aren't ready. This isn't your strong suit. You're a protector, not a leader.
She knew him well.
Sort of.
And didn't Moses say all that kind of stuff to God?
So we do it?
She shook her head.
No, not necessarily. I think the question is this the best way to obey the command to protect the defenseless for us? If it is, we do it. If God wants something different, we don't.
An absolutely brilliant answer. Completely unhelpful, perhaps, but brilliant. 11:27 a.m. Friday, December 5th. Eastview Gardens, Rockland. The sky wept over Rockland's oldest cemetery as the friends and family of Marcus Aurelius Erickson, a mouthful for sure, no wonder he'd gone by his mother's surname, and Mortimer Doyle stood under umbrellas in the space between two freshly dug graves. Not far away, Smith Abingdon stood holding an umbrella over Karen Stanano, seated in a wheelchair on solid ground. They were an odd group, women crying, men standing as stoic as possible, two small children fussing in the cold and rain.
Thank you for coming to stay with me, Smith. You didn't have to.
Though Smith wanted to assure her that it was his pleasure, something about that felt off. Instead, he said,
"Mark protected me when he had every reason not to. I owe him whatever I can give."
She gazed up at him, a watery smile not quite looking genuine.
One of the last things he said to me was about you, that he thought you had potential to do amazing things in this world.
Smith had done amazing things, just not the sort that Mark would have appreciated. Still, he knew what Mark had meant.
"What did you think of that service? I've never been to a funeral where they tried to convert you before."
"Oh, I don't know. I think Mark meant it when he said he wanted us to know why he welcomed death if it were his time." Though Smith didn't doubt that, it still felt like a sermon directed straight at him. He shifted, and a bit of the rain landed on Karen's legs.
"Sorry."
"I guess it worked, though. You know, if it was supposed to be some kind of conversion tactic." She shifted in the chair and then asked him to help her stand for a minute.
I know I can't stand the whole time, but I need to stretch my legs a bit.
Once she stood, leaning a bit on his arm, Smith asked what she meant. The sound of singing reached them about the time Karen answered.
Just that I feel like I can't let Mark go until I've asked Keith or Claire or someone what it all meant. I can't quite follow long trails of thought yet, though.
Was that trails of thought instead of trains, residual from the shooting, or proof of her exhaustion? Just a Karen quirk he wouldn't know about? Smith ignored it and started to tell her about his conversation with Gibbs, the one he'd not been able to get out of his mind. But the words of the hymn drifted down to them. "This is my story, this is my song, praising my Savior all the day long."
How can they sing that, praising God at a time like this?
The way his voice broke gave away his thoughts, better than the question ever could. Karen's arm slipped through his, and her hand held onto his upper arm as if a lifeline. Before he could ask if she was okay, she said, "But they mean it. How? I don't know, but I know they mean it." About then, Smith noticed a man standing off in the distance. While not close enough to be noticed by those near the graves, he was in plain sight of Smith and Karen. He pointed the guy out.
"Do you know him? Should I tell Keith?"
After staring through the rain for a moment, Karen relaxed again. "That's Brian. He's probably right where he's most comfortable. He always was just a bit of an outsider in the group, even as he often became the center. Strange. I'd never thought of it that way." Smith knew all about outliers. Time to shift the subject.
"What'll you do now that you're out of the hospital?"
The chorus began again as Karen contemplated his question. "I'm not sure. It'll be a while before I can make a decision about work. We still don't know how long recuperation will take. Still don't know if I'll fully heal. Keith said he'll make sure I have the funds for whatever help I need." Smith had been thinking about it ever since he'd heard of her injury. Was it guilt for not helping stop Helen sooner? Probably. But gratitude to the agency played into it. That thought decided for him.
"Look, I've got property over on Elnora Island off Georgia. The family has several properties, but this one's mine. Large, comfortable, right on the beach. It's not hurricane season anymore, so you're not likely to get any really bad weather. It's yours for as long as you'd like."
"Nice of you, Smith, but I couldn't."
"I don't live there, Karen. It'd just be you and whoever you brought with you. Hire yourself a combination housekeeper and companion to do what you can't. My brother-in-law would make his helicopter available for appointments so you wouldn't have to go on the water."
When he felt her resistance grow, he added,
"It's the only way I know how to show Mark and the rest of you my appreciation."
He had no doubt that Mark's reputation alone had kept him out of FBI custody. They never should have let him drive away from that shooting. Only being under agency care had kept him out of jail. Without meaning to, Smith sighed.
"I'll have to go straight now. No way out of it."
Maybe it was those words, or perhaps Karen had just gotten tired, but she leaned for the chair and allowed him to settle her back in it. He hardly got any water on her this time. Mark would like to know that. I wonder if he does. Should he tell her, give her false hope? On the other hand, what could it hurt?
According to my Sunday school lessons, Christians have a whole bunch of people watching from heaven, so I'd say maybe he would, if what he believes is right.
Smith most definitely should not have added that last bit. What was the point? That would be nice. Karen yawned and shivered. Can you take me back to the car? I can feel my energy draining. Smith took long strides back to where they'd parked and helped her into the passenger seat. After stowing away the wheelchair, he climbed in behind the driver's seat and asked the question he knew she probably wouldn't answer.
"Is Keith taking over the agency then? You said he'd promised to pay for recovery costs."
Yep, we all watched a video last night where Mark handed over the reins, so to speak.
"And Claire's taken care of?"
Her scoff answered. Clearly Mark Cho Mendina had been an extremely wealthy man. Smith's phone rang, and the name on the screen startled him.
"Excuse me, I should answer this."
He might have gotten out of the car, but Karen reached into her pocket and pulled out earbuds. Go ahead, I'll just listen to something soothing. It might be stupid, but Smith did it. Just answered the call right there.
"Yes, we're home." "Glad to hear it, Clark. Mighty glad to hear it." Marla wanted to be sure you knew how much she appreciated you keeping us safe.
As much as he wanted credit for it, he couldn't take it.
That's all on the people who took care of you. You paid for it.
He wouldn't win this argument, so Smith just thanked his cousin and gave the guy the news his wife had wanted for years.
College accounts will be fully funded by the end of the year. You're done covering for me. Really?
The relief in Clark's voice told Smith more than the man intended.
Really? I'll see you at Christmas. We're going to Calvin's and Liz's for Christmas.
Even better, especially if he talked Karen into using the house on Elnora.
Well, Christmas with Yardley isn't my idea of the most wonderful time of the year, but family's family. See you then.
And that's when Smith realized what might convince Karen. Maybe. He tapped her shoulder.
Any chance I can beg you to at least take the house until January?
Dare I ask why? Karen grinned at him as she removed those earbuds.
Just promised to spend Christmas on Hopper. My princess of a niece will make my life miserable. If you're there, I have an excuse to get away now and then. You can have it as long as you like, but will you please consider going through January?
The group around the gravesite moved toward the parking lot. Keith separated from the rest to speak to Brian, but their driver, Tyler, hurried their way. He dropped into the car, tossing the dripping umbrella behind Karen's seat, and shook out his hair.
It's miserable out there. I could use a nice assignment to Hawaii or Tahiti right about now.
Karen just laughed.
I give in. I'll head to Elnora as soon as you can arrange that helicopter. I do not want to try to stay upright on a boat.
Maybe they should have enlightened Tyler, but the guy's confusion was the only remotely funny thing he'd enjoyed in weeks. 7:58 a.m., Monday, December 8th, the Rourke. Just as Flynn filled the last folder and laid it around the conference table, Keith walked in the door. He stared at the table for far too long, turned around, and strode down the hall. Flynn, her belly actually showing if she turned sideways and smoothed her shirt under it a bit, raced after him. When she entered his office, she found Keith seated on the couch, head in his hands, shoulders shaking. She pulled the door shut, her own eyes filling, and tried to decide what to do. The others would be in the conference room any minute. They had decisions to make. They needed Keith for this one, but... Taking several gulps of air, Flynn turned and marched back. She found Greg there. Gibbs, though he'd insisted it would be temporary, and Tyler entered behind her. Corey came in looking nearly as broken as they all felt. Dawn followed close behind. That woman's entire body language dared anyone to mess with her, practically begged them to. They'd considered bringing in some of the trainees to get a feel for how things went, but Keith had ultimately nixed that. He wanted to keep things small for now, limited knowledge. Camden, Liv, David, and Claire appeared one after the other. Claire looking like she hadn't slept, probably hadn't. As each person took a seat in the comfy chairs Mark had been adamant about, the head of the table remained empty. Tyler asked first, "Where's Keith?" "He needed a moment." Flynn's voice broke on moment, and she ran for boxes of Kleenex. Mark wasn't the only one missing. Brian wasn't there either. When she returned, Emmy had brought in coffee and breakfast sandwiches for all. Only one wrapped sandwich and a cooling, if not cold, cup of coffee remained by the time Keith walked through the door. His red-rimmed eyes gave everything away. He paused, stared at that empty chair, and shook his head.
Can't do it.
As if directed by a computer somewhere, all chairs shifted a foot or so to the left. Gibbs stood and moved to the empty one that now sat to the right of one end of the table, leaving the center open. Keith adjusted his posture and moved to take the seat. He reached for the folder on top and said,
"All right, let's begin."
All the dread Flynn had built up against some team-rallying speech dissolved right there.
I totes puffy heart you peepers.
She raised her gaze and added,
Miss you markers. Already.
Epilogue. 1:28 a.m., Wednesday, June 3rd, Cherryville, Missouri. When the phone buzzed, Keith snatched it up, answered, and bolted from bed before it woke Erica. They didn't get much time in Cherryville. The last thing he wanted was to interrupt it with work, but Claire's name on the screen stopped his thoughts.
"Claire?"
It's Uncle Ted. I didn't want to call, but Claire insisted you'd want to know.
"The baby?"
Marcella's here. Big girl. Over 8 pounds. Good lungs. Hang on. Claire's just getting settled with her, and then she wants to talk to you.
Erica appeared in the doorway.
Claire?
"Baby's here."
Well, put it on speaker.
Right there, Keith got ousted from the welcoming committee. Erica and Claire began swapping birth stories, Claire even adding tidbits that Flynn had shared. He settled into his favorite chair and half listened as they compared baby lengths and labors. Erica showed him a picture. Like most babies, Marcella had a red face and a misshapen head, so of course, she was beautiful. Somewhere around the point where Claire and Erica began arranging a marriage between Marcella and Flynn's Finnegan, he still swore she named him to confuse them all. Keith fell asleep. Author's note. Writing the last book of a series is always crazy. You miss people before you write the last word, and in the case of this series, you miss people you can't see again. I mean, I could absolutely pull some bizarre Sherlock Holmes fall down a waterfall thing, but no. When I realized that someone important to the series had to die or it just wouldn't be realistic, I knew it had to be Mark. At first, I didn't know if he'd be redeemed by the blood of Jesus. I never know those things. If it fits, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Look, I wanted for Smith and Brian, Liv and Flynn, Emmy. Okay, you get the picture. I wanted them all to repent and confess Jesus as Lord and Savior. I did. But Brian refused. His heart is hard, and I don't know if the Lord will ever soften it. Flynn, I have lots of hope for her. Karen? Her too. Then there was Smith. I disliked him from the moment he appeared needing help as a guy without much to recommend him except his hatred for trafficking and drugs. By the time I got him to Mark, I kind of liked him. By the time he bonded with Gibbs, I wanted to pray for a fictional guy. Yes, I have problems. Will he call Jesus Lord before he dies? I kind of think he will, but I'm not sure. Time will tell. I have a sneaking suspicion we haven't seen the last of him. Headshot wounds. Oh, the rabbit hole that took me down. I assumed that most people who received headshot wounds died. I was right. But far more lived than I expected. You know, my expectation of less than 1%. When I read that Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords not only lived from her shot in the head, but also spoke immediately afterward, it changed everything in how I planned to have Karen shot. I wanted it to be serious, but I didn't know it could happen. Making it life-threatening changed everything. Karen could be injured enough to take her out of agent status at least, possibly out of the agency altogether, and it made much more sense that Doyle would confess after she nearly died than after he heard someone went after her. I mean, people go after them all the time, and he didn't say anything before. I hope you'll forgive me. She assures me she has, and, being my imaginary friend, I think you can take my word on that. There were so many things like that. Air in veins. It takes a lot of air to kill someone, but it sure can. And finding out that it happens pretty quickly was a shock. I kind of pictured it like an aneurysm that could last for ages before, bam, gotcha. Nope. For those who've asked why we've ended the agency files, the answer is twofold. First, because it's time. Second, because we haven't. We've only moved them in a new direction. As soon as a couple of other series are complete, we'll be back with Keith at the helm. The end. This is Krista Del Sorbo. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Take Cover, The Agency Files, Book 7, by Shatona Havig. No part of this production may be used to train artificial intelligence of any kind or in any way. Thank you for listening.